Chapter 1. Traversing the Heavenly Appraisal Sect, the Disciple Recruitment System. In the eastern continent of the Lingxiao realm, within the southern domain, lies the Heavenly Appraisal Sect, atop Tianzhu Peak. 3 years have passed. I have but 1 year left to live. 100,000 disciples dispatched to seek individuals with extraordinary bloodlines have yielded no results thus far. System: have any individuals meeting the criteria been detected? Seated beside Taiching Lake, Li Muzhou gazed at the numerous returning jade slips, his heart weighed down by an overwhelming sorrow. 3 years prior, his predecessor fell victim to the perils of cultivation, succumbing to a fatal reversal of vital energy. Just as Li Muzhou, who had been abruptly transported into this world, experienced the thrill of a Cadillac's acceleration. Though his arrival was not marked by the clutches of a discarded fiancé or a talentless beginning, it was nonetheless a disastrous start. Had it not been for the fortuitous circumstances surrounding his transmigration, which forcibly granted him a breath of life, Li Muzhou would have long since departed to meet the Buddha. No suitable disciples detected. Li Muzhou glanced at the sun and then at the system interface. Name: Li Muzhou. Age: 23, in a state of cultivation deviation. Remaining lifespan: 1 year. Realm: first layer of the divine travel realm in a state of cultivation deviation. Bloodline: innate spirit refining body, 5th grade bloodline, in a state of cultivation deviation. Note: special bloodlines range from 9th grade as inferior, 1st grade as supreme, and those above 1st grade are classified as celestial bloodlines. Cultivation method: Qianyuan technique, earth tier, inferior. Note: cultivation methods are divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with super heavenly levels being legendary and celestial. Main quest: recruit a disciple with a 1st grade bloodline, rectify the cultivation deviation, and awaken the chaotic sword body bloodline reward, the ancient De Luo sacred sword. Side quest: guide a disciple to break through to the Purple Mansion realm reward, 7th grade true intent. Note: true intent is the ultimate pursuit of enlightened beings, significantly enhancing attributes such as vitality, magical power, and attack speed. 90% of individuals cannot even comprehend the embryonic form of true intent, with 9th grade being the lowest and 1st grade the highest. Gazing at his system panel, Li Muzhou felt tears welling up. His so-called golden finger was little more than a mere illusion. While it was true that he merely needed to take on disciples to grow stronger and resolve his cultivation deviation, where could he possibly find a disciple with a 1st grade bloodline? His predecessor, possessing only a 5th grade bloodline, had already achieved remarkable feats, breaking through to the divine travel realm at the mere age of 20, becoming the youngest elder in the history of the Heavenly Appraisal Sect. Presently, even the sect leader was only at the 3rd layer of the divine travel realm. For an ordinary person to reach the Purple Mansion realm by the age of 20 is a prodigious feat. Finding another individual at the divine travel realm at that age in the entire southern Zhao kingdom is nigh impossible, let alone a 1st grade bloodline. Even those with 8th or 9th grade bloodlines are fiercely contested for by various sections. Most so-called prodigies are merely individuals with high potential, while special bloodlines are genuinely rare. Where could he find such a disciple? Though the task was of hellish difficulty, both the chaotic sword body bloodline and the 7th grade true intent were treasures he yearned for. According to Li Muzhou's understanding, the cultivation levels in the Lingxiao realm are further divided into body refinement, spirit gathering, purple mansion, divine elixir, diamond, divine travel, yin-yang, and nirvana. Those beyond the nirvana realm are regarded as ancient legends in the Lingxiao realm. Not only have ordinary individuals never seen them, but even Li Muzhou had never heard of such beings. Am I being toyed with? Though I appear to be an elder of the divine travel realm, in truth, I have but one opportunity to act. If I do not resolve this predicament, my time will soon run out, and my vitality will surely decline to the point of death. Those within the sect are aware that I have encountered a mishap in my cultivation, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that my days are numbered. I have exhausted all resources and connections available to me, yet have found no suitable candidate. In that moment, A female disciple clad in the robes of an inner sect disciple approached Li Muzhou quietly from behind and bowed respectfully. "Elderly, the sect's grand selection has commenced." "I see. It is once again the 5th day of the 5th month?" Without turning his head, Li Muzhou soared into the air. Every year on the 5th day of the 5th month marks the day of the sect's grand selection, the very day he had originally traversed into this world. Whether he could find a suitable candidate in this year's selection remained uncertain, yet the odds seemed bleak. Over the past 3 years, the best qualified disciple selected had merely possessed a 9th grade bloodline. "Elderly is so handsome. What a pity he doesn't even spare a glance at anyone." The female disciple gazed at Li Muzhou's retreating figure with infatuation, unconsciously tightening her legs. Though Li Muzhou's situation was dire, he alone was privy to the depths of his predicament. In the realm of cultivation, each layer brings its own challenges. Even after being stagnant at the first layer of the divine travel realm for 3 years, no one suspected anything amiss. In the heavenly appraisal sect, Li Muzhou remained a legend. His strength ranked just below the sect leader, Chun Nan, and the elusive Grand Elder, while his age was astonishingly young. Other elders of the divine elixir realm were already centenarians, making 23-year-old Li Muzhou an extraordinary exception. Moreover, aside from the sect leader and the Grand Elder, Li Muzhou was the only one granted the privilege of an independent peak, a unique distinction among those of the divine travel realm. The inner sect female disciples, regarded as the darlings of their respective clans, viewed joining the heavenly appraisal sect as a monumental honor. Being able to serve at Tianzhu Peak, tending to the spiritual herbs and medicines, was indeed a stroke of fortune. Should they catch elderly Muzhou's eye and become a disciple, their future would be limitless. To have a master of the divine travel realm in the southern Zhao kingdom would afford them unparalleled status. Even if not accepted as a disciple, serving as a warm companion was not an unappealing prospect. At the outer sect square of the heavenly appraisal sect, throngs of seekers had gathered, numbering around 1 million. However, the sect's annual grand selection would only admit 1,000 disciples into the outer sect, with only a handful ever making it to the inner sect. Moreover, a large sect necessitates many to perform various tasks, and among the outer disciples, only a fraction could gradually advance to the inner sect, while many others would be slowly eliminated. Additionally, there was a stringent requirement. Candidates must be under 18 and reach the 3rd layer of the spirit gathering realm. This threshold alone assured that ordinary individuals stood no chance of entering the heavenly appraisal sect. Zhou, aptitude 78, age 18, spirit gathering 3rd layer. Lu Yi, aptitude 83, age 17, spirit gathering 4th layer. Wang Xian, aptitude 79, age 18, spirit gathering 3rd layer. Li Shishir, aptitude 92, age 16, spirit gathering 6th layer. Wang Jia, aptitude 80, age 16, spirit gathering 3rd layer. As Li Muzhou soared above, he surveyed the sea of humanity in the square. This individual clearly relies on the accumulation of medicinal pills to achieve their realm. Even if they enter the outer sect, they will likely only reach the Purple Mansion realm at best. There are many like this. The one with the highest talent is that Li Shishir. She has a good chance of entering the inner sect, yet she doesn't even possess a 1st grade bloodline. Does she? Could it be that the heavens truly conspire against me? Utilizing the system's features, Li Muzhou scanned the crowd, disheartened to find that among the over 1 million seekers, only 3 possessed an aptitude above 90. He did discover one with a special bloodline, but alas, it was merely a 9th grade bloodline, leaving him greatly disappointed. Beside him, sect leader Chun Nan spoke calmly. "Muzhou, still no satisfactory disciples?" Li Muzhou replied flatly, "None." 3 years have passed. Could it be that he was truly destined to languish in idleness? Just as Li Muzhou's spirit sank, the system's voice echoed, detecting a disciple who met the criteria 3,000 miles away and was currently in peril. The host is urged to proceed. Swiftly coordinates are as follows. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou's eyes lit up. Chapter 2. The First Disciple, the Divine Maiden Gu Qinghan. Alas, since it is so, I shall not press further. There is something I wish to convey to you. The sect leader, Chun Nan gently patted Li Muzhou's shoulder, his tone earnest and profound. Despite his status as the sect leader, he treated Li Muzhou with the utmost courtesy. From the moment Li Muzhou entered the sect via the grand selection, he soared to great heights. His speed of breakthroughs astonishing the entire sect to prevent any leaks that might attract the envy of powerful sects. He had collaborated with the Grand Elder to seal all information, but it was unclear what had transpired with Li Muzhou over the years. He appeared melancholic and had even ceased his cultivation. Nevertheless, the sect leader remained polite, reflecting the significance of Li Muzhou to the Tianjian Sect. Several millennia ago, the Tianjian Sect was a renowned first-class sect in the Lingshao realm, having once produced a peak realm powerhouse. However, it fell into decline due to a catastrophic disaster, yet it still reigns as the dominant force in the region of the Southern Zhao Kingdom. With a rush before Chun Nan could finish his sentence, Li Muzhou, filled with excitement, soared into the sky, the sound of explosive air akin to that of a fighter jet resonating through the atmosphere. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. Do you need assistance?" Chun Nan, momentarily bewildered, had never seen Li Muzhou so animated before. "No need." Moments later, as Li Muzhou's figure faded into the horizon, his soothing voice lingered in the air. "What on earth is he up to?" Chun Nan was left in a fog and decided to leave the clouds. It seemed that this selection had yielded no disciples worthy of his attention. What a terrifying sense of oppression. Could that speed of flight belong to a realm of divine transcendence? It must be. Our family's strongest ancestor is only at the 5th level of the divine pill realm. Far from such a grand display. I've long heard of the 3 powerhouses of the Tianjian Sect in the realm of divine transcendence. I wonder which one just flew past. In the sect's plaza, a multitude of young individuals were startled by the deafening explosive sound, their mouths agape. For them, joining the Tianjian Sect would be an immense fortune, and if they were fortunate enough to be taken under the wing of a powerhouse in the realm of divine transcendence, it would elevate their entire family. The Tianjian Sect was situated in a remote area, surrounded by vast primordial forests teeming with ferocious beasts. This moment, within a forest 30,000 miles east of the Tianjian Sect, a young girl in a light blue dress displayed an expression of utmost terror. Who would have thought that our trio of the Snow Wolf tribe would encounter such a stunning beauty? 3 hulking brutes surrounded the girl in a triangular formation, while the dozen or so guards tasked with protecting her had already met a gruesome fate at the hands of the 3 thugs, leaving only one bloodied elder who was desperately resisting. "What do you want from us?" The girl trembled. Her guards were all at the 8th level of spirit gathering, yet they had been effortlessly slaughtered by these 3 villains, indicating that the Snow Wolf tribe trio were at least at the Purple Mansion realm. Jiu Qinghan, the eldest daughter of the Gu family from Jiu City in the Fengma province of Southern Zhao, had come bearing the weight of her family's mission, with the sole purpose of participating in the Tianjian Sect's grand selection. There were originally 6 prominent families in Jiu City, and, among them, the Su family had always been rivals of the Gu family. Last year, the Su family's eldest son, Su Mo, had joined the infamous Insha Valley and had become a true disciple of that sect. Since then, the Su family had rapidly expanded their influence, devouring 2 other families and temporarily positioning themselves as the most powerful family in Jiu City, subsequently turning their sights on the original foremost family, the Gu family. In April of this year, the Su family even sent word that upon Su Mo's return on the 6th day of the 6th month, they intended to take Gu Qinghan as a concubine, or else they would annihilate the Gu family. The Insha Valley was notorious for its sinister practices, particularly in regards to alchemical furnaces and dual cultivation methods. For Gu Qinghan to be wed to Su Mo would be akin to walking into a tiger's den, with no hope of return. Furthermore, the Su family's ambitions to absorb the other families in Jiu City were glaringly obvious, leaving the Gu family with no choice but to resist. Yet for the Gu family, the Insha Valley was a behemoth of power, with rumors suggesting that its leader was a powerhouse at the 1st level of the divine transcendence realm, and there were more than a dozen elders at the 7th or 8th levels of the diamond realm. Their strongest member was merely at the 7th level of the divine pill realm. Even if the Gu family sought assistance from the Southern Zhao Kingdom, the kingdom would be unwilling to intervene for such a small family. and the cost would be beyond their means. After deliberation within the family, the best solution was for Gu Qinghan to attempt to join the Tianjian Sect. That, of course, Gu Qinghan's talents were considered exceptional in the eyes of ordinary people. Yet on the larger stage beyond the U.S. city, she was not outstanding. 19 years of age, she was at the 7th level of spirit gathering, which seemed commendable, but the entrance requirement for the Tianjian Sect was 18. Originally, Gu Qinghan could have arrived at the Tianjian Sect 3 days prior, but by unfortunate coincidence, she had taken a wrong turn. The nearby forest was filled with numerous hills, and aside from various ferocious beasts, there were also lawless rogues and wandering cultivators. The Snow Wolf tribe brothers were notoriously infamous within 1,000 miles of the area. They had committed crimes in a small town and were pursued by the southern Zhao kingdom. Subsequently retreating into the Great Mountains, they only occasionally moved through the nearby lawless city of Haifeng when they fortuitously crossed paths with a hurried Gu Qinghan. What do we want? Naturally, we want to make you feel ecstatic. Brother, stop rambling. This girl looks exceptionally enticing. She's even more beautiful than the courtesans I've seen at the Yinyu Tower in Haifeng City. Now let's take her back and enjoy her. Impudence, the bloodied elder released his aura, shouting, "Miss, run! Hurry to the Tianjian Sect. You old fool, do you think you can stand in our way?" The leader of the Snow Wolf tribe kicked the elder in the chest, causing several of his ribs to snap. Tears streamed down Gu Qinghan's face as she cried out, "Lu Ma! Lu Ma!" At the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm was not only Gu Qinghan's protector, but also her wet nurse. Seeing Lu Ma in peril tore at Gu Qinghan's heart. "Run!" Lu Ma bit her tongue, preparing to burn her essence to fight the Snow Wolf tribe brothers to the death. Jiu Qinghan, tears flowing freely, took one last look at Lu Ma before turning to flee. "Where do you think you're going, little girl? Come back and be our plaything." Huh. The Snow Wolf tribe brothers acted in unison, instantly sending Lu Ma flying. Appearing like phantoms before Gu Qinghan, their monstrous hands reaching for her skirt. Gu Qinghan was engulfed in despair. She struck her chest, vowing that even in death, she would not allow these 3 brutes to benefit from her. "Want to die? Even if you die, we can take advantage of your hot blood. Look at this talisman." The Snow Wolf tribe brothers tossed a low-level binding talisman, and Gu Qinghan found herself utterly immobilized. "It's over. Father, mother, Qinghan has failed you. I'm so sorry." In that fleeting moment, Gu Qinghan felt a surge of spiritual energy that sent her soul trembling, a sword aura descending from the heavens. The 3 brothers of the Snow Wolf tribe were struck by the sword energy, cleaved in half. Hiss! Gu Qinghan was astonished. She swore she had never witnessed such a means of severing a head from 1,000 miles away. Who could it be that saved her? Moments later, a refined and gentle voice echoed in her ears. "Will you take me as your master?" Chapter 3. "Master, please accept this disciple's bow." Buzz. Gu Qinghan felt as though her CPU was on the verge of crashing. Not only had an extraordinary figure saved her, but he also wished to take her as a disciple. Surely, she must have misheard. The entrance requirement for the Tianjian Sect was 18, yet she had just celebrated her 19th birthday a few days prior. It was rumored that prodigies had joined the Tianjian Sect at 16, reaching the 7th or even 8th levels of spirit gathering. Could her modest talent truly attract the attention of such an extraordinary individual? This was a plot only found in theatrical tales. Surely, it had to be an illusion. She must be experiencing a delusion. Gu Qinghan remained immobilized by the low-level binding talisman. Her mind raced with thoughts. Just as Gu Qinghan's thoughts spiraled into chaos, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. A handsome young man clad in a blue robe suddenly appeared before her. So beautiful. Even though Gu Qinghan possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms and had encountered countless stunning individuals, she found herself momentarily mesmerized upon seeing Li Muzhou. Indeed, Li Muzhou exuded an exquisite beauty. It was not the effeminate kind, but rather a harmonious blend of yin and yang. Each of his features appeared ordinary when viewed in isolation. Yet together they formed an extraordinarily pleasing visage. The unity of heaven and earth, pure and unblemished, emanated a unique fragrance, an attribute of the divine pill realm. However, her own family also boasted divine pill realm powerhouses. Yet she had never encountered anyone whose scent could bring about such tranquility as Li Muzhou's. No, he is not at the divine pill realm. The preceding explosive sound far exceeded that realm. Moreover, the ability to sever a head from 1,000 miles away with merely a thread of sword energy was beyond the capabilities of the divine pill realm, not even achievable by those of the 9th level. Could it be the diamond realm? Or even the realm of divine transcendence? Impossible. He appeared to be only a few years older than herself. Should an ancient creature employ the means of preserving youth to maintain a youthful appearance, yet exude an aura that is distinctly ancient? One cannot help but observe Li Muzhou's Taoist robe, devoid of any embellishment, making it impossible to discern his origins. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts sprang forth in Gu Qinghan's mind. However, the sight of such a youthful figure in the realm of divine wandering truly startled her. But at the same time that Gu Qinghan was scrutinizing Li Muzhou, he too was observing her. Name: Gu Qinghan. Age: 19. Realm: 7th level of spirit gathering technique. Ancestral technique of the Gu family. Yellow grade. Middle tier. Bloodline. 1st grade Ice Soul Sword Body. Inactive. Future Empress note: the Ice Soul Sword Body is a paragon among 1st grade sword bodies, requiring the activation by an Ice Essence Snow Lotus, fulfilling the criteria for accepting disciples. Gu Qinghan's favorability. 10. What a remarkable daughter of heaven she is. Her figure is tall and curvaceous, her beauty far surpassing that of contemporary flower actresses, embodying the essence of a top-tier, aloof elegance. This talent is indeed extraordinary. It is no wonder that she has only reached the 7th level of spirit gathering at the age of 19. If activated, she could likely transcend into the realm of divine wandering at this very moment. Having such a female disciple seems quite appealing, does it not? Without his own system analysis, even if Gu Qinghan were to participate in the sect's grand selection, he might have overlooked her. I almost forgot. You have been ensnared by a binding talisman. Noticing Gu Qinghan's stunned silence, Li Muzhou offered a gentle smile and reached out to lightly brush her forehead. The moment he acted, he inflicted further damage upon his meridians, reducing his lifespan by several months. However, releasing such a binding talisman could be accomplished solely through his own qi. The instant the binding talisman was dispelled, Gu Qinghan hurriedly bowed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving my life. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Surely, she must have misheard. How could such a young prodigy possibly take her as a disciple? Yet, to be frank, Li Muzhou did evoke a sense of comfort within her. It was akin to the warmth of a March sun or the gentle breeze of September. Moreover, Li Muzhou's eyes, as bright and clear as black gemstones, were the purest she had ever encountered, devoid of any distractions. Any man who laid eyes on her could not escape harboring ulterior motives, including certain elders within her family. He was undoubtedly an otherworldly figure. If possible, serving this esteemed senior as a maid would suffice. Perhaps it could aid her in overcoming her family's crisis, and even if she had to sacrifice something in return, it would be worth it. My name is Li Muzhou. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Li Muzhou calmly inquired while holding Gu Qinghan's arms. Seniorly, what did you say? Do you truly wish to accept Qinghan as your disciple? Gu Qinghan paused, raising her gaze to meet Li Muzhou's. He revealed a row of pristine white teeth, affirming her thoughts. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon Li Muzhou's handsome features, leaving Gu Qinghan momentarily in trance. In a fleeting moment, Gu Qinghan lowered her head, wondering if the senior was mocking her. If the esteemed senior had any thoughts, he should express them openly. After all, he had saved her life, and she was not one to be ungrateful. The initial favorability she felt was gradually diminishing. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. At 19, reaching the 7th level of spirit gathering, it would already be commendable to enter the Purple Mansion by the age of 30. Such talent, while exceptional in the small locale of Jiu City, was commonplace elsewhere. In this world, there is no love without reason. Gu Qinghan understood this well. Perhaps this esteemed senior was merely drawn to her exterior. Upon hearing her thoughts, Li Muzhou felt a twinge of displeasure. Did she take him for a rogue? Gu Qinghan's favorability-5, that with her mind tainted by doubt, it was essential to win her heart completely to succeed in accepting her as a disciple. Otherwise, the task would be rendered void. After receiving the system's prompt, Li Muzhou spoke calmly. Qinghan, you possess the innate ice soul sword body. If I, Li Muzhou, am unable to teach you, then who in this world could? My sudden whim led me to believe that we are destined to be master and disciple, and thus I came to seek you in your time of peril. De Bonthji, Yu Qinghan's mind exploded with realization. She possessed a unique bloodline, the innate ice soul sword body. She had perused ancient texts in her family's library and was aware that a select few individuals are born with special bloodlines. Moreover, throughout the illustrious history of Lingshao realm, renowned powerful figures were invariably those endowed with extraordinary bloodlines. Although she was unfamiliar with the specifics of the ice soul sword body, it certainly sounded impressive. Had she misjudged this esteemed senior? He had traveled great distances to save her, and she had harbored such unworthy thoughts. Gu Qinghan's favorability, 10 Master. Please accept my bow of respect. Tears glimmered in Gu Qinghan's autumn-like eyes as she bowed deeply before Li Muzhou 3 times. Li Muzhou accepted her gesture with grace, for the system required sincere acknowledgement of the master-disciple bond. Any misstep could cost him his life. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a disciple with a first-grade bloodline. Main task completed. Would you like to receive the reward? Repairing the bloodline, a chaotic grade sword body. He had waited far too long for this. Chapter 4. My Tianjian Sect does not require your kind of trash. Not accepting. The system was his greatest secret. Li Muzhou had no intention of claiming the reward, just why it was better to wait until he returned to the sect. 3 years had passed, and he was not concerned about waiting a few more days. Rise. After helping Gu Qinghan to her feet, Li Muzhou pointed to the unconscious Lu Ma on the ground and asked, "Is that your servant?" Upon hearing that Lu Ma was still alive, Gu Qinghan immediately grasped Li Muzhou's hand, pleading, "Master, please save Lu Ma. A trivial matter, we shall return first." With a wave of his grand sleeve, a tempest arose, enveloping Lu Ma and Gu Qinghan as they soared into the sky. The sect? Master, you are? I am an elder of Tianjian Sect. Gasp. Gu Qinghan was left speechless. She should have deduced it long ago. There were rumors of 3 divine wanderers within Tianjian Sect, and aside from the sect leader and the Grand Elder, there was one exceedingly mysterious elder. It was said that this enigmatic elder had not taken a disciple in 3 years. Instead, sending out people to seek out prodigies with special bloodlines, he had visited Gus City several times. To her astonishment, her master, Li Muzhou, was indeed that mysterious elder. Give this pill to your nursemaid. The remaining pills are for you. Li Muzhou casually retrieved a jade bottle from his storage ring, filled with 5th-grade healing pills, the Xianwang rejuvenation pills. Gu Qinghan. She felt as though she had stepped from the countryside into the city. 5th-grade healing pills could fetch exorbitant prices in Gus City, yet her master casually bestowed upon her an entire bottle as if they were mere cabbages. She quickly placed one of the pills into the mouth of the unconscious Lu Ma, and in an instant, Lu Ma awoke. Upon realizing that the person before her was the mysterious elder of Tianjian Sect, and that Gu Qinghan was now accepted as his disciple, Lu Ma knelt and bowed in gratitude. Gu Qinghan's favorability 5 that after hearing the system's prompt, Li Muzhou produced several more bottles of pills. These top-grade spirit-gathering pills are for you as well. From now on, I will cover all your cultivation supplies. Gu Qinghan's favorability 5. Master. You are so generous to Qinghan. Gu Qinghan's heart raced with excitement. That it was no wonder that Tianjian Sect was a dominant force in Nanzhao Kingdom. The most common were yellow-grade spirit-gathering pills. Yet her master casually gifted her several vials of precious top-grade spirit-gathering pills. While her Gu family was not insignificant, they would not dare to be this extravagant. What is this? I have already informed the sect elders. Once we return to the sect, you will go to the Ascension platform to receive your disciple's Jade token, and then come to Tianzhu Peak to find me. Yes, master, not in my presence. There is no need for you to be so formal. I am not an ancient monster. As Li Muzhou spoke, he produced a gourd and took several hearty swigs of strong liquor. The alcohol warmed his throat, lifting his spirits. Today, having accepted a disciple, he was destined to soar to great heights. Standing proudly at the pinnacle, indeed, Ji Qinghan smiled brightly, instantly overshadowing the beauty of all others. Li Muzhou shook his head and soon returned to the grand Tianjian Sect, gazing at the island supported by cloud shields and the expansive plaza. Gu Qinghan was left in awe, her mouth agape. Tianjian Sect was indeed a first-rate sect from tens of thousands of years ago. Even in its decline, it was incomparable to those second-rate or third-rate sections. After placing Gu Qinghan upon the ascension platform, Li Muzhou hurried back to Tianzhu Peak, eager to claim his reward. The preliminary round of the sect's grand selection had concluded, leaving only a few 100,000 from the initial million participants on the ascension platform. In Tianjian Sect, accepting disciples not only required consideration of talent, but also character and family background. The three names just announced could proceed directly to the inner sect. Next, I will read the names of those who may become outer sect disciples. Sun Deng from Heshan City, Lu Yi from Huaitong City, Zhou Hu from GUS City. As the elder called out each name, those selected burst into tears of joy, as if they had won the lottery. From an initial million, only a few tens of thousands remained, making it a daunting task to further select just 1,000. Those who were not called wore expressions of despair, tormented by their disappointment. Before long, the elder had read through all the names. Zhou Hu. Gu Qinghan's expression turned peculiar upon hearing the name. Could it be that Zhou Hu, the eldest son of the Zhou family from GUS City? At the age of 18, the cultivation of the triple spirit gathering largely relies on an extensive accumulation of medicinal materials, and he is notoriously known as a debauched scion. Can he truly succeed? Ah, Gu Qinghan? In an instant, a frivolous voice drifted into Gu Qinghan's ears. Zhou Hu, with a belly reminiscent of a general, leered at Gu Qinghan's graceful figure and continued, "Have you come to participate in the grand selection as well?" She replied, "Congratulations." Gu Qinghan cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Hu and spoke indifferently. Over the past year, the Su family had dominated the city of Jiyue, while the Zhou family, once one of the 6 great clans, had long since become the Su family's lackey. Haha, Lady Qinghan remains as unapproachable as ever. Now that the grand selection has concluded, you were not chosen, were you? Ha! Whether I was chosen or not is of no concern to you. Gu Qinghan, do not feign ignorance with me. I have already become a disciple of the Tianjian Sect, and even Su Mo of the Su family must give me some face. You wouldn't want to be treated as a mere furnace. Would you? With a shift in tone, Zhou Hu continued in a hushed voice, "To be frank, my Zhou family has a distant connection with an elder of the Tianjian Sect, due to a past romantic affair with one of my aunts. Should I leverage this connection, not only can your Gu family be preserved, but even the sinister forces behind the Su family would not dare to challenge the Tianjian Sect." Zhou Hu's intentions were crystal clear: to claim Gu Qinghan for himself. Renowned as the most beautiful woman in GUS City, her ethereal beauty could rival any in the outside world. In the realm of cultivation, one's background and strength were paramount. Beauty was merely an accessory to the powerful. In truth, the Zhou family's relationship with the young elder of the Tianjian Sword Sect was rather tenuous, a remnant of events from 8 centuries ago. The Zhou family had refrained from utilizing this connection to ensure that future generations would have a chance to enter the Tianjian Sect. As for Zhou Hu's claims of aiding the Su family, they were nothing but absurd. His favor with the Tianjian Sect had already been exhausted, and his aim was solely to use his connection to possess Gu Qinghan. Oh, a look of disdain flickered in Gu Qinghan's eyes. "Then I truly thank you." Gu Qinghan, don't you dare act so high and mighty." Zhou Hu, infuriated by Gu Qinghan's disdainful and mocking gaze, erupted in anger. Just as Zhou Hu was about to continue his tirade, several elders suddenly appeared before Gu Qinghan and Zhou Hu, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Among them was a young elder connected to the Zhou family. The leading elder, responsible for imparting teachings, politely inquired, "Might you be Miss Gu Qinghan? We have been sent to welcome you." Gu Qinghan acknowledged with a sound, producing the token that Li Muzhou had just given her, a sword-shaped jade pendant. The elders promptly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the holy maiden." Zhou Hu. The sudden turn of events left Zhou Hu utterly dumbfounded. Sent to welcome? Holy Maiden? What is happening? The Holy Maiden and Holy Son are ranks above core disciples, directly under the sect master or the grand elders, right? As for that mysterious elder of equal standing with the sect master, I have never heard of any disciples. Zhou Hu sneered, Elder, she's actually the Holy Maiden? Just because she is good-looking? You wretch! How dare you disrespect the Holy Maiden? Get lost! The imparting elder turned to Zhou Hu, and the terrifying pressure of the King Kong realm caused Zhou Hu to collapse to the ground. Struggling to breathe. Chapter 5. Awakening the Chaos Level, Z-Way, Sword Body. Get lost? Zhou Hu panicked. Under the Tianjian Sect, his family had not only leveraged that connection, but also expended a considerable price. After all the effort to soar into a life of privilege, how could he possibly retreat? As an outer disciple of the Tianjian Sect, he was a lord in the outside world. How could Gu Qinghan, that little vixen, directly become the sect's Holy Maiden? Impossible. How could Gu Qinghan be the Holy Maiden? Esteemed elders, you must be mistaken. Elder son, please speak up. You must have made an error, right? Zhou Hu, in a flurry, crawled to the feet of a young elder, pleading for mercy. Elder son's face darkened. Wretch, are you trying to kill me? The imparting elder glared at elder son. What is the meaning of this, elder son? This, elder son's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he stammered. Imparting elder, I was wrong, I was blind. It was my greed that led to this. This lad-ass family had a woman who once had an affair with me. Elder son, merely at the 9th level of the divine pill realm, was an ordinary elder, while the imparting elder was at the 7th level of the King Kong realm. Even 10 of elder son would not dare to offend him. Are you trying to undermine the rules of our sect? The imparting elder continued. How will you bear the wrath of Elder Muzhou for frightening the Holy Maiden? I dare not. I dare not. I shall never do so again. I willingly offer myself for confinement in the Bitterheart Cliff for 300 years. Wretch, begone. Elder son gritted his teeth, waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept Zhou Hu and his lackeys off the ascension platform in an instant. Such matters had occurred in previous years. Each elder would use their connections to secure a disciple in the outer sect, but it was merely a matter of entry into the outer sect, with no special treatment expected. However, Zhou Hu had the misfortune to offend the Holy Maiden, nearly jeopardizing his own future. The imparting elder then courteously addressed Gu Qinghan. Holy Maiden, please follow me. We will handle your formalities. All right. Gu Qinghan was taken aback, realizing the immense status her master held within the Tianjian Sect. For being a mere girl of an obscure family in an insignificant city, she had suddenly become the sect's Holy Maiden. A transformation so profound that it would take her a considerable time to adjust. Holy Maiden, that individual, just now, was actually the Holy Maiden? My heavens, has she entered under the sect master? I have no idea. If not the sect master, there must be a grand elder, or even that most enigmatic elder in the divine travel realm. I envy her so much. What extraordinary luck has she stumbled upon? On the ascension platform, countless disciples gazed enviously at Gu Qinghan's retreating figure, their faces turning purple with jealousy. Puffed. Gu Qinghan, you vile creature, I shall never rest until you are dead. Outside the gates of the Tianjian Sect, Zhou Hu and his lackeys were swept to the ground by the fierce wind. Zhou Hu, in a fit of rage, spewed a mouthful of blood and fainted. Quick, take young master back. Seal off news of Gu Qinghan. Young master Su will deal with her. Yes, we must avenge this grievance. It is not the conduct of a gentleman to let it go. Zhou Hu's companions hoisted him away in haste, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would lead to their demise. Meanwhile, within the Tianjian Sect, word of Li Muzhou taking on a disciple spread, causing a stir. The sect master, Chen Nan, personally took action, observing Gu Qinghan from the clouds. He was well aware of Li Muzhou's efforts over the years to find a disciple among a million, eager to see what kind of disciple he had acquired. Even the Grand Elder, who had been in seclusion for many years, was stirred from his retreat to witness the event. However, upon seeing Gu Qinghan, both were left dumbfounded. She appeared utterly ordinary, with no remarkable traits. Could it be her beauty? To be fair, Gu Qinghan's looks were indeed exceptional, but if Li Muzhou sought such a beauty, it would not be a difficult task. How peculiar! Let us return. Muzhou has always been mysterious. We should not interfere. In a few days, I will mention that matter to him, so he can prepare. Indeed, the Feishua's secret realm is of great significance. After a brief exchange, Chun Nan and the Grand Elder parted ways at Tianzhu Peak. A voice echoed, "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Bloodline restoration in progress. Splendid." For the past few years, Li Muzhou had felt as though he were in a stupor. His meridians damaged and his state akin to being intoxicated, leaving him utterly discomfort. However, now that the system began to repair him, he felt rejuvenated. This was a moment he had long awaited. "Congratulations, host. Awakening the Chaos level, Z-Way, Sword Body, Chaos level. 5th rank. Note, Chaos level bloodlines transcend 1st rank, Super rank, and Immortal rank, with a cultivation difficulty 1,000 times that of 1st rank bloodlines, and a total magical power also 1,000 times greater." The state of bloodline restoration lasted merely 10 breaths, after which Li Muzhou felt an unfathomable surge of vitality, more immense than that of prehistoric beast. This truly the Chaos level, Z-Way, Sword Body. A 5th rank Chaos body is so incredibly formidable. I feel as though I could contend even with someone at the 4th level of the Divine Travel Realm. To transcend 3 realms in battle was an unfathomable feat throughout the Lingxiao realm. Yet, the difficulty of cultivation, upon reading the system's description, Li Muzhou was left in disbelief. Does this mean that if a 1st rank bloodline breaks through to the 1st level of divine travel in a year, I would require 10,000 years? No. I don't even need to cultivate. I just need to take on disciples. The stronger my disciples, the stronger I become. It's like exploiting a bug. Li Muzhou slapped his forehead, suddenly comprehending the underlying principle. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient divine weapon, the De Luo Holy Sword." With a clang, a sword of exceedingly ancient design appeared before Li Muzhou. So heavy. It would take some time to refine this ancient holy sword. As Li Muzhou grasped the De Luo Holy Sword, he felt his arms grow weary. After all, he was in the divine travel realm, wasn't he? Not to mention the ability to move mountains and fill seas with a mere gesture. Yet lifting a great mountain seems to elicit a sense of fatigue in his arms. With a thought, Li Muzhou swiftly stored the De Luo sword embryo into his spiritual platform. Treasures are categorized by the realms of heaven and earth, with most below the diamond realm being of the Xian grade, while those above the heavenly grade are classified as celestial spirit treasures, Xian Tian spirit treasures, and a legendary immortal artifacts. Sacred artifacts are but a legend unto themselves. Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted a disciple, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, and have obtained the Chaos level technique, the Chaos Returning to Origin Dao Sutra, with automatic comprehension. Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted a disciple, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, and have obtained the Chaos level secret tome, the Boundless Sword Sutra, with automatic comprehension. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a disciple-exclusive technique, the Ice-Sealing Profound Cold Sutra, with automatic comprehension. Impressive indeed. Does the system also possess critical hit attributes? In an instant, Li Muzhou felt an influx of countless years of cultivation experience flooding his mind. His understanding of the Chaos Returning to Origin Dao Sutra and the Ice-Sealing Profound Cold Sutra reached a level that surpassed ordinary comprehension. Alas, it is exceedingly challenging to elevate one's realm through personal cultivation alone. Side Quest 1. Instruct Gu Qinghan to break through to the Purple Palace realm. Reward: 7th grade True Intent. Side Quest 2. Teach Gu Qinghan the first layer of the Ice-Sealing Profound Cold Sutra. Reward: elevate the host's realm by 2 levels. Side Quest 3. Assist Gu Qinghan in awakening a 1st grade bloodline. Reward: elevate by 1 level. I wonder if Qinghan has completed her formalities? The elder in charge of passing down teachings has always been meticulous. If he fails at such a trivial matter, he ought to seek another line of work. Currently, Qinghan is at the 7th level of spirit gathering, and although her bloodline has not fully awakened, accomplishing the first side quest should be effortless. The second task will also be simple under my guidance. As for the third task, it requires some fortuitous circumstances. Qinghan seeks an audience with her master. Just as he pondered, a celestial voice resonated from outside the Chengxian Palace. Chapter 6. 7th grade True Intent. A surge in power. Saintess Qing Han, I shall not disturb you any longer." Outside the hall, the elder in charge of passing down teachings and his entourage hastily took their leave after escorting Gu Qinghan. "Thank you, Elder. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Serving the Saintess is our honor, and we hope that Saintess Qinghan will speak highly of Elder Muzhou." Although the elder holds a prestigious position, he has lingered at the 7th level of the Diamond Realm for quite some time. If Li Muzhou could offer him some guidance, it would undoubtedly benefit him immensely. However, Li Muzhou is known for his eccentricity, rarely conversing with anyone apart from the sect leader and the Grand Elder. And he does not dare linger at Tianzhu Peak. All right, the Jiyu Qinghan nodded, her admiration for Li Muzhou increasing yet again. An elder of the Diamond Realm would be a formidable figure in their GUS city. Yet here he was, so courteous before her. This is indeed a testament to her master's influence. After a moment, Gu Qinghan took a deep breath and respectfully addressed the Chengxian Palace. Qinghan seeks an audience with her master. Enter. With a creak, the towering doors swung open automatically. Once Gu Qinghan stepped inside, the doors slammed shut behind her. "Have you completed the formalities?" Yes, the elders were quite courteous to Qinghan. "Did they ask you to speak favorably of me?" "Master, you truly possess foresight. Those old fellows have no real potential. Their lives will remain as they are. Now, I shall impart upon you the cultivation technique." With a swift motion, Li Muzhou appeared before Gu Qinghan like a specter, his finger gently pressing against her forehead. Golden light swirled around his fingertip as the entirety of the ice-sealing profound cold sutra was directly infused into Gu Qinghan's consciousness. "Master, my head is spinning. What level is this technique?" Gu Qinghan felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge, extending to over 100,000 words, leaving her utterly astounded. Their family's ancestral technique was merely of the yellow grade, consisting of a few thousand words. Could it be a heavenly grade technique? In the Lingxiao realm, techniques are generally categorized as heaven, earth, xian, and yellow, each divided into top, middle, and lower grades. Anything surpassing heavenly grade is classified as sacred level, which he had only heard about in legends, with no one having ever seen one. Techniques that directly lead to the immortal path are even more unheard of. Li Muzhou lightly brushed Gu Qinghan's delicate nose and teased. "What do you think? Could it be?" Gu Qinghan's throat fell dry. "Heavenly grade, heavenly grade. Hee, the technique I impart to you is tailored specifically for you. Do not be misled by mere heavenly grade. Even the legendary sacred level techniques pale in comparison." "Ah, I'm feeling dizzy." Gu Qinghan sensed her mind was about to short-circuit, her legs growing weak as she fainted into Li Muzhou's embrace. "Qinghan, are you all right?" Li Muzhou held Gu Qinghan, a peculiar expression on his face. "Master, I am fine." Gu Qinghan's face flushed crimson, her heart racing like a startled deer as she hurriedly distanced herself from Li Muzhou. It was hardly surprising for Gu Qinghan to react so strongly. If this news were spread, it would surely shock a multitude. The cultivation technique she practiced surpassed even the sacred level. Such a formidable art would likely incite fierce competition among the powerful figures of the Lingxiao realm. "You need not be so astonished," Li Muzhou said calmly. "This technique is one that only you can cultivate, and even if you wish to speak of it, you could not." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan was taken aback. Just as Li Muzhou had mentioned, despite the vivid imagery in her mind, she found herself unable to articulate it. The rewards from the system are indeed extraordinary. With a smile, Li Muzhou regarded Gu Qinghan. "Now, I shall impart the essentials of the first layer." After a full hour, having consumed 2 pots of tea, Li Muzhou thoroughly explained the numerous key points of the first layer of cultivation to Gu Qinghan. She did not disappoint him, her memory sharp as she committed everything to heart. Subsequently, Gu Qinghan chose the room closest to Li Muzhou's palace as a residence. "Mother Lu, my master is truly considerate." Gu Qinghan surveyed the well-furnished room, complete with decorations, and even 2 inner sect female disciples of the Purple Palace realm serving as her maids, feeling deeply touched. Gu Qinghan's favorability 5. Miss, if the master of the house were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. "You should focus on your cultivation. Did not Daoistly mention that you should swiftly succeed in the first layer?" "Yes, I am aware that I will certainly not let my master down." 20 days later, truly, it is a sacred level technique. How astonishingly rapid! Gu Qinghan's eyes, akin to autumn waters, sparkled with disbelief as she realized that within merely 20 days, her realm had skyrocketed from the 7th level of spirit gathering to the 2nd level of the Purple Palace realm. With a graceful flick of her slender fingers, strands of frost began to coalesce in the air. The outward release of spiritual energy is also one of the hallmarks of the Purple Palace realm. Of course, the rapid elevation of her realm was also due to her consumption of heavenly grade spirit gathering pills like they were mere beans that I feel utterly confused regarding the 2nd layer. Additionally, she needed to request a leave of absence from her master, having been away for quite some time and having lost her communication jade slip on the journey. Family matters also required her attention. I must see my master first. Just as Gu Qinghan leapt from her bed, she felt a sticky sensation on her body. After transitioning from the spirit-gathering realm to the Purple Palace realm, akin to foundational establishment, it was natural to expel much filth. Only upon reaching the divine pill realm could one be entirely untainted, emanating a fragrant aura. After a refreshing bath, Gu Qinghan donned an ice-blue long dress and tidied her appearance before heading to meet Li Muzhou. Tianjian Palace. Congratulations, host. You have completed side quest 1. Reward, 7th grade Ice True Intent. This girl is impressively swift, as expected of the 7th grade True Intent. If an opponent of the same rank enters my True Intent's coverage, they will lose their ability to ACT. Li Muzhou emerged from his meditation. With a thought, a chilling aura of terrifying ice true intent enveloped the entire Tianjian Palace, as if even time itself could be frozen. Previously, Li Muzhou had only grasped the embryonic form of true intent. Looking across all sects within the Nanzhao Kingdom, only a few had comprehended the embryonic form of true intent, yet none had attained a graded true intent. Now, with the enhancement of Ice True Intent, Li Muzhou felt capable of defeating a 5th-level Divine Wanderer with his 1st-level Divine Wanderer power. Congratulations, host! You have completed side quest 2, elevating your realm by 2 levels. So soon. In an instant, Li Muzhou felt a surge of magical power within him, his realm elevating to the 3rd level of the Divine Wanderer realm that at this point, in terms of sheer strength on paper. He stood on par with the sect leader, Chun Nan, marking him as a T0-level existence within the entire Nanzhao Kingdom. Main quest released. Accept a disciple with a superior 1st-grade bloodline. Reward, mysterious gift. Li Muzhou, superior 1st grade. Are you jesting? Upon hearing the main quest, Li Muzhou could not help but grumble. It had taken him 3 years just to find Gu Qinghan. Where on earth would he locate a disciple with a superior 1st-grade bloodline? Outside Tianjian Palace, Gu Qinghan respectfully announced, Master, Qinghan seeks an audience. Chapter 7. Mere Insha Valley. I shall accompany you. Meanwhile, in the Feng Mo province, GUS City, the Gu family. For these past few days, the Gu family, comprising over 300 souls, have been shrouded in an ominous cloud. The reason is simple. The 6th day of the 6th month was fast approaching. Once Su Mo of the Su family returned, if they did not surrender Gu Qinghan, the Gu family would face annihilation. Yet, the sensible members of the Gu family clearly understood that even if they surrendered Gu Qinghan, would their safety be guaranteed? The answer is a resounding no. Moreover, in recent days, a more distressing piece of news has emerged. Su Mo, the legitimate eldest son of the Su family, has seen his status within the Insha Valley soar, demonstrating an extraordinary talent for mastering the valley's esoteric techniques. He has ascended to the rank of the foremost direct disciple, rendering him the most coveted figure in the Insha Valley. This signifies that a plethora of resources will be directed towards Su Mo, consequently amplifying his influence and authority. Just a few days ago, upon the announcement of this news, 2 additional families, aside from the Zhou family, voluntarily pledged allegiance to the Su family. Now, among the 4 great families of GUS City, only the Gu family stands alone and vulnerable. The grand elder of the Gu family turned to Gu Yun and inquired, Patriarch, have we received any correspondence from the Jiang family in Heshan City? The Jiang family of Heshan City is the undisputed sovereign of that region, with connections to the royal family of the Nanzhao Kingdom. Furthermore, centuries ago, when the Gu family was at its zenith, the Jiang family owed them a significant debt of gratitude. An elder of the Gu family had once saved the life of the Jiang family's then current patriarch while searching for treasures. Hence, the Jiang family is among the reinforcements the Gu family has solicited this time. In the past, there had even been a marriage alliance between the Jiang and Gu families, the bride from that union being the great-grandfather of Gu Qinghan. Sighing, Gu Yun glanced at the message within the jade slip, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon learning of the Su family's backing from the Yinsha Valley, the Jiang family merely stated they would send someone on the 6th of June. Without making any further commitments, the Jiang family is utterly fickle. Indeed, had it not been for our Gu family's elders saving their patriarch back then, would the Jiang family still exist today? All this talk is futile. Although a woman from the Jiang family has married into the royal family, the Yinsha Valley is still a formidable entity for them. In times of great peril, each seeks their own escape. The mere fact that the Jiang family is sending someone is already a considerable concession, especially since our family lacks a prodigy. The expressions of the Gu family's elders were decidedly grim. Yet they understood that berating the Jiang family would lead to no fruitful outcome. That it is true that the woman from the Jiang family married into the royal family, but she is merely a consort to a less favored prince. And they lack the leverage to expend considerable effort in soliciting powerful figures from the royal court through him. This moment, a sliver of hope remained in their hearts. The one who had departed for the Tianjian Sect a month prior. Gu Qinghan. Although the Yinsha Valley is strong, it pales in comparison to the Tianjian Sect. Should Gu Qinghan successfully enter the Tianjian Sect, all their challenges would be resolved. However, so many days have passed without a single word from her. The Grand Elder looked at Gu Yun and asked, "Patriarch, is there still no news from Qinghan?" Sighing heavily, Gu Yun replied, "Not only has Qinghan failed to respond, but all the life tokens of the 10 or so guards who accompanied her have shattered. Fortunately, Qinghan's token remains intact." Upon hearing this, everyone turned ashen. The path to the Tianjian Sect is fraught with peril, yet the greater challenge lies in whether one can gain entry at all. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Qinghan had lost her communication jade talisman while evading demonic beasts in the vast mountains, which is why she has yet to send any messages. Otherwise, news of her joining the Tianjian Sect would have arrived long ago. Is fate conspiring against the Gu family? At present, their only hope rests on waiting for news from Gu Qinghan. Relying on the connections and influence of the Gu family to navigate this crisis is nothing short of a pipe dream. At Tianjian Sect, at Tianzhu Peak, in the Chengxian Palace, Qinghan, splendid. 20 days prior, Gu Qinghan had arrived in a disheveled state. Yet today she appeared like a radiant lotus emerging from the water, her ice-blue gown billowing gracefully, revealing glimpses of her snow-white legs. A sight to behold from any angle. Li Muzhou regarded the elegant figure of Gu Qinghan, uncertain whether he was praising her beauty or her remarkable progress. All thanks to my master's guidance, Qinghan will surely break through to a higher realm soon. Qinghan's cheeks flushed slightly as she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile enchanting. She dared not meet Li Muzhou's gaze directly. Oh dear, what is happening to me? Why do I feel so nervous in front of my master? He is my mentor. After all, that Jiu Qinghan, you must not entertain such thoughts. Did I not say so? Li Muzhou rose and gently tapped her nose, saying, "There is no need to be so reserved. Though my realm surpasses yours, we are not so far apart in age. I am not an ancient monster." With a soft laugh, Gu Qinghan's expression turned serious. "Master, I have come today to bid you farewell." Farewell? Is there a matter at home? Although Li Muzhou had only known Gu Qinghan for a short time, he could immediately discern that she was troubled. "Master, it is as follows." Gu Qinghan swiftly recounted the events concerning Jiu City. I initially thought it was something significant. It is merely the Yinsha Valley. I have not descended the mountain in quite some time. I shall accompany you back at dawn tomorrow. Li Muzhou gently patted Gu Qinghan's shoulder, his voice warm and reassuring. "Wonderful. Master, you are truly kind to me." In her excitement, Gu Qinghan embraced Li Muzhou. She knew that if her master could accompany her home, it would be of immeasurable benefit to the entire Gu family. How formidable is the Nanzhao kingdom! The most powerful figures there are those at the divine travel realm. For the Gu family, the Yinsha Valley is a colossal entity. Yet to her master, it is inconsequential. In an instant, Li Muzhou felt a gentle weight on his chest that made it difficult to breathe. Ahem. Qinghan, I am finding it somewhat difficult to breathe. Master, I did not mean to. Qinghan, take your leave. Like a startled rabbit, Gu Qinghan released Li Muzhou and bolted away. This girl, quite the character, Li Muzhou, chuckled lightly, not taking it to heart. Having traversed this world for 3 years without truly experiencing its wonders, and now his strength having surged, it was the perfect opportunity to explore while also seeking information regarding the Ice Essence Snow Lotus. Otherwise, Gu Qinghan's future cultivation would slow considerably on another front. Upon returning to her residence, Gu Qinghan still felt her heart racing. Lu, did you speak with Senior Li? Yes, we have come to an agreement. Master will accompany me to GUS City tomorrow. Really? That is splendid. Ma Lu exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. If Senior Li travels to GUS City, the Insha Valley will indeed be nothing to fear. But miss, what is wrong? Why is your face so red? Ma Lu, please leave. I wish to be alone for a moment. What is wrong with this child? Ma Lu muttered to herself as she exited the Grand Hall. The following morning, as Gu Qinghan arrived at the Chengxian Palace courtyard, she was taken aback. What is this? Chapter 8. Cousin Gu Qingxian. While Gu Qinghan was in shock, Ma Lu exclaimed, Miss, it is the Xianfeng Qingwan. Indeed, at that moment, a stunning azure-hued divine bird was soaring above their courtyard, emitting joyous calls. The Xianfeng Qingwan is one of the more powerful types of divine birds, naturally adept at riding the winds, and possesses the strength of a 5th-tier divine pill realm beast upon maturity. Common folk would do well to steer clear of it. After a while, the Xianfeng Qingwan gracefully descended before Li Muzhou, affectionately nudging its forehead against his ankle. Master, is this Xianfeng Qingwan your mount? It is so beautiful. Your taste is indeed unparalleled. Yu Qinghan leaped to Li Muzhou's side. Every feather of the Xianfeng Qingwan was strikingly exquisite, and while she longed to touch it, she hesitated. Naturally, girls are often drawn to beautiful things, especially when it comes to T0-level demonic beasts. Not worry. Xiaofeng is quite gentle. Li Muzhou flashed a smile, revealing a row of pearly whites as his soothing voice resonated. Encouraged, Gu Qinghan mustered her courage and reached out to touch it, and indeed, the Xianfeng Qingwan nuzzled against her skirt. Discipline breeds devotion, as they say, and the Xianfeng Qingwan had once been nearly beaten half to death by Li Muzhou. You like it? I do. Then it shall be your mount from now on. With a flicker of thought, Li Muzhou implanted a soul mark into Gu Qinghan's forehead. Gu Qinghan was astonished. With a mere thought, the Xianfeng Qingwan transformed into a bracelet on her wrist. With another thought, it reappeared in the courtyard. Master, this is too precious. Gu Qinghan felt her mind nearly short-circuit. Such a rare Xianfeng Qingwan, with strength comparable to their family's mightiest elder, her master was truly extravagant. What is this, when I have the time? I shall catch a few more mounts for you to alternate between. Now, let's go. In a swift motion, Li Muzhou stood atop the expansive back of the Xianfeng Qingwan. Gu Qinghan, along with Ma Lu, also mounted the Xianfeng Qingwan, which then soared into the sky with a powerful rush, creating a resounding blast of air. Muzhou, wait. In the heavens, the lord of the Tianjian Sect descended gracefully, smiling as he remarked, Oh, the Saintess Qinghan is advancing by leaps and bounds. Elder Muzhou's discernment is indeed commendable. Upon receiving such commendation from the esteemed sect leader, a rosy hue once again graced the cheeks of Gu Qinghan, who stood behind Li Muzhou. Li Muzhou replied, Sect leader, what is the matter? The Snowfall Secret Realm is about to commence. Will you be attending? Yes. Will you be going as well? Sect leader, indeed that I shall send you a message when the time comes. Very well. With that, Li Muzhou commanded the Xianfeng Qingwan to soar into the skies. How peculiar. What is it about Gu Qinghan that is so extraordinary? Chun Nan murmured, pondering the enigma. This day, he had failed to discern any special attributes in Gu Qinghan. Yet the rapidity of her strength's ascent was nothing short of astonishing. The Tianjian Sect was located far from GUS City. Gu Qinghan had once taken a month to depart and had strayed off course, traversing the treacherous 10,000 mountains. Now, perched upon the Xianfeng Qingwan, she traversed effortlessly, marveling at the wonders of life. Master, what is the Snowfall Secret Realm? Ah, the Snowfall Secret Realm is a sanctuary left behind by a formidable half-step Inyang Mirror practitioner upon their demise. It opens once every decade. Following the fall of the Snowfall Taoist, countless powerful figures had sought the realm. Despite its numerous openings over the years, the true inheritance had yet to materialize, rendering it a tantalizing prospect for any faction within the Nanzhao Kingdom. Now, I understand that, so will you be taking me with you, Master? Absolutely. The Snowfall Secret Realm imposes no restrictions. Should you acquire the inheritance within, it would be quite remarkable, would it not? As he spoke, Li Muzhou playfully pinched Gu Qinghan's delicate face, causing her to blush even more deeply. Moments later, as Gu Qinghan gazed down from the heights, she beheld numerous skirmishes below. Bandits akin to the Snow Wolf Gang's three brothers were robbing travelers, while others vied for heavenly materials and treasures against ferocious beasts. A flicker of compassion crossed her brow. Qinghan, do not be overly sympathetic. In this world, human life is the least valuable, especially that of ordinary folk. Li Muzhou remarked, observing her expression. The Tianjian Sect is relatively fortunate. At least the surroundings are somewhat peaceful. However, the vile forces of the Insha Valley regard human lives as mere weeds, and such factions are countless. Master, I understand that Jiu Qinghan felt a surge of gratitude. 20 days prior, she had been just another ordinary person. As Li Muzhou and the others traversed the 10,000 mountains, various factions below noticed the great birds soaring overhead. What on earth is that? It is the Xian Feng Qingwan. I have yet to see one in my lifetime. Look, there are people on it. How envious. I wonder which powerful figure rides such a majestic steed. Stop staring. We will never have such a mount in our lives. That I heard there is a Xianyang fruit being auctioned in Haifeng City. We should continue our journey. Indeed, the Xianyang fruit has a chance to awaken the essence of true ice. If we were to awaken its essence, joining any sect would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, Li Muzhou overheard the discussions below and turned to Gu Qinghan. Qinghan, we shall rest in Haifeng City today. The Xianyang fruit is indeed a rarity. While the chances of awakening the true essence are slim, given your talents, it should not pose much of a challenge. Understood that Jiu Qinghan was uncertain of Li Muzhou's intentions. Yet Haifeng City was the only city near the 10,000 mountains, a chaotic area rife with rogue cultivators and lawless brutes. Previously, she had taken a wrong turn to avoid Haifeng City. But with her master by her side, it seemed less daunting. Quickly, the Xianfeng Qingwan altered its course towards Haifeng City. Abruptly, Gu Qinghan noticed a fiery-clad woman being pursued by a band of rogue cultivators in the forest below. Master, wait, that appears to be my cousin, Gu Qingqian. Lu Ma exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it is Miss Qingqian. I never imagined she was still alive. Cousin, Li Muzhou responded, immediately commanding the Xianfeng Qingwan to descend. What if Gu Qinghan's cousin possessed a special bloodline as well? Chapter 9. The Centipede Gang's leader. Curse it! I, Gu Qingqian, am truly unlucky. The dark-clad Gu Qingqian felt despair as she faced the malicious intentions of her pursuers. Even if she surrendered the ice spirit grass, they would not spare her life. Clenching her 3-foot green peak sword tightly, she glared at the 5 wicked cultivators with malevolent grins. Ji Qingqian, the eldest daughter of the Gu family's collateral branch, was 2 years older than Gu Qinghan. 3 years ago, she had ventured out in search of enlightenment and had since vanished without a trace. The Gu family had presumed her dead, unaware that she had become a disciple of the notorious exterminator, Master Feng Yamo, who had been rigorously training her for years. Recently, Master Feng had ordered her to return home for a visit, intending to seek her out in Jiuyue City afterward. However, Gu Qingqian encountered the enemies of her master while attempting to procure the ice spirit grass in the 10,000 mountains. Little girl, your master, the exterminator, has slain many of our centipede gang brothers. It seems fate has brought you to us today. If you kneel and serve us well, we might spare your life. Humph. Knowing my master is the exterminator. Are you not afraid of death? Ha! Our leader has already broken through to the Diamond Realm. We fear nothing from the exterminator. The leader of the rogues licked his steel blade, sneering at Gu Qingqian. Gu Qingqian tied her hair up tightly and declared, If you wish to kill me, then do so. There is no need for further chatter. Master Feng, too, was a formidable practitioner of the Diamond Realm, and Gu Qingqian had resolved to die with dignity, determined not to be dishonored even in death. Attack! We want her alive! At the command of the Centipede Gang's leader, the group lunged at Gu Qingqian in a coordinated assault. Bang! 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 In mere moments, Gu Qingqian found herself at a disadvantage. As a practitioner of the Purple Mansion's 7th layer, she was no match for the rogue cultivators. Had they not aimed to capture her alive, she would have perished long ago. Ha! Your swordsmanship resembles that of the exterminator. Neil, the leader of the Centipede Gang, a practitioner of the 3rd layer of the Divine Pill realm, grew impatient as his underlings struggled to subdue her. He personally intervened, summoning a colossal centipede from the earth to strike at Gu Qingqian. Crash! In that instant, an icy chill enveloped the area, freezing all members of the Centipede Gang into solid ice, including the airborne centipede. What is this? The essence of the laws. Gu Qingqian shivered, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events that it was impossible for merely the essence of true meaning to wield such power, especially in the midst of summer. Cousin! Suddenly, Gu Qingqian heard the melodious and ethereal voice of Gu Qinghan. Qinghan, the Xianfeng Qingwan, what is happening? Gu Qingqian looked up, her pupils constricting. A magnificent Xianfeng Qingwan descended from the heavens, with Gu Qinghan standing gracefully atop its back, accompanied by Lu Ma and an extraordinarily handsome M.N. Jiyu Qinghan joyously embraced Gu Qingqian, exclaiming, Cousin, this is my master, Li Muzhou. Where have you been all these years? Master, thank you, Senior Li, for your timely assistance. Allow me to deal with these scoundrels first. Jiyu Qinghan bowed respectfully to Li Muzhou, and upon completing her greeting, a flash of sword light severed the heads of all the Centipede Gang members. Li Muzhou assessed Gu Qingqian with calm scrutiny, stating, Since she is Qinghan's cousin, let us proceed together. As he had anticipated, Gu Qingqian did not possess a special bloodline. However, her prowess was commendable, rivaling that of the Tianjian Sect's core disciples. Though her beauty might not match Gu Qinghan's ethereal allure, her figure was equally striking. Thus, Li Muzhou and the others journeyed towards Hefeng City. Along the way, Gu Qingqian recounted her experiences from the past few years. Master Feng only accepted female disciples and had subjected Gu Qingqian to rigorous training, propelling her cultivation to the 7th layer of the Purple Mansion, leaving Gu Qinghan astounded. Master, do you know of the exterminator? Gu Qinghan inquired curiously. I Muzhou replied nonchalantly. I have not heard of her at UM. Gu Qinghan felt a sudden chill in her heart. Although the infamous Master of Extinction had a significant reputation in the Feng Mo province, someone of Li Muzhou's caliber would hardly have heard of a formidable being at the Diamond Realm. They simply did not operate on the same level to be by the time the crowd arrived at Hefeng City. Dusk had already settled. They entered the most luxurious inn in the city, securing a prestigious courtyard for 10 gold coins a day, and after indulging in a sumptuous feast, they finally made their way to the auction house. Gold coins served as the hard currency of the Lingxiao realm, and 10 gold coins were sufficient to cover the annual expenses of an average family of 3. Even so, Li Muzhou found the accommodations unsatisfactory, falling woefully short compared to Tianzhu Peak. Accompanied by 2 beautiful women, he garnered considerable attention along the way, yet no one dared to provoke him. Although Hefeng City was a lawless zone, few had the audacity to commit acts of violence in the streets, primarily because the Lord of the Chaotic City was a formidable being at the 3rd level of the Diamond Realm, and the guards of the Lord's estate would swiftly eliminate any assailants on the spot. Tianbao Auction House had branches throughout the Lingxiao realm, rumored to be backed by a heavenly grade sect, which also accounted for its presence in Hefeng City. Additionally, many stolen goods would appear in this lawless area, and there were numerous such regions within the Lingxiao realm. The entry threshold to participate in the auction was set at 10 gold coins, thereby excluding the average person. Esteemed guests, the upcoming auction featured a 5th-grade healing elixir, the Xian Huang Hui Chundan. This vial contains 10 pieces, with a starting bid of 100,000 gold coins. A young man exclaimed excitedly from a distance, Wonderful, my father will be saved. 110,000. The young man's father resided in Hefeng City and had sustained severe injuries while hunting beasts with other scattered immortals a few days prior. If he could not procure the Xianhuang Hui Chundan, his father's condition would surely deteriorate. Thus he was determined to win at point 120,000, 130,000, 140,000. Gu Qinghan watched this scene, utterly astonished. The market price for a 5th-grade Xianhuang Hui Chundan typically hovered just above 20,000, and she herself possessed a gourd filled with such elixirs. Point 180,000. Who dares to compete with me? Suddenly, a coarse voice echoed through the air. The speaker was an elderly man clad in a black robe, bearing a centipede mark on his face. Is that Wu Tian, the leader of the centipede gang? Several bidders turned pale upon seeing the black-robed elder. That Wu Tian was a tyrant in Haifeng City, and since his breakthrough to the Diamond Realm, he was second only to the city lord. Anything he coveted was beyond the reach of competition. Wu Lao, this seems to violate the rules, does it not? Here at Tianbao Auction House, the highest bidder is to take the prize. How can others compete under your circumstances? A woman in a qipao furrowed her brows, addressing Wu Tian. Huh? Am I not allowing them to bid? Are you blind? Wu Tian replied with a sinister grin, directing his gaze at the auctioneer, as expected. Once Wu Tian spoke, there was no further competition in the room. Even the young man who had initially called out a bid dared not voice his frustration. Chapter 10. You scoundrel, what are you yelling about? The 5th-grade Hui Chundan is a precious item to any scattered cultivator. It can heal virtually any severe injury and is thus invaluable. Should an ordinary person win a bid, others could still purchase one at the going rate. However, Wu Tian is the local tyrant in Haifeng City. Who would dare to offend him? Furthermore, Wu Tian is notoriously greedy. Anything that falls into his hands comes at a steep price point: 180,000 once, 180,000 twice, 180,000 thrice. Given these circumstances, this vial of Xianhuang Hui Chundan belongs to Mr. Wu. The woman in the qipao clapped her hands, and the stage was swiftly prepared for the next item. Next up for auction was a set of mid-grade Xin-level battle armor crafted by the chief disciple of the master blacksmith Yangzi, starting at 1 million gold coins. Upon seeing this, most attendees began to breathe heavily. Defensive battle armor is far more precious than offensive treasures. Most present had come specifically for this, and the quality of the armor crafted by Yangzi's chief disciple was beyond reproach. 130,000, 150,000, 200,000. Suddenly, Wu Tian's voice rang out again. 201,000, I want it. 201,000 was the normal price for mid-grade, Xian-level battle armor. And while the auction house would not incur a loss, they would certainly not profit from an item crafted by Yangzi's chief disciple. Although Wu Tian was a tyrant in Haifeng City, he did not wish to completely alienate himself. Hence he refrained from driving the price down excessively. The auction house staff wore grim expressions. Although Wu Tian did not attend every auction, when he did, he was notoriously unreasonable, leading to very slim profits for them. An elderly man stood up. What do you mean by this? Are you threatening us again? Indeed, Wu Tian, you are going too far. This is Tianbao Auction House. Scoundrels, in an instant, Wu Tian unleashed his aura, a chilling wave of poisonous gas spreading throughout the room. What are you? If you have the guts, step outside and spar with me. Or are you planning to remain in Haifeng City for the rest of your lives? Today, Wu Tian was in a foul mood due to the death of his beloved disciple. His life plate had shattered earlier that afternoon. However, he was determined to secure several treasures at the auction, and he would not entertain reason. While Wu Tian did not dare to act within Tianbao Auction House, once outside its doors, the auction house would not intervene. The guard stationed at Tianbao Auction House were also formidable beings of the Diamond Realm, and as long as Wu Tian did not take the initiative, they would not expel him. In essence, it was the remote nature of Haifeng City that allowed scoundrels like Wu Tian to thrive. Faced with Wu Tian's blatant threat, the crowd could only swallow their anger. Rendered speechless, Wu Tian's mastery of poison left others defenseless. Should a grudge be formed, one could easily find themselves fatally ensnared. Congratulations to Mr. Wu. The auctioneer noted the lack of further bids and instructed the staff to deliver the battle armor. Yu Qinghan tugged at her companion's sleeve. Master, he is the leader of the Centipede Gang. Isn't he? Gu Qingqian whispered as well. Senior, this man is notorious for his misdeeds. My master attempted to kill him several times, but failed. It matters not. Let him prance about for a while longer. He is merely a petty clown. Li Muzhou remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at the two women, a mere being of the Diamond Realm. We have plenty at Tianjian Sect, within the confines of Tianbao Auction House. He had no intention of taking action. In his heart, he had already sentenced Wu Tian to death. Gu Qingxian blinked, shocked by Li Yunqing's words that a being of the Diamond Realm. Merely, what realm could seniorly possibly occupy? Esteemed guests, the next treasure is the highlight of today's auction. The Earth-grade spiritual herb, Xianyang fruit. The Xianyang fruit has the potential to aid in comprehending the embryonic form of the true essence of laws. I need not elaborate further. With a starting bid of 2 million gold coins, the auctioneer, clad in a qipao, opened a jade box, revealing a fire-red Xianyang fruit that emitted a faint, enticing fragrance, causing excitement to ripple through the crowd. Strangely, however, no one made a bid. While the Xianyang fruit was indeed precious, its effects were merely probabilistic. Even if an ordinary person consumed 10 or 8 of them, they might not grasp the true essence of laws. Moreover, it was evident to all that with Wu Tian present, they had no hope of winning the bid. Why waste their gold coins? Ha! Wu Tian laughed heartily. It seems this treasure is destined to be mine today. 200. Yet an incongruous and magnetic voice interrupted. 5 million. Who? Wu Tian's brow furrowed as he turned to the source, spotting a handsome young man in the distance. None other than Li Muzhou. His gaze lingered on Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingxian for a moment. Such stunning beauty was rare in Heifeng City, and if she were to be used as a furnace, it would undoubtedly enhance his speed immensely. In an instant, the entire room erupted in astonishment. All eyes fixated on Li Muzhou. He was not short of money. While the Xianyang fruit was special, 5 million was undoubtedly a high price. On ordinary occasions, securing it for just over 4 million would be considered a great deal. This price would be painful for Wu Tian, yet the astonishment stemmed from this seemingly unassuming young man daring to challenge Wu Tian, particularly as he sat in an elegant box, flanked only by 2 beautiful women, devoid of any guardians. Who is he? Why have I never seen him in Heifeng City before? I don't know. He looks unfamiliar. Probably an outsider. Indeed, Heifeng City welcomes many travelers, but is this young man out of his mind? He looks quite young. At his age, reaching the godly Dan realm would be remarkable. Does he not fear Wu Tian? I saw this afternoon that Wu Tian's disciple was chasing after that woman in black. Is it you? You killed my beloved disciple, didn't you? Wu Tian, alerted by this critical information, suddenly rose, fixating his gaze on Li Muzhou with an eerie glimmer in his eyes that sent chills down the spine. The crowd gasped in unison to slay Wu Tian's disciple. One would need to be at least at the godly Dan realm. Such a young figure in the godly Dan realm was indeed a rarity. However, Li Muzhou paid no heed to Wu Tian, his voice carrying through the hall. Is there anyone else willing to place a bid? 5 million for the first time. 5 million for the second time. 5 million for the third time. The auctioneer hurriedly struck the gavel, fearing that this significant customer might depart. Immediately, Li Muzhou tossed a storage bag to his attendant, exchanging payment for the goods in one fluid motion. The atmosphere within the auction house grew eerily silent. Every individual held their breath, acutely aware of how Li Muzhou would exit the gates of the Tianbao auction house, unless he was willing to spend an exorbitant sum to secure their protection. A deadly confrontation with Wu Tian was inevitable. Kid, you must be the one who killed my disciple, right? If you managed to leave Heifeng City alive, Wu Tian's fury was palpable, the oppressive aura of his golden body realm sweeping through the auction hall, causing discomfort to many. You dog, what are you yelling about? Li Muzhou, irritated by this incessant buzzing, unleashed the terrifying pressure of the divine travel realm. Echoing with a deep rumble in the void, the atmosphere became deathly still, as if the entire auction house had been plunged into an abyss of silence. Chapter 11. A city frozen, all annihilated. The rumbling in the void was a manifestation of the power possessed by a divine travel realm expert. Inside the auction house, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Although Li Muzhou was not a saint, he possessed an unyielding aversion to evil. The Centipede Gang, a nefarious organization, would have been wise to avoid him, but having presented themselves today, they had awakened his murderous intent. Moreover, Wu Tian's disciple had been hunting Gu Qingxian, while Gu Qingxian held no connection to him. Gu Qinghan was his cherished student, and that made it personal. In the void, the oppressive force was suffocating, sending chills down the spines of all present. The icy, murderous intent was enough to make anyone tremble. Heavens, it is indeed a divine travel realm expert. How could such a powerful individual appear in a backwater like Haifeng City? Moreover, this elder is so young. It's terrifying. Good grief, I thought he was a disciple from a prominent family. Only to discover he is a divine travel realm expert. Indeed, there were so few divine travel realm experts throughout the entire southern Zhao kingdom. They were like dragons seen only in glimpses. Wu Tian was indeed having a terrible day. You've offended a divine travel realm expert. Let us see how you fare. The young man in black clenched his fists tightly, his cold smile directed at the bewildered Wu Tian. Competing with him for a fifth-grade revival pill was akin to murdering his father. Without Li Muzhou, he would have had no choice but to swallow his pride. Yet now, having offended a divine travel realm expert, Wu Tian was doomed. Many who had long suffered under Wu Tian's tyranny secretly reveled in the unfolding drama, ready with their snacks to enjoy the show. The most uncomfortable among them was Wu Tian himself. How could he have known that a divine travel realm expert would come to such a desolate place as Haifeng City to offend such a powerful being? Even his own master could not guarantee a resolution. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Predecessor, I was blind and failed to recognize your stature, offending you with sheer ignorance. That Wu Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. Rising to offer a bow. This Xianyang fruit that you acquired for 5 million, I am willing to pay the same price to honor you. As a gesture of, Li Muzhou scoffed, do you think I care for your trifling offerings? Yes, Wu Tian continued to nod and bow. You are a divine travel realm expert, naturally looking down upon someone of my insignificant status. But my master is a blood Taoist, a practitioner of the blood demon sect. Was a notorious evil faction that Wu Tian had presumed that Li Muzhou would grant him some leniency due to his family's ties to the blood demon sect. But to his dismay, Li Muzhou coldly replied, I shall grant you 3 breaths to escape. What was a blood Taoist to him? Li Muzhou had never heard of them, nor did he need to. The mere name indicated they were not good people. Li Muzhou's domineering attitude delighted those present and relieved the personnel of the Tianbao auction house. How polite is this person? You, blood escape. In a fit of rage, Wu Tian produced a crimson talisman. As the talisman ignited, a brilliant blood light erupted around him, and with a swift motion, he vanished from the Tianbao auction house, moving faster than a beginner in the golden body realm, rivaling even those at the pinnacle of the 9th level. 3 breaths time. Who does he think he is? With the blood escape technique bestowed by his master, he was certain he could survive. Although Li Muzhou was a divine travel realm expert, his master was cultivating blood magic deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. And Wu Tian had already sent a message. With his master intervening, he would undoubtedly survive. Boom. The night sky resonated with the explosive sound of Wu Tian's escape technique, startling the inhabitants of Haifeng City. In just 3 breaths, he had reached the city gates, poised to flee into the vast mountains beyond the city lord's mansion. The lord of Haifeng City was engaged in a discussion with a beautiful concubine about the proper strokes of the character coin, when the violent explosions above startled him. What has happened to Wu Tian? The concubine, barely clad, also sensed the commotion above and exclaimed in shock, It seems he is fleeing for his life? Is that so? The city lord, intrigued, wondered aloud if a high-tier golden body realm expert had arrived in Haifeng City. However, before he could finish his thought, an unforeseen event transpired. Crack. As the 3 breaths elapsed, the temperature in the void plummeted to freezing levels. Even the powerful city lord shivered, visibly affected as frost formed in the air, disregarding the protective formations of the city lord's mansion. Ice covered the ground and windows. What is this? The essence of the laws. The city lord exclaimed in bewilderment. Whom did Wu Tian offend? From above, the entire Haifeng City was blanketed in frost, and an inexplicable heavy snow began to fall. No. Master, save me. Although Wu Tian maintained his rapid flight, frost suddenly formed on his brows, quickly spreading to encase him in ice. With a resounding crash, he shattered into an icy sculpture, and an invisible sword intent wreaked havoc across the night sky. creating a horrifying spectacle. All who beheld it were struck with terror. Who dares to harm my beloved disciple? I am the Blood Demon Sect. In the instant of Wu Tian's demise, a furious roar erupted from within a blood cave in the 10,000 Great Mountains. And soon after, the pressure of an 8th-level Golden Body Realm expert descended rapidly. Wu Tian had been the most loyal hound of the Blood Taoist, consistently capturing innocent individuals to assist in the crafting of blood demon secret arts. Anyone inside the blood cave would find it littered with bones, the blood of the innocent pooling into a grotesque pond. Even more horrifying were the skulls, predominantly those of infants and women. Wu Tian had sent a message to the Blood Taoist while at the auction house. So the Gu Qinghan inquired curiously, "Master, it seems that the City Lord's manor has cleared the streets. Hasn't it? Just a while ago, the streets of Black Wind City were quite lively, yet now they are eerily deserted. On either side of the road stood the guards of the City Lord's manor, their gazes towards Li Muzhou and his companions brimming with fervor, yet none dared to act out of line. Li Muzhou, unfazed, replied, "No matter. We shall set off early tomorrow morning and aim to reach Jua City by the 6th day of the 6th month." 9 days later, as they journeyed through picturesque landscapes, Li Muzhou exclaimed with delight, "Qinghan, you have indeed grasped the rudimentary essence of the true meaning. What you must do next is to continuously refine that insight. A single Xianyang fruit possesses less than a 1 in 1,000 chance of allowing one to comprehend the embryonic form of true meaning. However, Gu Qinghan, with her exceptional talent, managed to achieve this, which greatly astonished Li Muzhou. The lower one's realm, the greater the possibility of challenging those of higher levels. Although Gu Qinghan currently stood at the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm, she could slay opponents at the 8th or 9th levels with a single sword strike, showcasing the immense power of true meaning. Upon reaching the Divine Pill realm, the difficulty of surpassing realms increases significantly. At the Divine Wanderer realm, the notion that each level presents a new challenge makes ascending even more arduous. Jiu Qingqian's eyes sparkled with visible envy, yet she could only covet, for Gu Qinghan had encountered Li Muzhou. After all, this is all thanks to Master's excellent teaching. Master, beyond this city, after walking 500 miles, we shall arrive at Jiu City. I suspect the Su family has already taken action. Jiu Qinghan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gazed at the vast expanse of land. Good. Let us hasten our pace. Throughout the journey, Li Muzhou remained in high spirits, dismissing Gu Qinghan's family matters as mere trifles. Just the Insha Valley, after all. In Jiu City, the Gu family was engulfed in despair. Su Mo returned to Jiu City as scheduled, and his first order of business was to bring a throng of sycophants to pressure the Gu family. Gu family head, you have heard my young master's words. You would do well to let Gu Qinghan come forth, or do not blame us for disregarding the ties of past years. One elder of the Gu family, nostrils flaring, declared, I've already stated. Qinghan is not here if you seek to annihilate my Gu family. We have no choice but to fight. Gu Yun retorted firmly, facing the aggressive forces of the Su family. At this juncture, Gu family head could only hope for Gu Qinghan's survival. With notable talent, she had cultivated to the 7th level of spirit gathering by the age of 19, marking her as the most gifted individual in the history of the Gu family. Should she survive, she was bound to accomplish great things, perhaps even avenging her kin. The Grand Elder of the Gu family also spoke up. Indeed, we Gu family sons can only stand and die. Never kneel to live. Among the Su family ranks, a pallid youth with sunken eyes squinted. It seems you truly do not know how to write the word death, do you? Beside him, Zhou flattered Su Gu. These old fools are simply uncooperative. If Gu Yun truly wanted Gu Qinghan back, she would undoubtedly return. Zhou had suffered a significant setback at Tianjian Sect and still harbored resentment. Likewise, he remained convinced that Gu Qinghan was not the saintess of Tianjian Sect. Otherwise, how could they have sent no one even now? It must be that Gu Qinghan had paid for actors. Only thus could the event of that day be explained out of course. Zhou had prepared for both possibilities. Should Tianjian Sect send someone, he would certainly remain hidden. But alas, it was now midday, and not a shadow appeared. Disciple, why waste words? From today onward, kill one Gu family member each day until that Gu Qinghan arrives. An elder clad in crimson robes beside Su Mo spoke coolly, surveying the Gu family members. The expressions of the Gu family turned grim. They had not anticipated such ruthless determination from the elder of Insha Valley. Elder of Insha Valley, this approach seems unwise. The representative from the Jiang family, invited by the Gu family, pleaded, clasping his fists. Might I request a favor from the Jiang family? What nonsense! What is your favor worth? Su Mo snapped. Disciple. Kill. The elder of Insha Valley unleashed his oppressive aura of the 9th level of the Diamond Realm, causing the Jiang family members to break out in cold sweat. Seeing this, the Jiang family fell silent. All they could do was this, thus repaying the Gu family's kindness. As for the fate of the Gu family, they truly felt powerless. Yes, Master. Su Mo licked his lips. Turning to Zhou Hu, since you follow me, you shall be the first to kill. Zhou Hu fawned. Yes, big brother. Ji Yuyan gritted his teeth. If heaven seeks to destroy my Gu family, then let it come. The Gu family members braced themselves for battle. However, the elder of Insha Valley merely waved his sleeve, and dark energy materialized from thin air, binding all the Gu family members, rendering them helpless and at the mercy of their foes. Damn it! The Gu family members were engulfed in despair that a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Diamond Realm was a calamity for them. So your Gu family has reached this point? Opposing my Su brother is sheer folly. Zhou Hu stepped forward, brandishing a large blade, eager to redeem himself. With a swift motion, he struck down towards an elder of the Gu family. Zhou Hu, how dare you? Above the Gu family, Gu Qinghan leapt down from the Xianfeng Qingwan, her sword piercing forth. The azure sword energy struck Zhou Hu, severing his head with a resounding thud, which rolled on the ground. Qinghan, hurry and leave. Gyun, upon seeing Gu Qinghan's return, should have been overjoyed, yet his face bore no trace of happiness, and he cried out in desperation. Nonetheless, Gu Qinghan disregarded Gu Yun's cries and landed directly in the courtyard of the Gu family. Qinghan, Qingqian, you must flee. Do not concern yourselves with us. Hurry. The members of the Gu family recognized Gu Qingqian, but ignored Li Muzhou, seeing him as too young and lacking any aura of a strong warrior. The elder of Insha Valley squinted. Truly a magnificent furnace chosen by my disciple. She is indeed a rare gem. Gu Qinghan, you have finally arrived. As Su Mo stood up, you wouldn't wish for the entire Gu family to perish alongside you, would you? Gu Qinghan stood resolutely against the wind, her clear voice resonating. Su Mo, I am the saintess of Tianjian Sect. What are you in comparison? Su Mo's pupils constricted, exchanging a glance with his master, a flicker of unease stirring within him. Chapter 13. What is Insha Valley even worth? Gu Yin exclaimed with joy. Qinghan, you have joined Tianjian Sect? Gu Qinghan affirmed with a nod, but before she could speak, Gu Qingqian interjected, Uncle, Qinghan indeed joined Tianjian Sect, and is their saintess. Zhou Hu should be aware of this. Continuing, Gu Qingqian added, for the past few years, I have been apprenticed to the Master of Extinction. Why Master forbade me from descending the mountain, which is why I arrived late. The Gu family members rejoiced. With the banner of Tianjin Sect and the backing of the Master of Extinction, surely Insha Valley would think twice before acting. Damn it. Useless. Su Mo's expression darkened as he glanced at the already lifeless Zhou Hu, inwardly cursing. Had Zhou Hu informed him of this earlier, he would have certainly altered his strategy. Tianjian Sect was a formidable force near Nanzhao Kingdom. Insha Valley was indeed powerful, but they had to weigh their own capabilities. The pinnacle of Insha Valley's strength lay with its leader, a first-level divine wanderer, with a dozen or so Diamond Realm powerhouses. But what of Tianjian Sect? It was rumored that Tianjian Sect boasted 3 divine wanderers and dozens of Diamond Realm experts. With countless more below the Diamond Realm. In sheer numbers on paper, Tianjian Sect dwarfed Insha Valley. The Grand Elder of Insha Valley's eyes flickered. He realized that apart from the Gu Qinghan sisters and a young man, no other Tianjian Sect experts had arrived. The cunning elder quickly devised a plan. Hearing this, Su Mo remarked, Gu Qinghan, you must be aware that I, Su Mo, have long harbored feelings for you. As for the furnace matter, you need not resist so vehemently. This dual cultivation method benefits all. Furthermore, silence. Su Mo, I, Gu Qinghan, shall never be your woman. Even if I were to serve, it would be for my master, not for you. Do you think you are worthy? Gu Qinghan stood firm, her sword in hand, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the wind, declaring resolutely, Li Muzhou, standing beside Gu Qinghan, felt somewhat embarrassed. Disciple confronting the master is not a commendable act. Is it? Very well, very well. Gu Qinghan. Let us speak plainly. I see you are at the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm, while I am at the 6th level. I shall suppress my realm and engage you in battle. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I, Su Mo, shall leave. Should you lose, then you must reconsider our engagement. Do you dare? Su Mo's eyes glinted as he revealed the sinister scheme devised by his master. In the realm of Lingxiao, competitions among cultivators are commonplace, often accompanied by stakes. Were Su Mo to formally establish a wager, should Gu Qinghan lose, he would be obligated to become Su Mo's subordinate. Conversely, if Gu Qinghan dared not accept or shied away from battle, his resolve would surely waver, placing his future cultivation at a significant disadvantage. This plan was undeniably treacherous, especially considering that Gu Qinghan was merely at the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion. His odds of victory were slim. As for the notion of suppressing one's cultivation, that was sheer nonsense. While both Su Mo and his master harbor trepidation towards the Yinsha Valley, what of it? With the absence of the Yinsha Valley's experts, capturing Gu Qinghan through standard procedures would pose no issue, even if the higher-ups from Yinsha Valley arrived. Ji Yun urged anxiously, Qinghan, do not acquiesce to him. Ha ha! Gu Qinghan replied coolly, Su Mo, what need is there for 3 moves to defeat you? 1 is sufficient. At this declaration, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Qinghan, do not act impulsively. Qinghan, Su Mo has been with the Yinsha Valley for over a year. Do not underestimate him. Qinghan. The members of the Gu family were thrown into a state of panic. Yu Qinghan's current cultivation stood at only the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion, and to claim he could defeat Su Mo with a single move seemed utterly ludicrous. Ha ha, what a bold claim. Gu Qinghan, I shall see how you intend to defeat me with just 1 move. Su Mo, elated, ceased his pretense, swiftly forming several hand seals. The surrounding aura erupted with a cacophony akin to wailing spirits. As 2 massive hammers materialized in his grasp, hurtling towards Gu Qinghan with a whoosh, the supreme technique of the Xian level, the 100-battle Imperial Hammer. This was Su Mo's most formidable attack. The hammer seemed imbued with the strength of 1,000 Jun, and the wailing aura could disorient his opponent, while the ferocious gusts fractured the bluestone floor beneath them, creating a terrifying web of cracks. He did not suppress his power. Instead, he unleashed the full might of his 6th level of the Purple Mansion, knowing this attack would deplete 90% of his mana, intent on securing a swift victory. Clang! In the face of Su Mo's murderous intent, Gu Qinghan naturally drew his sword, employing the Ice Heart sword technique from the Frozen Desolation scripture. This technique, once activated, consumed tremendous energy, tripling his attack power at the 1st stage, while also providing damage reduction. Each strike against an enemy would further amplify his power, a feat only achievable through heavenly-level martial techniques. While magical artifacts served as amplifiers of mana, martial techniques and secret arts acted as amplifiers of offensive power. The greater the enhancement, the higher the grade. Simultaneously, Gu Qinghan unleashed the nascent form of his true intent, the formless sword aura transforming into a chilling blue sword light, filling the air with an ominous coldness. Unaware of Gu Qinghan's terrifying prowess, Su Mo bellowed, "Kneel before me." Gu Qinghan's sword aura lunged straight for Su Mo's face. With a resounding crash, Su Mo's arm shattered, his hammer sent flying as he coughed blood and was thrown backward. Su Mo's face was a mask of horror. How could this be? What was this sword technique that rendered defense impossible? And that chilling aura, what was it that threatened to freeze his very mana? Yet Gu Qinghan had no intention of sparing Su Mo. The ice blue sword aura pursued him relentlessly. The Gu family rejoiced. Gu Qinghan's strength had far surpassed their expectations. However, the next scene plunged the Gu family into despair. To take a life at such a tender age, Gu Qinghan, your heart is truly cruel. Spare him when you can. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. in an instant. The elder of Insha Valley moved. His experience was far more astute. He immediately recognized the extraordinary sword technique Gu Qinghan had employed. The most alarming aspect was that Gu Qinghan had grasped the nascent form of true intent. At such a young age, possessing remarkable martial techniques and the nascent form of true intent, not even Su Mo at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion could contend with her, let alone peers at the 9th level. This woman was not merely an exceptional furnace. She was a transcendent furnace. With the experts of Insha Valley absent, she must be taken back today, with a thunderous crash. The elder of Insha Valley shattered Gu Qinghan's sword light with a single slap, reaching for her with a swift motion. What is Insha Valley to me? Do you dare lay a hand on my disciple? A cold glint flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes as he unleashed a terrifying pressure, and snowflakes began to fall in the air. With a thud, the elder of Insha Valley knelt before Gu Qinghan, as if struck by a heavy blow, resembling a beaten dog. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, stunned beyond measure. Every gaze turned towards Li Muzhou. This strikingly handsome powerhouse was, in fact, Gu Qinghan's master. Chapter 14. With such a master, life holds no regrets. The elder of Insha Valley, prostrated on the ground, was utterly aghast, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. No, he is not an ordinary master of the divine travel realm. He has also grasped the principles of true intent, and not at a low level. The elder of Insha Valley realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle today. Jiu Qinghan was indeed the holy maiden of the Heavenly Insight Sect. But to think that the pretty boy was an ancient monster of the divine travel realm? What? The divine travel realm. The severely wounded Su Mo displayed an expression of sheer disbelief. This pressure he had only felt from the sect leader within Insha Valley. Yet the intensity of Li Muzhou's pressure was far more terrifying. Coupled with the oppressive sensation of the principles of true intent, it felt as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. Predecessor, please restrain your anger. I'm the elder of Insha Valley. For the sake of our sect leader. Silence. Li Muzhou, disinterested in the elder's pleas, waved his sleeve, unleashing a sword aura that pierced through the elder's forehead, extinguishing his primordial spirit and annihilating all traces of life. Such a terrifying spectacle left everyone utterly dumbfounded. This youthful powerhouse from the Heavenly Insight Sect regarded Insha Valley with utter disdain. Disciple, present, from this day forth, there shall be no Su family in Jiu City. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan was initially taken aback, then elatedly responded, Disciple understands. With a crack, Gu Qinghan's sword descended, and just as Su Mo's head was about to be severed, the head of the Su family mustered his courage to interject, Predecessor, is this not too ruthless? My Su Mo is the foremost disciple of Insha Valley, and the sect leader is also a master of the divine travel realm. What is Insha Valley to me? Kill. As Li Muzhou's words fell, a terrifying frost instantaneously froze all members of the Su family. Yes, master. Gu Qinghan thrust her sword, and Su Mo's head rolled to the ground. Moments later, Li Muzhou turned to regard Gu Qinghan's father, the head of the Gu family. Predecessor, what do you propose? Let your Gu family spread the word. Within 10 days, any who depart from Insha Valley shall be spared. Otherwise, I shall ensure that not a single soul from Insha Valley remains. Li Muzhou, with a casual demeanor, pronounced the death sentence upon Insha Valley. Understood. Jiu Yunu trembled, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Gu Qinghan's favorability increased by 5. Jiu Qinghan gazed at Li Muzhou's dashing figure, tears brimming in her eyes. If Li Muzhou sought to eradicate Insha Valley, it would be a simple task. She held not a shred of doubt. All of this was for her sake? With such a master, life holds no regrets. Predecessor, please spare us. It was the Su family who intimidated us. We, the Zhou family, are innocent. Please consider us as nothing. Jiu Qinghan, I beseech you to let us go. All members of the Su family were encased in ice, while the Zhou family and other clans were paralyzed with fear, kneeling and begging for mercy. This ruthless figure could extinguish even Insha Valley without hesitation. What were these minor families in comparison? Gu Qinghan scoffed. Did you not consider such a day when you acted as their accomplices? Under Li Muzhou's overwhelming suppression, The Gu family's reckoning with the Su family commenced. In an instant, the entire GUS city was engulfed in a tempest of rumors. Have you heard? All members of the Su family are dead. What on earth is happening? Did Su Mo not join Insha Valley? Indeed, what transpired? Let me tell you, the eldest daughter of the Gu family, Gu Qinghan, has joined the Heavenly Insight Sect, becoming a disciple under a master of the Divine Travel Realm. What? Everyone realized that a storm was brewing in GUS City. Under Gu Qinghan's orders, all members associated with the Su family were rendered powerless, and the Zhou family was also obliterated. Years ago, GUS City boasted 6 prominent families. After Su Mo joined Insha Valley, it dwindled to 4, and now only 2 remained. The Wang family, which had refrained from participating in the power struggle, emerged as the loyal vassals of the Gu family. Naturally, the Gu family reveled in their newfound fortune. As they busied themselves with the acquisition of the Su and Zhou family's assets, Li Muzhou awaited the opening of the Flying Snow Secret Realm and news from Insha Valley. While he also sought to gather information regarding the Ice Essence Snow Lotus, opting to reside within the Gu family to ensure Li Muzhou's comfort. Gu Yun specifically allocated a spacious courtyard for his stay, forbidding anyone from disturbing him. Particularly, he was wary of the younger generation of the Gu family, fearing they might disrupt matters to the Gu family. Li Muzhou was akin to a savior, their greatest benefactor. What a remarkable figure Li Muzhou was. Jiang Qingxue, will remember you. The Jiang family departed from GUS City that very day, having acted as guests assisting the Gu family. Before leaving, the Jiang family's young lady, disguised as a man, cast a lingering glance at Li Muzhou's silhouette, determined to etch the image of this extraordinary figure into her memory for a lifetime. Li Muzhou held an irresistible allure for her, and she envied Gu Qinghan. However, throughout it all, Li Muzhou never once glanced her way. The members of the Jiang family lamented their missed opportunity to curry favor with Li Muzhou through Gu Qinghan. But alas, it was too late. That night, after a day filled with activity, Gu Qinghan brought tea to Li Muzhou's room. With a gulp, Li Muzhou sat by the window, taking a sip from his wine gourd without turning around, saying, "Disciple, you are thoughtful. Knowing your master enjoys the Hong Pi." Gu Qinghan smiled sweetly, placing the tea down before moving to the window, embracing Li Muzhou from behind. Li Muzhou raised an eyebrow, not yet having the chance to speak when he heard a faint sob. "Master, thank you. If it weren't for you, Qinghan cannot imagine the fate of the Gu family today." That moment, Gu Qinghan cried like a child, genuinely viewing Li Muzhou as her sole pillar of support and developing a profound dependence on him. "Fool, why are you crying? You are my disciple, and I shall naturally protect you." Li Muzhou gently patted Gu Qinghan's small hand, speaking calmly. Simultaneously, some peculiar thoughts in Li Muzhou's mind dissipated. If he were in Gu Qinghan's position, he might feel the same way. "Master, I have overstepped. I apologize." Blushing, Gu Qinghan released her hold and fled the room. Li Muzhou watched her retreating figure, muttering, "What a little enchantress." Meanwhile, in the forbidden grounds of Insha Valley, esteemed elders, the Feishu's secret realm is about to open, presenting an opportunity for us in Insha Valley. By the way, when will Su Mo return from the Great Elder's side? Have you any news? The Valley Master, Situ Feng, inquired of the assembled elders. Reporting to the Valley Master, "We have yet to receive a response from the Great Elder. I have heard that Su Mo went to acquire an exceptional furnace, and with it his cultivation will surely advance. Indeed, Su Mo is a rare talent in our Insha Valley." Just as Situ Feng discussed with the elders, a panicked inner disciple rushed in. "Valley Master, grave news. The life tokens of the Great Elder and Senior Brother Su Mo have shattered." "What?" Situ Feng sprang up, his eyes aflame with fury. "Someone, go to the South Xiao Kingdom and investigate who has slain my elder disciple." Situ Feng, demand blood for blood. "Calm your anger, Valley Master," the second elder interjected, his brow furrowed. "The Great Elder is a formidable warrior of the ninth heaven of the Diamond Realm. The only way he could have been stealthily killed would be under a few circumstances. First, he encountered an assault from a peer-level expert, but that is unlikely. We have no enemies within the South Xiao Kingdom. Second, he faced a powerful being of the Spirit Travel Realm. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, and Situ Feng's demeanor became considerably more composed. The spirit travel realm? If we have offended a being of that caliber, we are in serious trouble. Although Situ Feng himself was of the spirit travel realm, he was merely at the first heaven, having failed to break through for nearly a decade, just a step away from ascending to the second heaven. Few experts of the spirit travel realm could be found throughout the entire South Zhao Kingdom. The strongest ancestor of the royal family was also only of the first heaven of that realm. However, herein lies the conundrum. An expert of the first heaven of the spirit travel realm would not allow the great elder the opportunity to send message. A warrior of the ninth heaven of the diamond realm has at least a 10 chance of survival against a first heaven spirit travel realm expert and could undoubtedly send a message. Thus, it is highly likely that the assailant is a second or even third heaven expert of the spirit travel realm. Second elder, you're correct, Situ Feng analyzed, regaining his composure. The great elder took Su Mo to the Fengmao province. You shall travel to the royal family of the South Zhao Kingdom to ascertain the situation. Such a significant incident cannot have gone unnoticed by them. While Situ Feng was indeed furious, he also maintained a rational mindset that if they had truly offended such a powerful being, Yinsha Valley would need to carefully consider their course of action. The very same day, the second elder set off for the imperial capital of the South Zhao Kingdom. Your Majesty, the second elder of Yinsha Valley requests an audience. Let him in. Let the second elder enter. The emperor of the South Zhao Kingdom squinted, murmuring they arrived rather swiftly. The great elder of Yinsha Valley was killed in Jiu'e City. This is indeed a significant matter. My first prince is the most gifted child in hundreds of years. If my son could reach the spirit travel realm, Yinsha Valley would have no need to show him any deference. However, I need not fret. This Yinsha Valley has clearly offended a formidable power, and they will have their share of troubles. For the royal family, Yinsha Valley was also a considerable headache. Unlike the Tianjian Sect, which secluded itself in the vast mountains, Yinsha Valley was a substantial force entrenched within the territory of the South Zhao Kingdom, akin to a dragon crossing the river. Upon seeing your Majesty, I come at the behest of my sect master to inquire about the circumstances surrounding our great elder. The emperor's expression turned peculiar as he replied, Second elder, have you not heard the news? News? What news does your Majesty refer to? The second elder, bewildered, gazed at the emperor. The Su family in Jiu'e City was annihilated overnight. Your Yinsha Valley's foremost disciple is the eldest son of the Su family. Correct? Indeed, that is so. Then I must inform you that the Gu family now holds absolute power in Jiu'e City, and they have made it known that your Yinsha Valley must disband within 10 days, or face complete annihilation. What? Is this truly the case? Whether it is true or not, you may verify for yourself when you visit Jiu'e City. Such rumors even circulate within the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, the second elder felt a chill creep up his spine. Rising, he said, Thank you, your Majesty, I shall take my leave. With a swift motion, the second elder vanished from sight. Humph. The emperor smirked, murmuring, the Feishua's secret realm is about to commence. If Yinsha Valley truly meets its demise, it will eliminate a competitor. Elsewhere, the second elder hastened to the vicinity of Jiu'e City. Whoever dared to issue such threats against Yinsha Valley must be a powerful expert of the second heaven of the spirit travel realm or above. Otherwise, such audacity would be unfathomable. The second elder dared not investigate openly. After infiltrating Jiu'e City for merely an hour, he heard various versions of events in taverns and tea houses, all invariably detailing the exploits of the Gu family. Before long, the second elder returned to Yinsha Valley. Who could it be? Even an expert of the second heaven of the spirit travel realm should not be so arrogant. I shall see how this person intends to make Yinsha Valley suffer. Upon receiving the news, Situ Feng's expression darkened dangerously. Valley Master, I can assert with confidence that this individual is an expert of the second or third heaven of the spirit travel realm, certainly not exceeding the fifth heaven. There are no experts above the fifth heaven within the South Zhao Kingdom and its neighboring Huiwei Empire. I suspect this individual is being ostentatious, aiming to fabricate rumors and exert pressure, forcing us into a disadvantageous position. Indeed, second elder, while you are correct, we must remain vigilant that we have 9 days left. Regardless of the truth, We must devise a countermeasure. I understand. Situ Feng's eyes glinted coldly as he said, our Insha Valley's protective formation can withstand experts of the fourth or even fifth heaven of the spirit travel realm. Furthermore, several of my old acquaintances will come to assist, should they dare to come. I shall demand blood for blood. Meanwhile, in Jiayue City, disciple, have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation these past few days? Master, I have yet to fully digest the teachings you provided me regarding the East and West disciples. What is this, Master? Gu Qinghan inquired, observing Li Muzhou as he placed precious herbs into the bath. The path of cultivation lies in both relaxation and tension, Li Muzhou replied, gazing at the picturesque Gu Qinghan. This is a spiritual bath I have prepared for you, utilizing the many spiritual herbs found within the Great Elder storage ring. They are perfectly suited for this purpose. As he spoke, Li Muzhou added several vials of high-grade pills into the spiritual bath. Once all the herbs and pills had entered, they were refined by Li Muzhou's mana, merging seamlessly with the bath. He then took out various spiritual flowers, scattering their petals into the mixture. Master, you are truly kind to Qinghan. Gu Qinghan felt a shiver of delight, as if she had consumed honey. The value of this tub of spiritual bath could purchase the assets of several families. Hearing her words, Li Muzhou revealed a radiant smile. Go on, Gu Qinghan nodded, her shoes slipping off her feet as she reached for the belt at her waist. Ahem. I shall take my leave now. Qinghan, take your time in the bath. Exit only after you have absorbed all the medicinal properties. Li Muzhou's face flushed. It would be quite improper if Gu Qinghan were to undress before him. Having spoken, Li Muzhou vanished with a swish, simultaneously cloaking the dwelling with a barrier to prevent prying eyes. The decision to have Gu Qinghan soak in the spirit bath was also intended to expedite her cultivation, preparing her for the imminent opening of the facious secret realm. Observing his master's retreating figure, Gu Qinghan murmured, Master truly is a good person. Within the spirit bath, Gu Qinghan indulged in the medicinal essence, her flawless form barely concealed by the water, while the fluffy white bears floated on the surface. At a certain moment, a wave of comfort enveloped her entire being, her hand inadvertently brushing against the buoyant bears, eliciting soft, contented sounds. If only Master could join me in this bath. She thought, then chastised herself. How absurd! Is my master? Gu Qinghan abruptly snapped back to reality, a flush creeping from her cheeks to her neck. Chapter 16. The buffoonum? What sound is that? In the courtyard, Li Muzhou sipped his hot tea. Engrossed in an ancient scroll, when he heard some peculiar noises, perhaps it's Qinghan's first experience in such a medicinal bath, and she's feeling overwhelmed. Should I check on her? No, no, such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman. Li Muzhou reassured himself, entirely unaware that the sound were a result of Gu Qinghan's strange thoughts. Had her aura been in disarray, he would have rushed in, confident that the concoction he prepared was well within the limits of what a Zifu realm cultivator could handle. If Li Muzhou had dared to sneak a glance, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Is she really floating? Though not a paragon of virtue, Li Muzhou was not malevolent either. He could never bring himself to spy on his disciple while she bathed. Several hours later, the system detected Gu Qinghan's breakthrough to the fourth layer of the Zifu realm, triggering a critical hit that rewarded the host with a century of cultivation. So soon, truly remarkable for a first-tier bloodline. Although it has yet to awaken, this rate of advancement far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and oh wonder she reached the seventh layer of the gathering spirit realm at the tender age of 19 in such a small place as Jiayue City. Li Muzhou's eyes sparkled with delight at the system's notification. The efficacy of the spirit bath exceeded his expectations, though the reward of centuries' worth of cultivation felt somewhat lacking. In the past, such a boon would have assuredly elevated his realm, but now it merely contributed a mere fraction to his chaotic sword body and chaotic grade cultivation technique, leaving him with only a 1% increase in mana. As the door creaked open, a wave of fragrant aroma wafted in, and Li Muzhou turned to behold a sight that left him momentarily speechless. Emerging from the spirit bath, Gu Qinghan was akin to a lotus blooming from the water. Her damp hair cascaded freely down her back, reaching her waist. Dewdrops clung to her elegant brows, and her unadorned visage was enough to captivate hearts. A sheer, gossamer garment clung to her form, subtly accentuating her perfect S-curve. Even the delicate contours of her body were artfully veiled by the translucent fabric. Li Muzhou, a mere cog in the wheel of society in his past life, had seen countless images, yet he could confidently assert that Gu Qinghan in this moment could eclipse any beauty from his previous existence, leaving even the most renowned internet celebrities in the dust. Ahem, Qinghan, perhaps next time you should wear a bit more when taking your medicinal bath. He hastily turned away, attempting to maintain a facade of composure. Blast it, that little imp, could she be doing this on purpose? Gu Qinghan, blushing fiercely, replied, Master, I have no clothes to wear. Could you lend me one of yours? In truth, she had entered the spirit pool without any preparation, lacking even a bathrobe, and was currently clad only in her base layer. Very well, here, wear this cloak, Li Muzhou said, not turning back as he casually retrieved a snow-white shawl from his storage ring and draped it over her shoulders. Gu Qinghan gazed at his retreating figure, feeling a pang of disappointment. Master doesn't even wish to glance at me. Does he truly feel nothing for me? In all the world, it seemed only her master could remain indifferent to her appearance. Master, I take my leave. Gu Qinghan tightened the shawl around her, covering her form as she swiftly glided away, her feet barely touching the ground, disappearing into the wind. The strange thoughts that had recently stirred within her made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Gu Qinghan's favorability decreased by 5. Li Muzhou. What just happened? Truly, the old adage holds true. Women's hearts are as elusive as needles in the ocean. He shook his head, offering a sheepish smile. It was indeed embarrassing. In 2 lifetimes, he had never been particularly diligent. While he had seen countless images in his past life, most of his descendants had little to show for it, making him the subject of ridicule. In the Gu family council chamber, the members had specially summoned Gu Qinghan to sit beside the main seat. Next to her was Gu Qingqian, the eldest daughter of a collateral line. The reputation of the Master of Extinction, known throughout the southern Zhao kingdom, was formidable. She had been a powerhouse at the 8th layer of the Diamond Realm over a decade ago, a paragon of demon slaying, though she had been scarce in recent years. Her disciple, Master of Emotion, had gained notoriety, rumored to have broken through to the Divine Wanderer realm after a significant opportunity in a secret realm the previous year, thus elevating Gu Qingqian's status. Gu Yun, rubbing his hands together, inquired, Qinghan, is there anything that elderly is dissatisfied with? Gu Qinghan replied calmly, No, Master said everything is satisfactory, and we should not disturb him unnecessarily. Very well, as per elderly's instructions. We have disseminated the news nationwide. The Insha Valley is likely already aware. While the Insha Valley is no threat to elderly, we must proceed with caution. Any disturbances to elderly during this time will not be tolerated by me. Guyan, by the way, Qingqian, is your master arriving tomorrow? Yes, uncle. The following day, a group arrived at the Gu family. Uncle, this is my master, Master of Extinction, and this is my master's brother, Master of Emotion. Masters, this is my cousin, Gu Qinghan. Greetings to the heads of the Gu family. Gu Qinghan pays her respects to the 2 esteemed elders. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gu Yun directed that Master of Extinction and Master of Emotion be accommodated in a small courtyard. Sister, is it just me, or does your disciple's family leave much to be desired? We are both Divine Wanderer realm cultivators. Why is the hospitality lacking? Master of Emotion remarked, her long hair cascading behind her, far from the austere image one might expect of a nun. Master of Extinction shared a similar sentiment. Had we not just passed by a spacious compound, why were we assigned to this smaller courtyard? Master of Emotion shot her sister an exasperated glance. The Feishua's secret realm is about to commence. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. After all, GUS City is a small place. Master, I believe we should overlook such minor inconveniences. A young man with a square face and refined features, standing behind Master of Emotion, interjected enthusiastically, turning his gaze to Gu Qinghan. Sister Qinghan, I hear you practice the sword path as well? Lu Yuxing, the first disciple of Master of Emotion, was spellbound by Gu Qinghan's breathtaking beauty upon first sight. After learning from Gu Qingqian that she had reached the 4th layer of the Zifu realm, he was filled with ulterior motives. Gu Qinghan glanced at Lu Yuxing, her tone indifferent. Yes, and Lu Yuxing struck a dashing pose. Since you also practice the sword path, I, being 4 years your senior and currently at the 7th layer of the Zifu realm, would be happy to offer you some guidance. Indeed, Master of Emotion assessed Gu Qinghan, you are quite the beauty, and, as the cousin of my esteemed disciple Qingqian, it would be beneficial for Yuxing to provide you with some insights. Gu Qinghan, Gu Qingqian. The younger generation of the Gu family exchanged bewildered glances, thinking, what is this farce, this buffoonery? Do they not know Gu Qinghan's current strength? Are they aware of who her master is? The Gu family's younger disciples wore strange expressions, yet none dared to provoke Master of Emotion. You? Forget it, it's unnecessary. Gu Qinghan had encountered many sycophants like Lu Yuxing and held no interest in him. The notion of him guiding her was utterly laughable. Her master, being only 4 years her senior, wielded power far beyond Lu Yuxing's capabilities. The only reason they were entertaining Lu Yuxing was due to the favor they owed Gu Qingqian. This was nothing more than a display of hubris. Gu Qinghan, having spoken, turned and departed. The peculiar expressions of the younger generation of the Gu family went unnoticed by Master Mieching, who, however, wore a displeased countenance as a subtle pressure enveloped the atmosphere. Gu Qinghan's previous words and demeanor not only conveyed disdain for Lu Yuxing, but also suggested a complete disregard for her as a powerful cultivator at the first level of the divine travel realm. Her presence in a humble place like Gus City was a boon for the Gu family. When her disciple offered a few kind words, was it not a courtesy extended to them? At this, Lu Yuxing's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly moved in front of Gu Qinghan, admonishing, Junior sister, your lack of decorum is appalling. While you may disregard me, my master is your elder. With a swift motion, Gu Qinghan unsheathed her sword, unleashing an icy blue sword aura towards the artificial mountain in the courtyard. With a thunderous roar, the vast structure was obliterated, reduced to mere powder. Though hailing from a modest background, Gu Qinghan was a prodigy. Even at the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm, she had triumphed over Su Mo, who was at the 6th level and could contend with cultivators at the 8th or 9th levels. Her master had informed her after her bath yesterday that with her current strength, she could hold her own against early-stage divine pill realm experts. This strike from Gu Qinghan was executed with remarkable finesse, both in its power and the subtle embodiment of true intent, sending a clear message to Lu Yuxing. Your status as a 7th-level Purple Mansion cultivator means nothing before me. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the younger disciples of the Gu family witnessing the spectacle. The young lady's strength had increased significantly in just a few days. The improvement was glaringly apparent compared to the prowess she had displayed when she vanquished Su Mo in the adjacent courtyard. Li Muzhou, who had been resting, was startled by the sound of shattering stones. Expanding his spiritual consciousness, a flash of murderous intent crossed his brow. Within the small courtyard, Lu Yuxing's pupils constricted, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. The power of Gu Qinghan's strike heightened her sense of crisis. She felt as though that very blow could easily claim her life. How could a woman from Gus City possess such profound swordsmanship? This was at the embryonic form of true intent. Master Miezhu and Master Mieching exchanged astonished glances, equally taken aback. Their discerning eyes quickly recognized that Gu Qinghan's casual strike had indeed incorporated the embryonic form of true intent. It was embarrassing to admit, but despite having lived for over a century, they had yet to comprehend such a concept. While Gu Qinghan was merely 19 years old, a dazzling genius at the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. They had previously thought that only the scions of major sects could attain such accomplishments. Yet Gu Qinghan had proven them wrong. Gu Qinghan, you truly are a genius. I, Mieching, have devoted my life solely to the sword. Would you be willing to join my ranks? You may propose any conditions you desire, and I shall ensure your family's protection. Master Mieching exclaimed, appearing before Gu Qinghan with palpable excitement. Geniuses often possess pride. And thus it was no surprise that Gu Qinghan had displayed such aloofness. If she could mentor Gu Qinghan, perhaps one day she could bask in the glory of her disciple's renown throughout the Lingxiao realm. Over the years, she had traversed the world, and a prodigy who comprehended the embryonic form of true intent at 19 was a rarity beyond measure. Apologies, but I am disinterested. Besides, I already have a master. Please do not obstruct my path. Gu Qinghan replied calmly. Regarding Master Mieching, in an instant. Master Mieching's countenance darkened terribly. She had been exceedingly polite, yet Gu Qinghan seemed to regard her with utter indifference. Do you realize what you are saying, Gu Qinghan? To be able to enter my master's teachings is a privilege. Your master may not be a true mentor. Gu Qinghan, do not let your pride blind you. The disciples of Master Mieching, all women, spoke up in unison, their jealousy evident. Women are inherently envious, and witnessing Gu Qinghan's disregard for their master, they felt compelled to defend her, as Gu Qinghan prepared to retort. An overwhelming pressure descended upon them. Boom! The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in darkness, the sunlight extinguished. The terrifying pressure forced the disciples who had just spoken to their knees, unable to lift their heads. Akin to lifeless dogs. Simultaneously, frost began to coalesce along the ground and stone pillars of the courtyard, while heavy snowflakes began to fall from the void above. This, Senior, please temper your anger. My senior sister. Master Meiju stammered, her heart racing in fear. The true intent of the laws. This was an undeniable manifestation of the law. Within the vast expanse surrounding the southern Jiaohua, no one had comprehended such principles. Moreover, the pressure emanating from this individual was several times greater than that of a first-level divine travel cultivator. It would be as easy as pie for such a powerful being to eliminate them. Temper my anger, to offend my disciple, and you think a mere request for calm will suffice? Given that this is my disciple's former residence, I shall punish you to kneel for 3 days and nights. Should you dare to offend again, I will show no mercy. Li Muzhou's domineering voice reverberated through the air. With a resounding thud, the overwhelming pressure and true intent descended upon Master Mieching, forcing her to kneel before Gu Qinghan. Unable to raise her head, her entire magical essence frozen, rendered as useless as a common person. Senior, I realize my mistakes. I realize my mistakes. Master Mieching wailed, tears streaming down her face. Despite having lived for over a century, she had never endured such humiliation. The mere pressure and true intent from Li Muzhou had plunged her into despair. If he were to truly engage her, she wouldn't stand a chance against even 10 of him. Master, Gu Qinghan felt a pang of emotion, her admiration for Li Muzhou swelling anew. With such a master, what more could one desire? Gu Qinghan's affection for him increased by 5 points. Li Muzhou's fierce protectiveness and domineering nature made Gu Qinghan feel as if she were cherished by a powerful overlord. What woman could resist such a master? Though this incident was but a minor episode, it stirred considerable waves within the Gu family. Li Muzhou, with merely his presence, had compelled a divine travel realm expert to kneel for 3 days and nights. Such a feat was beyond their comprehension. The heavy snowfall in the adjacent courtyard persisted for 3 days and nights, with Master Mieching and her disciples kneeling in the snow throughout it on the 4th day, upon learning of Li Muzhou's true identity. Master Mieching and Master Meiju realized how foolish they had been. Master Mieching swiftly altered her previously haughty demeanor, adopting an exceptionally low profile. Time passed swiftly, leading to the day designated for the annihilation of the Yinsha Valley. In the early morning, Li Muzhou inquired, Disciple, are you prepared? Master, are you referring to the matter concerning the Yinsha Valley? Indeed, since the Yinsha Valley possesses the means to bring about death, you shall eradicate it on my behalf, leaving no trace behind. Me, Gu Qinghan, was taken aback, unsure of Li Muzhou's intentions. Chapter 18. Li Muzhou's Grand Strategy. The Day of Annihilation. Gu Qinghan pouted, Master, are you jesting? I am merely at the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. How could I possibly eliminate the entire Yinsha Valley? She initially believed her master would accompany her to wreak havoc, only to discover that he intended for her to take the lead. This left Gu Qinghan in a quandary. My dear girl, if I permit you to go, rest assured, I have already devised a comprehensive plan. What is this? With a flick of his thoughts, Li Muzhou produced several items from his storage ring. The first item that caught Gu Qinghan's attention was a formation plate, intricately inscribed with runes and embedded with spirit stones representing the 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The mere aura emanating from the formation plate sent chills down her spine. This is the 5 elements life and death array, a secret technique of my Tianjian Sect. Once activated, its power can rival that of a heavenly grade formation. Not even a fly could escape its grasp. It serves both to ensnare foes and to provide defense. Here are the methods to control the 5 elements life and death array. The Tianjian Sect had once been renowned throughout the Lingshao realm millennia ago. Considered one of the 10 ancient heavenly sections, though it had since fallen into decline, some of its teachings survived, particularly in the realm of formations and talismans, far surpassing those of most sections. Master, this small compass can unleash the might of a heavenly grade formation. Gu Qinghan was utterly astonished, captivated by Li Muzhou's prowess. The Yinsha Valley, although a tyrant in the eastern region of the southern Jiaogua, could only muster a terrain-level defensive array at best. Once this heavenly grade array was unleashed, merely trapping them would be sufficient to spell their doom. However, this is merely a preliminary heavenly grade formation, and this formation plate is also a one-time use. It's not particularly valuable. These items are the true trump cards I have prepared for you, Li Muzhou continued casually, producing 10 sword talismans on the table. These talismans are inscribed with my true intent and sword essence. Each one is equivalent to my full-strength strike. You need only to lightly activate them, and I believe the Yinsha Valley won't be able to endure even a few of my blows. Li Muzhou wore a harmless smile, leaving Gu Qinghan utterly dumbfounded. This is monumental. Master is truly going all out this time. Such sword talismans required immense effort to create, and for Li Muzhou to inscribe 10 at once was clearly for the benefit of the Gu family. All right, it is still early. You may set off now. Yes, mastered up by the way. Please visit the adjacent courtyard and summon those 2 masters. I believe they would be eager to accompany you to not forget. Leave no trace behind. Dare to lay a hand on my disciple Li Muzhou, and one shall surely meet their demise. Ah! Qinghan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Jiu Qinghan was once again profoundly touched by Li Muzhou's dedication. This time, not only had the master armed himself to the teeth, but he had also arranged for 2 formidable bodyguards. The formidable mistress of annihilation and emotion, a strong presence at the first tier of the divine traveler realm, was rumored to have the leader of the Yinsha Valley as her equal in strength. Should any unforeseen events arise during this journey, it would require the sun to rise in the west. Gu Qinghan proceeded to the adjacent courtyard, where the 2 mistresses readily agreed to accompany her upon learning of Li Muzhou's request. To eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. I shall not falter alongside my sister. Indeed, our esteemed elder possesses celestial level formations and sword talismans. The Yinsha Valley has long been a scourge, and it is only fitting that they face retribution. Let us depart at once. We shall arrive by noon. The 2 enchanting mistresses, without hesitation, seized Gu Qinghan and soared into the sky, leaving a multitude of astonished disciples in their wake. In the Gu family's rear courtyard, the family head remarked, Master, Qinghan has already set off. Accompanied by 2 mistresses, did elderly not accompany them? Gu Yun expressed his astonishment upon learning the situation. Although Li Muzhou had not joined them, the presence of 2 mistresses at the first tier of the divine traveler realm should mitigate concerns. The Grand Elder replied, No, this time the 2 mistresses are merely accompanying her. The young lady mentioned that elderly provided her with treasures capable of annihilating the entire Yinsha Valley. What? Gu Yun was left speechless. Not only he, but most of the Gu family members were also taken aback, their perception of Li Muzhou's strength and mystery soaring to new heights. Elsewhere, the mistress of emotion forced a benign smile. Qinghan, may I inquire about something? Gu Qinghan smiled gently. Please, elder, is it true that your master is only 23 this year? This piece of information had come from Mistress of Emotion through Gu Qingxian and the younger disciples of the Gu family. Indeed, what of it? Gu Qinghan replied with a smile. Initially, I too found it hard to believe, but my master is indeed only 4 years my senior. The 2 mistresses were left dumbfounded. At first, they could not fathom it. A 23-year-old in the divine traveler realm. How could that be? While they were aware that Li Muzhou was a formidable figure within the Tianjian Sect and the most enigmatic elder, the sect had previously kept information under wraps, and Li Muzhou's whereabouts were shrouded in secrecy. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. They had to accept it. Not only was Li Muzhou merely 23 years old, but he had also grasped the essence of the laws. Able to exert such overwhelming pressure that even the mistress of emotion found herself powerless to resist, this disparity was not trivial. Throughout the entirety of the Lingxiao realm, perhaps there were prodigies akin to Li Muzhou among the celestial-level sects and sacred grounds. Yet there were only a handful of such places, let alone in the declining southern Dao region. Meanwhile, in the Yinsha Valley, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe observed with a grin. "Brother Sidhu, it seems you are worrying for naught in today's southern Dao region. A divine traveler is a top-tier powerhouse. Such rumors may merely be boasting." "Brother Ma makes a valid point," Sidhu Feng replied with a cold smirk. "I have thoroughly investigated all forces within the southern Dao region, and there are indeed very few who would dare speak so boldly. However, none could possibly be connected to the Gu family. Still, it is wise to have Brother Ma here to maintain order. Should any audacious individuals appear, they shall find no return. M.A. Hai, the master of the Rebellious sect in the eastern territories of the southern Zhao kingdom, was also a strategic ally of the Yinsha Valley, slightly stronger than them and a major power in the eastern region." "Agreed," Ma Hai said nonchalantly, "but let us agree that regardless of whether that rumor monger shows up, our pact remains unchanged. I, Sidhu Feng, am not one to go back on my word," he declared, thumping his chest. "Once the Faciua secret realm is activated, the Yinsha Valley will serve the Rebellious sect throughout, with all opportunities shared equally." Although Sidhu Feng felt a pang of regret, he had no choice. Without the Rebellious sect's assistance, he would indeed feel vulnerable. Over these past 10 days, he had not only activated the protective Great Formation, but had also refrained from allowing any disciples to venture outside. However, one cannot be too cautious. The safety of the Yinsha Valley hinged on the events of today. I suspect that rumor monger is merely spreading falsehoods. Indeed, it is likely just bravado. Should we uncover their identity, we shall eradicate their entire lineage. After today, we will first annihilate the entire GUS city. As noon approached, the elders of the Yinsha Valley grew increasingly anxious as the anticipated extermination seemed to fade from their minds. With a rush, Gu Qinghan and the two mistresses soared through the winds 300 miles west of the Yinsha Valley. Chapter 19. Gu Qinghan, you shall meet your end. This shall suffice. Gu Qinghan gazed distantly at the Yinsha Valley, where the protective Great Formation had been activated, landing on the branches of a colossal tree. Mistress Annihilation remarked, "Qinghan, it appears there are quite a number of people here." As a formidable presence at the initial tier of the Divine Traveler realm, her spiritual awareness stretched over 1,000 miles, sensing numerous individuals lying in wait near the Yinsha Valley, poised to take advantage of the chaos. Indeed. However, it matters not. Our sole objective is the Yinsha Valley. Gu Qinghan surveyed the area, noting the shadows of many figures in motion. Today, indeed, numerous scattered cultivators and family factions had come to the Yinsha Valley, hoping to seize any opportunities that, if that mysterious powerhouse were to truly annihilate the Yinsha Valley, they could benefit from the ensuing turmoil. Even the royal family of the southern Zhao kingdom had dispatched a multitude of spies, hoping to capitalize on the situation, for the wealth of such a large sect being extinguished would be no small sum. Esku Qinghan spoke. She retrieved a formation compass, inputting her mana as instructed by Li Muzhou, causing the spirit stones within the formation to erupt with brilliant light. "What is this? It is already noon. Why has the mysterious powerhouse not arrived? I knew it was false. I have seen this too often. Hey, is it truly just hot air? What do you think? After all, the sect master of the Yinsha Valley is a divine traveler. Such beings are not so easily found. Let's wait a bit longer. Perhaps that mysterious powerhouse is simply unpredictable. I see little hope. The great formation of the Yinsha Valley is sufficient to deter a fourth-tier divine traveler. We have anyone of that caliber within the southern Zhao kingdom? No, I have only heard that the sect master of the Tianjian Sect, Chun Nan, is a third-tier divine traveler." As the hidden forces grew increasingly impatient, suddenly someone shouted, "Look, what is that? Could it be the formation?" "Good heavens, it truly is. They are coming." "Are they really coming?" "Of course, look at that." With a resounding boom, a five-colored radiance erupted 300 miles from the Yinsha Valley, rapidly transforming into an eggshell-like barrier, enveloping an area of over 1,300 miles. The Insha Valley spans 1,000 miles, while Li Muzhou's 5 Elements Life and Death Great Formation has a maximum coverage of 1,500 miles. Thus 1,300 miles is more than sufficient. All of this was to ensure that not a single soul would escape. What is happening? What is this formation? Damn it, we are caught within it as well. We must flee. If a battle breaks out, we shall be caught in the crossfire. The scattered cultivators hidden in various locations were alarmed, their strengths varying from Gathering Spirit Realm to Divine Dan Realm, and even some at the Diamond Realm. Yet regardless of the attacks they unleashed, even when combining their efforts, they could not shake the barrier, leaving them in a state of dread, in desperation. All onlookers gathered at the edge of the formation. Observing from a distance that a celestial-level formation is indeed formidable. This barrier we absolutely cannot break through. Mistress of Emotion shrank her neck, gazing at the expansive barrier of 1,300 miles, exclaiming in horror. She had also attempted to test it, finding herself unable to budge it even slightly, much like the scattered cultivators. How audacious! Which rat dares to hide? Show yourself. The appearance of the 5 Elements Life and Death Great Formation naturally startled the Insha Valley. Situ Feng's furious voice echoed through the heavens, accompanied by the oppressive rumble of thunder that carried a palpable weight. With a swish, Gu Qinghan and the 2 mistresses appeared above the core of the Insha Valley. Shrouded in cloaks and obscured by the defensive barrier, rendering their appearances indiscernible, while their auras remained undetectable. In the plaza of Insha Valley, Situ Feng and Ma Hai watched the silhouettes of the 3 with furrowed brows. They had not anticipated that the mysterious expert would dare to come, yet the inability to perceive their auras filled them with trepidation. All within the Insha Valley were equally anxious. A formation of such scale as the 5 Elements Life and Death Great Formation could not possibly be set up in a single day. Did this mysterious individual secretly arrange it well in advance and evade their scrutiny? Situ Feng fixed his gaze on Gu Qinghan's figure and declared, "Are you the one who seeks to annihilate my Insha Valley? Indeed, it seems you are all mere rats, while my Insha Valley may not be a righteous sect. We conduct ourselves with propriety. Since you have come, why not reveal your true selves? Are you intent on saving that Gu family's Gu Qinghan while slaughtering my Insha Valley's disciples and elders? Surely, is it worth it for a mere woman to wage a war of attrition with my Insha Valley over her? Does it truly merit such a cost? Speaking of which, Gu Qinghan possesses a unique constitution, being an exceptional furnace body. If several of you are interested, why not speak up?" Situ Feng deliberately projected his voice across 1,000 miles, intending to place a heavy accusation upon the trio of mysterious figures. What? So it is like this? What does Gu Qinghan of the Gu family truly look like? It is unclear. The city of Jiyue is merely a small place, yet extraordinary furnace bodies are not uncommon. Indeed, many dual cultivation techniques impose high requirements on furnace bodies. The efficacy of an ordinary woman as a furnace is far inferior to that of a top-tier one. You've stirred my interest. If I survive this ordeal in the Insha Valley, I shall join the Insha Valley to learn the dual cultivation methods for furnace bodies. The onlookers, upon hearing Situ Feng's voice, began to form their own opinions. Clearly, as Situ Feng stated, Gu Qinghan is indeed an extraordinary furnace body, attracting the attention of these formidable mysterious powers, leading to a conflict with the Insha Valley. This world operates in such a manner. The common man's reasoning cannot fathom how the eldest daughter of a family in a small place could possibly know a figure of great renown in the realm of transcendent beings. Above the Insha Valley, Gu Qinghan's unparalleled beauty, concealed beneath her cloak, was adorned with frost. She had long been aware of the shamelessness of the Insha Valley. Even the entire Nanzhao kingdom knew the valley was no good. Yet witnessing it firsthand today still shattered her worldview. You of the Insha Valley may be a force of demonic influence, but I, Gu Qinghan, shall not tolerate the insult to my master. For this alone, your entire clan deserves annihilation, leaving not a single soul behind. The 2 masters, Miezhu and Mieqing, could no longer contain themselves and unleashed a formidable killing intent on this occasion. They were merely accompanying, and without Gu Qinghan's command, they refrained from acting rashly. such a powerful killing intent. I, Sidu Feng, am eager to see how you will leave no trace of the Yinsha Valley today. As Situ Feng's words echoed through the air, he soared into the wind, stepping beyond the protective array of his sect, ready to assess the situation. Although the protective formation of the Yinsha Valley was of the Earth grade, it was sufficient to withstand the attacks of a fourth-tier, transcendent being. Even if he were to falter, he could swiftly retreat back within the formation at that very moment. Gu Qinghan fixed her gaze upon Sidu Feng, declaring, "You may insult me, but you shall not insult my master. You deserve to die." A woman. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's melodious voice, Sidu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 20. Terrifying Divine Might. Not a single one shall remain. As the gentle breeze caressed her, Gu Qinghan removed the hood of her cloak. At this juncture, there was nothing left to conceal. All those within the Yinsha Valley must perish. She had previously donned the hood merely to avoid unnecessary complications. But now there was no need for disguise. Who are you? Are you the formidable figure behind Gu Qinghan? I am Gu Qinghan. Where is your master? Have him come forth. Sidu Feng's oppressive aura surged forth. Feeling further insulted, Gu Qinghan's long, flowing hair danced in the wind as she proclaimed, "To kill you, why must I rely on my master? Head Gu Qinghan, you possess quite the courage. Your master hides away, leaving me no choice but to strike down the flower." Boom! As Situ Feng spoke, an aura of transcendent power erupted forth. With a single finger pointed, a beam of crimson light shot toward Gu Qinghan with the force of a tempest, shattering rocks in its wake, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. This attack was Situ Feng's ultimate technique, a low-tier Earth-grade combat skill known as the Infinite Finger. It's over. This Gu Qinghan is bound to die. Alas, what a waste of such exquisite beauty. I wonder what her master thinks. As Sidu Feng unleashed his strike, the distant spectators revealed expressions of sympathy. Many among the onlookers prepared for the worst, provided Gu Qinghan would have a complete corpse. Rumble, Situ Feng's technique struck Gu Qinghan. Yet in the next moment, he and all present were left utterly astonished. That previously overwhelming attack proved utterly futile. The barrier that enveloped Gu Qinghan radiated ripples, rendering all attacks insubstantial. Impossible. You. How could you possibly possess a heaven-grade protective treasure? Situ Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. Not only were they astonished, but Mie Qing and Miezhu were equally left reeling. Li Muzhou's grand strategy had once again reshaped their understanding that I wish to see how long you can endure this. How long can you maintain that heaven-grade treasure? While stunned, Situ Feng launched another assault. Boom! 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 Before all eyes, Sidu Feng unleashed his full might. Executing his ultimate techniques, he even summoned a low-tier Earth-grade treasure, a great seal that descended like a mountain, aimed directly at Gu Qinghan. Silence across the vast land. An eerie quiet enveloped the scene. Situ Feng, panting heavily, found Gu Qinghan standing unfazed. This is simply... Miezhu's mind buzzed, unable to believe the scene before her. Sidu Feng, after all this effort, it is now my turn to strike. Is it not? Gu Qinghan let out a cold laugh, casting forth 3 talismans, each inscribed with a sword-shaped symbol and arcane runes. Talismans? Mere talismans. Refining swords into threads, leaving traces in the void? Not good. Quickly. Infuse all power into the protective array. Situ Feng, who had been sneering moments before, now wore a face of horror. Clang, in the heavens and the earth, the 3 talismans detonated, unleashing a terrifying sword intent. This sword intent harbored the profound meanings of the chaotic return path scripture and the boundless sword scripture, transforming into 3 towering sword lights that distorted the void, slashing toward the protective array of the Yinsha Valley. Refining swords into threads, leaving traces in the void, is a manifestation of the sword path entering the Tao. Just as the true essence of laws can be grasped, so too can blades, spears, swords, and halberds enter the Tao. Although Li Muzhou currently resided within the 3rd tier of the transcendent realm, his sword intent had reached the level of entering the Tao. If those who grasped the embryonic forms of true laws were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, then those who could let sword intent enter the Tao were equally scarce. Buffed, buffed, buffed. The three terrifying sword intents descended from the heavens, striking directly against the protective array of the Yinsha Valley, and a multitude of disciples from the Yinsha Valley were violently rebounded, spewing blood and perishing, as many lay lifeless across the plaza, their souls returning to the ether. Simultaneously, the protective array began to blur and waver, teetering on the brink of collapse. Hold firm. We must hold firm. Quickly, channel your magic into the array. This is the critical moment for the survival of our Yinsha Valley. All the elders and surviving elite disciples of the Yinsha Valley sat cross-legged, merging their powers into the protective array, a torrent of energy from hundreds of thousands converging into a radiant rainbow. In few in the distance, the onlookers were struck with an icy dread, many of them collapsing to the ground, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of terror that rendered them incapable of thought. Chapter 21. The annihilation of Yinsha Valley, the slaughter of Mahai. What a heart-stopping scene this is. The entirety of Yinsha Valley, spanning miles, had been reduced to ruins. Over 100,000 disciples of Yinsha Valley, along with their livestock, lay shattered into pieces. The crux of the matter was that the sect master of Yinsha Valley was already at his wit's end. Upon hearing his furious roar, he was seen fleeing in the opposite direction amidst the billowing dust. Escaping. It's over, it's all over. With Yinsha Valley laid to waste, will the immortal Qing Han not slay us as well? Mother, I want to go home. All the spectators were left in shock, their scalps tingling, as regret surged within them. N.O. Situ Feng, I curse you. Within the ruins of Yinsha Valley, the gravely injured Mahai was equally astonished by Situ Feng's audacious actions. He swiftly bit his tongue, igniting his vital essence to unleash a life-saving secret technique and make his escape. With a whoosh, a blood-red figure emerged from the smoke, heading southward. Elders, that person should not be from Yinsha Valley. You must intercept him. Gu Qing Han stood resolutely against the wind, calmly stating, I will personally pursue Situ Feng. My master commanded that not a single soul from Yinsha Valley be spared. Very well. The two elders, Mie and Mie Qing, were similarly disconcerted as they hastened in the direction Mahai had fled. The entire area within 1,300 miles was shrouded in a grand formation. They were unconcerned that Situ Feng and his accomplices could escape. Senior sister, have you witnessed Li's methods today? Never have I seen such powerful capabilities from ordinary talismans. I wonder what the scene would be like if Senior Li were to act personally. Senior sister, Li, is only 23 years old. Isn't she? Indeed, during your absence from the southern Zhao Kingdom, the most gifted individual there must have awakened the 9th grade bloodline, the Grand Prince. Yet he is merely at the 2nd level of the Diamond Realm, while Senior Li is his peer. Sigh. Senior Li's talents are truly unparalleled throughout the ages. As they conversed, they had already caught up to the fleeing Mahai. Curse it! What is this formation? A heavenly level grand formation. Damn it, what kind of enemies has Situ Feng made? Mahai furiously assaulted the barrier, yet remained utterly unmoved. Save your energy. Mahai, you might as well await the judgment of immortal Qing Han. With a resounding blast, 2 sword energies erupted before Mahai, forcing him to retreat rapidly. Godly travel realm. Mahai despaired. You are Mie and Mie Qing, aren't you? You have actually broken through to the godly travel realm. Indeed, it is us. Mahai was engulfed in despair, realizing that his only hope lay in awaiting Gu Qing Han's judgment. On another front, damn it all, break for me. It was indeed the legendary heavenly level grand formation. Such a formation could not have been set up in a day or two. Who is scheming against Yinsha Valley? Situ Feng had also arrived at the northern edge of the grand formation, launching a frenzied attack, even killing a group of rogue cultivators hidden nearby in his fury. Situ Feng, stop wasting your efforts. My master set up this heavenly level grand formation with ease in the blink of an eye. Gu Qinghan's voice echoed in Situ Feng's ears. Hearing her, Situ Feng turned, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. Gu Qinghan, who exactly is your master? It is unnecessary for you to know who my master is. The dead have no right to know. Whoosh! Gu Qinghan cast another talisman. With a resounding bang, Situ Feng was torn apart. disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. Thus, Insha Valley was obliterated. Immediately afterward, Gu Qinghan turned her gaze toward the distant rogue cultivators. Immortal Qinghan, spare us. We are not from Insha Valley. Immortal Qinghan, we were wrong. We should not have come here. Please, just let us go. The rogue cultivators were already terrified beyond measure, perceiving Gu Qinghan as a harbinger of death. Who would have thought that the entire Insha Valley, numbering over 100,000 souls, would be annihilated in the blink of an eye? These individuals merely sought to profit from the chaos. They begged for mercy, Jiyu Qinghan thought to herself as she ascended upon the wind. All the surviving rogue cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to bow in gratitude until Gu Qinghan's form vanished from sight. On another front, Immortal Qinghan, spare me. I only came to assist. It was all Situ Feng's doing. He promised me many benefits, and I merely wished to be a bystander. Mahai repeatedly bowed, trembling in fear. Though you're not of Insha Valley, whether you live or die is left to fate. This coin, if it lands heads up, you may live. If tails, you shall die. A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Qinghan's eyes as she produced a coin and tossed it into the air. Mahai stared intently at the spinning coin, his heart lodged in his throat. With a clang, the coin landed, revealing its tail's side. No! Mahai despaired. His fate was sealed, met with yet another talisman, with a thunderous bang. A terrifying sword light pierced through him, and he instantly disintegrated into blood mist. Mieju nodded. Qinghan, well done. This Bua sect is not a good entity. Jiu Qinghan replied affirmatively, withdrawing the grand formation before soaring into the sky. Behind her lay only the ruins of Insha Valley and the scattered corpses. The news of Insha Valley's demise sent shockwaves across several provinces. Upon Gu Qinghan's return, Jiu City was similarly engulfed in a tempest of tumult. The reputation of the Gu family soared once more days for the Bua sect. Upon learning of their sect master's death in battle, they not only sealed the news, but the elders also closed the mountain gates. Were they foolish enough to seek vengeance against Gu Qinghan? Did they not see that Insha Valley had been utterly annihilated? There were but a few godly travel realm experts in the vicinity of the entire southern Zhao kingdom. And now that the Bua sect had lost its top combat power, they should be contemplating how to survive. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from provoking the Gu family. Most critically, the mysterious master behind Gu Qinghan had yet to make a move. Who could fathom the strength of such an individual? Days later, Li Muzhou received news from Chun and that the Flying Snow Secret Realm would open today. Almost all major forces received word of the Flying Snow Secret Realm's opening, and various factions were poised outside, eager to stake their claim within. Simultaneously, forces from all sides set forth towards the Flying Snow Secret Realm. Above the Gu family estate, the Xianfeng Qinghuan soared gracefully, as Li Muzhou calmly remarked, "Qinghan, let's depart." With that, he took Gu Qinghan and stood upon the back of the Xianfeng Qinghuan. "Senior, may we accompany you?" Mieju respectfully looked at Li Muzhou, asking cautiously. Mie Qing dared not speak. After all, she had recently been punished. "Then let us go together." Li Muzhou glanced at Mieju and Mie Qing, then at Gu Qinghan's cousin, Gu Qingxian, and thought it would be all right to bring them along. Upon receiving Li Muzhou's affirmation, Mie Qing and Mieju were overjoyed. The Flying Snow Secret Realm was extraordinary, a relic of a half-step yin-yang mirror expert. Nearly all nearby empires and factions would come, and many godly travel realm experts would be present. Their safety would be significantly bolstered by traveling with Li Muzhou. Chapter 22. All present are worthless. In front of the Gu family estate, Gu Yun led all the members of the Gu family to bid farewell to Li Muzhou and his entourage. Not until Li Muzhou's figure vanished from sight did the elder sigh. "Master, the times have changed out indeed. The My Gu family has produced a remarkable young lady." Thanks to Senior Li, Gu Yun's face beamed with joy, his spirits high. The Gu family. Li Muzhou was akin to a deity. It was because of him that they enjoyed such favorable circumstances today. Li Muzhou, accompanied by Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingxian, journeyed onward, arriving at the Purple Void Mountain Range 2 hours later. The Flying Snow Secret Realm would open amidst the peaks of the Purple Void Mountain Range. "Master, there are so many people." Gu Qinghan exclaimed in astonishment, noting the presence of powerful individuals from many surrounding nations. In Gu Qinghan's view, a multitude of beast mounts soared through the sky, alongside many peculiarly dressed individuals. Clearly not experts from the southern Zhao kingdom, with several godly travel realm experts among them. That is only natural. The Flying Snow Taoist was a half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivator. Even though many treasures have been uncovered, there are still numerous undiscovered items. The sects and royal families from several nearby nations will certainly send representatives. Come, let us head to entrance number 3. Li Muzhou spoke lightly. He directed the Xianfeng Qingwan toward the third entrance of the Purple Void Mountain Range. When the Flying Snow Secret Realm opened, dozens of entrances in the Purple Void Mountain Range would simultaneously transport individuals into the Secret Realm. Even those traveling together would be separated, so there was little point in meeting up with others from the Tianjian Sect. Wow, is this the Xianfeng Qingwan? So magnificent. All these handsome men and beautiful women, they look quite unfamiliar. I wonder which sect they belong to. Those two alluring elders still exude charm, don't they? It is likely the elders of their sect. Li Muzhou and his companions descended before entrance number 3, instantly drawing a considerable amount of attention. Beasts like the Xianfeng Qingwan are quite rare, primarily because most factions lack the means to tame such creatures, which is why it attracts so much notice. And no sooner had Li Muzhou touched the ground than someone exclaimed, "Look, it's a royal war chariot." Royal. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou turned his gaze towards the horizon. Whoosh! A powerful sound of breaking air resonated as the royal war chariot of the Nanzhao kingdom soared through the sky, drawn by 3 winged black flame horses, followed by a multitude of guards. On the chariot's deck stood a prince clad in a dragon robe, accompanied by an elder of the divine travel realm. Apprentice, the first prince, the foremost among the younger generation of our Nanzhao kingdom. Indeed, the first prince exuded an extraordinary presence. The last time they had seen him was several years ago. It was said that he broke through to the Diamond Realm at the age of 20. His current level must be the 2nd or 3rd layer of the Diamond Realm, right? Yes, at the pinnacle of the 2nd layer, mere steps away from the 3rd. Moreover, I have heard that the first prince possesses a 9th grade bloodline, capable of contending even with those at the 3rd layer of the Diamond Realm. Remarkable, indeed. He is merely 23 years, old to him, why goodness. Alas, at our age, we are still in the divine pill realm, that he is a royal prince. Endowed with countless resources and tutored by elders of the divine travel realm, we simply cannot compare. With the arrival of the first prince from the Nanzhao kingdom, the focus of attention swiftly shifted. Although Li Muzhou was formidable, he lacked notoriety. 3 years ago, the Tianjian Sect had sealed off information, and no one knew that Li Muzhou was the mysterious elder of the Tianjian Sect in the divine travel realm. Naturally making the first prince the focal point of the gathering, Gu Qinghan observed the grand spectacle of the first prince and muttered, "Humph, my master does not display such ostentation." Indeed, before meeting elderly, the first prince of Zuisang was undeniably the foremost among the younger generation of our Nanzhao kingdom. The elder of the extermination sect remarked lightly, yet when compared to elderly. All right, such are merely hollow titles. Look, more people are arriving. Li Muzhou waved his hand, directing his gaze southward. Oh, is that not Zuisang? In an instant, a voice imbued with disdain floated over to Li Muzhou's ears. The first prince Zuisang furrowed his brow and raised his head towards the sky. Whoosh! A procession of luxurious chariots, rivaling that of the Nanzhao kingdom's royal chariot, descended from the heavens, halting opposite the first prince. It is the Huiwei Empire. I wonder which prince from the Huiwei Empire has come. The Huiwei Empire has long been a rival to our Nanzhao kingdom. After all, the arrogance of the Huiwei Empire's princes is quite pronounced. Don't you think? I sense ill intentions from their arrival. Many scattered cultivators recognized the great moon emblazoned on the banner and immediately identified the newcomers. The Huiwei Empire and the Nanzhao kingdom share borders, and conflicts have persisted for ages. A century ago, the two nations even erupted into a cataclysmic war over territory. Upon seeing the young man clad in black on the Huiwei chariot, Zuisang sneered. Duamulin, long time no see. Duamulin emanated an aura of considerable danger. As the first prince, Zuisang possessed more intelligence. Over the years, Duamulin had become a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Huiyue Empire's foremost sect, the Tianjian Sect, making rapid advancements in strength and emerging as a potential heir to the throne, a direct competitor to him. It has indeed been a while. Duamulin provocatively responded, I have heard that since your breakthrough to the Diamond Realm, you have become the foremost among the younger generation of the Nanzhao Kingdom. How about we have a contest today? As you wish, within 5 exchanges, I shall surely defeat you. The first prince would not lose face in the face of Duamulin's provocation. He stepped forward, standing firm, his protective aura surging forth. Duamulin's realm was likewise the second layer of the Diamond Realm. With his 9th grade bloodline, he felt no fear. Hearing this, Duamulin raised a single finger, dismissively stating, Why bother with 5 exchanges? If you can manage even a single strike against me, I shall withdraw. Wow! Duamulin's declaration sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. How audacious! The first prince should strike him down. Indeed. Who does he think he is? Our Nanzhao Kingdom's first prince possesses a 9th grade bloodline. Does he fear you? Crush him! Eliminate him! The various cultivators of the Nanzhao Kingdom burned with indignation at Duamulin's audacity. In the face of right and wrong, most cultivators remained united against a common foe. Earth-tier superior combat technique. Limitless divine palm. Zhuosang's anger surged. His mana rapidly circulated, transforming his form into an afterimage as he struck towards Duamulin, manifesting countless illusions of palms in the air. A tempest of palm shadows raining down like a torrential storm, overwhelming and indefensible. Li Muzhou observed this spectacle and softly remarked, Zhuosang is about to be defeated. Gu Qinghan and the others looked on in confusion. Clearly, Zhuosang seemed imposing, yet Duamulin had merely assumed a defensive stance. In the next moment, as the first prince's myriad palm shadows descended upon Duamulin. The latter erupted with a bloodlust far surpassing Zhuosang's, his entire being aglow with a bronze-colored golden light, challenging the first prince with a counterstrike. Duamulin, possessing a 7th grade bloodline, also unleashed an Earth-tier mid-level combat technique, ensuring the first prince's inevitable defeat. With a crack, the first prince's left arm fractured, his dragon robe shredded, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, tumbling backward like a kite severed from its string. Your Highness, the elder behind him hurriedly rushed forward to catch the first prince, but the latter's complexion darkened, his body riddled with fractures, succumbing to unconsciousness on the spot. Witnessing this, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. Is this all? The foremost among the younger generation of the Nanzhao Kingdom? One and all, you are nothing but trash. Duamulin's lips curled into a smirk, his voice dripping with arrogance. The cultivators of the Nanzhao Kingdom seethed with rage, wishing to tear Duamulin apart, yet the divine travel realm elder behind him deterred them from acting. At this critical moment, Li Muzhou's calm laughter shattered the silence. The sound pierced Duamulin's ears like a dagger. Duamulin's eyes glinted with cold fury as he turned to Li Muzhou. You dare to laugh? Step forward. Chapter 23. The Soul of the Wandering Dragon. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned towards Li Muzhou. Was he not the young man who had just arrived riding the Xianfeng Qingwan? It is hard to discern his realm, is it not? He appears to be barely in his 20s. Surely, he cannot. With the first prince defeated, this young man must also be. It seems he is one of us from the Nanzhao Kingdom. I wonder which sect he belongs to. Though the scattered cultivators of the Nanzhao Kingdom were incensed, they dared not confront Duamulin. As they watched Li Muzhou under Duamulin's scrutiny, concern filled their hearts. The royal elder, cradling Zhuosang, glanced at Li Muzhou anxiously. Young friend, you must flee. What? Do you think he can escape? An elder behind Duamulin spoke, releasing a pressure that resonated with the divine travel realm. 2 divine travel realm experts. The Huiyue Empire has sent 2 powerful protectors to target our Nanzhao Kingdom. This is dire. That young man is doomed. In an instant, the spirits of the Nanzhao cultivators plummeted. The royal experts of the Nanzhao Kingdom fell silent as well. With 2 divine travel realm protectors, even if they wished to shield Li Muzhou, they could not. There were a few other divine travel realm experts present. Yet all were at the level of the first layer and would not intervene. Duamulin crossed his arms and looked down from his elevated position. You there, yes, I'm speaking to you. Step forward. Strangely, no matter how Duamulin called out, Li Muzhou and his companions remained unimpressed. Li Muzhou pinched Gu Qinghan's cheek and smiled. Do you think I count as one of the younger generation? Of course. Gu Qinghan replied sweetly. My master is only 23 this year. He definitely qualifies as the younger generation. Duamulin's arrogance was unbearable even for Gu Qinghan. Yet it was puzzling why Duamulin chose to provoke her master. In her eyes, Duamulin was already a dead man walking. Very well, Li Muzhou revealed a row of pristine white teeth, gazing at Duamulin, and raised a middle finger. I shall defeat you in one strike. Defeat me in one strike. Ha ha! You must be joking. Ever since I ascended the Lingxiao potential dragon ranking, I have never encountered such an arrogant peer. Duamulin laughed until tears almost streamed down his face, pointing at Li Muzhou with derision. Gasp! He has actually made it onto the Lingxiao potential dragon ranking. Someone from our South Path region has ascended the Lingxiao potential dragon ranking. My heavens, no wonder he is so arrogant. The Lingxiao potential dragon ranking is a list of the most extraordinary 1,000 youths in the entire Lingxiao realm. This young man, you mustn't. Anyone who can ascend the Lingxiao potential dragon ranking is undoubtedly a genius of exceptional caliber. The South Path region may not be vast, but it harbors numerous empires, and for years, there's been no news of anyone making it onto the Lingxiao potential dragon ranking. This list is compiled by several major celestial sects, renowned for its authority and authenticity, bearing immense weight. Anyone capable of making the list is not to be trifled with. Despite Duamulin merely being at the second layer of the Diamond Realm, his prowess far exceeds that of his peers, which enabled him to defeat Zhuisang in a single strike. Just as everyone marveled at Duamulin's prestigious standing, Li Muzhou made his move that is the Lingxiao potential dragon ranking really that impressive. As soon as Li Muzhou's voice fell, he reached out his hand to grasp the void. With a resounding boom, the spiritual energy in the air surged violently, coalescing into a massive hand that lunged toward Duamulin. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed, reverberating like a deep rumble. Hiss, 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 thunder in the void, the realm of divine travel. My heavens, he is actually in the realm of divine travel. The third level of divine travel. How utterly astonishing. Divine traveler so young, am I dreaming? This Duamulin is surely doomed. Haha, how delightful. He's kicked a steel plate this time, hasn't he? You wanted to show off, and if he survives, I shall eat excrement upside down. The thunder in the void, a hallmark of the divine travel realm. The moment Li Muzhou made his move, the cultivators present were utterly shocked. Impossible! Duamulin was rendered speechless, his face a mask of terror. Though he had ascended the Lingxiao potential dragon list, he was merely in the 980th position, a mere scrap. There were indeed divine travelers in their 20s on the Lingxiao potential dragon list, but they were exceedingly rare, all prodigies from the sacred lands of Tianzhu. How could such a genius exist in the southern domain? Duamulin exerted all his strength, yet faced with the insurmountable gap. He was caught in Li Muzhou's spiritual hand at their first encounter, instantly bleeding from all 7 orifices, his body twisting grotesquely as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Duamulin now regretted his arrogance, wishing he had not acted so pretentiously the divine traveler at the 3rd level in his 20s. Such a prodigy could not possibly exist in the southern domain. Damn it, release the prince. If you kill Duamulin, I will annihilate your entire clan. The 2 elders behind Duamulin's eyes bulged with rage, simultaneously unleashing their divine travel realm pressure. A 3rd level divine traveler. The other was a 4th level divine traveler. This individual was likely a top-tier powerhouse of the Huiyue Empire. My heavens, they're actually protecting Duamulin to ascend the Lingxiao potential dragon list. What do you think? Their realms are higher than that young man's. But in an instant, the atmosphere fell into a deathly silence that Li Muzhou, detest being threatened above all else. Li Muzhou's cold voice echoed through the void, and with a resounding crack, he crushed Duamulin into a mist of blood. How bold! You dare to be so malicious. A mere 3rd level divine traveler. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Today, you shall surely perish. Your entire clan shall face annihilation. The 2 powerful divine travelers' eyes turned bloodshot. As the situation escalated beyond their expectations, They simultaneously retaliated, unleashing their formidable combat techniques. Oh, you dare to defy. Then I shall send you on your way. I wish to see how you will destroy my entire clan after killing us. Crack, crack. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes, and boundless frost spread from beneath his feet like a spider's web, coalescing upon the brows of the two divine traveler elders. An ancient divine sword appeared in his hand, the renowned Deluo sacred sword. Clang, the sword cannon of the boundless void, the true essence of the laws. Flee now. The moment the frost manifested beneath Li Muzhou's feet, the two divine traveler elders were left dumbfounded. Li Muzhou was indeed a third-level divine traveler, but if he had comprehended the true essence of the laws, the scenario would be entirely different. While Duan Mulin could fight above his level, the difficulty of doing so would drastically increase after reaching the 7th level of the Diamond Realm, and it would become even more challenging in the Divine Travel Realm. The true essence of the laws was another matter. A sword immortal who comprehended the true essence of the laws could intimidate even a 6th-level divine traveler without fear. Moreover, the Deluo sacred sword in Li Muzhou's hand was a sacred artifact. The terrifying sword ray, stretching for thousands of feet, surged through the void like a rampaging dragon. In the instant the two divine travelers turned to flee, the sword energy effortlessly tore through their protective aura, obliterating their defensive treasures and cleaving them in two. The two divine travelers had not even managed to retaliate. In the sky, snowflakes mixed with blood fell, creating a bizarre and chilling scene. In the second before the two divine travelers were torn apart, Li Muzhou had already sheathed his treasured sword and remarked nonchalantly, "What is this?" Silence. Before the third entrance, apart from the sound of snowflakes falling, the atmosphere was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Moments later, an unexpected commotion erupted, a powerful disturbance sweeping across the land. Chapter 24. The Thousand-Handed Butcher. Li Muzhou turned at the sound, a smile breaking across his face. Before him, a massive passageway emerged from the forest. The entrance to the Snowfall Secret Realm had opened. Qing Han, take this talisman and be cautious of your surroundings once you enter. After giving Gu Qing Han a few reminders, Li Muzhou swiftly stepped into the Secret Realm. All individuals would be teleported separately into the Secret Realm, and given the numerous restrictions within, Li Muzhou harbored no concerns for Gu Qing Han's safety. His disciple would undoubtedly be fine. Otherwise, how could he continue to reap rewards? As for the other main quest, Li Muzhou was not in a hurry. Finding a disciple with an extraordinary bloodline like Gu Qing Han took 3 years, after all. The moment Li Muzhou entered the Secret Realm, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Fairy, was that just now your master? How old is the fairy this year? Does her master still take in disciples? Fairy, does your family need a dog? The kind that guard the house. Fairy, my name is, may we forge a good relationship. Fairy." Gu Qing Han was instantly surrounded by the throng of admirers. Li Muzhou's overwhelming power had shocked everyone. He had single-handedly slain 2 divine travelers with a single sword strike. Moreover, those 2 divine travelers' protective treasures had been reduced to dust by that one blow, creating a visual spectacle akin to an epic film. Even Gu Qing Han's companions, Gu Qingqian and the 2 elder nuns, received countless eager inquiries. "Step aside." Gu Qing Han, ever the icy goddess before outsiders, commanded in an instant. The crowd fell silent. "We should leave." Gu Qing Han stowed away the protective talisman given by Li Muzhou, taking to the winds as she entered the passageway. "Sigh, we should go as well. If only we could attach ourselves to that senior." "What are you dreaming about? Such a powerful figure is not someone we can cling to." Indeed, that fairy was a great beauty. I, at the 8th level of the Divine Pill Realm, would gladly be her dog, yet she pays me no heed. Within the Secret Realm, just as expected, the divine senses here were severely restricted. The methods of a half-step yin-yang mirror were indeed remarkable. Li Muzhou found himself amidst a snow-covered mountain, enveloped in clouds and mist, with visibility limited to around 100 meters. Furthermore, his divine sense was constrained, rendering even the communication jade talismans useless. The primary distinction between the yin-yang mirror and the divine travel realm was the mastery of spatial abilities. The secret realms left behind by half-step yin-yang mirror powerhouses had not revealed their true inheritances for many years, attracting countless powerful figures. Naturally, This place was also a graveyard for numerous strong cultivators. The spiritual energy here was significantly denser. However, no one would dare to cultivate in such a place. After thousands of years, many exceptional spiritual herbs and medicines had matured, with opportunities aplenty. After briefly acclimating to the environment within the secret realm, Li Muzhou soared toward a mountaintop, radiating powerful spiritual energy. The intelligence gathered by Chun Nan was proving useful. Li Muzhou instinctively knew what to do. This area was a cluster of snow-capped mountains. If he were to encounter the ice essence snow lotus, how delightful that would be. Gu Qinghan had yet to awaken her bloodline. Should she do so, her cultivation speed would undoubtedly increase significantly, as would her combat prowess. Boom! Boom! Hurry, it's the thousand-handed butcher. The thousand-handed butcher, we no longer want the Jade Cauldron Dragon Lotus. Amidst the heavy mist, Li Muzhou sensed intense sounds of battle, shrieks, and thunder, indicating the presence of at least 2 divine travelers, along with numerous cultivators below that realm. Jade Cauldron Dragon Lotus? Li Muzhou pondered for a moment, and information about it surfaced in his mind. Ancient texts from the Tianjian Sect recorded that the Jade Cauldron Dragon Lotus was a top-tier spirit herb among earth-grade medicines, capable of enhancing cultivation by 300 years, that a typical divine traveler below the 6th level could elevate their level by 1 tier simply by consuming a single flower. It was exceedingly rare outside, particularly in the southern domain, where it was a coveted find that I wanted. Li Muzhou's lips curled into a smirk as he rapidly ascended toward the mountaintop. Soon, Li Muzhou reached the summit, where he beheld a battlefield strewn with corpses that a middle-aged man adorned with runes stood bare-chested, facing off against a captivating woman clad in a purple gown. Both exuded the aura of divine travelers. The woman in the purple dress was a second-level divine traveler, her origin unknown, while the bare-chested man radiated the peak aura of a 4th-level divine traveler, infamously known as the thousand-handed butcher of the southern domain. The woman, with a coy demeanor, implored, "Thousand-handed butcher, I know I cannot defeat you, so please allow me to have the Jade Cauldron Dragon Lotus. My dual cultivation method can lead you to transcendence. Get lost or face death." In the eyes of the thousand-handed butcher, a golden radiance shimmered, with a myriad of hands manifesting behind him, each adorned with countless arcane inscriptions in each hand. He clutched a precious artifact, and his defenses were impervious to blades and spears, rendering him invincible among his peers. How infuriating! "Can I not leave?" the woman in purple exclaimed before soaring into the air. Suddenly, a pink mist erupted from her sleeves, hurtling towards the thousand-handed butcher. Die! It appeared that the thousand-handed butcher had anticipated this moment, as the myriad hands behind him launched a simultaneous assault. Boom! The resounding noise triggered numerous avalanches, leaving the woman in the purple dress heavily injured, forcing her to employ a secret technique for her escape. Almost immediately, the thousand-handed butcher turned to face Li Muzhou, who was not far away. "Boy, do you wish to perish as well?" No, that I merely seek the Jade Cauldron Dragon Lotus. You wouldn't want to lose your life over a mere herb. Would you?" Li Muzhou replied with a smile, brandishing his Luo sacred sword. His oppressive aura radiated, revealing the unmistakable presence of a 3rd-level deity. 3rd-level deity? What a joke! When I, the thousand-handed butcher, traversed the southern domain, you were still playing in the mud, weren't you? Even a 5th-level deity would not dare speak to me in such a manner. The thousand-handed butcher was utterly astonished. A deity as young as Li Muzhou was truly terrifying. However, he had a penchant for eliminating prodigies. The myriad hands behind him instantly surged to 100 feet in length, striking towards Li Muzhou like a tempest. The infinite sword cannon's lone phoenix cleaved through the air. This strike from Li Muzhou was on par with the soul dragon he had unleashed at the entrance of the secret realm. It was more suited for group attacks. The chaotic purple weeping sword erupted, amplifying its swordsmanship to unparalleled heights. The thousand-handed butcher, at the pinnacle of the 4th level of deity, was stronger than the combined might of the previous 2 deities, prompting Li Muzhou to take the encounter more seriously. He did not believe himself to be invincible. Should he perish, he would lose everything. Boom! The 1,000-foot sword energy swept through the sky like a lone phoenix, its crimson sword aura fusing with the essence of ice. instantaneously severing a significant portion of the thousand-handed butcher's hands. With a splatter, the more arms he lost, the greater the backlash he suffered, causing him to spit blood. How could this be possible? How can he be so strong, so young, yet possessing the true essence of a laws? Even a pinnacle 5th-level deity would hardly measure up. Yet, Li Muzhou did not grant him a moment's respite, thrusting forth another sword strike. Chapter 25. Li Shur, how infuriating. When did such a monstrous prodigy emerge in the southern domain? Though the thousand-handed butcher was brazen, he was not foolish. Having lost 2/3 of his arms to Li Muzhou's sword, he knew that another strike would surely spell his doom. In a moment of desperation, he painfully produced a multicolored orb and crushed it, a brilliant multicolored shield enveloping him like an eggshell, allowing him to swiftly retreat into the distance. This treasure had been acquired long ago, capable of withstanding a blow from a high-level deity. Had it not been for the dire life-and-death situation, he would never have used it. With a resounding bang, Li Muzhou's sword energy followed closely. Striking against the multicolored shield crack, the shield erupted with a blinding light, successfully blocking Li Muzhou's sword energy, but forming web-like fissures, which soon shattered at a pity. Li Muzhou wished to unleash another strike, yet his divine sense was restricted. The thousand-handed butcher had already vanished into the thick fog. The jade cauldron dragon lotus, such a splendid treasure. Li Muzhou gazed at the azure lotus blooming against the wind atop the snowy peak and plucked it. With a gulp, he swallowed it whole. Surprisingly, it tasted rather delightful, reminiscent of ice cream. Opportunities abound in the snowy secret realm, and Li Muzhou would not squander them. 300 years of cultivation might propel him further. Numerous factions from the southern domain participated in this secret realm, including high-level deities. Li Muzhou did not believe himself capable of sweeping all aside. Though he possessed his own life-saving techniques, it was wise to exercise caution. Upon entering his belly, the jade cauldron dragon lotus transformed into a rich medicinal power, flooding through his meridians. 300 years of cultivation, and I've only reached mid-3rd level deity. Li Muzhou found himself both amused and exasperated. The difficulty of his cultivation was indeed exaggerated. Previously, he had gained 100 years of cultivation, yet made only a slight advancement. Now, with 300 years of cultivation, he barely reached mid-3rd level deity. However, his combat prowess had also seen improvement, that he no longer feared opponents at the 4th or 5th level of deity. Even against prodigies with unique bloodlines, he could emerge victorious, should he confront an early 6th level deity. He could also contend. The prospect of battling 3 levels higher in the deity realm would surely terrify many, a testament to the advantages bestowed by his chaotic sword body and formidable techniques. Following the snowy mountain range in search of further surprises, Li Muzhou selected a direction and ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, 3,000 miles west of Li Muzhou, 5 young individuals, 3 men and 2 women, exclaimed in delight. Sure, look, what is that? Before them stood a towering ancient tree. The tree itself was not the focal point. Rather, it was the clusters of azure fruits adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, radiating powerful spiritual energy. The girl named Sure exclaimed excitedly. I've seen in ancient texts. The patterns on these fruits resemble dragons, identical to those described in the records of the Dragon Ascendant's kingdom. They must be Dragon Ascendant's fruits. If Li Muzhou were present, he would recognize that these 5 young disciples were clad in the robes of the Tianjian Sect, and the girl named Sure was none other than Li Sure, who had just become a direct disciple this year. When Li Sure entered the sect, she was merely at the 6th level of spirit gathering. However, with the sect's abundant resources, she had soared to the 2nd level of Purple Mansion, boasting an impressive aptitude of 92. Beside Li Sure stood a handsome youth named Lu Yi, who had also entered the sect this year alongside her as an inner disciple. The other disciples were led by Ling Gang, who had joined the Tianjian Sect 3 years prior and was the senior brother of Li Sure and her companions. Indeed, these are Dragon Ascendant's fruits. Ling Gang exclaimed with enthusiasm. The Dragon Ascendant's fruit symbolizes the soaring of dragons across the seas. A cultivator at the 9th level of the Diamond Realm who consumes one has a 30% increased chance of breaking through to the deity realm. That we struck it rich. Li Sure and the others flushed with excitement. their breaths quickening, clearly aware of the significance of the Dragon Ascendant's fruit. If they could return to the sect with these fruits, they would undoubtedly earn great merit. Under normal circumstances, a single Dragon Ascendant's fruit could fetch an exorbitant price in the southern domain, a treasure coveted by any faction, hardly ever available for sale. It is worth noting that among 100 cultivators at the 9th level of the Diamond Realm, only a few might successfully break through to the Deity Realm, which is a formidable barrier that most could not transcend in their lifetime. Moreover, there were over 20 fruits before them. Let us make our move, Ling Gang commanded. Soaring into the A.I.R.L. I sure, and the others followed suit, retrieving jade boxes to prepare for the harvest of the Dragon Ascendant's fruits. Just as they began to pluck a few, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Several flying darts whizzed through the air, directly targeting multiple vital points on Ling Gang. How dare you? Who dares to attack? I am a direct disciple of the Tianjian Sect. Ling Gang sensed peril and drew his sword, deflecting several darts. Though his hands tingled slightly, he was at the first level of the Divine Dan realm, and the assailants were undoubtedly on par with him. Perhaps even at the second level of the Divine Dan realm. Tianjian Sect? I have not heard of it. Surrender the Dragon Ascendant's fruits you have gathered and leave this place, or face death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 youths clad in white robes appeared before Ling Gang and the others, the lowest among them being at the 9th level of Spirit Gathering, with a triangular-eyed man at the forefront. A second-level Divine Dan cultivator. Observing their attire, it was clear they were not from the Southern Zhao Kingdom, that if they were, they would not show such disdain for the Tianjian Sect. Sure, you and Lu Yi have brighter prospects than us. Take the fruits and leave. Yes, senior brother is right. You two should hurry and go. We three will hold them off. Ling Gang and the other 2 senior brothers at the 9th level of Purple Mansion stepped forward, handing their gathered fruits to Li Sure and Lu Yi, resolutely declaring their intent. Will handing over the fruits allow us to live? These foreign sect members will not let us go. Senior brother. Li Sure and Lu Yi felt their eyes sting with tears as they clutched the Dragon Ascendant's fruits and turned to flee. The triangular-eyed man sneered. You dare to run. You 5 pursue them. We will deal with these 3. Yes, big brother. Immediately, 5 disciples chased after Li Sure and her companions. You dare, Ling Gang and the others ignited their blood, unleashing a powerful aura as they charged at the group. Get lost. The triangular-eyed man led the charge, swinging his blade to deflect Ling Gang, then kicking 2 Tianjian Sect disciples away. Yet, Ling Gang and the others displayed unwavering courage, charging back again. No. Senior brother? As Li Sure turned back, tears streamed down her face, in her line of sight. Ling Gang was surrounded and had become a spent force, while the other 2 senior brothers had also fallen to the chaotic blades. The most critical part was that 5 enemies at the Purple Mansion realm were pursuing them from behind. Thus, one group chased while the other fled, covering a distance of 1,000 miles. Sure, you must go. I will hold them off. You must bring back the Dragon Ascendant's fruits. Lu Yi, witnessing the precarious situation of the 2, resolved to die for his convictions. What is that sound? At this critical moment, Li Muzhou, who had been searching for an hour down the snow-capped mountain, suddenly noticed the commotion nearby and turned his gaze. Throughout this journey of pursuit and being pursued, Li Muzhou had seen it all. But at this moment, his expression shifted dramatically, attacking the disciples of my Tianjian Sect. Seeking death, spotting Li Sure and Lu Yi, he let out a cold snort and swiftly took to the skies. Chapter 26. Dare to harm the disciples of Tianjian Sect, and you wish to escape? Junior brother, hurry and flee. We entered the sect together. Your talent surpasses mine, that if you can find a powerful master from Tianjian Sect, you will survive. There is something else I forgot to mention. I have cherished you for a long time, and I hope in the next life we may cultivate together as fellow disciples. Lu Yi gave a bitter smile, revealing the greatest secret hidden deep within his heart. Lu Yi, I know everything. That I will ensure the elders of our sect avenge you and the senior brothers. Tears streamed down Li Sure's face. She was also exceptionally beautiful. From the moment she entered the sect, she had countless suitors. Yet her feelings for Lu Yi were uniquely profound. His affection for her was pure, untainted by any ulterior motives. As Lu Yi prepared to fight to the death for her, Li Muzhou felt a heart-wrenching Li Muzhou calculated the distance, and with a swift thrust of the Deluo sacred sword, unleashed yet another terrifying sword chi that soared to a height of 1,000 zhong, even more formidable than before. The elder of the Tianjian Sect once again summoned the precious life-saving artifact he had just used. The last of his treasures, but it was no match for Li Muzhou, who effortlessly shattered it with a single strike, leaving no room for mercy. Spare my life, fellow Taoist. I was wrong, and I am willing to offer all my possessions to you. No need for that. Killing you will suffice. Li Muzhou replied with a cold laugh, as the Deluo sacred sword drove forward once more. Wuji sword classic. Soul Soaring Dragon. No. The elder of the Tianluo temple, now bereft of his life-saving treasures, could only endure the onslaught. In a single encounter, he was pierced through by the terrifying sword chi, his anguished screams transforming into a torrential rain of blood. Utterly destitute, Li Muzhou scooped up the elder's fallen storage ring, and upon violently breaking the spiritual seal within, discovered the pitiful state of the man. Aside from a few low-grade spiritual herbs and pills, there were hardly any decent treasures, and the crucial life-saving artifact had just been destroyed by him. The only somewhat valuable items were the mountain of gold coins, but what powerful being would lack gold? The two engaged in a relentless chase, and after a brief interval, the battle between two transcendent beings resonated, alarming many nearby trial participants. Before the Tunglong fruit tree, Li Muzhou and Lu Yi moved with great speed, scavenging the 10 or so Tunglong fruits from the bodies of the Tianluo sect disciples. They were just about to find a place to hide when an unexpected group arrived. An elder of the Diamond Realm exclaimed excitedly, "Miss, it's the Tunglong fruit." Behind him were several disciples in matching attire, and before them stood a woman clad in tight-fitting garments, evidently a member of a prominent family from the southern region. The woman, exuding the oppressive aura of a fifth-layer divine elixir realm, coldly commanded Li Muzhou and Lu Yi, "You two, hand over the Tunglong fruits, or face death, due to the numerous corpses beneath the tree." The woman intended to seize the fruits from Li Muzhou and Lu Yi and make a hasty escape. Though her family was powerful, they were not arrogant enough to claim all the fruits in the vicinity. As for the fruits still hanging on the tree, she had no intention of picking them. The priority was to snatch and flee. This, Li Muzhou looked at the woman in tight clothing and said, "The fruits we hold belong to our elder of the Tianjian Sect. Our elder has just pursued an enemy in the divine travel realm and will return shortly." Divine travel realm? Enough nonsense. Hand over the fruits, or die. The woman and her family's members were momentarily taken aback by the mention of the divine travel realm, yet the temptation of the Tunglong fruit was too great, and she still chose to take the risk. "Sister, let us temporarily hand them over. Elder Muzhou will return soon, and besides, they might not leave alive." The commotion here was immense. An entire mountain was flattened, and more people will undoubtedly come. Lu Yi, with a quick thought, transmitted to Li Muzhou that their survival was the utmost priority. "All right," we agreed. Li Muzhou found Lu Yi's reasoning sound and placed the gathered fruits on ground. Scram, the woman in tight clothing, evidently wary of the returning divine travel realm elder, ordered her disciples to pick up the Tunglong fruits and prepare to leave. Tunglong fruit? "Miss, it wouldn't be wise to keep it all for yourself. Would it? There should be a share for all." At that critical moment, two more groups arrived at the scene, identifiable by their attire as not being part of the Southern Zhao Kingdom's forces. "Kill!" The woman in tight clothing summoned two curved blades, flanked by a family elder of the Diamond Realm. The newly arrived factions, at most, consisted of ninth-layer divine elixir realm practitioners, making them no match for her. This woman is formidable, Li Muzhou, hidden at a distance, watched in shock as the woman struck down adversaries with uncanny agility. "Don't rush. This is just the beginning," Lu Yi calmly replied, knowing more would surely arrive. As expected, while the woman and her elder wreaked havoc, several more factions approached the Tunglong fruit tree. Tunglong fruit, get lost. Who do you think you are? It's you who should scram. Little girl, how audacious. Do you wish to die? I shall grant you your wish." The new factions, all of whom were at most in the Diamond Realm, saw the disciples of the woman's family continuously scream in horror as they became targets. The woman, too, sustained multiple injuries, her snow-white skin exposed to the air, while the elder beside her was gravely wounded. "Miss, we must leave quickly. Throw away the fruits." To save her life, the woman had no choice but to comply. Though she still concealed a feud, a bald man swung a fist toward the woman and her companions, arrogantly declaring, "You took the fruits and still wish to leave." Boom! 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 The scene erupted into chaos once more, the number of combatants escalating from dozens to hundreds. Ultimately, the woman could not break free from the encirclement, and all members of her family perished at the hands of the invaders, in an instant. The oppressive aura of a divine travel realm practitioner swept across the battlefield, commanding, "All of you, get out of my way." However, at the same time, another divine travel realm presence descended, a tattooed monk with several beads floating around him, proclaiming, "Baldy, those Tonglong fruits belong to me. Begone." The scale of the battle intensified with the arrival of two divine travel realm experts. Moments later, 3 more divine travel realm practitioners joined the fray, swelling the number of participants to over 10,000. Just as blood was being shed over the Tonglong fruits, a sword chi that instilled dread in all arose from the west. Wuji's sword classic, celestial ascendancy. Li Muzhou soared through the air, surveying the chaotic scene before the Tonglong fruit tree, and with one stroke of the Deluo sacred sword, cleaved through the tumultuous crowd. "Not good. Take cover. Another divine travel realm has emerged." A newly arrived first-layer divine travel realm practitioner was the first to bear the brunt of the sword chi, foolishly attempting to resist and save his disciples, only to be instantly pierced through, transforming into a mist of blood. Boom! 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 Wherever the sword chi passed, the ground shattered and mountains crumbled, leaving no survivors. The originally chaotic battlefield of over 10,000 was cleaved apart by the terrifying sword chi, claiming the lives of 2,000 individuals on the spot. Among the 5 divine travel realm experts, only 4 remained: the gray-robed elder of the 3rd layer and the tattooed monk of the same level, along with 2 second-layer divine travel realm practitioners. All turned their gazes toward one direction. From the onset of the conflict until now, Li Muzhou's strike had proven to be the most devastating, silencing the chaotic battlefield in an instant. Swish! A piercing sound of air breaking resounded as a young man in white descended from the skies. It was Li Muzhou, Itius Elder Muzhou. Truly formidable. He is like a god of war. Indeed, this group of people is utterly dumbfounded. "Junior brother, let us remain hidden. If we go out now, we would only trouble Elder Muzhou." "All right." Li Shishir and Lu Yi stayed concealed at a distance, refraining from any reckless actions. "Your swordsmanship is impressive, but killing so many of my sect's disciples is rather ruthless, don't you think?" The gray-robed elder, stunned by Li Muzhou's presence, recognized the rarity of such a young, 3rd-layer divine travel realm practitioner. Yet, knowing this, he felt no fear. That previous strike, while powerful, consumed immense spiritual energy, and with so many individuals present, they would not be intimidated by Li Muzhou alone. The earlier strike had also taken the lives of several of his disciples, leaving Li Muzhou isolated. "Ruthless? How amusing!" Li Muzhou retorted. "These Tonglong fruits were first discovered by my disciple. Those who do not wish to die should scram." He cast a disdainful glance at the gray-robed elder, showing no mercy as he pointed his sword at everyone present. "Ha ha ha! Kid, I admit you are a genius, but your arrogance is astonishing. In the realm of opportunities, the worthy shall claim them. What do you even count as?" The tattooed monk scoffed, the beads before him radiating a fierce light as he regarded Li Muzhou with contempt. "Indeed, too domineering. Several of my disciples also fell to your blade, and you expect us to leave? You must not know how to write death. Do you truly believe you can defeat us all?" The other 2 divine travel realm practitioners echoed, their faces filled with defiance. With such a bounty of Tonglong fruits, there was no way they would simply relinquish them. They had never encountered anyone as arrogant as Li Muzhou. In response, Li Muzhou tilted his sword toward the ground, calmly declaring, "If that is the case, then let us see you to your demise." Boom! His oppressive aura surged forth, reverberating like thunder in the void. Simultaneously, an icy chill enveloped everyone present. Those of lower realms were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. The gray-robed elder's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "Not good. 7th tier ice true intent. He is no ordinary third-layer divine travel realm practitioner. We must join forces to swiftly eliminate him. Attack!" The gray-robed elder, the tattooed monk, and two formidable practitioners of the 2nd tier of the divine traveler realm all launched their attacks simultaneously. Fortunately, the true intent of Li Muzhou had not yet reached the extreme level. Otherwise, many more would have been frozen. Those who comprehend the nascent form of true intent are exceedingly rare, fewer than 1 in 10, even among those who grasp the nascent form. The number who can truly comprehend true intent is similarly scarce. The realm of true intent is further divided into entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and the extreme realm. Currently, Li Muzhou's 7th grade ice true intent lies between minor and major accomplishment, having yet to attain the extreme realm. At the extreme level, true intent can merge with other extreme true intents, giving rise to higher tier true intents. The 3 pure dragon spear, the fury flame demon sword, the mysterious turtle divine power, the thunderbolt Buddha's finger. With the 4 divine traveler realm powerhouses acting in concert, they wielded techniques ranging from the pinnacle of Xian grade to low-grade earth grade. Among them, the tattooed monk was the most powerful, conjuring a massive 100-foot finger with the thunderbolt Buddha's finger, exuding a formidable presence at the mid-grade earth level. In addition to the 4 divine traveler realm experts, dozens of 9th-tier diamond realm strongmen also launched their own assaults, employing a variety of combat techniques. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying fluctuations resulting from so many powerful beings striking at once deterred even the 4th-tier divine traveler realm experts from engaging head-on. Yet a faint smile danced at the corner of Li Muzhou's lips, revealing his calm demeanor amidst chaos that he executed the heavenly gang step, moving swiftly, the infinite sword cannon's drifting dragon Azura. With his feet tracing profound steps, countless afterimages emerged in the void, expertly evading myriad attacks. Simultaneously, the great Luo divine sword emitted a piercing cry, unleashing the most devastating attack he could muster. The terrifying sword energy roared like a dragon, splitting into 8 golden dragon-shaped sword energies, imbued with ice true intent, blooming like a lotus and wreaking havoc across the battlefield. No, please spare us, Senior. We are willing to withdraw. 2 2nd-tier divine traveler realm powerhouses activated their treasures, shattering in panic as they frantically sought to escape. Yet that dragon-shaped sword energy bore the effect of locking onto its target, instilling a palpable sense of impending doom within them. Now you wish to beg for mercy? It is too late. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes, and the 2 divine traveler realm experts met their demise in an instant. On another front, a resounding pop echoed as the tattooed monk's arms exploded, the several floating prayer beads before him also shattering. His voice, filled with anguish and fury, resonated, lamenting his own blindness. With a loud bang, the tattooed monk was torn apart on the spot. The most tragic fate befell the gray-robed elder, who employed several life-preserving techniques and treasures to no avail. Li Muzhou's sword was simply too sharp. This was undoubtedly a heavenly grade treasure. I despise this. His strength rivals the peak of the 5th tier in the divine traveler realm. The gray-robed elder found himself in a desperate situation, his heart filled with countless regrets. Yet there is no remedy for regret in this world. In a fleeting moment, he too was pierced by the terrifying sword energy, instantly disintegrating. What the hell? What the hell? This is too terrifying. They're all dead. My goodness, this person's strength must be comparable to the 5th tier of the divine traveler realm. He is simply inhuman. I have heard that the Qilin Cliff has been opened. Let us venture there for some fortuitous encounters. In the distance, several factions were hastening their approach. Among them were not a few divine traveler realm experts. However, upon witnessing the scene before the Tunglong fruit tree transformed into a scene of carnage, everyone was struck with fear. Though the Tunglong fruit is enticing, no one dared to step further. What was once fertile land for miles had utterly transformed into a battlefield. Why are you still dawdling? Get to work. Li Muzhou stood poised in midair, gazing towards the distant thicket. Sure, and Lu Yi, their necks recoiling in shock, hurriedly began to clear the remnants of the battlefield and gather the Tonglong fruits. Qilin Cliff, Li Muzhou cast a glance at the crowd in the distance, memories of Qilin Cliff flashing through his mind. Chapter 29, Malicious Intent, Must Be Killed. As Li Sure collected the Tonglong fruits, she curiously inquired, Elder Muzhou, what is Qilin Cliff? Qilin Cliff is one of the major treasures within the Feishu mystic realm. Renowned alongside the Bodhi Tower, it possesses a unique efficacy that aids individuals in comprehending the nascent forms of the laws of true intent. And it is also home to many insights left by powerful figures who grasp true intent within the secret realm. A smile adorned Li Muzhou's face as he recounted the origins of Qilin Cliff to Li Sure and her companion. Such a treasure. If one could comprehend true intent, it would be exceedingly fortunate. Li Sure's eyes sparkled with excitement. True intent. Is it truly so easy to break through? Throughout the history of the Feishu mystic realm, many have comprehended the nascent forms of true intent, yet none have awakened true intent directly. Li Muzhou playfully tapped Li Sure's forehead, bemused by the little girl's enthusiasm. Well, I want to give it a try too. Elder Muzhou, we have gathered all 53 fruits, along with these resources. Li Sure and Lu Yi held several undamaged storage rings in their hand. Li Muzhou glanced at them casually and replied, You may keep them. Follow me. Thank you, Elder. Li Sure and Lu Yi beamed with joy, following Elder Muzhou and relishing the delightful experience. Qilin Cliff is a towering mountain, stretching for thousands of miles. That'd be why the time Li Muzhou arrived. It was already teeming with people, estimating the crowd to number in the tens of thousands. Truly marvelous. One wonders where the Feishu Daoists sourced this mountain. Li Muzhou descended beside a lake, and merely standing there significantly enhanced one's comprehension of the laws. His 7th grade Ice true intent was subtly edging towards a breakthrough. Meanwhile, the mountain bore various marks, sword scars, spear marks, knife cuts, axe grooves, and so on. Each distinct mark was imbued with the nascent forms of the laws of true intent. Typically, the entry-level nascent forms of true intent stem from the fundamental 5 elemental laws: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The entry into the realm of true intent signifies an initial understanding. The foundational 5 elemental laws are all 9th grade. But if 2 9th grade extreme laws merge, they yield an 8th grade law, such as water fire true intent, gold fire true intent, earth wood true intent, and so forth. Beyond the 5 elemental laws, there exist numerous other laws, commencing from 7th grade true intent, such as ice true intent, thunder true intent, gale true intent, etc. In the entirety of the Nanjiao kingdom, few can grasp even the foundational 5 elemental laws of true intent, and those able to comprehend the nascent forms of laws above 9th grade are all prodigies. Gu Qing'an, for instance, comprehended the 7th grade ice law true intent after consuming a Xianyang fruit. 6th grade laws of true intent are all derived from the fusion of 7th grade laws. True intents above 5th grade are even more fearsome. As for the legendary 1st grade true intent, throughout all of Lingxiao realm's history, few have comprehended such a level of law, and none are without the bearing of immortals. This place holds value for Li Muzhou as well. Just by meditating and comprehending, his ice true intent shows signs of breaking through to major accomplishment, and, with a stroke of luck, he might even directly perceive the extreme realm. Gu Qingqian. In an instant, Li Muzhou sensed a familiar aura. It was indeed Gu Qingqian. You all meditate here. I shall return shortly. After instructing Li Sure and her companion, Li Muzhou swiftly headed towards the other side of Qilin Cliff. What I Qinsho Susu have set my eyes upon must be surrendered. If you continue to chatter, I shall shred you into pieces and feed you to dogs. Little junior sister is right. You have 3 breaths to comply, or else I will turn you into dog food. Have you heard of the illustrious name of my floating pagoda sect? You are being too excessive. Yu Qingqian glared at the 2 men and 1 woman before her, indignantly declaring, that fire-radiant stone was clearly discovered by me and Qin Shirin. Why should it belong to you? Beside Gu Qinghan, a woman clad in a purple bodysuit exuded confidence, stating, Indeed, many witnessed our discovery. With so many stones on Qilin Cliff, why don't you claim them all as yours? Qin Shirin, the eldest daughter of the Qin family from Hashan City in Nanzhao Kingdom, had entered the secret realm and teamed up with Gu Qingqian. Upon arriving at Qilin Cliff, they discovered a special fire radiant stone that enhances the potency of fire attribute spells, making it a valuable spiritual stone. However, the double-tailed little girl before them was exceedingly domineering, insisting on claiming it for herself and hurling insults, which naturally displeased Gu Qingqian. Moreover, the little girl was merely at the second tier of the Purple Mansion realm, had it not been for the two senior brothers behind her, who were at the 8th tier of the Purple Mansion realm. The two women would have already confronted her. Stop the nonsense. Hand it over to this lady at once. Otherwise, I will mar your faces and let a pack of wild dogs ravage you before turning you into dog food. Qinshu Susu, though young, was exceptionally vicious. Alas, these two beautiful women have had unfortunate luck, provoking the wrong people, specifically our floating pagoda sect of the Huiyue Empire. Qinshu Susu is the great-granddaughter of the elder Qinshu Buddha, a tyrant since childhood, and they are in deep trouble. Indeed, they were the first to discover the fire radiant stone, but Qinshu Susu's bullying was intolerable. Hush, keep your voices down. We cannot afford to offend them. Surrounding them were several cultivators from the Huiyue Empire, who gazed at Gu Qingqian and Qin Shirin's plight with sympathetic expressions. But it was merely sympathy. You are being excessive. A gentleman may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. If that is the case, then let us battle. Yes, this is too much. How could someone so young be so cruel? Are you even human? Gu Qingqian and Qin Shirin unsheathed their swords simultaneously, fully aware that Qinshu Susu merely intended to mock them. Even if they were to surrender the fire radiant stone, escape unscathed was an impossibility. Junior sister, let us deal with them, Gu Qingqian proposed with a sinister chuckle. First, let's whip them into shape, and then we can unleash the wild dogs if necessary. The two disciples from the inner sect of the Putua sect, both at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, leapt into action, unleashing their combat skills against Gu Qingqian and her companion. Qinshu Susu, the great-granddaughter of the venerable Qinshu Rintu, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Divine Journey realm, knew that if they were to please Qinshu Susu, their future would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. Such deeds were not unfamiliar to them, and in their region, they had long been unrestrained, showing no signs of restraint even upon entering the Flying Snow Secret Realm. At the age of 25, Gu Qingqian stood at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, while 24-year-old Qin Shirin was at the 5th level. Although they were outmatched by the two disciples of the Putua sect, they refused to cower. Better to fight to the death than to endure humiliation. However, before the two young disciples could reach Gu Qingqian, a terrifying beam of sword light pierced through their foreheads, transforming them into cold corpses on the ground. With a swift motion, Li Muzhou appeared before Gu Qingqian, his expression dark. Upon seeing Li Muzhou's handsome profile, Gu Qingqian exclaimed, "Senior Li, you've come. How dashing! Was he truly the esteemed senior she spoke of?" He appeared even younger than herself. Qin Shirin, momentarily taken aback by Li Muzhou's presence, recalled the many tales Gu Qingqian had shared with her during their journey. Qinshu Susu, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, hastily crushed a jade talisman and seethed, "How dare you kill my senior brother? You will pay dearly for this. I shall chop you all into pieces to feed the dogs." Before she could finish her threat, Li Muzhou coldly retorted, "Such a young age and such a vile disposition. You deserve to die." He had witnessed the prior scene in its entirety. "How audacious! Dare you lay a finger on my great-grandson?" Boom! A series of thunderous roars erupted from the void, and the oppressive aura of the 4th level of the Divine Journey realm rolled forth. "Kowsi the young lad is quite audacious. Perish!" 4 flying swords floated behind the immortal Zhao, emanating a terrifying power that sliced towards Li Muzhou like lightning. Chapter 31. Zhao Xiangu's Retreat. Renowned at Qilin Cliff, a mere display of skill, Li Muzhou soared into the sky like a rainbow, deftly evading the lethal strikes of the 4 swords with unparalleled grace, employing the celestial step. Zhao Xiangu. What an impressive maneuver. Clang. To not reciprocate is impolite, as Li Muzhou dodged the flying swords. He executed a horizontal slash in midair. Celestial beings from beyond. The Deluo sacred sword unleashed an intense radiance, resembling a shimmering ribbon of the Milky Way, piercing directly towards Zhao Xiangu's face. Such sharp swordsmanship. This lad indeed possesses remarkable talent. And oh wonder he could inflict such injuries upon the thousand-handed butcher with merely triple heaven strength. The power of this strike surpassed that which he wielded against the thousand-handed butcher by several folds, representing 90% of Li Muzhou's strength. Sensing an air of danger, Zhao Xiangu immediately recalled her 4 flying swords for defense. Boom! The 4 swords transformed into beams of blue, red, green, and yellow, skillfully dismantling Li Muzhou's sword light, successfully neutralizing the attack. Yet, Zhao Xiangu was left even more astounded. The difference of 3 realms compelled her to exert her utmost effort. Had there been even a slight miscalculation, she would not have been able to completely dispel Li Muzhou's sword aura. With such limited abilities, you still wish to protect him? Li Muzhou's domineering voice resonated as he leaped forward, aiming his sword at the thousand-handed butcher duo. You dare! Zhao Xiangu bellowed in fury, channeling her energy to unleash 2 mid-tier Earth-grade combat techniques: Sword Mastery, Blazing Flame, Sword Mastery, Thunder Flame, boom! The 4 flying swords erupted with even more formidable energy, their fiery beams rushing towards Li Muzhou. Celestial Step, Swift, Limitless Sword Cannon, Wandering Dragon Azura, True Intent of Ice, Swift. Li Muzhou maintained a calm demeanor as countless frost particles manifested in the void, instantly extinguishing a significant portion of the flames on Zhao Xiangu's flying swords. Simultaneously, the roar of a dragon echoed through the heavens as a golden dragon-shaped sword aura lunged towards her face. Danger! Zhao Xiangu instinctively sensed an immense peril. If she wished to continue attacking Li Muzhou, she would have to withstand this strike, which would undoubtedly inflict harm upon her. How could this be possible? Even if this fellow comprehended true intent, he couldn't possibly be a match for a peak 6 heavens opponent. Could he? Could it be that his cultivation method is of celestial rank? In a fleeting moment, Zhao Xiangu dared not clash head-on, instead recalling her flying sword for defense and deploying another mid-tier Earth-grade defensive technique, enveloping herself in layers of earthy light. Boom! 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 Zhao Xiangu effectively unleashed 3 mid-tier Earth-grade techniques to counter the Wandering Dragon Azura. However, she still underestimated the power behind this strike. The 4 flying swords were cast aside, and the terrifying sword aura shredded the earthy light shields, injuring Zhao Xiangu as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Alas, my strength is still insufficient. T-Peak 6 heavens, merely sustaining injuries. If only I were to advance a realm higher, it would be an effortless task to slay her. What the hell? What the hell? Am I seeing things? My heavens, is he even human? The moment Zhao Xiangu coughed up blood, all the onlookers erupted in madness that a conflict between the triple heavens of the soul-wandering realm and the peak of 6 heavens is not something that can be bridged by mere equipment, treasures, or techniques. Such a sight, had it not been witnessed firsthand, would be utterly unbelievable. The ones I wish to kill, you cannot protect. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes as his figure vanished like a specter, charging towards the petrified, thousand-handed butcher. Suddenly, Li Muzhou felt an instinctive chill run down his spine. The chaos-returning essence sutra continued to circulate within him. Without a second thought, he thrust his sword towards the void behind him. What is happening? Why is he striking at thin air? I don't know, perhaps he has lost his mind. What the hell? The onlookers were still in the dark about what transpired, but the moment Li Muzhou thrust his sword, Zhao Xiangu's figure appeared precisely at that spot, and the 4 flying swords struck simultaneously. Upon glancing back at Zhao Xiangu's previous location, the afterimage slowly faded away. Seeking death, Li Yunxing was equally astonished. Truly, the Grand Elder of one of the 8 great sects of the Huiwei Empire. This marked her 4th mid-tier Earth-grade technique deployed. Soul Wandering Dragon. Boom! The terrifying sword aura abruptly exploded, and the countless frost crystals on Li Muzhou's Deluo sacred sword instantly froze the 4 flying swords, utterly obliterating them. Spit! How is this possible? The flying swords were destroyed, and Zhao Xiangu spat out a mouthful of old blood, her countenance reflecting sheer disbelief. She had just executed a surprise lethal technique. Yet now, with her swords in ruins, she had no time to defend and could only retreat in haste. If she continued to resist, she would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries or even perish here. Wishing to flee, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes as he pressed on with his sword, mid-tier Earth-grade technique, Yellow Springs Gate. In a moment of urgency, Zhao Xiangu summoned her energy, instantly casting the previously employed defensive technique, as layers of earthy light appeared before her. With a resounding bang, Li Muzhou's Deluo sacred sword effortlessly shattered the light barrier, piercing through Zhao Xiangu's chest and drawing forth a line of blood. Once more struck by the sword aura, Zhao Xiangu coughed up another mouthful of old blood, her face a mask of horror as she rapidly retreated. She was thoroughly panicked. Li Muzhou's might surpassed her understanding. Moreover, the Deluo sacred sword in Li Muzhou's hand was undoubtedly a celestial-grade weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible to dismantle her 4 flying swords with such ease. Li Muzhou disdainfully remarked, "If I were to meet you at the same realm, slaying you would be as simple as butchering a chicken. Each realm represents a different heaven. Ultimately, it is my own cultivation that falls short." Otherwise, Zhao Xiangu would undoubtedly face death from the onset of battle until now. Only a few moments had elapsed that Li Muzhou was immaculate, while Zhao Xiangu, having lost her treasures and sustained injuries, was left in utter disarray. All the spectators were petrified. Clang! No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Muzhou slashed his sword. With a resounding thud, the heads of the thousand-handed butcher and Xianshou Su fell to the ground. "You are formidable. I shall remember you." Zhao Xiangu's expression darkened, her face dripping with malice as she cast a deep glance at Li Muzhou before swiftly fleeing. She understood that Li Muzhou was exceedingly powerful. However, it would not be an easy task for him to take her life. "Humph," Li Muzhou scoffed, not placing Zhao Xiangu in his thoughts. "Should we meet again, I shall surely slay her." In the next moment, countless individuals parted ways for Li Muzhou, deeply imprinting his visage in their memories. Especially the Taoist robe of the Tianjian Sword Sect, many silently warned their disciples not to provoke him. Several days later, atop Qilin Cliff, a mysterious gleam flickered in Li Muzhou's eyes as he joyfully realized that his true intent of ice had reached perfection, attaining its utmost realm. The My combat prowess has ascended once more. Should I encounter Zhao Xiangu again, she is bound to perish. Li Muzhou felt the enhancement of his true intent, gaining a clear understanding of his combat capabilities. The elevation of true intent is significantly more challenging than the enhancement of magical power realms. Suddenly, Li Muzhou discovered something intriguing. Chapter 32. Enemies on a Narrow Path. Gu Qingqian, though possessing a mere 93 in aptitude, surprisingly shows signs of comprehending the embryonic form of true intent. It seems that aptitude is not the sole determinant of everything. Gu Qingqian's ability to grasp the embryonic form of true intent likely relates to her bloodline from Gu Qinghan, a rather rare occurrence. Such a thing as true intent cannot be purchased with wealth. The ability to comprehend true intent relies solely on one's insight and fortune. Otherwise, those awakening the embryonic form of true intent would not be so scarce. Li Muzhou mused internally, keeping a watchful eye on Gu Qingqian, who had entered a state of enlightenment to prevent any disruptions. After all, Gu Qingqian is the cousin of his disciple, so watching over her is only prudent. However, it soon proved that Li Muzhou's concerns were unwarranted. Although Qilin Cliff was brimming with people, a vacuum surrounded Li Muzhou for several miles. Every individual who gazed upon him was filled with the Li Muzhou had triumphed over Zhao Xiangu with the strength of triple heavens. Showing no concern for the Huangfeng sect behind her, who would dare provoke such a powerhouse? As long as Li Muzhou remained on Qilin Cliff, no one would dare to act recklessly. An intangible pressure instilled fear in everyone. With time on his hands, Li Muzhou checked Gu Qinghan's information panel. Name: Gu Qinghan. Age: 19 realm. Purple Mansion 5th Heaven Cultivation. Ice Sealing Profound Cold Sutra. 1st Heaven Bloodline. 1 rank Ice Soul Sore Body. Inactive. Future Empress Potential. Gu Qinghan's Favorability. 40. Has Gu Qinghan's realm increased again? It seems this lass has encountered some fortunate opportunity. likely having obtained a valuable spiritual herb. Li Muzhou smiled, recalling that before entering the snowy secret realm, he had instructed Gu Qinghan to consume any spiritual herb that could enhance her cultivation without hesitation. In the distance, why does that area appear so deserted? Shall we go and comprehend there? A few youths in uniform arrived at Qilin Cliff, pleasantly surprised to see a vacuum several miles away. A middle-aged woman glanced at the youths and calmly remarked, "If you wish to avoid death, do not go there." The leading youth, sensing the pressure of the middle-aged woman's 5 heavens of the Diamond Realm, inquired in confusion, "Predecessor, what do you mean? Isn't Qilin Cliff a treasure trove for comprehending the embryonic form of true intent? Is that person exceptionally strong?" As he spoke, he gestured towards Li Muzhou, who was clad in a blue robe in the distance. "Strong? No, he is extraordinarily powerful. 3 days ago, that senior defeated Zhou Xinggu, the peak elder of Huangfengmen, at the 6th level of the divine travel realm, despite being only at the 3rd level himself. Would you not consider that strength?" A middle-aged woman, with a face full of reverence, remarked as she gazed at Li Muzhou's silhouette. She had lost count of how many times she had reminded the newcomers over the past 3 days. Yet the scene from 3 days prior continued to replay in her mind like a relentless storm, leaving her in utter shock each time it resurfaced. With a gulp, several youths swallowed nervously, their eyes fixed on Li Muzhou with a blank stare. Had it not been for the middle-aged woman's warning, they might have approached him, but the thought of his youth coupled with his ability to defeat a 6th-level divine travel realm expert sent chills down their spines. In the following 2 days, similar occurrences were plentiful. New arrivals to Qilin Cliff were well aware that the young man in the blue robe at its peak was not to be trifled with. A consensus formed among the comers and goers. One must keep their distance from Li Muzhou. "How do you feel? I see you have grasped the rudimentary essence of the water principle," Li Muzhou observed as Gu Qingqian concluded her epiphany, smiling warmly that "It is all thanks to the guidance of the senior." Gu Qingqian replied, her cheeks flushed, expressing her respect. "Had it not been for your insights, I would have remained perplexed just days ago." Qin Shirin, Li Shi, and Lu Yi looked on with envy. They too had attempted to comprehend the myriad marks on the mountains of Qilin Cliff, but, like most others, had remained utterly bewildered. "You possess commendable understanding. There is no need for modesty," Li Muzhou gently reassured them. "Next, I plan to visit the Bodhi Tower. Would you like to accompany me?" Li Shi was the first to respond. "Of course. Following Elder Muzhou means enjoying the finest of everything. I too wish to accompany Elder Muzhou," chimed in Qin Shirin, "that if you do not mind, I would be honored to travel with you." "Elder, I will join you as well. Perhaps I might encounter my cousin along the way." "Very well. Then," Li Muzhou replied, seeing that several juniors wished to accompany him, and he did not decline. He then soared into the air with the group. For the time being, he would not worry about Gu Qinghan's safety. With the talisman he had provided, 99% of the problems would be resolved. His true essence of ice had reached an extreme level. Remaining there held little significance. Phew, that senior has finally departed. Indeed, the pressure was overwhelming. We scarcely dared to utter a word. Exactly, if we had provoked that senior, it could mean ruin for our entire clan. The various factions on Qilin Cliff felt an immense sense of relief as Li Muzhou left. The previous 5 days had been excruciating, each moment fraught with anxiety over potential mishaps that in an instant. The once quiet Qilin Cliff returned to its bustling atmosphere, perhaps by fate's design. Just as Li Muzhou departed, half an hour later, Gu Qinghan arrived at Qilin Cliff alongside several direct disciples of the Tianjian Sect. "Sister Qinghan, we have arrived at Qilin Cliff. Sister Qinghan, have some water. Sister Qinghan, this fruit is delicious. Do have a taste. Sister Qinghan, we owe you greatly. That disciple of Xingyu's sect at the 2nd level of the divine elixir realm was no match for you. You are truly formidable. Sister is remarkable. Consuming the spirit refining flower has allowed you to elevate your level directly." The several direct disciples rallied around Gu Qinghan, for she was indeed Li Muzhou's disciple, and her prowess was indeed extraordinary. The Ice Heart sword technique, combined with the 7th grade Ice True Intent, rendered even the prodigies of the initial stage of the divine elixir realm incapable of matching her. "Master Jia, it was her, Gu Qinghan, who snatched my spirit refining flower yesterday. Junior brother, you were defeated by a mere girl at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. How embarrassing. Sister, that girl is no ordinary opponent. Chen Yu, you are becoming increasingly foolish. What does it matter if she is exceptional? Of course, she cannot compete with you, senior sister, who is a direct disciple of the Elder and at the 6th level of the Divine Elixir Realm. It seemed fate had conspired against them. Just as Gu Qinghan and her companions arrived at Shilin Cliff, a few disciples from Xinhua Sect also made their appearance. Halt! The curvaceous Yi leaped forward. Blocking Gu Qinghan and her companions, her sword pointed at Gu Qinghan as she forcefully declared, "So you're Gu Qinghan, are you? And if I am?" Gu Qinghan retorted that, "Oh, so it is you. What? Are you still unwilling to accept your defeat from yesterday?" Upon seeing Chen Yu, her defeated rival from the day prior, behind Zi, Gu Qinghan understood that their intentions were far from benign. Zi smirked coldly and stated, "Little sister, you have quite the bold tongue. Hand over the spirit-refining fruit and all the treasures you possess, or else you shall die." Chapter 33. Kneel and apologize to the celestial maiden Qinghan. I have already consumed the spirit-refining fruit. It is your junior brother who is outmatched. If you wish to make a move, do so without hesitation. We are leaving. Jiu Qinghan had no interest in engaging in feudal banter with the disciples of Xinhua Sect. She turned and led her companions towards Shilin Cliff. "Stop!" Zi, furious, thrust her sword towards Gu Qinghan's back. With a resonant hum, an invisible barrier akin to a shell materialized, and Zi's sword struck it, causing not even a ripple before she was violently rebuffed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The protective talisman Li Muzhou had given Gu Qinghan activated at a critical moment. Even a powerful being at the 7th level of the Diamond Realm had been unable to harm her. Chen Yu, panic-stricken, steadied Zi, concern etched on his face. "Sister, are you all right?" The other disciples of Xinhua Sect also looked on in shock. They had not anticipated that even their senior sister would be unable to injure Gu Qinghan. That treasure must be above the earth grade, perhaps even of the heaven grade. Such artifacts are exceedingly taxing on one's mana. I refuse to believe she can maintain its use indefinitely. Zi's greed surged as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and whispered her plan. Gu Qinghan had a treasure protecting her, but her companions were not so fortunate. If they were to eliminate these individuals, would Gu Qinghan not be compelled to surrender? "We are leaving," Gu Qinghan stated, her demeanor unflinching. Wait! Suddenly, a pressure emanating from a being at the 2nd level of the Divine Travel Realm descended upon them. Jiu Qinghan and her companions felt as though they had sunk into the depths of the sea. The oppressive, thunderous sounds in the air making breathing difficult, their legs feeling as if they were weighed down with lead. Moments later, an old man in gray robes appeared before Zi and the others. "Master," Zi exclaimed with delight upon seeing the elder. "Master, Gu Qinghan has robbed junior brother Qingyu of his opportunity and possesses great treasures. We cannot allow them to leave. Sister, what do we do? A being of the Divine Travel Realm will surely not let us off easily. Sister Qinghan, beings of the Divine Travel Realm are not to be trifled with." The direct disciples of Tianjian Sect also turned pale. This was their first encounter with a being of the Divine Travel Realm since entering the Secret Realm, and their hearts raced. The gray-robed elder narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening as he commanded, "Kneel and apologize to Qinghan. Master, you are so kind." Zi's joy was short-lived as confusion washed over her. "Master, what did you say?" "Apologize to this wretch." With a resounding slap, the gray-robed elder struck Zi across the face. Bellowing, "Have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair? Quickly kneel and apologize to the celestial maiden Qinghan. And you all, kneel before me." Boom! The terrifying pressure bore down on Zi and her companions before they could react. They found themselves kneeling on the ground, bowing their heads in unison, exclaiming, "We are blind to our own ignorance. We beseech the celestial maiden Qinghan for forgiveness." The group was utterly bewildered, especially Zi, who had never seen her master so enraged, banging her head against the ground the hardest. Not only were the disciples of Xinhua Sect flabbergasted, but Gu Qinghan and the other disciples of Tianjian Sect were equally astonished. "Enough, let this matter rest," Gu Qinghan remarked as she watched the others bow 9 times. She chose not to press further. Only after Gu Qinghan and her companions departed did the elder of Xinhua Sect release his oppressive aura. Z, perplexed, inquired, "Master, what was that about? Why did you compel us to bow?" E, do you still not understand? Look at this. The gray-robed elder produced a memory stone, and a scene materialized before them. In the image, a young man in blue robes wielded his sword to slay the elder of the floating pagoda. The thousand-handed butcher, and subsequently transcended 3 levels to defeat Zhou Xinggu, the elder of Huangfengmen, one of the 8 sects of the Huiyue Empire. The astounding sword light instilled fear in all who beheld it. The nearby mountains surrounding Chilen Cliff had seemingly vanished, the terrain completely transformed. Hiss, 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 he and her companions felt their heads spinning. The embroidery on that young man's robe bore an uncanny resemblance to the embroidery on Gu Qinghan and her companions' garments. Now do you understand? It is said that this expert has gone to the Bodhi Tower, a sacred place sharing the same name as Chilen Cliff, and it is not far away if you offend a disciple of his sect. Even I would be unable to protect you. The elderly man clad in gray wore a look of sheer panic, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had just experienced a moment of intense anxiety, especially since Zi and the others had not escalated their conflict with Gu Qinghan. As a mere ordinary sect within the Southern Dao domain, the combined strength of the Xingyue sect was no match for that young man in green attire. Sister Qinghan, why do I feel utterly bewildered? Sister Qinghan, what is the situation? That elder we just encountered is a formidable figure at the 2nd tier of the divine travel realm. Why is he treating us with such deference? Upon hearing their words, Gu Qinghan furrowed her brow and replied, I too am at a loss. Let us ascend and investigate. It is said that the Chilen Cliff holds insights beneficial for comprehending the embryonic forms of true principles, along with numerous imprints left by esteemed predecessors. If you can grasp even a glimpse of those true principles, it would be a significant achievement. Indeed, sister, you are truly wonderful. Following you is such a delight, they exclaimed in joviality. However, their laughter soon faded as they noticed something peculiar. Throughout their journey, every cultivator who spotted them seemed to recoil in fear, as if they had encountered a harbinger of doom, including many formidable figures at the 9th tier of the Diamond Realm. Something felt amiss, profoundly, so as Gu Qinghan pondered this, they arrived at the Chilen Cliff, an exceptional place for enlightenment, previously visited by Li Muzhou. Currently, it was occupied by a burly man at the 4th tier of the Divine Travel Realm. Upon seeing Gu Qinghan and her companions, he beamed and said, Ah, young friends, you have come to seek enlightenment. I presume. Please, do come in. Gu Qinghan and her companions were once again taken aback that a 4th tier divine travel realm expert. There was not a soul around aside from this man. Why was he treating them with such courtesy? Elder, Gu Qinghan ventured softly. Do you know us? I do not, he replied. But your embroidered garments compel me to show you respect. The burly man gestured towards the intricate embroidery on their robes, speaking calmly. Ah, one of the direct disciples exclaimed in shock. Isn't that the emblem of our Tianjian Sect? Indeed, it is, the man affirmed. The elder you just encountered must be a senior member of your sect. He first defeated the ancestor of the Futu sect, and then vanquished the grand elder Zhou Xinggu of the Huangfeng sect, one of the 8 sects of the Huiyue Empire, forcing her to flee in a severely injured state. Such a powerhouse is someone even I must look up to. The burly man gazed at Gu Qinghan, sighing out, a 6th-tier divine travel realm expert. This, Gu Qinghan was dumbfounded, her excitement palpable. Elder, do you know what this person looks like? To defeat a 6th-tier divine travel realm expert, one must at least be of the same or a higher tier. Could it be my master? Naturally. The man smiled slightly, pointing with a finger, causing the spiritual energy in the air to swirl and outline the figure of a young man in green. Chapter 34. He dies, or your entire clan perishes. Master, good heavens. Is that Elder Muzhou? How is this possible? My word, Elder Muzhou has slain the ancestor of the Futu sect and defeated the grand elder of Huangfeng sect. Good heavens. Gu Qinghan was astonished, and the other direct disciples were equally shocked. Gu Qinghan had previously been unaware of Li Muzhou's true strength, but she had heard her master claim that even 6th or 5th-tier divine travel realm experts posed no threat to him, leading her to realize that her master had perhaps been modest. The other disciples of the Tianjian Sect, lacking Gu Qinghan's insight, were left speechless in disbelief. Li Muzhou had only publicly displayed strength at the first tier of the divine travel realm, lower than the sect leader and the Grand Elder. Yet how could he have killed the thousand-handed butcher of the Fudu sect and defeated the sixth-tier divine travel realm expert, Zhou Xinggu? Upon learning from the burly man that Li Muzhou had ventured to the Bodhi Tower, Gu Qinghan spoke, "You all should continue your enlightenment here. I must go find my master at the Bodhi Tower. Sister Qinghan, won't you stay with us for a couple of days? There is no need that I've already comprehended the embryonic form of the true principles. This place holds little significance for me." With that, Gu Qinghan soared into the air, heading in the direction indicated by the burly man. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Elder, this Bodhi Tower is truly magnificent, Gu Qingqing exclaimed, gazing at the towering pagoda that seemed to reach the clouds. Her astonishment evident. Just moments earlier, Li Muzhou had brought Gu Qingqing and the others to the Bodhi Tower, which was already teeming with people. The Bodhi Tower, another treasure within the Flying Snow secret realm, was even more crowded than the Qilin Cliff. Yet it was clear that the time for the pagoda's opening had not yet arrived. "Miss, the Bodhi Tower is indeed grand. It is said to have 1,000 levels, and each level can only be traversed by one's own strength. Legend has it that those who reach the pinnacle will obtain the complete legacy of the Flying Snow Taoist." Beside Li Muzhou, a young man of exceptional bearing spoke confidently to Gu Qingqing. Both Gu Qingqing and her companions, Qin Shirin and Li Shishir, possessed stunning appearances, making the young man's gaze gleam with eagerness. This young man, named Jiang Feng, was the eldest son of the prominent Jiang family from the Qingxi province of the southern Zhao kingdom. While he appeared refined, he was also intensely infatuated with the dual cultivation method. Unable to resist approaching any captivating woman he encountered, Gu Qingqing and her companions, with their remarkable demeanor, were not to be underestimated. The most formidable among them, Gu Qingqing, was merely at the 7th tier of the Purple Mansion realm, comparable to his own strength. Coupled with the influence of the Jiang family, he was confident in his ability to charm them. As for Li Muzhou and Lu Yi, they were entirely overlooked, with an elder of the Jiang family nearby. He had no fear whatsoever that Gu Qingqing cast a glance at Jiang Feng and merely responded with an "oh," before her gaze shifted to a stone tablet beside the Bodhi Tower, towering several hundred feet high, covered in a dense array of names. Next to it stood a smaller tablet, devoid of any inscriptions. Seeing this, Jiang Feng swiftly opened his folding fan and confidently declared, "Miss, those 2 stone tablets are the Bodhi Heaven rankings and Earth rankings. The Heaven rankings list the top prodigies who have conquered the Bodhi Tower over the past millennium, and their rankings are preserved indefinitely. The Earth rankings, on the other hand, record the rankings of participants each time the secret realm opens, which resets with each new opening." Jiang Feng seemed unfazed by Gu Qingqing's indifference, continuing his discourse. "The Heaven rankings are particularly astonishing, recording only the names of 1,000 individuals. You must have heard of our current king, right? 200 years ago, he was an unparalleled prodigy, crushing many prodigies of the southern Zhao kingdom. Yet he only ranked 9,992nd on the Heaven rankings." Jiang Feng's words left Gu Qingqing and her companions astounded. They were well aware of the king's reputation as the most extraordinary talent in the royal family in a millennium. Yet it was surprising to learn he ranked so low at 9992. Gu Qingqing's gaze locked onto the name of the reigning king near the end of the list. Li Muzhou glanced at Jiang Feng, who was still prattling on, and chose to ignore him. Much of this information was common knowledge that he then looked at Gu Qingqing. She is indeed quite beautiful, only slightly less so than Gu Qinghan, a rare beauty indeed, and no wonder this fellow has the audacity to approach her. Li Muzhou possessed a deeper understanding of the Bodhi Tower. It was said that every individual who entered would encounter challenges commensurate with their strength, and each level's difficulty would increase. The first 300 levels represented the limits of ordinary individuals. Beyond that, the challenges escalated to a difficult level, and without formidable techniques, treasures, or the embryonic forms of true principles, it would be exceedingly challenging to progress. After the 600 levels, the difficulty reached a hellish level. At the 900 levels, it became a nightmarish challenge. Unless one was an invincible genius of the same tier or possessed a unique bloodline, Reaching the 900 levels would be tantamount to surrendering oneself. Miss, I, Jiang, would like to invite you all to a private conversation over there. I have several exquisite wines I wish to share with you. How does that sound? Jiang Feng declared, snapping his folding fan shut and presenting himself with an air of civility. Gu Qingqing coldly replied, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. She had already found Jiang Feng somewhat bothersome, and his overly frivolous demeanor was irksome. Qin Shirin and Li Shishir simultaneously shook their heads, blandly declining Jiang Feng's overtures that, Jiang Feng's expression darkened slightly. I extend my good intentions, yet you find it amusing. To be frank, I am the current eldest son of the Jiang family from the Qingxi province of the southern Zhao kingdom. Are you aware of the consequences of angering me? Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, preparing to invoke his family's prestige to intimidate Gu Qingqing and her companions. This tactic had proven effective for him in the past. Leave me alone. Do you not realize how annoying you are? Heh. Jiang finds it rather entertaining that you are so ungrateful. Come, seize them. With a single command from Jiang Feng, several guards of the Purple Mansion realm surged towards Li Muzhou and his companions. However, what transpired next left Jiang Feng utterly astonished. To his shock, the seemingly unremarkable Li Muzhou abruptly waved his grand sleeves, unleashing a blade of light from his fingertips, which cleaved through the guards of the Purple Mansion realm with ease. Simultaneously, one of the sword energies shot directly towards Jiang Feng's face. In an instant, an elder of the divine travel realm appeared before Jiang Feng, executing a defensive technique to thwart Li Muzhou's casual strike. The elder, visibly shaken, staggered back several steps from the force of Li Muzhou's seemingly effortless attack, clearly indicating the vast disparity in their strengths. The elder swiftly turned to Jiang Feng and bellowed, You scoundrel, do you not kneel and apologize to your superior? He recognized Li Muzhou's formidable power, estimating it to exceed his own by at least 3 tiers. Otherwise, he would not have found it so taxing. What? Jiang Feng was dumbfounded, swallowing hard and wearing a bewildered expression. The scene that had just unfolded left him in a daze. The youth before him, who appeared even younger than himself, was actually a master of the divine travel realm. Moreover, his strength surpassed that of the elder from the Jiang family. Instantly struck by a profound sense of dread, Jiang Feng fell to his knees. Wait, Li Muzhou sneered at the elder of the Jiang family. What a fine Jiang family you are. Listen well, old dog, it's either he dies, or your Jiang family faces annihilation. Choose wisely. The elder's expression faltered as he clasped his hands and implored, Senior, is this not a bit excessive? Furthermore, Feng has not done anything outrageous. You're talking nonsense, Li Shishir interjected, hands on her hips. If it weren't for our elder being present, Jiang Feng would have long since sent people to capture us. Does this little Jiang family look down upon my Tianjian Sect? What? The elder rubbed his eyes, finally noticing the Tianjian Sect's lotus embroidery on Li Muzhou and Li Shishir. He was instantly struck dumb with shock. I did not wish to repeat myself. Li Muzhou narrowed his eyes and addressed the elder of the Jiang family. Make your choice. A mere Jiang family, whose influence was lesser than that of the Yinsha Valley, could hardly withstand Li Muzhou's wrath, especially since he had effortlessly obliterated the Yinsha Valley not long ago. Old ancestor, I do not wish to die. Save me. Jiang Feng, in a panic, crawled to the feet of the elder, desperately clutching his leg and pleading for mercy. This Jiang family's young master truly did not know the peril he was courting by provoking the Tianjian Sect. Rumor had it that the Yinsha Valley was destroyed by a direct disciple of a Tianjian Sect elder. And they truly dared to act so recklessly? It would be better if he perished. Jiang Feng is no good person, he was just flirting with my senior sister, someone remarked. Haha, although I'm not from the Nanzhao kingdom. I believe this scoundrel deserves to die, that he has certainly harassed many women in this vicinity. The onlookers reveled in Jiang Feng's predicament, sharing in the satisfaction. Feng, do not blame the old ancestor. Remember to stay on the righteous path in your next life. With gritted teeth, the elder of the Jiang family struck Jiang Feng, turning him into a mist of blood with a resounding crack. Subsequently, the elder departed, his expression dark and brooding. Meanwhile, a vacuum of space formed around Li Muzhou as none dared to approach him. Let us rest here and await the opening of the Bodhi Tower. Li Muzhou remarked, not at all perturbed by the earlier incident, that in the grand scheme of things, it was survival of the fittest. Only the strong held sway. His gaze shifted to the heavenly rankings of the Bodhi Tower, where every name listed among the 10,000 was nothing short of extraordinary. First place, Yi Wentian from the Middle Path Domain, Tianjian Sacred Land, standing at 970 layers. Second place, Lingfeng from the Northern Path Domain, Jiang Heavenly Sect, standing at 969 layers. Third place, Su Xinghe from the Western Path Domain, Tianjian Sacred Land, standing at 968 layers. Fourth place, Feng Shi from the Middle Path Domain, Divine Phoenix Ancient Clan, standing at 968 layers. Fifth place, Jiang Wudao from the Eastern Path Domain, Qian Sacred Land, standing at 967 layers. 10th place, Nalan Shui from the Middle Path Domain, Nalan Ancient Clan. Li Muzhou, observing the rankings, exclaimed in shock, "Elder Muzhou, I have heard of the 10th place. 200 years ago, they made a name for themselves in the Lingshao realm, ranking among the top 5 prodigies of that era." The heavenly rankings of the Bodhi Tower had a long history, predominantly featuring the holy sons and daughters of sacred lands and heavenly sects, as well as numerous ancient clans. The closest to the present among the top 10 was indeed Nalan Shui. The 5 great domains of the Lingshao realm had the most formidable beings in the Middle Path Domain, while the Southern Path Domain was relatively weaker. Out of 10,000 rankings, only 3 from the Nanzhao Kingdom made the list, all of them well past the 9,000 mark, underscoring the immense prestige of the heavenly rankings. Li Muzhou and the others marveled at those listed. A pair of siblings caught his attention from a distance. The older sister, strikingly graceful and dignified, appeared to be 22, while the youth beside her, clearly her younger brother at 18, bore a strong resemblance to her. What first drew Li Muzhou's notice was their exceptional talent. Though the youth was merely 18, he had achieved the terrifying realm of the 8th layer of the Diamond Realm, in the Southern Path Domain. It was nearly impossible to find another at such a young age. Save for himself, the elder sister was even more formidable, possessing the 1st layer of the Divine Travel Realm at just 22. Though they had employed secret methods to conceal their voices, Li Muzhou could hear them clearly. He quickly identified them as Nalan Qinyu and Nalan Jie, the contemporary prodigies of the Nalan ancient clan. 200 years prior, Nalan Shui had emerged as an unparalleled prodigy, ranked among the top 5 of the Lingshao rankings, and later ascended to become a powerhouse at the Yinyang realm, leading the Nalan family to become the Nalan ancient clan. Like several other heavenly sects, only families with Yinyang realm powerhouses could be considered ancient clans. In the vast Lingshao realm, only 10 could truly be called ancient clans. Sister, this flying snow secret realm is nothing remarkable. The challenges we faced earlier posed no difficulty at all. Only the Bodhi Tower will allow us to carve our names in history. Nalan Jie declared confidently, gazing at the heavenly rankings. With the same ambition as many other great forces, they had come to the flying snow secret realm to prove themselves in the Bodhi Tower. Indifferent to other opportunities and treasures. Little Jie, you're at it again? Nalan Qinyu frowned, admonishing him. You must understand that there are always greater talents beyond your own. Although the Southern Path Domain may be a small place, it could still harbor extraordinary prodigies. Enough with the talk of prodigies. I have yet to see anyone from the younger generation in the Southern Path Domain who can surpass me. Just watch. Not only will I leave my mark in the Bodhi Tower rankings, but I will also secure a good position in the upcoming Lingshao Realm Prodigy Conference. Upon hearing this, Nalan Qinyu lightly tapped Nalan Jie on the head. Exasperated. You are becoming increasingly reckless. As the 6th on the Hidden Dragon rankings, I lack the confidence to achieve a good standing. Each of the top 5 is a formidable opponent that if I can gain some insights and break through to the 2nd layer of the Divine Travel Realm during this Bodhi Tower trial, perhaps I could contend for the Prodigy Conference. Okay, I know, Nalan Jie retorted. Didn't you previously lose to Lin Nantian, who is 4th on the Hidden Dragon rankings, in a private duel? Once you break through to the 2nd layer of the Divine Travel Realm, you will undoubtedly win. No. Even if I reach the 2nd layer of the Divine Travel Realm, it would be quite an achievement just to remain undefeated. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation, though masked by secret techniques, was heard perfectly by Li Muzhou, who stood not far from them. While many in attendance were unfamiliar with the 2 siblings, some recognized their lineage. Who would have thought that the holy son and daughter of the Nalan ancient clan would also be here? How intriguing, murmured an old man with crossed eyes that I, the old ancestor of the Chiri clan, had the fortune of attending the Nalan ancient clan's gathering. I never imagined that Nalan Xinyu would have reached the divine travel realm. Ah, Qinghan! Li Muzhou suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching, his face lighting up with joy as he turned toward the source. The figure clad in an ice-blue gown swiftly flew toward him, resembling a swallow returning home. "Master!" Gu Qinghan exclaimed, leaping into Li Muzhou's embrace, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Li Muzhou gently patted her back, smiling. Good, it's wonderful that you're here. Sister, you've grown stronger. Sister, you're here too? Yes, I encountered an esteemed elder at Qilin Cliff. What? Sister, you have grasped the essence of true intent. That's incredible. Gu Qingqian's face flushed with pride. Thanks to the guidance of the esteemed elder, I wouldn't have such good fortune otherwise. Observing the closeness between her sister and Li Muzhou, Gu Qingqian felt a twinge of jealousy, wondering how wonderful it would be if she could share such intimacy. Li sure. And Lu Yi also respectfully greeted Gu Qinghan, while several young individuals chattered animatedly, as if they had an endless array of topics to discuss. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the Bodhi Tower erupted in a dazzling display of colors, and a long, river-like illusion emerged from the top of the tower, extending for hundreds of miles. Look, it is the Bodhi Treasure River. Once the Bodhi Treasure River appeared, the opening of the Bodhi Tower was not far behind. Indeed, the Bodhi Treasure River contained all the treasures within the flying snow secret realm, and it was rumored to include the legacies of powerful beings from the Yin-Yang realm. Haha, what a plethora of rewards. If I could obtain a few, my journey would not be in vain. Besides elixirs and divine weapons, there are also many precious spiritual herbs. Look, there's dragon spirit grass, and also the ascending dragon fruit. My heavens! Icebone, snow lotus? How can it be? This is even more precious than the jade cauldron dragon lotus. It could fetch a staggering price. The various factions gathered outside the Bodhi Tower erupted in excitement upon witnessing the Bodhi Treasure River. However, the difficulty of obtaining these treasures was immense. At least the treasures within the first 300 levels were merely commonplace spiritual herbs, with truly rare treasures only appearing beyond the 500th level. Icebone, snow lotus? Gu Qingqian gazed in astonishment at the Bodhi Treasure River, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she turned to Li Muzhou. Senior, have you not been searching for the Icebone Snow Lotus? I, Qingqian, am willing to ascend the tower to seek it for my sister. Previously, while Li Muzhou was in Jiu's city, he had instructed the Gu family to inquire extensively and even attended auction events in nearby cities. Yet they had found nothing. Gu Qingqian understood that Li Muzhou sought the Icebone Snow Lotus for Gu Qinghan, the Gu family's present standing, and her own comprehension of a nascent true intent were all due to Li Muzhou's efforts. Gu Qingqian wished to contribute in return for his kindness. Very well. Once the Bodhi Tower opens, you may attempt it. Should you fail, it matters not. I shall bring it back myself. From this moment forth, you shall be my named disciple. You consent. Li Muzhou gently patted Gu Qingqian's shoulder, his voice warm and soothing. Gu Qingqian's talent was indeed remarkable, boasting a rare aptitude of 95, which most sects would cherish and cultivate. However, in terms of her innate understanding of true laws, her potential far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. If she could truly procure the Icebone Snow Lotus to assist Gu Qinghan in awakening her special bloodline, it would complete a side quest, and taking on a named disciple would be of no consequence. Even the revered Master Mo would not dare to object. I am willing. I am honored to meet my teacher. Gu Qingqian exclaimed joyfully, quickly bowing. She felt as though she were in a dream, especially since it meant she could often be with her sister in the future. As time passed, Li Muzhou engaged in casual conversation with his disciple while pondering various matters. Name: Li Muzhou. Age: 23. Realm: Mid-stage of the Divine Travel Realm, 3rd Heaven Bloodline. Chaos Class: Ziwei Sword Body. Chaos Class Level 5. Cultivation Methods: Chaos Returning to Origin Sutra. Infinite Sword Sutra. Ice Sealing Profound Cold Sutra Treasures. Great Luo Sacred Sword Side Quest. Assist Gu Qinghan in awakening a first-grade bloodline. Elevate to the first heaven realm amidst the discussions. A refined gentleman approached the Bodhi Tower and spotted Gu Qingxian. He clasped his hands and said, "Qingxian, it has been a long time. Do you know him, sister?" Gu Qinghan inquired curiously. "Yes, I do doubt him. Why, master once spent a few days at the Nanzhao Royal Academy during our training. He is Xie Jijun from the Royal Academy, and his father is the vice president, a close friend of my master." Gu Qingxian replied casually. It was evident that she harbored a dislike for Xie Jijun, while he gazed at her with a look of admiration. "Presumably, you must be Miss Gu Qinghan." Xie Jijun flashed what he considered a charming smile. "That I have often heard your sister speak of you. You are truly beautiful." "Xie Jijun, we are not well acquainted," Gu Qingxian said, her impatience evident. "That if you have nothing to discuss, please do not interrupt our conversation. That in this world, while beautiful women were abundant, sycophants were even more so." Though Xie Jijun came from a respectable background and possessed some talent, he was merely a frivolous second-generation scion, surrounded by friends who were the sons of nobility in the kingdom of Nanzhao. And he was certainly a sycophant. Gu Qingxian held disdain for such individuals, hence her frosty demeanor. With a hum, the earth-ranking stone tablet illuminated, activating the teleportation array at the entrance of the Bodhi Tower. And a mechanical voice devoid of emotion announced, "The Bodhi Tower is now open. All trial participants may enter the teleportation array." "Well, since Miss Qingxian is unwilling to engage with me, I shall proceed to participate in the trial. I hope Miss Qingxian achieves a commendable rank." Xie Jijun forced a smile, visibly displeased, as he departed along with the throngs entering the teleportation array. In truth, Xie Jijun also boasted a qualification of 90, and he harbored ambitions of challenging the Bodhi Tower's heavenly ranking, even aiming to surpass the record set by the former ruler of the Kingdom of Nanzhao, reaching the 499th level. He intended to let his prowess speak for itself to win over Gu Qingxian, and he was confident that she would not surpass the 300th level at most. Had he known that Gu Qingxian had already comprehended the nascent true intent, he would have realized how foolish his assumptions were. Moments after the Bodhi Tower opened, numerous names appeared on the Earth ranking, based on the speed and overall performance of the trial participants. The ranking would automatically calculate the top 1,000. Although Xie Jijun was a second-generation scion, he possessed genuine skill and soon found himself on the Earth ranking, placing within the top 500, with an impressively rapid advancement. However, many others quickly faded from the ranks, either being surpassed by later participants or failing the trials altogether, thus losing their qualification. Qingxian, maintain your composure. There is no need to rush. The true treasures lie beyond the 500th level. Yes, Master. Li Muzhou smiled faintly, observing the Earth ranking, where Xie Jijun's name soared like a rocket. Xie Jijun from the Royal Academy of Nanzhao is advancing extraordinarily fast. He is already in the top 100, now the top 50. Indeed, as the second most talented individual after the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Nanzhao, he was remarkable. What a pity that the Crown Prince did not attend. He would undoubtedly be among the top ranks. Having surpassed the 300th level, Xie Jijun claimed first place. Such speed is unparalleled. Xie Jijun's astonishing performance drew a multitude of gazes in the distance. "Sister, how can such a person be ranked first on the Earth ranking? It's my turn to step up." "Very well, but do not be careless. Our ancestor mentioned that the 500th level is a watershed moment and the starting point for entry into the heavenly ranking. Rest assured, sister, I shall impress you." And Elan Jie cracked his knuckles and leaped forward. Chapter 37. Teacher, I am ready. Ajay, do not underestimate this. Nalan Xinyu smiled slightly, seemingly offering a warning, yet her expression exuded confidence in her brother. Among all the trial participants, none could compare to her brother. The refresh rate of the Earth ranking was astonishingly swift at this moment, aside from Xie Jijun, who was fiercely battling at the 300th level. The names of others were either rapidly dimming or being overtaken by succeeding participants, with very few managing to surpass the 300th level point. 320 levels. Xie Jijun is truly impressive. Though his speed has slowed somewhat, he continues to progress steadily. Hey, look at that! Nalan Jie from the Nalan ancient clan? What? Is that really the holy son of the Nalan clan? I have heard that the current Holy Son and Holy Daughter are siblings. If Nalan Jie is here, does that mean Nalan Qinyu is also present? Rumors say that Nalan Qinyu's talent is on par with her ancestor Nalan Shui, and she is currently ranked 6th on the Hidden Dragon list. Truly extraordinary. My heavens, this speed could easily surpass Xie Jijun. In the blink of an eye, Nalan Jie reached the 300th level. Leaving everyone in a W as the onlookers witnessed Nalan Jie's trial speed. They were left speechless. If Xie Jijun was the most outstanding among the previous group of trial participants, then Nalan Jie now stood as a being of an entirely different caliber. Having entered the Bodhi Tower for half an hour, Xie Jijun had only reached the 350 levels, while Nalan Jie, merely having entered for a brief moment, had already surpassed him. In an instant, all were astounded by Nalan Jie's prowess. 400 levels. I can hardly believe it. Could it be that Nalan Jie is about to ascend to the heavenly ranking? Indeed, after the 300th level, the difficulty would increase dramatically to enter the top 10,000 of the heavenly ranking. One must at least reach the 500th level within a very short time. 402, 403, 404. Oh my goodness! Without comparison, the disparity was stark. Xie Jijun from the kingdom of Nanzhao seemed utterly insignificant by comparison. Indeed. Nalan Jie swept through, and only after reaching the 450 levels did his speed begin to wane. In stark contrast, the previously spotlighted Xie Jijun struggled at the 380 levels. Nearing his limit point 408, he is surely about to enter the heavenly ranking. Indeed, though his speed has slowed compared to before, it remains impressive. 499 levels. Are we about to witness a miracle? Indeed, upon surpassing the 500th tier, one shall have the opportunity to ascend to the celestial rankings. However, observing the rank of the last individual on this esteemed list reveals that they must attain at least 510 tiers. Behind each name lies a recorded time. Should someone reach the 510th tier but exceed the time limit, they will still be unable to secure a position at the end of the celestial rankings. Yet, it is evident to all that Nalan Jie possesses ample time to spare. Master, is Nalan Jie's talent not extraordinary? Gu Qinghan was equally astonished by Nalan Jie's speed, turning to Li Muzhou and commenting. Indeed, there is something remarkable there in the vast expanse of the Lingxiao realm. The Chongsheng ancient clan is quite limited. However, should you awaken your bloodline, your capabilities would not be inferior to his Li Muzhou gently pinched Gu Qinghan's cheek, his voice warm and soothing. Upon hearing this, a pair of delightful dimples appeared on Gu Qinghan's face. In a brief moment, Nalan Jie had already breached the 500th tier. At this juncture, his pace in overcoming challenges had evidently slowed considerably compared to before. Yet he continued to ascend steadily. Onlookers were left in awe. Such a terrifying rate of progression was truly a visual feast. Alas, my limit is merely 430 tiers. I should be the current number 1 on the earthly rankings. Right? Xie Jijun had not made a single move before the illusion at the 430th tier and was forcibly teleported out of the tower. Regardless of who it is, the opportunity to challenge the Bodhi Tower is singular. Thus, the value of the Bodhi Tower's rankings is exceedingly high. Nevertheless, he was confident that he would undoubtedly claim the top spot on the earthly rankings. Just as he exited the tower, Xie Jijun heard waves of exclamations and discussions, which only widened his smile. It seems I have indeed become the center of attention. If I manage to advance a few more tiers, the possibility of entering the celestial rankings looms, and I shall undoubtedly become the focal point. Surely, Gu Qingxian must be astonished by me as well. However, Xie Jijun's smile quickly froze as he realized that the subjects of discussion were not him at all. Embarrassed, he forced a smile and turned to look at the rankings. Nalan Jie, Nalan Ancient Clan, 508 tiers. Upon seeing these words, Xie Jijun's lips twitched. Yet soon his composure was restored, although he too hailed from a prominent family. In comparison to a behemoth like the Nalan Ancient Clan, he felt akin to a poor country boy, utterly incomparable. At the very least, he still held a position within the top 10 on the earthly rankings. So being surpassed by Nalan Jie was not significant. In the blink of an eye, Nalan Jie had reached the 510th tier. This tier was crucial in determining whether Nalan Jie would step into the celestial rankings. and he maintained his position for an unusually prolonged duration, approximately 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the rankings on the celestial list underwent a transformation. Nianjia's name appeared at the very end of the celestial rankings, surpassing the previous record set by the monarch of the southern Zhao kingdom, becoming the 999s of in stark contrast. The preceding record at the bottom of the celestial rankings vanished without a trace. How absurd! Despite employing the same techniques, where did I falter? Outside the Bodhi Tower, Nianjia was forcibly teleported out, wearing a distressed expression. The challenges beyond 500 tiers are of hellish difficulty, as one must not only defeat the opponents conjured by the illusion, but also contend with an adversary that mirrors oneself. Nianjia had been careless just now, falling victim to his own illusion, thus defeating himself. Otherwise, his rank would have continued to ascend. Nianjia approached Nianqianyu and, with a dejected demeanor, said, "Sister, I am so frustrated. I was merely careless and was defeated by my own illusion. Is that not infuriating? Look, did I not advise you against being careless?" Nianqianyu smiled. "If you could amend your careless tendencies, you would undoubtedly perform even better. How beautiful she is! She must be Nianqianyu." "Indeed, did you not hear Nianjia call her sister? Goodness, does that mean Nianqianyu is even more extraordinary? Undoubtedly, her talent is not inferior to that of our ancestral figure." Nianjia. In an instant, everyone cast envious glances. Xiejijun also wore a proud expression, for losing to Nianjia was no shame. After all, he still secured a spot in the top 10 of the earthly rankings. However, when he glanced at Gu Qingqian, he found that she had no intention of acknowledging him. Gu Qingqian opened her eyes and calmly stated, "Master, I am ready to go ahead. With your aptitude, it will be no trouble for you to make the rankings." Li Muzhou smiled gently at Gu Qingqian. Having grasped the nascent form of the true essence of the laws, it is not impossible for Gu Qingqian to ascend 500 tiers or even surpass Nianjia. Chapter 38. Securing the Ice Marrow Snow Lotus. Breaking through to the 5th level of the Divine Travel Realm. Gu Qingqian grasped Gu Qinghan's hand and said, "Sister, do not worry. I have secured the Ice Marrow Snow Lotus." Gu Qinghan felt a pang in her heart, choking back tears as she replied, "Sister, I will be waiting for you." Since childhood, her sister had always protected her. Whenever there was something good, her sister would always share it with her. Later, when her sister was taken away by the exterminator, years passed without a word, leaving Gu Qinghan heartbroken for a long time. Now, as her sister ventured forth to obtain the Ice Marrow Snow Lotus, a flood of memories surged in Gu Qinghan's mind, nearly bringing her to tears. "Silly girl, I still owe you my gratitude. Were it not for you, our Gu family would not be where we are today. It is only right that I do something for you." "Master, I shall take my leave," Gu Qingqian said with a smile, lightly stepping into the teleportation array. "What with the aloofness? I wonder how many tiers you can conquer. I hope you won't falter even at the 300th tier." In front of the Bodhi Tower, Xiejijun watched Gu Qingqian brush past him, feeling disgruntled. When he first encountered Gu Qingqian, he was captivated by her elegant demeanor and exquisite beauty, thinking it would be effortless to win her over given his background. Little did he know that Gu Qingqian was exceedingly aloof. Today, having been overshadowed by Nianjia and then repeatedly ignored by Gu Qingqian, Xiejijun naturally felt uncomfortable. Inside the Bodhi Tower, Gu Qingqian found herself in an isolated space, where a mechanical voice resonated. 7th level of the Purple Mansion. Please input your information and select your challenge method. A scroll composed of spiritual energy materialized before Gu Qingqian. With a mere thought, her information appeared upon the scroll. Gu Qingqian, 21 years old, Southern Domain, Tianjian Sect. This information must be accurate. Every challenger leaves behind their information, and their realm is automatically detected by the formation. It is rare for anyone to conceal their identity. Consequently, Gu Qingqian chose the Sword Immortal path. From this moment forth, her opponents would be Sword Immortals. The adversary on the first tier was a sword-wielding yellow turban warrior, easily vanquished with a single strike. In an instant, Gu Qingqian had jumped tiers, reaching the 50th tier. Anyone who enters the Bodhi Tower experiences a process of tier jumping. No one is exempt. If one cannot trigger tier jumping, it signifies that they cannot even surpass the 300th tier. The 50th tier was still a breeze. With only a few sword techniques guided by Li Muzhou, she could sweep through effortlessly. After another tier jump, Gu Qingqian ascended to the 80th tier. However, she remained oblivious to the tremendous stir she was causing in the outside world. Gu Qingqian's speed of ascent was akin to a rocket, rivaling even Nianjie. No, to be precise, she was surpassing Nianjie. Who on earth is this Gu Qingqian? She has directly soared into the top 10. 300 tiers already. This speed is astonishing. 400 tiers. I am utterly dizzy. Could she be another prodigy from a superpower? 440 tiers. She has surpassed Xie Jijun's limit. Her speed showed no signs of abating. This is insane. From the Tianjian Sect, merely a sect from the underdeveloped southern domain, such a prodigy is wasted there. Indeed, if she could join our 10 absolute sect of the northern domain, our 10 absolute immortal techniques would surely make her renowned throughout the Lingxiao realm. Nonsense. Is your 10 absolute sect truly that formidable? The Cheery sect is far more suited for her. Heh. Cheery ancestor, are you only now interested because she has surpassed your beloved disciple? What do you care? This, Xie Jijun gazed in disbelief at Gu Qingqian's rate of overcoming challenges to Gu Qingqian's emergence was nothing short of sensational, and the Tianjian Sect had finally entered the sights of most factions. Whether it be the Holy Son of the 10 Absolute Sect, the Holy Son of the Cheery Sect from the Northern Domain, or other prodigies from various factions, all were eclipsed by Gu Qingqian, who had swiftly ascended to the second rank on the earthly list, trailing only behind Nianjie. Time to slip away. Xie Jijun wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, fully aware that remaining there would only be an act of self-deprecation. Initially, he had intended to watch Gu Qingqian's humiliation, but now he realized he was the true clown, utterly inconsequential compared to her. Gu Qinghan was as joyful as a child, clinging to Li Muzhou's arm and exclaiming, "Master, my sister has reached the 500th tier." "That should suffice," Li Muzhou replied calmly. "After all, your sister is practicing a relatively weaker technique. The 510th tier is likely her limit." Nianjie faltered at the 510th level due to carelessness in contrast, Gu Qingqian's defeat at the same level stemmed entirely from her weak foundation. However, if Gu Qingqian were to advance to the 510th level at her current pace, her chances of making the leaderboard would remain a 50-50 prospect at the age of 21. Possessing a 7th-tier purple mansion and the embryonic form of true intent, these 3 attributes alone qualify her to contend for a position on the celestial leaderboard. Nianjie, being at the 7th tier of the Diamond Realm, certainly faced a greater challenge than Gu Qingqian. Yet, Gu Qingqian's foundational weaknesses remained a significant obstacle, likely causing her to expend more time than Nianjie at the 510th level. 503.504.505. Half an hour later, Gu Qingqian arrived at the 510th level. This challenge was deemed the limit by Li Muzhou. She lingered there longer than Nianjie. It was futile. Even under the enhancement of my embryonic true intent, I cannot surpass myself. Her swordsmanship is far more refined than mine. Gu Qingqian gasped for breath, ultimately succumbing to her own illusory doppelganger. The illusory doppelganger within the Bodhi Tower exhibited no errors. Gu Qingqian always found herself outmaneuvered. Unable to break the deadlock, she consumed a full 10 minutes more than Nianjie. As anticipated by Li Muzhou, Gu Qingqian's final achievement was the 510th level. Please select a reward. Before Gu Qingqian appeared a multitude of radiant treasures, the majority of which were spiritual herbs. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingqian chose the Ice Marrow Snow Lotus. With a swish, she was forcibly teleported out of the tower. This result was remarkable for her. Had her foundation been a touch stronger, she would undoubtedly have shattered Nianjie's record and secured a spot on the leaderboard. However, Gu Qingqian's primary desire was merely to reach the 500th level to obtain the Ice Marrow Snow Lotus. Upon exiting the tower, countless elders surrounded Gu Qingqian, each brimming with excitement, as if they had stumbled upon a great treasure. Gu Qingqian, I am the Grand Elder of the 10 Absolute Sect. Our sect's 10 Absolute Immortal Path is renowned across the world. Would you care to join us? Step aside, Gu Qingqian. I am the Deputy Sect Master of the Jade Maiden Sect, and I wish to take you as my direct disciple, elevating you to the status of Saintess of the Cloud Maiden Sect. Gu Qingxian, I am from the Crimson Sun Sect. Those vying for Gu Qingxian's allegiance were all eminent figures, including several top forces from the Southern Domain. I apologize, but Qingxian already has a master. Gu Qingxian disregarded their overtures and made her way directly to Gu Qinghan, placing the ice marrow snow lotus in her hands. All the elders fell silent. What of having a master? As long as we uncover the details of your sect, capturing you'll be a mere formality. Consume this. Once you do, you shall be transformed. Li Muzhou beamed at Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan nodded and swallowed the ice marrow snow lotus whole. In an instant, she felt a cataclysmic transformation within her body. Had it not been for Li Muzhou using secret methods to conceal her fluctuations, it would have caused an uproar. Congratulations, host! Gu Qinghan awakens her bloodline, achieving a 1,000-fold critical strike, and is rewarded with a millennium of cultivation. Chapter 39. What is the origin of the Tianjian Sect? A millennium of cultivation? Li Muzhou's pupils contracted as he sensed an increase in his own magical power, surpassing his previous total, with his realm advancing from the 3rd tier to the mid-stage of the 5th tier. If he were to reach the late stage of the 5th tier, the required amount would still be astronomical. Good heavens, the quality of my magic power now, combined with the chaos-level Z-Way sword body, would allow me to stand against even an 8th tier God Travel Realm expert with ease. I could even contend with those of the 9th tier. Everyone must possess a clear understanding of their own strength, much like a mortal considering whether their purse is sufficient before undertaking any endeavor. Looking at Gu Qinghan, she sat in meditation, still undergoing transformation. This process would not linger for long. Congratulations, host! You have completed the 1st phase of the main quest and triggered the 2nd phase of the task. Main quest: guide Gu Qinghan to break through to the Divine Pill Realm. Reward: 1 evolution of True Intent, 1 Yin-Yang Mirror, 9th tier summoning card. Side quest: disciple Gu Qinghan renowned across the Lingxiao realm's 5 great domains. Reward: space-time domain. Upon hearing the new tasks from the system, Li Muzhou was covetous to begin with. The main quest reward of True Intent evolution was exceptionally formidable. True Intent is not static. It arises from comprehension. Even 9th tier True Intent can be continuously enlightened to evolve into higher grade True Intent, yet those capable of such evolution are few and far between. The Yin-Yang Mirror signifies a true powerhouse. All who wield the Yin-Yang Mirror are formidable beings. The 9th tier summoning card of the Yin-Yang Mirror is no trivial matter. With this summoning card, one could traverse the Lingxiao realm with ease. As for the space-time domain, it is even more tantalizing. The reason the Yin-Yang Mirror is deemed a powerhouse is due to its ability to deliver a dimensional strike through the realm of time and space. The Yin-Yang Mirror could defeat 10,000 9th tier God Travel Realm experts, relying solely on the enhancement of the space-time domain. But if I were to wield the space-time domain while at the God Travel Realm, would I not become an extraordinary powerhouse ahead of time? However, gaining renown across the Lingxiao realm poses a challenge. The only viable path is to have Gu Qinghan participate in the biannual competition of the 5 great domains, also known as the Lingxiao Grand Assembly. As long as Gu Qinghan secures a place among the top 10,000 in the Lingxiao Grand Assembly, she will undoubtedly gain fame throughout the Lingxiao realm. Yet this task is fraught with difficulty. Even though the southern domain is relatively weaker compared to other domains, it still boasts a multitude of sects, numbering in the thousands, each with its own array of prodigies. Coupled with the other great domains, particularly the super domains, the total number of prodigies likely exceeds 100,000. Thus, relatively speaking, guiding Gu Qinghan to break through the Diamond Realm is considerably more manageable. Nevertheless, Li Muzhou is determined to fulfill the task, for the rewards are exceedingly enticing. Ajia, do you now comprehend what it means that there are always greater beings beyond our own? Nailin Qinyu glanced at Gu Qingxian in the distance. Addressing Nailin Jie, both Nailin Qinyu and the other esteemed ancestors of the various great domains assumed that Li Muzhou and the others were merely fellow disciples like Gu Qingxian, as Li Muzhou appeared too youthful, and no one would dare eavesdrop on their conversation. Sister, I understand now that it was all my carelessness. Why don't you give it a try as well? The creator of the Bodhi Tower must be a powerhouse of the yin-yang realm. There is certainly something of value there. All right. After taking a deep breath, Nalan Xinyu adjusted her condition to its peak and approached the teleportation array. Her ability to find the opportunity to break through the second tier of the God Travel realm was closely tied to the Bodhi Tower. If she did not break through her realm, even she would lack confidence in achieving a favorable ranking in the Lingxiao Grand Assembly. The Lingxiao Grand Assembly symbolizes glory for any great force or ancient clan. While some may not care for the potential dragon rankings, those prodigies and exceptional talents who remain hidden certainly participate in the Lingxiao Grand Assembly to prove themselves, even if many may later fall or decline. All the current powerhouses of the Lingxiao realm emerge from the Lingxiao Grand Assembly. Look, Nalan Xinyu has entered the teleportation array. How exciting! I wonder if she will set a new record. She certainly will. Her talent is on par with that of the Nalan ancient clan's ancestors. Alas, we are merely here to serve as ornaments. Yet we have also reaped some benefits, have we not? Indeed, but the true treasures lie beyond the 500th level. Our rewards are merely marginal. Just wait and see. The next performance will be by Nalan Xinyu. Indeed, she will surely outshine her brother Nalan Jie. In the instant Nalan Xinyu stepped into the teleportation array, she captured everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan had completed her transformation. Master, this feeling is truly wonderful. Gu Qinghan reveled in the newfound clarity of her thoughts and the remarkable agility of her mind, brimming with curiosity. Is that so? Then go and give it a try. For you, ascending the celestial leaderboard is no daunting task. Li Muzhou gently patted Gu Qinghan's shoulder. All right, Gu Qinghan rose, leaping into the teleportation array. Like the others, her entrance into the array went unnoticed, as all attention remained fixed on Nalan Xinyu. Hiss, she jumped 100 levels in one go. What astounding speed! It's simply extraordinary. Nalan Xinyu, without a doubt, lived up to her status as the saintess of the Nalan ancient clan. And her progress was unmatched. I remember Nalan Jie only managed to jump 79 levels on his first attempt, right? No, it was 79 levels. Nalan Xinyu is indeed exceptional. I wonder if she can surpass Nalan Xue's record from years past. I believe she can. Wait, who is that? Jumping 100 levels all at once. Wow. Gu Qinghan is astonishingly powerful. This is ridiculous. Her speed matches that of Nalan Xinyu. Goodness, she has jumped another 100 levels and has now caught up to Nalan Xinyu. Alas, when Gu Qinghan entered the Bodhi Tower, she did not attract much attention. However, her extraordinary speed in advancing levels was simply astonishing that in merely 3 rounds of ascension, she had already surpassed Nalan Xinyu. Reaching the 430th level, this exaggerated visual impact left everyone dumbfounded. Who is Nalan Xinyu? Ranked 6th on the Hidden Dragon list, the saintess of the Nalan ancient clan, raised with a golden key in her mouth. Possessing countless resources and masters, such prodigious speed can be understood, but Gu Qinghan is merely an unknown rookie. The Tianjian Sect, what is its origin? My Luo Shang Sect ranks 5th in the Southern Dao domain. Yet I have never heard of the Tianjian Sect. It is impossible for such a small place to produce 2 exceptional talents at once. Yes, Gu Qingxian is also from the Tianjian Sect. Could they possibly be sisters? Obviously, they must be. Their names are so similar. In an instant, everyone was left reeling from Gu Qinghan's display. Even Nalan Xinyu, who was sweeping through the Bodhi Tower, was unaware that she had just been surpassed by an unknown rookie from a small place. Chapter 40 Chunnan. This is simply monstrous. Investigate the origins of the Tianjian Sect. I have an ominous premonition that the inheritance may be seized by them. Yes, I will immediately send a message to the sect. What can a mere Southern Dao domain do? Even if they obtain an inheritance, so what? Quickly, I need all the information on the Tianjian Sect. Various ancient beings from different domains received messages from the disciples within the secret realm and began to contemplate. Nalan Xinyu hails from the Nalan ancient clan, and her talent is rumored to be on par with that of the ancestor Nalan Xue, making her a strong candidate for the inheritance. They lack the courage to contend with her. However, now that Gu Qinghan has emerged from nowhere, she is on par with Nalan Xinyu, also having the potential to reach the summit. Beyond the 900 layers of the Bodhi Tower lies the most terrifying realm. The highest record to date on the heavenly rankings is 970 layers, yet it cannot be dismissed that Gu Qinghan might also reach the summit. What kind of place is the Southern Dao domain? It is the weakest of the 5 great Dao domains, and moreover, the Tianjian Sect does not even rank within the top 10 of all forces in the Southern Dao domain, merely renowned in the vicinity of the Southern Zhao Kingdom. In a fleeting moment, Nailin Qinyu leapt again. Nailin Qinyu has reached 550 layers. Can she still advance? Alas, alas, is this the true prodigy? My heavens! At over 400 layers, Gu Qinghan had just surpassed Nailin Qinyu, when unexpectedly, Nailin Qinyu erupted with even greater power, unleashing a more potent divine technique that obliterated both the Guardian and her own illusion, completing her 4th round of ascension. This time, Nailin Qinyu directly advanced to 550 layers. The ranking on the heavenly rankings is determined by the final level achieved. Thus, it signifies that Nailin Qinyu's rank will certainly be high, potentially even surpassing the 9th place record of 950 layers once held by Nailin Shui. Haha, I knew my sister would never lose to a talent from a small place. Our Nailin ancient clan is a formidable power in the Ling Xiao realm. Nailin Jie, who had just been frowning, instantly felt uplifted upon seeing Nailin Qinyu leap again. If it weren't for her own negligence at 510 layers, she too could have continued advancing, just like when masters of the same realm engage in battle. Victory or defeat often hinges on a moment's difference. Occurrences of absolute certainty are rare. Yet, before Nailin Jie could relish her joy for 3 seconds, the smile on her face froze once more. Within the Bodhi Tower, Gu Qinghan also advanced. How is this possible? She has also reached 550 layers, just like my sister. This Nailin Jie was left utterly speechless, her expression one of disbelief. Within the Bodhi Tower. World's cold ice, heed my command. Clad in a cerulean gown, Gu Qinghan executed mysterious steps, releasing the nascent form of the true intent of ice. The recently awakened ice soul sword body seemed tailor-made for the ice sword body. With a single thrust, countless shards of ice coalesced, instantly turning her opponents into ice sculptures. Although the Bodhi Tower is indeed profound, capable of conjuring illusions of the same realm, it cannot replicate the exact form of the ice soul sword body. With one strike, Gu Qinghan eliminated her enemies, and Why Master was indeed correct. As long as I remain cautious before the 900 layers, there should be no significant issues. Gu Qinghan's face lit up with joy as she recalled Li Muzhou's admonitions before entering the tower. In a moment, a familiar radiance enveloped her, and she found herself on the next level. 8T this moment. Gu Qinghan completed her 5th round of ascension, reaching 650 layers. Hiss, hiss, hiss. What level of genius is Gu Qinghan? 550 layers, now advancing to 650 layers? My heavens, Nailin Qinyu has yet to overcome this, and she has already surpassed her again. Alas, alas, this woman is a peerless genius. If she could join our sect, she would undoubtedly make a remarkable impact. What are you thinking? Many top-tier forces will surely have their eyes on her. Even those heavenly sects will be watching. What do we have to snatch her away? Alas, she has leapt again. Nailin Qinyu has leveled up too. Truly exhilarating. This is indeed a battle of dragons and tigers. Now, at 650 layers. Identical to Gu Qinghan. 705, 800, 805. Gu Qinghan has reached 850 layers first. Nailin Qinyu has also reached 805. Truly exhilarating. Will they leap again? I suspect it's unlikely. According to the rules, beyond the 900 layers is the pinnacle of hellish difficulty. Besides defeating the Guardian and their own illusions, they must also overcome the illusion of the previous challenger. Do you think there might be an issue with the Bodhi Tower? Or perhaps Gu Qinghan is cheating? Today we have witnessed history. Watching these two goddesses compete is even more thrilling than my own challenge. Impossible! Nailin Jie gritted her teeth. What on earth is Gu Qinghan? How can she possibly be on par with my sister? No, she is always a step ahead of my sister. This is absurd. Could it be that there's a problem with the Bodhi Tower? Not only Nailin Jie harbored such thoughts. Even those from other factions share the same sentiment. The Flying Snow Secret Realm has existed for a long time. Its appearance in the Southern Dao domain occurred a millennium ago, indicating that the locations where the secret realm manifests are sporadically random.as for the information regarding the flying snow secret realm previously acquired by the Tianjian Sect, observing the heavenly rankings stone tablet. It is indeed peculiar that those who left their names there include prodigies from 10,000 years ago. If there are issues, it would not be impossible. Everyone fixated on the rankings of Gu Qinghan and Nalin Xinyu, visibly noticing that their speeds had slowed considerably beyond 850 layers. Yet they continue to advance steadily. Ji Qinghan at 853, Nalin Xinyu at 855. Surpassing. Gu Qinghan at 860 layers. Good heavens, can she still ascend? Gu Qinghan at 870. Nalin Xinyu has also leapt to 870, 880, 890, 899. Alas, history is about to be made. If Gu Qinghan enters the 900 layers, the history of our Southern Dao domain will be rewritten. Indeed, the strongest ranking in our Southern Dao domain has only been in the 8,800 range. At 799 layers, to be precise, in recent centuries, the best performance by a ruler of the Southern Zhao Kingdom was only 508 layers. I am dizzy. Our Southern Dao domain has produced a talent comparable to that of the Central Dao domain. At 899 layers, both Gu Qinghan and Nalin Xinyu's progress began to slow. Li Muzhou squinted, aware that Gu Qinghan's limits were approaching. The level of comprehension of her cultivation technique was too low. Coupled with the fact that the Eye-Soul Sword body had just awakened, many aspects remained undeveloped. She might manage to pass the 901st layer, but the 902nd or 3rd layers would likely be her limit. Muzhou, I recall that Gu Qinghan is your disciple from a while back, correct? In an instant, Sect Master Chen Nan, accompanied by his direct disciple Zhao Hong, arrived before the Bodhi Tower and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the rankings. Upon witnessing Gu Qinghan's ranking, Zhao Hong was equally astonished. Initially, when Gu Qinghan directly became the saintess, he had some peculiar thoughts, but now he realized how vast the gap in talent between himself and Gu Qinghan truly is. Indeed, quite remarkable. I assent it. Li Muzhou smiled slightly in affirmation. Remarkable does not begin to describe it. She is simply a prodigy. I traversed the Bodhi Tower decades ago, reaching a maximum of 508 layers, while the Elder Supreme reached 505 layers. This is simply... Chen Nan was so ecstatic he could hardly contain himself. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany, saying, Muzhou, the flying snow secret realm only opens once in a long while. Since this is your first time here, why don't you give it a try as well? If Muzhou, such a prodigy, broke through to the divine travel realm at the age of 20, what kind of spectacle would he create if he challenged the Bodhi Tower? Chapter 41, Leaping 900 Layers, astonishing the entire audience. Teacher, you should give it a try too. Elder Muzhou, you ought to give it a shot. Elder Muzhou, you absolutely must try. Indeed, Elder, please give it a try. With Chen Nan's suggestion, disciples such as Gu Qingxian, Zhao Hong, Li Shi, and Lu Yi began to voice their thoughts. The Feishua secret realm is accessible to anyone, and the Bodhi Tower can be challenged by all. With Li Muzhou being such an extraordinary talent, it is imperative to give it a try, isn't it? Indeed. How could I have overlooked this? I shall attempt it shortly. Just as Li Muzhou spoke, Gu Qinghan had already entered the 900th level and successfully passed through. Arriving at the 901st level, all the onlookers were once again astonished that a historical moment has been created. The genius of the South Dao domain has made history. Haha. The 901st level. A place among the top 500 of the heavenly ranking is now within reach. Remarkable. I wonder how far Gu Qinghan can ascend. It is said that beyond the 900th level, each subsequent level presents a nightmarish difficulty. The first in history only reached the 969th level. However, Gu Qinghan remained in the 901st level for a full quarter of an hour, without any sign of further movement, presumably caught in a fierce struggle. Nalin Xinyu has also entered the 900th level. I wonder if she will surpass Gu Qinghan this time. Surely, just watch .at this moment. The fiercest competition for attention is between Gu Qinghan and Nalin Xinyu. Sister, go for it. Nalin Jie was equally tense, for they had arrived at a critical juncture. If all goes well, he might reach the 700 or 800 levels. But that is the extent of his capabilities, something Nalin Jie understands clearly. Since the records of the Bodhi Tower began, those who could enter the 900 levels and rank within the top 500 of the heavenly ranking are all renowned prodigies of the Lingxiao realm. Within the Bodhi Tower, what is happening? Nailin Xinyu gazed at the creator of the reporters, utterly bewildered. She distinctly remembered that the record holder for the 900 levels on the heavenly ranking was a prodigy from the Eastern Dao domain, skilled in the art of music, who had long vanished from the annals of history. Yet, now before her stood an extraordinarily beautiful maiden that I feel like I've seen her somewhere. Nailin Xinyu murmured. Though she could not recall, before entering the Bodhi Tower, there were hundreds of thousands of people present, and naturally, she could not remember the face of each individual. Could it be that someone just broke the record? Leaving behind a new image, Nailin Xinyu furrowed her brows, drawing her long sword, prepared for battle. Buzz, a peculiar wave descended, and Nailin Xinyu discovered her realm was restricted to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. The Purple Mansion realm? How could one reach this place from the Purple Mansion realm? This is impossible. Nailin Xinyu felt a bit dazed, yet did not underestimate her opponent, immediately unleashing her perfected Earth-grade combat techniques. Regardless of her opponent's prowess, she remained a formidable warrior in the first layer of the Divine Travel realm, possessing combat experience and technique far superior to her opponents. She understood the principle that even a lion must exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. Hence she held nothing back. Boom, boom, boom. In just 3 moves, Nailin Xinyu found herself restrained by icy spikes, unable to break free from the in the same realm. She was no match for Gu Qinghan. Damn it! Nailin Xinyu felt darkness engulf her, marking the end of her challenge that on the heavenly ranking, Nailin Xinyu replaced an ancient prodigy who held the 500th position, her name now shining on the board. Swish, swish, swish! All eyes turned to Nailin Xinyu, and the scene fell into a deathly silence. Nailin Xinyu actually lost? No, she lost to Gu Qinghan. Indeed, Nailin Xinyu had entered the 900th level and maintained her position for a quarter of an hour. She must have fallen to the record creator, Gu Qinghan. After a brief silence, everyone was utterly shocked. This outcome was beyond anyone's expectations. The saintess from the Nailin ancient clan had been defeated by a mere junior from the South Dao domain. How fantastical! This result not only astonished the onlookers, but even Nailin Xinyu herself was taken aback. Sigh. Gu Qinghan, Tianjian Sect, I have not heard of it, but it seems unreasonable for 2 prodigies to emerge at once. Nailin Xinyu glanced at her ranking, feeling somewhat regretful. Had it not been for Gu Qinghan's ice-soul sword body being so troublesome, she was confident she could have climbed higher, at least reaching around the 950th level. But there are no what-ifs in this world. In the same realm, she was no match for Gu Qinghan. Simultaneously, she prepared to return and inform her ancestor about the events here. Sometimes, the emergence of such prodigious talents in small sects is not necessarily a good thing. Even if the people from Tianjian Sect can obtain the inheritance, can they truly safeguard it? Impressive, impressive! Muzhou, your disciple, has actually surpassed Nailin Xinyu. This is simply divine. Quickly, Muzhou, you should give it a try as well. Chen Nan rubbed his hands, unable to contain his excitement. Previously, he might not have understood why Li Muzhou went to such lengths to take Gu Qinghan as his disciple, and he couldn't see what was so special about Gu Qinghan. But now he understood that Gu Qinghan was not an ordinary genius. He was a prodigy. All right, I shall give it a try. Li Muzhou stood up, entering the teleportation array under the watchful eyes of Chen Nan. Gu Qingxian and others. Within the Bodhi Tower, Li Muzhou found himself in a dim space, and the mechanical voice echoed once more. Name, origin, choose your challenge method. With a thought, Li Muzhou's information appeared on the luminous screen. And he chose the sword cultivation path. I wonder how many levels I can leap. Li Muzhou touched his nose, speaking casually. Moments later, a yellow-scarved warrior wielding a sword appeared before him. Li Muzhou casually pointed, and a sword intent coalesced at his fingertip, instantly reducing the yellow-scarved warrior to nothingness. Buzz, the light and shadows before Li Muzhou flickered, revealing countless illusory floors, accompanied by a sensation akin to ascending rapidly in an elevator. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 30 breaths passed, yet the light and shadows before Li Muzhou showed no signs of stopping. Occasionally, a golden light would flash by, illuminating his body before the ascent continued. What is happening? Just moments ago, Gu Qinghan and Nailan Xinyu leaped levels in mere breaths. Right? Could there be a glitch? Li Muzhou was bewildered, failing to comprehend what was occurring within the Bodhi Tower, suspecting that the rules had malfunctioned. Simultaneously, he developed a keen interest in this facious secret realm. The master of this realm is certainly not an ordinary practitioner. Otherwise, such a mystical Bodhi Tower would not exist. Little did Li Muzhou know that the hundreds of thousands of onlookers outside were petrified. On the ground ranking, Li Muzhou's name began to rapidly change upon entering the Bodhi Tower. 100 levels, 300 levels, 500 levels, 800 levels, 900 levels. After 35 breaths of transformation, Li Muzhou's name finally settled at the 900th level. To leap directly to the 900th level in one breath is unprecedented. Since the records of the facious secret realm began, this is a momentous occurrence that this for real. Nailan Xinyu was similarly frozen in place, her expression one of sheer disbelief. The two bears were in constant motion, displaying looks of shock. Chapter 42. The Secret of the Facious Secret Realm, Inheritance in Hand. Sister, how is this possible? Did he cheat? What kind of prodigy is Li Muzhou? Nailan Jia was also dumbfounded, springing up at the start, breathing heavily. No, there's no mistake. This Bodhi Tower is extraordinary. Have you forgotten what the ancestors said? The facious secret realm is exceptionally unique. Far beyond what the world knows, to leave behind such a realm, the master must at least be a high-level yin-yang mirror practitioner or possibly a king-level existence. However, for countless years, no one has reached the top to obtain the inheritance. Superpowers have simply not paid much attention. Nailan Xinyu's face was grave as she fixed her gaze on Li Muzhou's name. She had an instinctive feeling Li Muzhou may very well create history and obtain the inheritance of the facious secret realm. The yin-yang realm signifies a powerful being, a titan. Thus, the nirvana realm above the yin-yang realm represents a king-level powerhouse that, of course, king-level is merely a legend, and no one has ever witnessed it. Everything is speculation. I know. Oh my goodness, another prodigy from Tianjian Sect. This must be the third one. Gu Qingxian, Gu Qinghan, and Li Muzhou de my heavens, what kind of anomalies are they? This is astonishing. Is this truly how one can pass the challenge? Initially, everyone wore expressions of confusion, followed by an overwhelming chorus of gasps. Li Muzhou's name, upon the first leap, directly fixed itself at the 900th level, leaving everyone in shock. The prodigies of Tianjian Sect made everyone question their very existence. I must be seeing things, right? Chan Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. He pinched his own face vigorously and rubbed his eyes, fearing that what he witnessed was an illusion. Sect Master, you did not missee. It is real. It is indeed real. Li Shishi's eyes brimmed with tears as she exclaimed. Muzhou has truly defied the heavens, leaping straight to the 900th level. Bodhi Tower is exceptionally rigorous in its assessment of innate talent. Li Muzhou possesses a primordial grade ZY sword body, a constitution of such caliber that, regardless of its historical precedent in the Lingxiao realm, it has been accorded the highest accolades by Bodhi Tower, propelling him directly to the 900th leveled. Li Muzhou's astonishing feat rendered Gu Qinghan momentarily overlooked. Within the confines of the 902nd level, Gu Qinghan found herself at her limit, exhausted, her strength waning. Moreover, there were still several techniques within her eye-sealing profound cold sutra that she had yet to comprehend. Otherwise, she would not have struggled so. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and she was transported outside the Bodhi Tower. Upon her arrival, Gu Qinghan's face lit up with joy as she discovered her ranking was 480th on the heavenly list. Master, I have made it into the top 500, she exclaimed, but then her brow furrowed in confusion. Where is Master? Initially eager to share her good news with Li Muzhou, what an honor to be among the top 500. She was dismayed to find not only was there no sign of her master, but she also witnessed the frantic expressions of the Tianjian Sect leader and others. Even her own sister was gasping in astonishment. In that instant, Gu Qinghan was swept away by the cacophony of cheers and realized the gravity of the situation. Goodness, the 902nd level, the 903rd level. Is this speed even real? The 909th level, the 920th level. The 950th level. Oh my, this is already on par with the ancestors of a Nalan ancient clan. Li Muzhou, are you trying to astonish us to death? He looks so handsome. I wonder if he has a partner. If he were to join my sect, I would gladly serve as his deputy leader. Truly formidable. The crowd was in a frenzy. It was only then that Gu Qinghan noticed her master was currently ranked first on the Earth list. With a staggering count of 950 levels reached, and oh wonder, her master was indeed an anomaly. After taking a deep breath, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Gu Qinghan's eyes as she regarded Li Muzhou. Akin to the gaze one might cast upon a beloved, his remarkable performance was entirely unsurprising to her. In her heart, Li Muzhou was the most extraordinary and powerful man in the world. Subsequently, she returned to Gu Qingqian's side, intent on continuing to follow Li Muzhou's ascent through the challenges. Inside the Bodhi Tower, Li Muzhou mused, so weak. Though these challengers are commendable, they remain utterly inadequate in this realm. They are no match for me. With unwavering confidence, he refrained from employing the Deluo sacred sword, relying solely on the two divine arts. Wuji Sword Classic and Chaos returned to Primordial Path, and the enhancement of his Chaos ZY sword body, sweeping through his opponents with ease. For ordinary individuals, each level beyond the 900th is akin to climbing a mountain. Yet for Li Muzhou, they did not even warrant the privilege of drawing his sword. In his current realm, he was invincible. The 950th level fell before him like a hot knife through butter. His opponent was none other than Nalan Shui, whose beauty could rival that of a fish sinking and a swan descending. Yet Li Muzhou showed no mercy. Bolstered by the 7th grade true intent, his battle prowess far surpassed that of Nalan Shui in her prime. In merely 3 moves, she was defeated. Had he chosen to employ the Deluo sacred sword, he could have triumphed in a single strike. However, as Li Muzhou would say, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? He soon arrived at the 951st level, and his pace continued to rocket forward. 952, 953, 954. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 980th level. Heavens, we are witnessing history today, the crowd gasped. Incredible! The top rank of the heavenly list has changed hands. My goodness, the strongest prodigy of the central domain has only reached the 970th level. Yet someone from the southern domain has surpassed the 980th level. The excitement among the people of the southern domain was palpable. Historically regarded as the weakest, they had now achieved a monumental feat. Taking the lead on the heavenly list, in an instant, Li Muzhou surged to the 990th level. 991, 993, 994, 999, 1000. From his entry into the tower until now, it had taken him merely the time to brew a cup of tea to reach the pinnacle. The scene fell into stunned silence. How is this possible? The elder once said no one could ever ascend to the 1000th level of Bodhi Tower. Nalan Xianyu's beautiful eyes were wide with shock, her body trembling. Nalan Jie had long since become numb, questioning his very existence. This moment, countless factions turned their gaze toward the direction of the Tianjian Sect, harboring sinister thoughts. Li Muzhou's ascent indicated he was destined to inherit the legacy of the Snowfall secret realm. Was the Tianjian Sect, a mere minor force from the southern domain, worthy of such a legacy? Simultaneously, numerous elders from other regions of the Snowfall secret realm hurried toward the Bodhi Tower. Li Muzhou, you killed my old companion. Now that you have reached the top, you must pay the price. Even the renowned Madame Zhou heard the news and swiftly made her way to the tower. Others who had been offended by Li Muzhou over the Tonglong fruit also rushed to confront him. Though they were taken aback by his ascent, they all understood that Li Muzhou was now a man burdened with the weight of his own success. A mere 3rd-tier realm cultivator could not hope to leave the Snowfall secret realm alive. Within the Bodhi Tower, Li Muzhou stood in awe, having grasped the core secret of the Snowfall secret realm. Chapter 43. Let all of you come at once. The difficulty beyond the 990th level is nothing short of monstrous. Yet for Li Muzhou, it posed little challenge. In the final levels, he wielded the Deluo sacred sword, employing numerous secret arts and the enhancement of the Chaos sword body, allowing him to contend even with cultivators of the 9th tier of the divine travel realm, thus effortlessly arriving at the 1000th level. Upon entering the 1000th level, The dim space dissipated, revealing a peach orchard that had existed for an unknown length of time. Within the orchard stood a wooden cottage. Approaching the cottage, Li Muzhou beheld an elderly man with white eyebrows and beard materialize before him. Observing him with a genial smile, an illusion. Upon inspection, Li Muzhou quickly deduced it to be merely a projection. Yet he remained vigilant. As he progressed through the challenges, he understood that such a significant place as the Bodhi Tower could not have been crafted by an ordinary individual. Thus, the old man's projection was likely that of the legendary Snowfall Taoist. While Li Muzhou scrutinized the elder was equally assessing him. Remarkable. The Snowfall King, have been reincarnated for some time now. I never expected someone to reach the 1000th level. In my ancient era, a talent like yours was exceedingly rare. At just 23 years of age, you are already at the 5th tier of the Divine Travel realm, possessing the 7th grade True Intent, with combat prowess rivaling that of the 9th tier of the Divine Travel realm, not to mention your extraordinary bloodline. How intriguing. The Snowfall King regarded Li Muzhou with a gentle gaze, revealing the secrets that enveloped him, albeit not all of them. There remained many mysteries about Li Muzhou that he was unaware of, for as a projection, his understanding was limited to the moment of its creation. Had the Snowfall King still been alive, his comprehension would undoubtedly differ. Your Majesty, so it is His Excellency, the Snowfall. Li Muzhou's pupils constricted as he cupped his hands in salute. Above the Yin-Yang realm lies the Nirvana realm. In the Lingxiao realm, Nirvana cultivators are considered kings. Every Nirvana cultivator is a ruler. Beyond that lies the Pinnacle realm, which can be deemed an emperor. To vie for supremacy in the world, sweeping across the 9 provinces, is the essence of the pinnacle. Furthermore, the Snowfall King mentioned the ancient era. How far back must that be? It is no wonder the history of the Snowfall Secret Realm is shrouded in mystery, and when it appeared near the southern Zhao kingdom a millennium ago. There were rumors that the Snowfall Taoist was a half-step Yin-Yang realm powerhouse. It can only be said that as history progressed, its presence has diminished over time. Another reason is that no one has ever managed to reach the peak. And the other treasures within the secret realm have been largely excavated, leading to its fading significance. There are many such secret realms within the Lingxiao realm, and some remain undiscovered, given the vast expanse of history from ancient times until now. No one knows precisely how many secret realms exist in the Lingxiao realm. Muzhou, no need for such formalities that in the ancient times, I was merely considered above average myself. What year is it now? The Snowfall King and Li Muzhou exchanged glances as he gently inquired that, if I recall correctly, is the 98,886th year of the Lingxiao calendar. The Lingxiao calendar? Indeed, the very one that must be quite some time ago. In the era of my ascension, it was the 1,285,620th year of the Heavenly Dragon calendar. It seems it must relate to the great calamity that followed, which later transformed into the Lingxiao calendar. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou's pupils narrowed. This explanation indeed holds validity. The Heavenly Dragon calendar was the chronological system of the ancient ERA. At least 3 eras have passed since then. Forget it. The Snowfall King chuckled. When that great calamity descended, I too could not remain unscathed. Even those at the Emperor level had to endure tribulations, and many fell, including even the Divine Lord level experts. Your Majesty, the Divine Lord? Li Muzhou was momentarily taken aback, looking at the King of Flying Snow with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, the King of Flying Snow was also momentarily stunned, then sighed. It seems that the current era is indeed desolate. With such extraordinary talent as yours, you are unaware of even the existence of celestial sovereigns. The King of Flying Snow chuckled softly. Li Muzhou awkwardly replied, I only know that the current cultivation realms are divided into Body Refinement, Spirit Gathering, Purple Palace, Divine Pill, Diamond, Divine Travel, Yin-Yang, and Nirvana. Even Nirvana Realm Kings are merely legends. Truly, it is a desolate time. The King of Flying Snow lamented. Above Nirvana lies the Sovereign Realm, and only those who reach this pinnacle stand atop the pyramid, the Celestial Sovereign Realm. He then shifted the conversation, continuing, however, you need not ponder so deeply. Those old fellows possess immense capabilities. Their means are beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. When the great era unfolds, celestial sovereigns will undoubtedly descend. Understanding this, Li Muzhou felt little turbulence within himself. For him, it was not a daunting task at all. As long as he continuously completed his missions, not to mention celestial sovereigns, even realms beyond theirs were not beyond his reach. You're the first to receive my legacy. Take this storage pouch. Inside, you will find my celestial grade cultivation method, the heavenly Luo Dao Sutra, as well as some treasures I have used and various spiritual herbs that I wonder if they will be of any use to you. My sect is called the Maple Wave Sect. I am unsure if there are any descendants remaining. If you encounter them, please extend your assistance. After receiving the storage pouch, Li Muzhou was overjoyed. The legacy of a Nirvana Realm King was an immeasurable fortune for the Tianjian Sect. Yet, at the same time, Li Muzhou's expression froze. If he knew it was an enormous fortune, others would surely be aware as well. Although no one had known the true level of the Flying Snow Secret Realm's legacy since ancient times. And even now it was rumored to be the legacy of a half-step yin-yang mirror expert. It would inevitably incite envy in the eyes of those great powers. The Tianjian Sect obtaining the legacy of the Flying Snow Secret Realm was akin to a reckless child parading around with a gold brick. Enough. The energy here is dwindling. Shortly, I will teleport everyone within the secret realm out. The secret realm will then randomly appear elsewhere until the energy formation I left here is depleted. Those individuals are from your sect. Correct? As the King of Flying Snow spoke, he pointed, and the scene outside the Bodhi Tower came into view at that moment. The sect leader Chun Nan was already injured, and the arriving Grand Elder was severely wounded as well. Even his two disciples were spitting blood, surrounded by countless foes. Had it not been for Nalan Qinyu's assistance, all members of the Tianjian Sect would have been captured alive. Witnessing this scene, Li Muzhou seethed with anger. Seeking death, the struggle for the Tao is inherently one of life and death. My young friend, your strength is commendable, but you must find a way to overcome this challenge that I cannot assist you. Shall I teleport them all out of the secret realm now? The Flying Snow Taoist had anticipated this moment and looked at Li Muzhou, speaking, No, I will resolve this personally. Those who dare lay hands on my people shall meet with no mercy. Li Muzhou coldly declared, stepping into the teleportation array. Truly impressive. The Chaos Sword Body, exceedingly rare throughout the ages. When we meet again, I shall bestow upon you another grand gift. The King of Flying Snow murmured before vanishing into thin air. Outside the Bodhi Tower, you have gone too far. I, Nalan Qinyu, shall take charge of this matter today. Nalan Qinyu stood protectively before Guqing Han, glaring at the numerous ancestral figures of various sections just moments ago. The instant Li Muzhou reached the summit, some had sought to strike against the Tianjian Sect. Capturing members of the Tianjian Sect, they were not afraid of Li Muzhou's retaliation. Nalan Qinyu, I, the ancestor of the Red Sun, do not wish to offend your Nalan family, but that does not mean I am afraid of you. Today, not a single person from the Tianjian Sect shall escape. The ancestor of the Red Sun, at the 7th level of divine travel, was also one of the instigators of this assault on the Tianjian Sect. I, the ancestor of Thunder, am equally unafraid of your Nalan family. What does the Tianjian Sect have to do with you? The legacy of a half-step yin-yang realm expert might even offer a breakthrough opportunity. Do you think we will concede? The ancestor of Thunder, also at the 7th level of divine travel, ranked 3rd among the powers of the Southern Dao domain. It is possible that the Flying Snow Taoist is indeed a powerful yin-yang mirror expert. Who knows? Yes, to create such a mysterious Bodhi Tower is not something an ordinary person could achieve. Among those speaking were the ancestor of the Blue Wings, at the 8th level of divine travel from the Northern Dao domain, along with numerous other ancestral figures of the 6th and 5th levels. Totaling 10 elders, in addition to these. There were also forces like the immortal Aunt Zhou, who had previously been offended by Li Muzhou, all eyeing the situation with keen interest. You all, Nalan Qinyu felt an overwhelming pressure. She genuinely believed these individuals had both the intent and the courage to act. If something were to happen to her, these individuals would simply flee. Faced with such immense fortune, it was hard for anyone to yield. Suddenly, a figure clad in green appeared before Nalan Qinyu, his deep voice resonating. Miss Nalan, thank you. You old hounds, let us fight together. Chapter 44. Sword slays 10 ancestors. Return to the sect. Those who dare touch my people must be prepared to meet their demise. Li Muzhou's voice was ruthless, and I see why this moment. Every member of the Tianjian Sect present was injured. The most critical point was that his disciples had also sustained injuries. Li Muzhou, being protected by nature, could not endure such an affront. An overwhelming fury surged forth, and within his gem-like black eyes shimmered a fierce light. Boom! As he spoke, Li Muzhou released his oppressive aura. The pressure of the fifth level of divine travel resonated like thunder in the void. Fifth level of divine travel. Fifth level of divine travel. Nalan Xinyu covered her ruby lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. Li Muzhou appeared to be roughly the same age as her, yet he had already cultivated to the fifth level of divine travel. Such a young fifth level of divine travel was practically monstrous. Even in the central Dao domain, she had failed to defeat Lin Nantian, who was ranked 4th on the potential dragon list. Twice, and Lin Nantian was merely at the pinnacle of the second level of divine travel. How could such a terrifying prodigy emerge from the southern Dao domain? Big sister Nalan Jia was equally dumbfounded, feeling as though everything was surreal. According to her understanding, even in the central Dao domain, her sister was a remarkable prodigy, yet now, without comparison, there is no suffering, she realized upon seeing Li Muzhou, her previous perception shattered. Muzhou, Chunan was astonished. Yes, the sect leader of the Tianjian Sect. He had no idea when this prodigious elder had cultivated to the fifth level of divine travel. It was known that Li Muzhou had only broken through to divine travel 3 years ago. 3 years. In that time, ordinary people could not even reach the peak of the first level of divine travel, yet Li Muzhou had consecutively broken through 5 realms. The Grand Elder who had just arrived was also astonished. Muzhou, my friend, you are indeed a prodigy. The elder sister of the Extermination Sect stood with the Tianjian Sect, feeling a wave of dizziness. She had become aware of Li Muzhou's acceptance of Gu Qingxian as a named disciple and had initially dared not voice her opinions. Now, she felt even less inclined to do so. Gu Qingxian's ascent to the heavenly rankings was largely due to Li Muzhou's contributions. Had she instructed Gu Qingxian, the latter would never have comprehended the embryonic form of true intention, nor would she have gained fame in the battle at the Bodhi Tower. Fifth level of divine travel. The ancestor of the Red Sun, one of the instigators of this conspiracy, furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Such a young fifth level of divine travel is truly unheard of. Master, it was he who initiated the attack. He declared he would capture us all and force you to submit. Gu Qinghan fixed her gaze on the ancestor of the Red Sun, pointing him out at O. I recall you are the ancestor of the Red Sun, correct? Die. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes as the Deluo holy sword appeared out of thin air. Piercing forth soul, O wandering dragon. The piercing sound of the sword echoed as a sword light, spanning 1,000 feet, cleaved toward the ancestor of the Red Sun. This moment, Li Muzhou was no longer the same. Even if the ancestor of the Red Sun was at the initial stage of the 7th level of divine travel, what of it? How infuriating! A mere 5th level of divine travel. Who do you think you are? The ancestor of the Red Sun, confident in his 7th level of divine travel prowess, instantly summoned 3 powerful defensive treasures, a small tower and 2 8-trigrams mirrors, forming a tri-layer defense to protect himself. Simultaneously, the ancestor of the Red Sun unleashed his top-tier Earth-grade battle technique, summoning a massive fiery hand from the void to strike at Li Muzhou. However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astonished. Boom! 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 Li Muzhou's sword energy effortlessly shattered the massive fiery hand, then, with unmatched sharpness, sliced through the ancestor of the Red Sun's 3 treasures. What the hell? How is he so powerful? He is not an ordinary 5th level of divine travel. The sensation of impending doom surged within the ancestor of the Red Sun, causing him to lose his composure, and he immediately employed every means at his disposal. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Kid, my Red Sun sect is an affiliated sect of the Tianjuan Sect. Do you dare? Tianjuan Sect, a formidable sect in the central Dao domain, ranks just beneath the celestial level sects. boasting immense strength and the potential to ascend to the apex of such divine orders, in a moment of life and death. The venerable Qi Ri ancestor faltered, resorting to threats against Li Muzhou. Die. However, before Qi Ri ancestor could finish his sentence, Li Muzhou's sword energy surged violently, ripping through the protective barrier of Qi Ri ancestor and piercing his very being. With a resounding crash, Qi Ri ancestor disintegrated into a mist of blood, his soul scattering into the void. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The vitality of a seventh-layer God Travel Realm expert is staggering. The instant Qi Ri ancestor met his demise, a rain of blood began to fall from the heavens. Every onlooker gasped in astonishment. He is that powerful. Nalan Xinyu was once more taken aback, her autumn-like eyes reflecting Li Muzhou's silhouette, astonished to the core. Battling across realms in the God Travel Realm is already an arduous task. How much more so when one transitions from the 5th to the 7th layer? Each realm represents a significant leap. The 5th layer corresponds to the mid-stage of the God Travel Realm. The 6th layer signifies completion of the mid-stage, while the 7th layer marks the onset of the late stage. Being at the 1st layer of the God Travel Realm herself, she had faced Lin Nantian of the 2nd layer twice and failed. Fully aware of the difficulties involved, yet Li Muzhou not only fought beyond his level, but also dispatched Qi Ri ancestor with a single strike. One must admit that the shock Li Muzhou instilled in Nalan Xinyu was monumental. The others were equally astounded. The Thunderbolt ancestor of the 7th layer God Travel Realm, the Qingyi ancestor of the 8th layer, the Shijue ancestor of the 6th layer pinnacle from the Tianjian Sect, the deputy master of the Yinu Sect at the 5th layer. And others stood frozen in place, that a chill swept over each of them. They pondered, if that sword had struck them, how many among them could withstand it? Li Muzhou's actions were equally intended to intimidate. He understood that today, both he and the Tianjian Sect had stirred a hornet's nest. These ancestors were no trifles. Suddenly, a discordant voice pierced the air. Everyone, do not be afraid of him, and no matter how formidable he is but a single individual that I have clashed with him before. At that time, he was merely at the 3rd layer of the God Travel Realm. In just a few days, he has ascended to the 5th layer. Doesn't he that strike you as suspicious? The speaker was Zhou Xinggu, the grand ancestor of the Huangfeng sect, who had previously been vanquished by Li Muzhou. Coincidentally, our sect's disciples discovered a Tunglong fruit tree bearing 35 fruits, all of which fell into his possession. This fellow is quite the wealthy one indeed. The ancestor of the Liang sect from the Huiyue Empire chimed in, as they were allied with the Huangfeng sect. With so many powerful figures present, even if Li Muzhou possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not remain unscathed. What? Everyone, let us strike together. The Thunderbolt ancestor, Qingyi ancestor, and others revealed expressions of greed. How noisy! If you wish to die, I shall grant you that. Li Muzhou realized that prolonging the confrontation would be detrimental to himself, and resolutely drew his sword. True meaning of ice, freezing the 9 heavens. Axioms, group attack technique, celestial ascension. In an instant, the temperature across a 1,000-mile radius plummeted to freezing point. Endless snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and countless shards of ice emerged from thin air. The true meaning of ice surging forth to encase all the ancestors. 7th grade, true meaning of ice. This is bad. We must flee. The strongest among them, the Qingyi ancestor, panicked the moment the ice enveloped him. His internal energy stagnated, slowing his movements. 7th grade, true meaning. No wonder he had the audacity to confront us and speak so boldly. The Qingyi ancestor's expression changed dramatically as he turned to flee. Even though he was at the 8th layer of the God Travel Realm, Li Muzhou commanded the 7th grade true meaning, which could injure him even if it could not kill him. In such a situation, there was no need to stubbornly resist. Li Muzhou had already obtained the inheritance, and the news had spread. He could always seek out a few more experts later. The Qingyi ancestor attempted to escape, but under the confinement of the icy true meaning, his speed was severely hampered. You harmed my disciple. You must bear your share of the consequences. Can you escape? Li Muzhou's sword rose and fell, and celestial ascension was already unleashed. The sword energy traversed the skies, unstoppable and unpredictable. No, I am the Qingyi ancestor. I am supported by a celestial-level sect. However, before the Qingyi ancestor could finish his words, his voice abruptly ceased. The 8th-layer Qingyi ancestor, despite employing all his might, was rendered utterly ineffective and was torn apart. Simultaneously, 3 other ancestors also fell within the reach of celestial ascension, meeting the same fate. The blood rain in the heavens thickened exponentially. 4 of the 10 ancestors were instantly felled, leaving 6 remaining. What the hell? What the hell? The surviving ancestors turned pale with shock. Impossible. How can he be this strong? Back when I was at the 6th layer, I barely managed to defeat him at the 3rd layer. Yet now he eliminates me in an instant at the 5th layer against the 8th? Zhou Xinggu wore an expression of existential doubt and turned to leave. The other ancestors shared similar sentiments, with some calling out, "Let's scatter. His ice-sealing true meaning cannot freeze us all." Leave? Do you think you can escape? With a flash, Li Muzhou transformed into a streak of light and surged upward, striking down an ancestor with each sword. The terrifying sword energy swept across the skies, distorting the void. None of the ancestors stood a chance against Li Muzhou's sword. As the sword rose and fell, Zhou Xinggu was torn apart on the spot. The ancestor of the Tianjian Sect, who had maintained a close relationship with her, also met the same fate. Boom! 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 A deafening series of explosions echoed through the void as one ancestor after another fell. The Thunderbolt ancestor exclaimed, "Li Muzhou, do you intend to make an enemy of all cultivators? My Thunderbolt sect is also an affiliate of a celestial-level sect, although the Thunderbolt ancestor's visible cultivation was only second to the now-deceased Qingyi ancestor. He was the only one present capable of withstanding 2 of Li Muzhou's strikes, thanks to his bizarre movement technique and several life-saving secrets. Though he still lived, he was at the end of his rope, fully aware that he could not withstand Li Muzhou's 3rd strike. Ha! And what of it? Li Muzhou's icy voice rang out, and the head of the Thunderbolt ancestor fell to the ground in the void. Lightning flashed, the winds howled, and snow mixed with the blood rain cascaded down like a hellish downpour. Not a single one of the 10 ancestors, including their disciples, survived. Silence. Everyone fell silent, petrified in place. Exaggerated? Too exaggerated. This is a true prodigy, so young, at the 5th layer of the God Travel realm, and commanding 7th grade, true meaning. Nalan Qianyu's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment, and at that moment, Li Muzhou's silhouette was etched in her heart forever. She vowed that any prodigy would pale in comparison before Li Muzhou, even the current number 1 on the Hidden Dragon rankings. The 5th layer of the God Travel realm, decisively slaying 10 ancestors, the strongest of whom was of the 8th layer. Such a terrifying achievement would be hard to believe if she had not witnessed it herself. Why was her Nalan family's ancestor so formidable? It was merely because Nalan Shui had comprehended the embryonic form of true meaning and successfully evolved it into the 9th grade true meaning, later developing it into 7th grade true meaning. The ancestor Nalan Shui was a being of the Yin-Yang realm, who only evolved true meaning to 7th grade after advancing to the Yin-Yang realm as a result. Nalan Shui, though only at the 2nd layer of the Yin-Yang realm, did not fear those monstrous beings at the 3rd or even 4th layers, relying solely on the law of true meaning. But what of Li Muzhou? He had already comprehended 7th grade true meaning at this stage. How formidable would he become in the future? Her own ancestor would surely pale in comparison to Li Muzhou at this age. My master is invincible. Gu Qinghan's complexion also flushed, as if she had foreseen this outcome long ago. The remaining forces from various Dao domains fell into a deep silence. Those ancestors who had not engaged in battle cast wary glances at Li Muzhou, filled with trepidation. Particularly the forces from the southern Dao domain felt a heavy weight in their hearts. For instance, everyone knew that the most formidable entity in the Nanzhao kingdom was the royal ancestor, a 7th layer God Travel realm expert, the kingdom's foremost expert. Yet now, the tides were turning. The 7th layer God Travel realm was but a single sword strike away from being cut down by Li Muzhou. As for the various nations of the southern Dao domain, their emotions were even more complex that in the future, the Tianjian Sect would undoubtedly undergo a transformation, becoming one of the foremost powers in the southern Dao domain. Some forces in the southern Dao domain had not participated in the Flying Snow Secret Realm, But which of those forces stationed by 6th or 7th layer god travel experts could afford to offend the Tianjian Sect? Chun Nan gazed at the shocking scene before him and transmitted a message to the Grand Elder. I have decided to step down and appoint Muzhou as the sect master. His strength is at the 3rd layer of the god travel realm, while the Grand Elder is at the 4th layer. With such extraordinary combat prowess, he should rightfully take the position of sect master. The Grand Elder smiled bitterly. Muzhou has always preferred tranquility. He likely would not wish to be sect master. Perhaps we should make him the Grand Ancestor instead. The Master of Extinction's head buzzed as well. Her senior sister, the Master of Emotion, had sustained severe injuries, and her disciples had suffered heavy losses, having left the secret realm early. Yet she was fortunate, having not only gained numerous benefits, but also witnessed the astonishing sight of Li Muzhou slaughtering the 10 ancestors. I have decided to join the Tianjian Sect as an elder. The Master of Extinction has made a pivotal decision in her heart, believing it to be the most significant turning point in her life. With her connection to Gu Qingqian, she is certain that she can join the Tianjian Sect. Inside the Bodhi Tower, she muses, "This young man, I have indeed underestimated him. Time is running short. The secret realm is about to close, and it is uncertain when it will reappear." The projection of the flying snow king silently observes everything, activating a focal point of the grand formation within the secret realm. The realm will close in 3 breaths. Initiating a countdown for force transmission. Before the Bodhi Tower, a mechanical voice resonated in everyone's ears. We must depart." Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou understood that the flying snow secret realm would vanish from the southern Zhao kingdom, remaining only until the energy of the formation within the realm was depleted, and he had no idea where it might re-emerge. Beyond the immediate concerns, he knew that the real troubles were just beginning. Having slain the 10 great ancestors, many of whom were backed by formidable powers and heavenly sects, he was certain that the inheritance he possessed would attract countless covetous eyes. The urgent task at hand was to return to the sect and undertake missions. With the Yinyang realm's 9th tier summoning card, even a mightiest would be of no consequence. Chapter 46. The Grand Ancestor of Tianjian Sect, the Hidden Dragon Order. The secret realm is about to close? What the hell? I haven't even entered the Bodhi Tower yet. Forget it. You can't even pass the 300th level. It is all too strange. Why is it closing so soon this time? Indeed, I've heard that previously. The Flying Snow Secret Realm would remain open for at least a month. Uncertain of the situation, upon hearing the announcement from within the secret realm, all present stood frozen. Naturally, the majority of gazes remained fixed upon Li Muzhou. The inheritance he possessed was the most precious treasure within the Flying Snow Secret Realm. While they were envious, none dared to take a step closer. Just moments ago, the 10 great ancestors had been cut down by Li Muzhou. Who would dare approach and meet their demise? Qingqian, I shall return as well. Remember to visit Ashan City when you have the chance. Qin Shirin grasped Gu Qingqian's hand, bidding her final farewell. Lord Sectmaster, we must depart as well. Li Muzhou sheathed the Deluo sacred sword, fully aware that all of this was orchestrated by the projection of the Flying Snow King. Taoist Muzhou, do visit the central Dao domain when you have the opportunity. Nailin Xinyu cast a deep glance at Li Muzhou, speaking softly. Li Muzhou nodded in acknowledgement. He was indeed determined to go to the central Dao domain. One of his missions was to elevate Gu Qinghan's reputation in the Lingxiao realm, and the Lingxiao Talents Conference was the perfect stage for that. In a moment, beams of light descended, enveloping everyone. Subsequently, Li Muzhou and the others found themselves at the previous entrance. As for the others, they were randomly assigned to different exits. Shortly after, the entrance to the Flying Snow Secret Realm closed, and the realm vanished. The Flying Snow Secret Realm has disappeared. Chun Nan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The Flying Snow Secret Realm had emerged in the southern Zhao Kingdom a century ago, and according to past conventions, it should have remained in one location for at least several hundred years. Let us depart. We shall return to the sect. With my acquisition of the Flying Snow King's inheritance, our Tianjian Sect should experience a surge in strength. Li Muzhou smiled faintly, addressing Chun Nan and the members of Tianjian Sect. What? The Flying Snow King? Muzhou, are you saying that the Flying Snow Daoist is a king-level powerhouse, A gasp of astonishment resonated throughout the ranks of Tianjian Sect. A king-level powerhouse at the Nirvana realm? In the current Lingxiao realm. While Nirvana realm beings may exist, they are undoubtedly reclusive ancient figures. Any force with a Yin-Yang realm giant in residence is considered an elite power. The terror of possessing a Nirvana realm inheritance is unfathomable. Suddenly, the expression of the Grand Elder shifted dramatically. Li Muzhou. Does this mean our Tianjian sect has landed in a predicament? Those ancestors you slew likely know that this inheritance is extraordinary. Indeed, while the outside world may not be aware that it is the legacy of a king-level powerhouse at the Nirvana realm, your astounding performance will inevitably be attributed to the inheritance. Chun'an stated, frowning, that if nothing unexpected occurs, we can anticipate a flood of individuals coming to our Tianjian sect to stir up trouble. There may even be half-step Yin-Yang realm powers or even Yin-Yang realm giants involved. Master, what should we do? Gu Qingqian's delicate brows knitted in concern, realizing the gravity of the situation. Do not worry. Li Muzhou gently patted Gu Qingqian's shoulder, his tone imbued with confidence. With me here, the sky will not fall. Let us return to the sect. Li Muzhou's calm and composed demeanor instantly inspired all present, from the sect master and the Grand Elder to the ordinary disciples. They all felt as if they had taken a tranquilizer, their anxieties dissipating. The Grand Elder still wished to inquire further, but Chun'an immediately silenced him with a glance. Li Muzhou's current status was no longer the same, since Li Muzhou had said so. It was clear he already had a plan in mind. With a swift motion, Li Muzhou conjured a luxurious, miniature 3-story flying vessel from his palm, tossing it lightly into the air. Under the astonished gazes of all, the vessel expanded in the wind, transforming into a colossal, opulent flying ship capable of accommodating thousands of passengers. The vessel shone a celestial blue, adorned with exquisite snowflake engravings, reminiscent of the flying treasure once wielded by the flying snow Taoist. Inside the vessel, a large energy formation awaited, requiring only a certain amount of elemental attribute spirit stones to sustain its propulsion for an extended duration. The protective shield of the vessel could also withstand attacks from formidable opponents. To think, Tianjian Sect has never possessed a flying treasure until now. Flying treasures are far rarer than offensive or defensive artifacts. Did one not see that the Grand Prince of the Southern Zhao Kingdom traveled in a war chariot pulled by demonic beasts? Few forces in the entire Southern Dao domain possessed flying treasures. Wow, it is stunning. Master, I have never ridden in a flying vessel before, Ji Yu Qinghan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she beheld the magnificent ship. Let us go. Li Muzhou smiled gently, stepping onto the deck. Him. This flying vessel resembled an airborne aircraft carrier. What surprised Li Muzhou was that the Master of Extinction also boarded the vessel with them. As for her joining the Tianjian Sect, Chun'an readily consented on the spot. Henceforth, the Tianjian Sect gained another powerhouse at the divine travel realm. The speed of the flying vessel was astonishing. If they were to ride demonic beasts from the location of the flying snow secret realm to Tianjian Sect, it would take at least 5 days, but the vessel required only a single day. The first order of business upon returning to the sect was the sect assembly. This assembly, presided over by the sect master and the Grand Elder, would see the attendance of all sect members. The foremost announcement was the elevation of Li Muzhou to the status of Grand Ancestor of Tianjian Sect. Li Muzhou, do not decline. With your strength, you are more than capable of serving as our ancestor. I understand you enjoy tranquility, and from now on, as before, you need not concern yourself with any affairs of the sect, Chun'an earnestly urged as he saw Li Muzhou hesitating. Reluctantly, Li Muzhou had to acquiesce. After 3 years of traversing this world, he had become an ancestor. It seemed that strength afforded one a voice in any realm. Simultaneously, Chun'an announced a second matter. From this day forth, our Tianjian sect shall close its mountain gates. Sect Master, what has transpired? The transmission elder, who had not participated in the flying snow secret realm, inquired in confusion. This time, we have made numerous enemies within the secret realm. Chun'an briefly recounted the events of Li Muzhou slaying the 10 ancestors and acquiring the inheritance from the flying snow secret realm. 10 divine travel realm ancestors. Huang Fengmin's ancestor, Lai Yangmin's ancestor, Ben Lei Min's ancestor, Qing Yi Min's ancestor. I have heard of Ben Lei Min. Are they not a subordinate sect of a heavenly level sect? By the heavens, Liang Min and Huang Fo Min are among the 8 great sects of the Huiyue Empire. Are they not? In an instant, the people of Tianjian Sect were rendered speechless. However, a wave of panic began to spread in the hearts of some. Tianjian Sect had once boasted 100,000 members, among whom were many mixed-blood individuals. Only elite disciples could participate in the Flying Snow Secret Realm this time, while a vast number were deemed unqualified. That Li Muzhou exchanged glances with Chun Nan. Remaining largely unconcerned, they had already discussed on their way here that the revelation of this information would inevitably lead many to abandon Tianjian Sect, and they were welcome to leave. After all, from this moment on, Tianjian Sect would rise to prominence, and there was no need for the dross. Reporting. A mountain guard disciple entered the Grand Hall, stating, I report to the Grand Ancestor that there is a hidden dragon envoy seeking an audience at the mountain gates. Chapter 47. Nail an Ancestor's shock hidden dragon envoy. What is that? Li Muzhou furrowed his brow, glancing at Chun Nan. Chun Nan's pupils constricted in shock. Muzhou, are you aware of the Lingxiao hidden dragon list? I am aware, Li Muzhou replied. What of it? The Lingxiao hidden dragon list is compiled by several heavenly level sects and the Eternal Ancient Clan, cataloging the top 1,000 prodigies of the entire Lingxiao realm. Those who make the list are all extraordinary. It is likely that you have made the list, Chun Nan said, his breath quickening as he looked at Li Muzhou with excitement. Master, before entering the secret realm, did you not slay that prince from the Huiyue Empire named Duanmu Lin? I recall him mentioning that he had ascended the Qianlong list, looking down upon everything. Gu Qinghan seemed to recollect something, her voice brimming with excitement. The Qianlong list serves as a symbol of identity for the prodigies. Particularly, those in the top 10 of the Qianlong list are unparalleled talents among talents. Li Muzhou maintained an air of indifference, suddenly reminded of this trivial matter. Announced his entrance. Yes, Ancestor. I am Situ Ming, the Qianlong envoy of the Southern Dao domain. Fellow Taoist Li, having slain Duanmu Lin, who ranked 996, this Qianlong order ought to be inherited by you. Situ Ming, clad in a purple Taoist robe, with a somewhat effeminate complexion, extended a dragon-shaped jade token to Li Muzhou. Upon receiving the jade token and glancing at it, he discovered not only the number 996, but also his own name inscribed upon it, though the coveted Qianlong order lay in his hands. Li Muzhou felt no ripple of excitement, responding flatly, what other benefits does this Qianlong order confer? Situ Ming, despite hailing from the central Dao domain, found himself momentarily speechless by Li Muzhou's inquiry. Goodness, it seems you genuinely do not care for the Qianlong list. Countless prodigies yearn to etch their names upon it. Yet here you are, questioning its merits. Fellow Taoist Li, are you aware of the Lingxiao Prodigy Conference? I am. And then, those in possession of the Qianlong order are exempt from participating in the Dao domain grand election, granted 3 free entries instead, while the sects of the Southern Dao domain may not be as numerous as the stars in the sky. There are still thousands. Many sects, unless they carve a bloody path through the Southern Dao domain grand competition, would find it impossible to participate in the Prodigy Conference. Furthermore, possessing the Qianlong order also opens the door to potential recruitment by celestial grade sections. Additionally, holders of the Qianlong order are treated as esteemed guests wherever they go. Situ Ming rambled on about the myriad benefits, such as prodigy exchange conferences and special invitations from celestial grade sects. But what intrigued Li Muzhou most was the opportunity to secure a spot at the Prodigy Conference. Originally, the plan was to have Gu Qinghan swiftly reach the Divine Pill realm to complete her task and navigate the impending sect crisis before participating in the Southern Dao Domain Grand Competition to obtain tickets for the Prodigy Conference. However, it now appeared that possessing the Qianlong order could alleviate much of the trouble, allowing for more time to cultivate Gu Qinghan and prepare her for the Lingxiao Prodigy Conference. After explaining a few more details, Situ Ming prepared to take his leave as he was departing. He spoke meaningfully. Fellow Taoist Li, I am aware of your extraordinary talent, and this ranking does not reflect your true potential. I have also heard of certain occurrences within the Feishua's secret realm. Do you require assistance? Situ Ming's backing represented celestial-grade powers, or perhaps the ancient longevity clan. Being a Qianlong envoy undoubtedly linked him to these forces. Naturally, the price for assistance was straightforward. Li Muzhou would have to relinquish a portion of his inheritance and join the faction behind Situ Ming. Some matters need not be elaborated upon. A 23 years of age, a 5th-level divine travel realm practitioner, is certainly worth courting. However, many are more concerned with the inheritance in Li Muzhou's possession. Thank you for your goodwill. Li Muzhou, fear no one here. Fellow Taoist Li, have you given it due consideration? I estimate that in a few days, someone will come to your Tianjian Sect, likely formidable figures of the half-step Yin-Yang realm, or even the Yin-Yang realm. And what of it? Li Muzhou responded with a cold smile. Bring as many as you like. I shall slay them all. I only fear they lack the courage to come. Situ Ming's lips twitched. Struck by Li Muzhou's words. Very well. I take my leave. Situ Ming recognized that Li Muzhou was a madman. On what grounds? Merely based on your 5th-level divine travel realm prowess, coupled with the defensive array of Tianjian Sect and its inheritance? Even with such an inheritance, can your sect really produce a half-step Yin-Yang realm or Yin-Yang realm powerhouse in the short term? What a pity. Once outside the sect gates, Situ Ming glanced back at Tianjian Sect's entrance. Murmuring to himself, he then boarded his flying artifact and sped away. Master, I intend to instruct Qing Han for the next few days. Please take these resources. They will be of use to you. Li Muzhou divided the spiritual herbs and pills from the Fei Shui King's inheritance into 3 parts. 1 for the sect, 1 for himself, and the remaining portion for Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingqian. He also imparted the celestial-grade mid-tier cultivation method, the Tianluo Dao Sutra, to Gu Qingqian, while simultaneously sharing it with the 2 experts. Qianan and the Grand Elder Muzhou. These items are far too precious, Qianan exclaimed, astonished by the assortment of high-tier spiritual herbs and pills. Not decline them, that I possess ample resources. The days ahead will be the most perilous for our Tianjian Sect. Therefore, you must intensify your training. With that, Li Muzhou led the Gu sisters away from the Grand Hall to Tianzhu Peak. We welcome our ancestor. We welcome our senior sister. Upon seeing the trio's arrival, the maids of Tianzhu Peak knelt in greeting and no need for formalities. Thank you, ancestor. Qingqian, this Tianluo Dao Sutra is a celestial-grade technique. Cultivate it diligently, and I shall take you to participate in the Prodigy Conference. Thank you, Master. Gu Qingqian was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude. Celestial-grade techniques. With such a master, I have no regrets in this life. Gu Qingqian's fondness for Li Muzhou surged exponentially. The Tianluo Dao Sutra also suited sword cultivators, ensuring Gu Qinghan would have no difficulties in her cultivation. Qinghan, disciple is here. Consume this 9 turns concentrating pill. It will assist you in breaking through to the threshold of the divine pill realm in the short term. Additionally, you must cultivate the 2nd layer of the ice sealing Xianhan scripture. Yes, Master Dado, I have also prepared a medicinal bath for you. Having just awakened your bloodline, your vitality is somewhat unstable. The spiritual energy from this bath will aid you in swiftly breaking through your realm. Yes, Qinghan obeys. The mere thought of the previous medicinal bath's enchanting experience made Gu Qinghan's mind wander. Alas, it is impossible for the master to bathe alongside me. In an effort to expedite Gu Qinghan's breakthrough to the divine pill realm and fulfill her task, Li Muzhou truly showcased what it means to be extravagant. This resource-intensive cultivation approach is something only first-rate or even super first-rate forces would dare to employ. However, with the inheritance of the Fei Shui King, it was but a trifling matter for Li Muzhou. On the other side, in the central Dao domain, the Nalan ancient clan, Tianjian, what did you say? A 23-year-old at the 5th level of the divine travel realm? A stunning woman with phoenix-like eyes suddenly narrowed them, exclaiming in shock. Chapter 48. Li Muzhou. What the heck, can I really float? The Nalan ancient clan occupies a vast expanse, nearly 5 times that of Tianjian Sect. 200 years ago, Nalan Shui, who ranked 4th on the Qianlong list, emerged brilliantly, leaving her name within the Fei Shui secret realm and claiming the 10th position on the Bodhi Tower's heavenly rankings. 3 years later, Nalan Shui secured a ticket for the Lingxiao Realm Prodigy competition. gaining renown throughout the Lingxiao realm that a decade later, Nailan Shui broke through to the Yin-Yang realm, becoming a powerhouse of significant stature. Originally a quasi-first-rate force, the Nailan family rose to prominence entirely under Nailan Shui's leadership. The Nailan family transformed into the Nailan longevity ancient clan that, in terms of strength, among the top 10 longevity ancient clans in the central Dao domain. The Nailan clan occupies 7 positions, primarily due to Nailan Shui's terrifying combat prowess. Not only does she possess a unique bloodline, but she also wields the power of a 7th-grade stellar true intent. Currently, she stands at the late stage of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm, merely a step away from the 4th level, capable of retreating unscathed even when facing a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm expert. Truly formidable. As time passes, Nailan Shui has witnessed the rise and fall of successive generations of prodigies within the Nailan family. Most of those who once shared her name on the Qianlong list have been lost to the annals of history. This generation, Nailan Shui believes, heralds the era of the second giant from the Nailan family, as Nailan Xinyu's talent rivals her own from years past. With careful guidance, her achievements could be comparable to the age of 22. Nailan Xinyu stands at the 1st level of the divine travel realm, having already comprehended the embryonic form of true intent, her cultivation unwavering. Reflecting back, Nailan Shui herself was not as accomplished as Nailan Xinyu at the age of 22. Indeed, Ancestress, I was also astounded at the time. She even ascended to the top of the Bodhi Tower, claiming first place. Nailan Xinyu sat opposite Nailan Shui, the only one permitted to enter Nailan Shui's sacred training ground and share such intimacy with her. If outsiders were present, they would undoubtedly notice that both Nailan Xinyu and Nailan Shui were breathtaking beauties, and due to Nailan Shui's youthful appearance, they appeared more like sisters. Furthermore, Nailan Shui's figure was more voluptuous, and her aura exuded the richness of history, lending her a greater charm than Nailan Xinyu. Ascended to the top, can such a prodigy emerge from the southern Dao domain? Truly remarkable, that be why the way. Tianjian, have you climbed the Bodhi Tower? Before departing, Nailan Shui had instructed Nailan Xinyu that the most significant treasure within the Feishua's secret realm was the Bodhi Tower. For these major powers, the Bodhi Tower held value, while the other resources were deemed unworthy. The miraculous aspect of the Bodhi Tower lies in its ability to allow one to duel against their own level and even face prodigies who once shattered records. Unfortunately, all records beyond the 900th level have been monopolized by Li Muzhou. I have ascended. Nailan Xinyu's head bowed slightly, a hint of shame washing over her. What was your rank? I reached the 901st level, and then I was defeated. What? How is that possible? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Li Muzhou was wholly absorbed in harmonizing Gu Qinghan's qi and blood, gradually making his way down her flawless jade-like legs to her delicate feet. It must be said that Gu Qinghan was utterly without a single flaw in her entire being. Her 10 toes, tender and pink, were nothing short of celestial wonder. The final acupoint at the Shashi acupoint was cleared. Li Muzhou breathed a sigh of relief, swiftly turning his back to Gu Qinghan and saying, Qinghan, I have successfully aligned your meridians. You may now continue to cultivate the divine elixir. It was my oversight. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Muzhou transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. Jiyu Qinghan, draped in a sheer veil, silently gazed at Li Muzhou's retreating figure, a wave of despondency swelling within her heart. Did her master not harbor feelings for her? Or was it that she had been too abrupt? If she were to succumb to madness once more, would it still be the same? Perhaps her master simply did not possess romantic inclinations towards her. Various emotions flickered in her beautiful eyes as her delicate fingers gently reached towards her ample bosom, with a lingering warmth of her master remained. In the adjacent room, huff, huff, which veteran could withstand such trials? Li Muzhou sat cross-legged on the mat, elongating his breath, yet his heart remained tumultuous. Yu Qinghan's favorability -1. Li Muzhou was utterly bewildered. What in the world was this situation? Truly, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Had Li Muzhou understood Gu Qinghan's recent words and the thoughts swirling within her mind, he would have been even more confounded. Congratulations, host. You have guided Gu Qinghan to break through to the divine elixir realm. Reward: 1 evolution of true intent, and one Yinyang Mirror 9 Heavens summoning card. Note: the individual summoned by the Yinyang Mirror 9 Heavens summoning card will be absolutely loyal to the host, but may only act 3 times. Further actions require the host to obtain additional opportunities. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou was filled with immense joy. True Intent Evolution. Boom! In an instant, Li Muzhou's 7th grade Ice True Intent evolved into 6th grade Ice Fire True Intent. The Ice Fire True Intent was far more profound than the Ice True Intent, its transformations as unpredictable as the whims of ghosts and gods. Using the summoning card, congratulations, host, summoning successful. The Yinyang 9 Heavens Giant Luo Han is being summoned. Moments later, a woman in a flowing turquoise gown appeared before Li Muzhou, an invisible pressure causing his heart to tremble. Luo Han bowed, saying, "I have met the Master D. Onabi Formal. Remain at Tianzhu Peak, and I shall notify you when your assistance is required." "Yes, Master," Luo Han replied, then vanished into the void. I shall see who dares to wreak havoc on my Tianjian Sect." Li Muzhou smiled confidently, the anxiety that had been hanging over him finally dissipating. With Luo Han, a servant of the Yinyang 9 Heavens, by his side, anyone who dared to come would meet their demise. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. These days had been nothing short of oppressive for the Tianjian Sect. Many disciples and even elders had departed to avoid being implicated. News of Li Muzhou obtaining the Snowfall Secret Realm's inheritance spread like wildfire across the southern Dao region, while the sects offended by Li Muzhou descended upon the Tianjian Sect in a fury. "Oh, so many people? I am curious to see how Li Muzhou will meet his end today. Killing the Supreme Elder of the Thunderbolt Sect, this debt must be settled." Outside the Tianjian Sect, an old man appeared out of thin air. The moment he materialized, he noticed that the place was already teeming with people, some of whom were his old acquaintances. Chapter 50, The Siege of Tianjian Sect, The Darkest Hour. "So, it is you." Daoist Hauda. "The gates of the Tianjian Sect remain tightly shut. We have sent word multiple times, yet the sect remains indifferent. It appears they have chosen the path to death." The speaker was a striking middle-aged woman. The sect master of the Jade Maiden sect, her strength at the 7th level of the Divine Travel Realm, seems Li Muzhou intends to resist stubbornly. With so many of us, flattening the Tianjian sect is no problem. A few days prior, I broke through to the 9th level of the Divine Travel Realm, that I must make the Tianjian sect pay their blood debts in full. The master of the Thunderbolt sect. Hauda glinted with cold light in his eyes as he spoke. "Congratulations, congratulations. It seems Daoist Hauda has a promising future ahead as a giant." The Jade Maiden sect master was greatly astonished, gazing at Hauda in shock. "Daoist Hauda, congratulations. Your talent is truly enviable." In an instant, everyone associated with the Thunderbolt sect rushed forward to offer their congratulations, even those who had previously held grudges against them adopting a humble demeanor. Reaching the 9th level of the Divine Travel Realm is no trivial matter. If he were to advance further and become a giant, the Thunderbolt sect would undoubtedly become a top-tier force. With limitless prospects in stark contrast, the tightly shut Tianjian sect appeared to the onlookers as a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Oh, Daoist Hauda has broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Travel Realm. Will you soon catch up to me?" Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended as an elder with twin blades appeared, his aura strikingly formidable. The pinnacle of the 9th level of the Divine Travel Realm. The reclusive Supreme Elder of the 10 Absolute Sect had not shown himself for 200 years. Where? "I have just broken through, and I am far from catching up to you, the Mad Blade." Hauda replied with a slightly changed expression, addressing the Mad Blade politely. It is no simple feat to break through from the Divine Travel Realm to the Yinyang Realm, that I have come to see what wonders this so-called inheritance possesses. And to take my revenge as well." The Mad Blade stood in the air, gazing at the mist-shrouded Tianjian sect with interest. The arrival of the Mad Blade was merely the beginning. The Qingyi sect, the Crimson Sun sect, the White Jade sect, the Bone Erosion sect, and the Fierce Sun sect, all sects offended by Li Muzhou, were sending their experts to the gates of the Tianjian sect. Numerous sects from the southern Zhao Kingdom had already gathered outside the Tianjian sect, including the emperor who had abdicated 200 years ago, a supreme elder of the 7th level of the Divine Travel Realm. who could only watch from afar. Ancestor, what should we do? The speaker was the current monarch of the southern Zhao kingdom, the most gifted individual of the royal family in 300 years. The sight of the densely packed experts outside the Tianjian Sect sent shivers down his spine. That my son, apart from our southern Zhao kingdom, many ancient monsters from the Huayue Empire and other southern Dao region powers have also arrived. We must not act rashly. Compared to these powers from the central and northern Dao regions, we are far too weak. The southern Zhao kingdom's elder side, acknowledging that their purpose today was merely to watch the spectacle. Ever since Li Muzhou slew the 10 supreme elders, the Tianjian Sect had become an unmatched force in the southern Zhao kingdom. But now it was evident to all that the Tianjian Sect was in deep trouble. The forces of the southern Dao region could only watch the unfolding drama. This contest was beyond their qualification to participate. As the southern Zhao kingdom elder had stated, numerous royal powers and formidable sects from the southern Dao region could only observe from a distance. As the mere presence of the Mad Blade and others at the 9th level of the divine travel realm instilled fear, preventing them from daring to step forward. Look, it is Master Shuyang. He has come too. Master Shuyang was the supreme elder of the Tianjuan Sect, a half-step Yin-Yang realm quasi-giant. Unexpectedly, the Crimson Sun Sect managed to invite him. Indeed, the Crimson Sun Sect was an affiliated sect of the Tianjuan Sect, which was a quasi-first-tier force. Should Master Shuyang also break through to the Yin-Yang realm, it would become a truly top-tier force. After Master Shuyang's arrival, the previously arrogant Houda and the Mad Blade and others adopted an exceedingly polite demeanor, suppressing their haughty airs. What is a half-step Yin-Yang realm? That signifies a cultivator who has touched upon the realm of laws. An Yin-Yang realm adept understanding the realm of laws against a divine travel realm practitioner would be a dimensional suppression. Jiu Qian, since you've come, why hide away? Master Shuyang stepped upon the clouds and glanced at a certain void, speaking indifferently. Jiu Qian? Could it be the demon blade, Jiu Qian? By my word, another quasi-first-tier force giant? The demon blade Jiu Qian was notoriously protective of his own. When his disciple encountered misfortune while contending with other sects in a secret realm, he had annihilated 3 sects in retaliation. If memory serves me right, the demon blade Jiu Qian is the ancestor of the Tianjian Sect, correct? Indeed, the Tianjian Sect is a quasi-first-tier force, one of the overlords of the Eastern Dao region, and also the superior sect of the Bone Erosion Sect. The onlookers in the distance felt a surge of inexplicable dread upon hearing the name of the demon blade Jiu Qian. This individual was not to be trifled with, known for his ruthless nature, unflinchingly annihilating entire families at a whim. Shuyang, your nose remains as keen as ever. Do you not fear that my Tianjian Sect might take the opportunity to eradicate your Tianyuan Sect while you are in the southern Dao region? A pale-skinned androgynous man clad in a crimson robe appeared, his voice resonating with an ambiguous tone. The demon blade, Jiu Qian, possessing a strikingly alluring appearance, spoke with a voice and demeanor that were androgynous. Ha! Daoist Shuyang, how cool-headed you remain. If you have the courage, then give it a try. You old Daoist with your inflated ego, still as rigid as ever, hee. There are quite a few young ones in attendance. Aren't there? As he spoke, the demon blade, Jiu Qian's gaze swept over the various forces from the southern Dao region, causing cold sweat to pour down the backs of figures like the southern Zhao kingdom elder, who dared not utter a sound. Just a bunch of flies. They are utterly unqualified to meddle with the inheritance. The Daoist Su Yang spoke in a calm tone, showing complete disregard for the sects of the southern Dao domain and the ancestral royal family. After all, it is a remote and impoverished place. The members of the Tianjian Sect listened intently, swiftly preparing for their demise and surrendering the inheritance. I could allow you to retain a complete corpse. The demon sword Jiu Qian, exceedingly domineering, immediately amplified his voice through magical means, his tone neither masculine nor feminine, reverberating like thunder through the void, disregarding the formations of the Tianjian Sect, echoing across countless mountain peaks. Above the 9 heavens, 2 stunningly beautiful women, resembling sisters, observed everything. Neither the demon sword Jiu Qian nor Daoist Su Yang noticed their presence. Shuezu, how many people are there? No, there are still some who have yet to reveal themselves. Just now, I sense the presence of the yin-yang mirror. I wonder who is observing us in the shadows. Shuezu, what should we do? You promised me you would help Li Muzhou. Child, why the haste? Nalan Shui glanced at Nalan Xianyu, assuring her, at the critical moment, I will safeguard his life, that in the forbidden grounds of the Tianjian Sect, Suyang, the Demon Sword Jiuqian, the Thunderbolt Sect, the Crimson Sun Sect, the Jade Maiden Sect, and the Bone-Eating Sect. Besides these, it is likely that there are also titans of the Yin-Yang realm lurking. That's enough. We shall depart. Li Muzhou rose, his expression calm. Chen Nan, with a worried demeanor, queried, Muzhou, are we truly safe? At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. For them, today marked the darkest hour of the Tianjian Sect. Had it not been for Li Muzhou's unshakable confidence, who would not feel fear in such circumstances? Do not worry. Those who dare to besiege my Tianjian Sect today, one and all, will meet their end. Open the protective formation. In an instant, with a command from Li Muzhou, the protective formation of the Tianjian Sect opened, and heavy mists began to dissipate. Chapter 51. The ninth heaven of the divine travel realm is but this. The gate is open. Haha, this lad must be terrified. Who would have thought the Tianjian Sect would be so diminished? Indeed, many have distanced themselves from the sect in recent days. Is that young man Li Muzhou? He looks quite impressive. Senior Suyang. That is indeed Li Muzhou. He resembles the image that was relayed back perfectly. As the sect's grand formation opened, Li Muzhou appeared with the remaining 100,000 disciples of the Tianjian Sect before all eyes. How of the Thunderbolt Sect immediately scoffed. Li Muzhou, you turtle, you finally show your face. Where is the inheritance? Hearing this, Li Muzhou produced a storage bag, casually stating, the inheritance is right here. Does your insignificant Thunderbolt Sect dare to covet it? Silenced. Li Muzhou's demeanor left everyone stunned. What a bold T23, in the fifth layer of the divine travel realm, possessing an understanding of the true essence of the laws, you certainly have the capital to be arrogant. Today, do not expect to leave the Tianjian Sect with your corpse intact. His eyes narrowed, and his face burned with disdain. The powerful figures present could drown the Tianjian Sect with mere spittle. He wondered where Li Muzhou derived his confidence to provoke him to, such grandiose words. Do you dare to battle me? Li Muzhou fixed his tiger-like gaze upon Hauda, raising his middle finger. Arrogant fool. Although Hauda did not comprehend the gesture, his blood pressure surged. Feeling insulted, sect leader, be cautious. This lad is troublesome. He previously decapitated the ancestor of the Qingyi sect, who was in the eighth layer of the divine travel realm. Just as Hauda prepared to strike, an elder behind him transmitted a warning. Upon hearing this, Hauda's body trembled, and he quickly altered his tone. Li Muzhou, do not provoke me. Do you think you are worthy to be my opponent? Hauda, you're still as useless as ever. At the critical moment, the mocking voice of the demon sword Jiuqian embarrassed Hauda. Boy, since you seek death, I shall grant you that. Earth-level supreme martial technique. 9 heavens thunderclap. Hauda thrust forth a palm into the void, summoning countless thunderbolts that coalesced into a massive hand, crashing toward the gate of the Tianjian Sect. Merely a trivial skill, Li Muzhou's mind stirred, and the void erupted with contrasting frigid and fiery energies. Under the enhancement of the 6th-tier ice and fire true essence, Li Muzhou pointed at a blade of ice and flame formed from a void, effortlessly shattering Hauda's thunderous hand. Li Muzhou cracked his neck, calmly stating, the 9th heaven of the divine travel realm is but this. What? The 6th-tier ice and fire true essence. The exaggerated scene left Hauda wide-eyed, his expression one of disbelief. If previously Li Muzhou could only contend with early-stage opponents in the 9th heaven of the divine travel realm, now, empowered by the 6th-tier true essence, he stood unafraid. Hauda's martial technique was indeed formidable, but under the enhancement of the 6th-tier true essence, breaking it was a breeze at AS for Hauda himself. He merely grasped the embryonic form of the 9th-tier true essence. Is that truly the 6th-tier true essence? Wasn't he previously mastering the 7th-tier true essence? Good heavens, no wonder he possesses the audacity to be arrogant. This child is by no means ordinary. Should he continue to grow, he will become a significant threat. Perhaps this is also related to the inheritance from the Feishua's secret realm. Indeed, he must have gained the inheritance which not only boosted his strength, but also evolved his true essence. How could he be ordinary? The onlookers were initially astonished. Then their eyes gleamed with insatiable greed, for how his inability to subdue Li Muzhou in a single move, it was overlooked. The primary focus now was the rightful claim to the inheritance. Master is truly formidable. Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with admiration, and Li Muzhou's silhouette was etched in her heart. One man stands against thousands. This perfectly encapsulates Li Muzhou at this moment. Indeed, remarkable Li Muzhou. If you are willing to join my Tianjian Sect, I could guarantee your life. Daoist Su Yang, a half-step yin-yang realm powerhouse, felt an urge to recruit talent, simultaneously harboring deep greed for the inheritance in Li Muzhou's hands. Such an extraordinary enhancement must surely be linked to the secret realm's inheritance. Right? Su Yang, do you really think you are worthy? Boy, surrender the inheritance and become my disciple, and I will ensure the safety of your entire sect. The demon sword Jiu Qian stepped forward, an overwhelming pressure engulfing the Tianjian Sect. Looking down imperiously, all factions instantly changed countenance. The highest cultivators present were indeed Daoist Su Yang and the demon sword Jiu Qian. For the sake of the inheritance, these two were vying to take Li Muzhou as their disciple, causing others to hesitate to interfere. Only those who had touched the realm of laws could become half-step yin-yang realm powerhouses. This alone placed them far above ordinary cultivators of the divine travel realm. Li Muzhou was also deeply invested in the realm of laws. Had he mastered it, he could sweep through all present without needing to call upon Lohan, an ancient ghost, and a flower boy dare to covet the inheritance. Suddenly, the air was rent with rumbling thunder, causing all present to change expressions dramatically. The pressure of the divine travel realm manifests as muffled thunder. Above the half-step yin-yang realm, it manifests as resounding thunder. Who amongst the friends of the Tao refuses to reveal themselves? Daoist Su Yang despised being called an ancient ghost, his expression exceedingly displeased. Yet this individual's presence was so elusive that he could not pinpoint their exact location. Who called me a flower boy? Step forth. The demon sword Jiu Qian, too, was enraged, his eyes radiating fierce light. The last person to call him a flower boy had long since become fertilizer after a century. Have you all forgotten the pain of old wounds? A dark-skinned giant suddenly materialized in the sky, wielding two massive axes, every inch of his skin radiating explosive power. It was the leader of the Tianzhu Sect. Upon seeing the giant, both the demon sword Jiu Qian and Daoist Su Yang's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately forced smiles, bowing respectfully. The Tianzhu Sect, a newly emerged first-rate force, a titan of the first layer of the yin-yang realm. A century ago, he was already a half-step yin-yang realm powerhouse, having battled fiercely with the likes of the demon sword, Jiu Qian, and Daoist Su Yang in an ancient relic, leaving deep scars on both of them that remained fresh in memory. Li Muzhou, you are impressive. Surrender or die. The leader of the Tianzhu Sect's domineering voice echoed, fixing his gaze on Li Muzhou. It seems everyone is gathered. The inheritance is right here. It contains not only heavenly-level techniques, but also numerous treasures. Who among you desires it? Li Muzhou opened his palm, revealing an ancient storage bag that appeared in his hand. His expression playful. Seeking death. The dead geniuses are as numerous as carp crossing a river. The young lad. If you seek death, I shall grant your wish, the master of the Tianzhu Sect, upon witnessing Li Muzhou's cheeky demeanor, realized that negotiation was futile as an axe materialized in his hand. However, just as the master of the Tianzhu Sect was poised to strike, a woman clad in a flowing green gown appeared before Li Muzhou, exuding an overwhelming pressure that far surpassed that of the Tianzhu Sect's leader. Simultaneously, an immense and indescribable domain enveloped the area for miles around. This, a powerhouse of the ninth heaven of the yin-yang realm? How could this be? Tianjian, we must flee. Above the nine heavens, Nalan Shui's countenance paled as she grasped the bewildered Nalan Xinyu and turned to escape. Chapter 52. A massacre. Not a single one shall remain. Snow Ancestor, what is happening? Nalan Xinyu felt her head buzzing. What does it mean to be a powerhouse of the ninth heaven of the yin-yang realm? Their family ancestor is merely at the third heaven of the yin-yang realm. Yet he has led the Nalan clan to become an ancient lineage, renowned in a domain. She had never even heard of a formidable being at the ninth heaven of the Yin-Yang realm. That woman is undoubtedly at the ninth heaven of the Yin-Yang realm. To my knowledge, even among the current heavenly grade sects, there are scarcely a few of such beings that it is uncertain if there are even any powerhouses of the ninth heaven of the Yin-Yang realm. This Li Muzhou is far from ordinary. This woman may very well be a stronghold from the ancient era. Today, none who dare provoke the Tianjian Sect shall live. We must go. Let's distance ourselves. Nalan Shui, usually as calm as a still pond, was utterly shaken today that a powerhouse of the ninth heaven of the Yin-Yang realm could easily sweep aside her entire group. Put it exaggeratively. They could conquer the entire Dao domain. Nalan Xinyu stood there, dazed. She understood that each realm corresponds to a different level of power, and that ascending beyond one's realm in the divine travel realm is exceedingly difficult. Yet she never anticipated such absurdity in the Yin-Yang realm. She had never seen her family ancestor behave in such a manner. Luohan, take action. Leave no one alive. Yes, Luohan obeys. The same moment that Nalan Shui prepared to move, Li Muzhou issued a decree, pronouncing death upon those present. In an instant, Luohan raised her delicate hand, pressing down upon the void. Boom, boom, boom. A tempest composed of countless spiritual energies erupted from thin air, crackling with thunder. As two colossal hands of jade-like brilliance emerged, the first to bear the brunt was none other than the master of the Tianjian Sect, who had already swung his axe. He had not even comprehended what had transpired when the hand from the storm instantly reduced him to a mist of blood. The first heaven of the Yin-Yang realm faced the ninth heaven of the Yin-Yang realm, rendering it utterly powerless. Moreover, given the fragile foundation of the master of the Tianjian Sect, whether he could even break through to the second heaven of the Yin-Yang realm was questionable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled such a distance to target Li Muzhou. What the hell? What is happening? Everyone was left dumbfounded. Yet, almost immediately, the two hands emerging from the storm seemed capable of plucking stars and gathering moons. Disregarding all magical techniques and martial skills, sweeping through the crowd, with a resounding bang, the Suyang Taoist was directly torn apart. Even the master of the Tianjian Sect of the first heaven of the Yin-Yang realm had no ability to retaliate, let alone the Suyang Taoist, who was merely half a step into the Yin-Yang realm. Predecessor, spare me. I am willing to serve Li Muzhou as a beast of burden. Following closely, the already terrified Mo Jianjiuqian transformed into a mist of blood amidst his wails. Spare me. O Great One, we were blinded by our desires. We offended the Tianjian Sect. Please, have mercy. Great One, we were wrong, truly wrong. Li Muzhou, Grandpa, no. Li Muzhou, Grandpa, from now on, I shall be your grandson. Please spare us, Grandpa Li Muzhou. We were wrong. The demise of three top-tier powerhouses jolted the likes of Hauda and others back to reality. They too wished to flee, but within Luohan's domain, they found themselves unable to move an inch. Forced to kneel and plead for mercy, that Luohan's jade-like hand hesitated slightly, casting a glance at Li Muzhou, her eyes filled with inquiry. Kill. Li Muzhou's face bore no semblance of compassion as he commanded. The struggle for supremacy is a matter of life and death. He understood the principle of eradicating the roots of trouble. These individuals hailed from the northern and eastern Dao domains. Failing to eliminate them would lead to endless repercussions. The moment they conspired against the Tianjian Sect, they had to be prepared for death. In an instant, the colossal hands continued to sweep through with the force of thunder. The Benlei Sect, the Jade Maiden Sect, the Bone Corrosion Sect, the Fierce Sun Sect, the Crimson Sun Sect, the Tianyuan Sect, dozens of sect powerhouses met their demise. You wish to break through my domain? Laughable. Suddenly Luohan sensed Nalan Shui, who was employing secret techniques to escape. With a delicate grasp of her hand, endless spiritual energy began to warp, forcibly revealing the figures of Nalan Shui and Nalan Xinyu. Predecessor, forgive me. I meant no offense. We are here to assist Li Muzhou. Nalan Shui, terrified and desperate, quickly begged for mercy. The two stunningly beautiful women had never envisioned that the outcome for the Tianjian Sect would unfold in such a manner today. Wait, They're my friends at Li Muzhou interjected, halting at the sight of Nalan Xinyu. Upon departing from the Feishua's secret realm, Nalan Xinyu had pledged to assist him in times of crisis. Li Muzhou had initially thought it was a jest. Yet it turned out that this Nalan clan saintess had indeed brought her ancestor with her. Had Luohan not appeared just now, Nalan Shui would have already made a move. She was not merely interested in the inheritance in Li Muzhou's possession. She had simply been unable to refuse Nalan Xinyu's request, and additionally, Nalan Shui was quite curious about Li Muzhou, eager to witness the prodigy who had astonished even her. Very well. Luohan nodded slightly, forcibly bringing Nalan Shui and Nalan Xinyu to the plaza of the Tianjian Sect. Thus, the powerhouses from over a dozen sects of foreign lands were utterly annihilated. Outside the Tianjian Sect, a torrential blood rain fell, resembling a scene from hell. Predecessor Muzhou, please spare us that we meant no offense. We merely came to observe. I am willing to compensate. Grandpa Muzhou, have mercy. In the distance, the forces from the southern Dao domain, who initially prepared to be mere spectators, were utterly terrified. Even the monarch and ancestor of the southern Zhao kingdom knelt and begged for mercy, had they known that Li Muzhou had a powerhouse of the ninth heaven of the Yin-Yang realm backing him. They would not have dared to attend, even if given 100 chances. Begone. Li Muzhou had no interest in slaughtering these individuals and coldly commanded, "Thank you, Grandpa Muzhou. Thank you, Grandpa Muzhou. Thank you, Grandpa Muzhou." The various forces from the southern Dao domain were overjoyed, weeping as they bowed fervently. They vowed never to provoke anyone from the Tianjian Sect again. And one had anticipated that today would conclude in such a fashion. As for the inheritance in Li Muzhou's possession, none dared to covet it. In the plaza of the Tianjian Sect, Nalan Xinyu introduced, "Muzhou, this is my ancestor, Nalan Shui." "Greetings, Predecessor Shui." "Predecessor, you honor me." Nalan Shui quickly held back Li Muzhou, who was about to bow, and gently said, "If you do not mind, you may call me sister from now on." Huh. Li Muzhou was taken aback. He was friends with Nalan Xinyu, and Nalan Shui was her ancestor. It felt inappropriate for him to call her sister. The one who questions is of lesser standing. Given your potential, Muzhou, you shall surely attain renown across the world. Calling me sister is no issue. We can discuss this separately. A rare blush graced Nalan Shui's face as she looked at Li Muzhou. She was indeed astonished by him, but more so, she felt trepidation towards the mighty figure behind him. Li Muzhou replied nonchalantly, "Very well. Then let it be as you say." Nalan Shui bore no semblance of a being who had lived for hundreds of years. Her beauty surpassed that of Nalan Xinyu. And having multiple fairy-like sisters did not seem a bad thing at all. Nalan Shui, still somewhat apprehensive, glanced at Luohan and cautiously inquired, "By the way, what is this predecessor's name?" The mere mention of a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the Yin-Yang realm was enough to instill fear, prompting Nalan Shui to proceed with caution. With such a strong ally aiding the Tianjian Sect, it was undoubtedly a top-tier force in the Lingxiao realm. Chapter 53. The eve of the talented gathering, Li Muzhou smiled mysteriously and replied, "She is my friend. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Call me should you need me." In Luohan's eyes, there was only Li Muzhou. Her ethereal voice still echoed as her figure vanished from sight. Li Muzhou understood that Luohan was merely a tool created by the system. This time had already consumed one summoning opportunity. If the remaining two were used, Luohan would completely disappear, but of course, if he could obtain more summoning chances, he would still call upon Luohan. 3 opportunities were sufficient for the time being. After this battle, no one would dare to disturb the Tianjian Sect. As for those below the Yin-Yang realm, he could easily sweep them aside himself. Nalan Shui was astonished. What was the meaning of this? A powerhouse of the ninth heaven of the Yin-Yang realm is a friend. Moreover, it seemed that this powerhouse treated Li Muzhou with great courtesy. Was Li Muzhou truly just the supreme ancestor of the Tianjian Sect? The minds of the others were also buzzing. This was the hidden card of Muzhou. Unbeknownst to him, the elder he encountered was a mystery. The leader, Chen Nan, was equally perplexed and silently pondered the situation. Regardless, the crisis surrounding the Tianjian Sect had seemingly dissipated. 2 formidable figures at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. along with a giant at the Yinyang realm and over a dozen high-level experts in the divine travel realm, had been annihilated. Excluding those elite forces, none would dare challenge the Tianjian Sect. On the same day, the entirety of the Southern Dao domain was left in astonishment, within a span of tens of thousands of miles outside the Tianjian Sect. Upon returning, the disciples were sternly warned never to offend the Tianjian Sect, lest they face severe punishments according to the sect's rules. Today's events must remain buried within their hearts. They could not utter a single word against the Tianjian Sect. Orders were disseminated. From this day forth, the Tianjian Sect would be deemed a taboo. Those forces that had managed to depart alive from the Tianjian Sect felt an overwhelming sense of having escaped a calamity. The harrowing scenes of the relentless slaughter enacted by Luo Han left an indelible mark on their memories. The stature of the Tianjian Sect surged dramatically, becoming a household name throughout the Southern Dao domain. The landscape of the eastern frontier of the Southern Dao domain underwent a transformation, with even the Southern Zhao kingdom reaping significant benefits, i.e. the forbidden grounds of the royal city of the Southern Zhao kingdom. The royal family members respectfully welcomed back their ancestor, the revered elder. The ancestor, a powerhouse at the seventh layer of the divine travel realm, was the very foundation of their kingdom. Without him, the Southern Zhao kingdom would have long been divided amongst the likes of the Huiyue Empire and other empires. The Grand Prince was summoned. Yes, ancestor. The Grand Prince arrived promptly. Left Sang pays respects to the ancestor and the emperor. Shortly after, the Grand Prince, who had just recovered from his injuries, arrived at the forbidden grounds. He was excited yet curious about the reason for his summons, especially with the emperor present. The ancestor spoke plainly. Left Sang, before you entered the Flying Snow Secret Realm, did you encounter elder Li Muzhou of the Tianjian Sect? Ancestor, I did not meet him. That's good. The ancestor expressed his excitement. In the days to come, all resources of the royal family will be directed towards you. You must strive to secure a ticket for the great competition in the Southern Dao domain and participate in the talented gathering. Ancestor, I will certainly attend the talented gathering. But what does this have to do with the Tianjian Sect? The Grand Prince queried, perplexed. Child, heed my words, the current emperor interjected. What manner of behavior is this? Not a concern. The ancestor continued. During this session of the Flying Snow Secret Realm, the disciples Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingxian of the Tianjian Sect Supreme elderly Muzhou shone brilliantly, particularly Gu Qinghan. If my intuition serves me right, it is imperative that you cultivate a good relationship with them, for this concerns the millennial fortune of our Southern Zhao kingdom. Understood, I shall comply. Left Sang trembled, yet remained utterly confused. He had heard of the Tianjian Sect, known to be among the top forces in the Southern Zhao kingdom, but such flattery seemed unnecessary. For days on end, he had been in seclusion to heal, remaining oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. Child, let me explain. The ancestor adjusted his demeanor and briefly recounted the events surrounding the Tianjian Sect. Gasp. The Grand Prince inhaled sharply. A wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to sway. Heavens, a powerhouse at the ninth layer of the Yinyang realm? I never imagined that today, in the 10,000 Great Mountains, there would be rivers of blood. Such terrifying news left the Grand Prince questioning his very existence. Furthermore, the ancestor revealed that the Huiyue Empire's prince, Duan Mulin, who had once trampled upon his dignity, had met his end at the hands of Li Muzhou. As it stood, the Huiyue Empire had remained eerily silent, not daring to utter a word. Had it not been for Li Muzhou's mercy, the Huiyue Empire would have ceased to exist. Not only that, but the two neighboring empires of the Southern Zhao kingdom had each ceded territory in a show of goodwill. Consequently, the royal family of the Southern Zhao kingdom reaped immense benefits, all due to the Tianjian Sect's presence within their borders. The Tianjian Sect, Nailan Shui, a giant at the Yinyang realm, would not typically grace the Southern Dao domain, nor would she visit a third-rate sect like the Tianjian Sect. Yet, she was abounding with warmth, as if she were an old friend of Li Muzhou. During their conversation, Li Muzhou took a sip of wine and casually inquired, Sister Shui, what is this celestial transformation elixir you speak of? The celestial transformation elixir, a treasure forged over millennia, is exceedingly rare. Each year at the Lingxiao Talented Gathering, a vial is presented as a reward for the champion. Alongside other unique treasures, with a shift in tone, Nailan Shui smiled. Of course, if Li Muzhou were to participate, the championship would undoubtedly be yours at IT, just 25 years old, a fifth layer of the divine travel realm. Having grasped the sixth grade true meaning, and with exceptional swordsmanship, you just recently neutralized an attack from a ninth layer divine travel realm expert. Such a prodigious contender. The championship must surely belong to you. Li Muzhou, still under 30, perfectly met the criteria. Nailan Shui could scarcely fathom the shock Li Muzhou would bring to the various Dao domains. Are you flattering me, Sister Shui? Li Muzhou responded nonchalantly. The championship matters little to me. Who knows if those ancient clans have any extraordinary contenders? My primary purpose for attending is to allow Qing Han to gain experience and witness the various talents. Master, Gu Qing Han, sitting beside Li Muzhou, was deeply moved. Gu Qing Han's favorability. 5. Gu Qing Han's favorability. 5. Excellent. Excellent. Li Muzhou's heart swelled with joy upon hearing the system's notification. Having a celestial disciple admire him felt immensely gratifying, though the talents of various clans may be extraordinary. You Muzhou are the true marvel, Nailan Shui remarked, casting a glance at the SUN. It seems the hour grows late. I must return now. I hope the Nailan family remains friends with you forever. Indeed, your sentiments, Muzhou, will be etched in my memory. Li Muzhou nodded and prepared to see her off. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. All Dao domains were finalizing preparations for the Lingxiao Talented Gathering, and the competition for tickets was equally fierce. Meanwhile, Li Muzhou had commenced specialized training with Gu Qing Han, resulting in a meteoric rise in her abilities. Qing Han, unleash your full strength against me. On the summit of Tianzhu Peak, Li Muzhou stood with hands clasped behind him, gazing at the picturesque Gu Qing Han. Chapter 54. Even your ancestor cannot save you. Name, Gu Qing Han. Age, 19 realm. 7th layer of the divine pill realm technique. Ice Sealing Profound Cold Scripture Bloodline. 1st grade Ice Soul Sword Body. Prospective Empress Note. The Ice Soul Sword Body is a distinguished example among 1st grade sword bodies, requiring the activation of the Ice Core Snow Lotus, aligning with the criteria for apprenticeship. Gu Qing Han's favorability. 60 after 6 months of rigorous training and abundant resources. Gu Qing Han's prowess underwent a transformative change. The 2nd layer of her Ice Sealing Profound Cold Scripture had been cultivated to perfection under Li Muzhou's guidance. Today marked Li Muzhou's first assessment of Gu Qing Han's training progress in half a year. One aspect that left Li Muzhou speechless was that Gu Qing Han's favorability had soared to over 70 during this period. Yet for reasons unknown, it fluctuated, ultimately stabilizing at 60. The heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Li Muzhou found little inclination to dwell upon ITAS for the previous enchanting events. They had yet to repeat themselves. Master, be careful. Gu Qing Han's icy blue dress billowed in the wind, wisps of frost coalescing beneath her feet as she executed the Ice Heart sword technique. Ice-cold flying shadow. Muzhou smiled faintly. No need for concern. Feel free to attack. Swish. In an instant, Gu Qing Han transformed into an afterimage, appearing before Li Muzhou, her sword slicing through the air, aimed directly at his face. While the nascent form of the cold ice, true meaning surged within, its power surpassing her current realm. Impressive, impressive. The might of this strike could easily overwhelm an ordinary 3rd layer of the diamond realm. Li Muzhou, in a light-hearted manner, precisely pinched the tip of Gu Qing Han's sword between his fingers. The nascent form of her cold ice law was effortlessly dispersed by Li Muzhou. Li Muzhou was thoroughly satisfied with Gu Qing Han's strike. Were she to exert herself fully, she could contend with a 5th layer of the Diamond Realm point. One of the prerequisites for the Lingxiao Talented Gathering was to be under 30 and above the Purple Mansion realm. Given Gu Qing Han's current strength, fulfilling this requirement posed no issue at all. Master is still formidable. Qing Han could not even scratch a hair on you. Gu Qing Han pouted, clinging to Li Muzhou's arm in a display of affection. Your sense of humor knows no bounds, Li Muzhou teased, pinching Gu Qing Han's cheek and pretending to be serious. Gu Qing Han stuck out her tongue playfully, because Qing Han loves Master the most. So what if you do? Regardless, I will forever have you under my thumb. Cough, cough. By the way, how is your sister's training progressing? Li Muzhou felt a blush creeping onto his face and hurriedly shifted the topic. He couldn't shake the feeling that his disciple was increasingly resembling a rebellious student, with all this talk of love making him quite bashful. Master, my sister has been in seclusion recently. I estimate she will surpass me in realm upon her emergence. Good. Good. Li Muzhou's spirits lifted, although Gu Qingqian's talent did not match Gu Qinghan's. Her speed of cultivation was by no means slow. Moreover, there was one crucial factor. Gu Qingqian practiced a heavenly grade technique, which inherently accelerated her progress, while Gu Qinghan's technique was a superlative immortal grade technique, making breakthroughs comparatively slower. Muzhou, Situ Ming has arrived. In a fleeting moment, Chun and descended from the clouds, landing gracefully upon the summit of Tianzhu Peak. Li Muzhou turned to him and inquired, "Shall we begin?" Indeed. Our grand competition in the southern domain has concluded, and a total of 80,000 participants are en route to the eastern domain's Han City. Situ Ming has come specifically to welcome you. As he spoke, a flicker of hesitation crossed Chun Nan's face. Li Muzhou, discerning his unease, candidly asked, "Master, what troubles you?" "Well," Chun Nan fidgeted nervously, "you are aware that I have only accepted Zhao Heng as my sole disciple over these years. Might it be possible for him to accompany us for some practical experience? The prodigies on the Qianlong list are granted direct access to the Prodigy Tournament, along with 3 special quotas." This time, Li Muzhou intended to take the Goose sisters along, leaving 1 slot available. Consequently, Qianan had pondered this request for some time before voicing it. "A minor matter, I shall take him with us." "Thank you." "Qing'an, disciple is present. Call your cousin. We shall set out today." "Yes, master." Outside the gates of Tianjian Sect, a colossal flying vessel awaited. Situ Ming stood upon the deck, and upon spotting Li Muzhou and his entourage, greeted them with a smile. "Friend Muzhou, please, since the loss of several ancestors, the standing of Tianjian Sect in the southern domain has soared, becoming a name known to all. Typically, participants in the Prodigy Tournament would gather themselves and board flying vessels provided by the heavenly tier sects to reach the competition venue. However, Situ Ming's prompt arrival to escort Li Muzhou was a testament to his exceptional status. As Li Muzhou and his 3 disciples stepped onto the deck, he greeted Situ Ming warmly. "It has been a while." "Situ, indeed, it has been half a year. Friend Muzhou, your participation in the Prodigy Tournament this time will surely be remarkable. Merely a trifling reputation. I am indifferent to it." As they conversed, they observed a throng of seekers gathered outside the sect's gates. Many among them were former disciples who had left Tianjian Sect, some kneeling for months in hopes of rejoining, but all in vain. Others, drawn by reputation, had invested considerable resources in hopes of gaining admission. Yet their efforts were equally futile. "Tianjian Sect is no longer what it once was," Situ Ming remarked as he led Li Muzhou to a luxurious suite on the 3rd floor, gazing at the masses outside. "Indeed, the renown of a sect is built upon its disciples," Li Muzhou replied with a slight smile, pleased at the sect's prosperity. "Friend Muzhou, you shall reside here for the next few days. Once we gather the competitors from the Ziyue dynasty in the southern domain, we will proceed to Han City in the eastern domain. 3 days later, the massive flying vessel, carrying hundreds of thousands, approached the eastern domain. The 3rd floor accommodated the prominent figures of the divine travel realm, while the 2nd and 3rd floors housed numerous competitors. The vessel boasted an array of facilities, including taverns and entertainment venues, surpassing even the luxury of future cruise liners. Ji Qinghan and Gu Qingqian strolled hand in hand to the vessel's tavern, the liveliest spot where the prodigies of the southern domain congregated. And they were no exception. "Greetings, Miss Qinghan, Miss Qingqian," the first prince of the Nanzhao kingdom, Zui sang, rose upon noticing the sisters, bowing respectfully. Before their journey, the ancestors had repeatedly instructed him to build good relations with Li Muzhou's disciples. For Tianjian Sect was a formidable force in the southeastern region. "Your Highness, what a coincidence. Please, no need for formalities. Just call me Lil Ziyu." Odes Zui sang spoke, a frivolous voice chimed in. "Oh, such stunning sisters. Little Zua, you must introduce me properly." The speaker, and Lin, hailed from the influential and family in the northern border of the southern domain and had befriended Zhuang during the voyage. He was immediately taken aback by the sister's beauty, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan's brows furrowed slightly. She held a deep disdain for such lewd individuals. Be silent. Zhuang's expression darkened as he rebuked, "Do not utter such reckless words. Should you continue to disrespect these ladies, even your ancestor will be unable to save you." Chapter 55. A Stunning Sword. The Return of 10,000 Swords? What is happening? And Lin was left utterly bewildered. He had been conversing amicably with Zhuang and had met several ladies, yet he had never seen Zhuang so serious. Moreover, Zhuang seemed particularly fearful of something. After all, his ancestor was a formidable figure in the divine travel realm, a ruler in the northern border of the southern domain. Who were these two women? All right, it was my fault. Please do not take offense, ladies. I was merely jesting. If you have time, I would be honored to treat you to a drink as an apology. How does that sound? And Lin was no fool, nor was he a spoiled scion. Otherwise, he could not have secured a ticket to the Lingshao Prodigy Tournament through the Southern Domain's grand competition. Zhuang was the heir of the Nanzhao royal family, and his royal ancestor was also a powerhouse in the divine travel realm. Anyone who could command such respect must have an extraordinary background. But what force in the Southern Domain could instill such fear in Zhuang? Apologies, but we have no time. Sister, let us go over there. Jiu Qinghan had not spared in Lin a single glance, taking her sister's hand and departing. Only her master could capture her attention. No other man on earth could. Her brief greeting with the prince was merely out of courtesy, as they both hailed from the Nanzhao kingdom. Devoid of any ulterior motives, it was only after the sisters left that Zhuang let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. What on earth is going on? And Lin frowned. You, a prince of the Nanzhao kingdom, seem to fear them so? And Lin, Zhuang said solemnly, our friendship is valued, but do not drag me down with you. Those two ladies have backgrounds that are beyond compare. Even 10 of your own family would be unable to contend. And Lin was taken aback, then exclaimed, could it be? In the southern domain, there were only a handful of forces that could instill such fear in the family. However, if it were a force that 10 families could not rival, it could only be the Tianjian Sect, which had gained immense notoriety just half a year prior. Indeed. Now you understand. Thankfully, the fairy Qinghan did not hold it against us. Zhuang's demeanor turned serious. He had been concerned that Lin would ruin everything, dragging him down with him. Suddenly, the vessel trembled violently, causing many to sway unsteadily. Zhuang turned to the enormous window, his pupils contracting in alarm. Look! What is that? Bats. No, it's a bloodthirsty royal bat. Heavens, how many could there be? We are surrounded. Qinghan, it's a horde of bloodthirsty royal bats. What on earth are those bloodthirsty royal bats? The size of mountains? The larger the bloodthirsty royal bat, the stronger it is. Those the size of mountains are the divine travel realm bloodthirsty royal bats, in the night sky beyond the vessel. Countless bloodthirsty royal bats, led by a multitude of divine travel realm ones, launched an assault against the vessel. A terrifying storm ravaged the night, rendering the vessel nearly immobile. Panic swept through the hearts of all aboard. Swish, swish, swish! On the vessel, several elderly figures sprang into action, unleashing their divine abilities to counter the swarm of bloodthirsty royal bats. Behold, the divine travel realm experts are intervening. Surely, everything will be fine. Indeed, the guardians are all from heavenly tier sects. They will surely withstand the onslaught. The passengers on the second and third floors watched the unfolding scene with confidence. However, their confidence was short-lived before they succumbed to terror once more. A bizarre shriek pierced the air as several divine, travel realm bloodthirsty royal bats assaulted the vessel's weak points in its defensive formation. 2 divine travel realm elders were grievously injured, blood spattering forth as they tore a breach in the formation. Subsequently, led by a dozen divine travel realm bloodthirsty royal bats, countless others surged into the formation like a swarm of locusts. The vessel's defensive formation had been breached, and the vessel itself was the final barrier. Should the vessel be compromised, the more than 80,000 participants aboard would not survive. No, the 2 divine travel realm experts cried out in agony. Grievously wounded. Hurry, Someone assist. It's too late. We cannot hold them off any longer. There are too many of these beasts. How dare these creatures? Hold the line. Otherwise, we shall perish here. The expressions of the dozen divine travel realm experts changed drastically as they unleashed a kaleidoscope of combat techniques and treasures. Yet, as the onslaught of bloodthirsty royal bats intensified, a profound sense of helplessness washed over them. Qing Han, are these heavenly tier sects divine travel realm experts truly incapable? Gu Qingxian stood by a window, her brow furrowed. Do you think Master will intervene? Certainly. Gu Qinghan spoke with unwavering confidence, asserting that if the Master were to intervene, not a single one of these flat-haired demon beasts would survive. If to corroborate Gu Qinghan's words. In the next moment, the sword at her waist began to tremble uncontrollably, as if it had sensed something. What is happening? Gu Qinghan grasped the hilt firmly, yet to no avail. The sword continued its struggle to escape its sheath. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, every sword carried by the cultivators aboard the flying vessel unsheathed itself. Look, it's the Master! Gu Qinghan exclaimed in delight as a figure clad in white appeared out of thin air in the night sky, effortlessly tearing apart a bloodthirsty royal bat at the 6th level of the spirit journey realm with a wave of his sleeve. Thank you, Li Muzhou. C2 Ming expressed his gratitude, feeling elated. Moments ago, he had been beset on all sides, and were it not for Li Muzhou's timely intervention, he might have sustained severe injuries. And no need for thanks. These beasts have disturbed my tranquility. They deserve to perish. The Infinite Sword Classic. All swords return to their origin. With a swift motion, Li Muzhou formed a hand seal and thrust his finger into the void. In that moment, a breathtaking spectacle left all onlookers in awe. Clang, clang, clang. Countless flying swords erupted from the vessel, their sheer numbers resembling a river of sword energy, sweeping across the heavens under Li Muzhou's command. Ice and fire true intent, coalesce, boom, as the river of swords passed. Ice and fire blossomed, and numerous bloodthirsty royal bats, caught in the icy flames, emitted piercing cries of agony. Boom, boom, boom. The river of sword energy, composed of myriad blades, swept across everything like autumn winds scattering leaves. Regardless of whether they were high-level or low-level bloodthirsty royal bats, all pierced by the sword energy met their demise in a mere breath. The once formidable swarm of bloodthirsty royal bats was reduced to a mere remnant. In an instant, the previously fearless bats began to scatter in panic. What incredible strength! Who is this esteemed elder? Terrifying. Could it be that this elder is a half-step yin-yang realm expert? Unbelievable. If I could possess even half of this elder's prowess, I would have no worries about achieving a commendable ranking. Everyone was astonished. Zhuosang spoke solemnly. Amlin, this is elderly Muzhou. You think tenant families could provoke him? Gulp. Amlin swallowed hard, rendered speechless. Leave the remaining small fry to you. Muzhou's voice echoed through the howling winds as he vanished in a swift motion. In the next moment, the swords hovering in the sky sheathed themselves voluntarily, their faint sword intent leaving everyone in a state of utter astonishment. Tu Ming and the others were equally taken aback, their minds reeling. 3 days passed, and the flying vessel successfully arrived at Han City in the Eastern Domain. Upon entering the city, Li Muzhou encountered an old acquaintance. Chapter 56. Arena Tournament. Reunion with Nalan Xinyu. 1. Look, the contestants from the Southern Domain have arrived. Haha, aren't the contestants from the Southern Domain merely a supporting cast at every genius tournament? Indeed, the Southern Domain is the weakest among the major domains that I heard there are over 80,000 contestants from the Southern Domain this time, significantly more than the last genius tournament. More contestants. Yet they're still worthless. As the colossal flying vessel carrying the Southern Domain participants hovered above Han City, the city's geniuses felt a profound sense of superiority. Master, we have arrived in Han City. Gu Qinghan and her companions approached Li Muzhou's door and gently knocked. With a creak, the door to Li Muzhou's chamber opened automatically, and the figure of Li Muzhou, clad in white, appeared before Gu Qinghan and the others, saying, "Let's go." Subsequently, everyone disembarked from the flying vessel. Before they left, Si Tuming attempted to invite Li Muzhou to visit his family estate, but was politely declined. Ever since the incident with the bloodthirsty royal bat horde, all the experts aboard the vessel treated Li Muzhou with utmost respect. He had received an abundance of invitations, all of which he graciously declined. The group settled into a luxurious private suite at the city's largest inn, costing 10,000 gold coins per day, before venturing out to explore. Such a price would be deemed exorbitant in the southern Zhao kingdom, yet it was nothing in the bustling Han city. Master, you have no idea how popular senior brother Zhao Hong has become in recent days? Oh, what happened? As Li Muzhou strolled down the broad streets of Han City with the three of them, he marveled at the vastness of this ancient metropolis, which dwarfed even the imperial capital of the southern Zhao kingdom. It was his first visit to such a grand city, and he was eager to explore more. It's like this. Gu Qinghan began to recount the events aboard the flying vessel over the past few days. As a disciple of Chun Nan, Zhao Heng's prowess was commendable. Having entered the Tianjian Sect for 8 years, and with the resources Li Muzhou had previously provided, he had broken through to the 4th level of the Diamond Realm. During the journey, Zhao Hong had made the acquaintance of several female cultivators. Among them was a young lady named Shen Sisi, hailing from a prominent family in the southern domain, with whom Zhao Hong had developed a close bond. Naturally, Zhao Hong did not reveal his identity as a disciple of the Tianjian Sect. Based solely on his talent, he would be considered an outstanding genius even in the southern domain, thus attracting the affections of young women. The only unfortunate aspect was that Shun Sisi's family elders did not hold Zhao Hong in high regard, viewing him merely as an ordinary genius. That's how it is. Zhao Hong, you rascal. Li Muzhou flashed a bright smile. Looking at Zhao Hong, they are making quite the impression. Zhao Hong blushed and shyly replied, Master, I'm just a humble disciple. Seeing as you like her, during the genius tournament, perhaps mentioning my Tianjian Sect will make the elders of the Shun family take note of you. Zhao Hong replied earnestly. Master, I don't wish for that it would change the flavor of the relationship. Relying solely on the influence of the sect would make me no different from a waste. Very well said. Li Muzhou's regard for Zhao Hong rose significantly in that moment. In the past, the Tianjian Sect evaluated disciples not only on talent, but also on character. Being a direct disciple of Chun Nan, Zhao Hong was clearly no ordinary individual. Master, you may not know, but this is nothing compared to what my junior sisters have accomplished. They have received so many gifts in the past few days that they could fill a warehouse. Oh, is that so? Li Muzhou raised an eyebrow. He was already aware of these matters. The two sisters, Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingqian, were stunningly beautiful, their looks eclipsing even the most popular stars of later generations. Beautiful maidens are universally adored in any world or era. Moreover, there is no shortage of admirers in any realm. Senior brother Zhao Hong, don't speak nonsense. Gu Qinghan retorted proudly, I haven't accepted a single gift. Having master is enough for me, in this lifetime. I only wish to honor my master and stay by his side. Indeed, Gu Qingqian chimed in. Aside from our master, we couldn't care less about anyone else. You too? Li Muzhou shook his head, finding their unwavering admiration somewhat amusing. Yet it felt quite pleasant to be revered by such beautiful disciples. Gu Qinghan pointed to a bustling square ahead and said, Master, look over there. It's so lively. Who dares to step forward for a duel? A young man in a black robe declared arrogantly from atop the massive arena in the square. Surveying the gathered crowd, oh wonder, he is ranked 380. Wu Qian's family secret techniques are indeed formidable. Exactly. Wu Qian has already defeated 3 challengers. It seems today's prize will be his. Is there no one left to challenge him? I shall. In an instant, a slender man leapt forward, landing in the center of the arena. With a flourish, he opened his folding fan and, in a soft voice, introduced himself. I am Hua Tianyu from the Northern Domain. Please enlighten me. Hua Tianyu, ranked 383 on the Hidden Dragon list. That's him. He is a notable genius from our Northern Domain. Although Hua Tianyu's ranking was slightly lower than Wu Qian's, the Hua family's expertise in concealed weaponry was renowned throughout the land. The onlookers erupted in excited murmurs, anticipating the clash. The Hidden Dragon list, aside from the top 10 prodigies, cannot solely determine strength by ranking, as some geniuses remain in seclusion, their combat prowess unknown. Hua Tianyu is one such example. Hua Tianyu, you are no match for me. Wu Qian declared confidently, I have already defeated 3 opponents of your level. You shall be no exception. Ha! With a powerful shout, Wu Qian swung his long knife through the air, unleashing a fearsome blade aura that surged toward Hua Tianyu. Hua Tianyu, exuding grace, waved his folding fan lightly. A strand of energy burst forth, shattering the blade's edge, while a flying needle appeared bizarrely, aimed directly at Wu Qian's face. Hua family's piercing needle. Wu Qian dared not to be careless. He swiftly retreated, fully aware of the potential lethality of the seemingly insignificant embroidery needle. The Hua family's chi-breaking needle was specifically designed to pierce through protective energy shields, possessing formidable penetrating power and lethality, making it exceedingly difficult to counter at that very moment. Li Muzhou and his companions arrived at the arena, observing the duel between the two with keen interest. The Lord of Han City was a formidable figure at the Yin-Yang realm, and there were explicit regulations against fighting within the city. However, since the Celestial Talent Conference had yet to commence, it was not uncommon for young warriors to engage in battles on the city's martial arts platform. A spectacle that occurred almost daily. Today's match featuring Wu Qian was particularly thrilling, as it marked the first time that a top 5 contender from the potential dragon rankings had entered the fray. Gu Qinghan, with curiosity, asked, Master, who do you think will emerge victorious? It will undoubtedly be the one wielding the embroidery needle, came the reply to Ah. But he appears to be at a disadvantage. Gu Qinghan was perplexed. At this moment, Hua Tianyu seemed to have fallen into a passive state, having failed to land several chi-breaking needles, while Wu Qian launched a relentless and aggressive assault. Li Muzhou calmly remarked, Just watch. That young man is quite cunning. According to their respective strengths, Wu Qian was at the 7th level of the Diamond Realm, while Hua Tianyu was at the 6th. Yet Li Muzhou could instantly discern that Hua Tianyu, with his effeminate demeanor, was orchestrating a strategy. Sure enough, mere breaths later, as Wu Qian was about to secure victory, a bizarre eruption of a dozen chi-breaking needles sprang from the ground, piercing directly into Wu Qian's back. Instantly, Wu Qian's vital energy stagnated, and he felt excruciating pain in his chest. With a thud, he fell to one knee, while Hua Tianyu's folding fan was poised at his throat. You ambushed me, Wu Qian exclaimed. Filled with indignation that it was not that he had effortlessly evaded the chi-breaking needles. Rather, Hua Tianyu had been meticulously setting a trap. Only when Wu Qian stepped into the encirclement did Hua Tianyu execute his surprise attack to claim victory. Fool that can't handle defeat, Hua Tianyu scoffed, delivering a kick that sent Wu Qian tumbling off the stage. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, astonished that the clearly dominant Wu Qian had been bested. How tedious. Li Muzhou remarked with a faint smile, preparing to leave. However, his nonchalant laughter grated on Hua Tianyu's ears. Stop. Are you unwilling to accept this? Hua Tianyu's voice, laced with a delicate malice, echoed as he swung his fan. His gaze fixed on Li Muzhou. Upon hearing the term country bumpkin, Li Muzhou halted in his tracks. Though he was indeed from the southern domain, how dare this effeminate figure mock him? Master, Gu Qinghan began to speak. But Li Muzhou raised a hand, prompting her to fall silent. Not only was Li Muzhou displeased, but the others also shared his sentiment. Whispers spread through the crowd, directing their attention towards Li Muzhou and his companions, whose attire suggested they hailed from the southern domain. Hua Tianyu has gone too far. He shouldn't have said that. They observed that the group appeared to be in their early 20s and murmured doubts about their prospects. Shoo, let's keep our voices down. Attracting Hua Tianyu's attention is not a good idea. It seemed evident that these individuals were from the same sect within the southern domain. The onlookers instinctively took 3 steps back, creating a vacuum around Li Muzhou. With a swift motion, Hua Tianyu snapped his fan shut and pointed at Li Muzhou. You were the one laughing just now, weren't you? However, as soon as the words left his lips, he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding atmosphere was thick with gasps of disbelief. One witnessed how Li Muzhou made his move, yet in the blink of an eye, Hua Tianyu found himself beneath Li Muzhou's foot. Indeed, he was being trampled. The soles of Li Muzhou's shoes bore the damp earth, distorting Hua Tianyu's fair visage. Simultaneously, Li Muzhou's palm opened, and a cascade of chi-breaking needles clattered to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Li Muzhou had effortlessly subdued Hua Tianyu, confiscating all the needles that had been concealed within his fan. "You little effeminate fool. What were you barking about just now?" A fierce glint flickered in Li Muzhou's eyes as he pressed his shoe against Hua Tianyu's face, his voice chillingly cold. Though Han City had regulations against fighting within its boundaries, Li Muzhou was utterly unconcerned. What did it matter that the Lord of Han City was a powerful figure at the Yin-Yang realm? At worst, he could summon Luo Han and deal with the consequences. How dare a mere ant provoke me? I was wrong. Senior, please just let me go. I truly apologize. Hua Tianyu, now utterly astonished, had lost all vestiges of arrogance and coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. This young man, who appeared to be even younger than himself, was undoubtedly a formidable opponent at the Spirit Voyage realm. Could he possibly be one of the prodigies within the top 10 of the potential dragon rankings? Humph! Li Muzhou, uninterested in squabbling with such, Xiao Zishu wore a bewildered expression, the carefully prepared gift in his hand suddenly feeling as heavy as a mountain. In that instant, he felt like a clown. Huh? Who is he? Turning his head, Xiao Zishu caught sight of Nalin Xinyu standing outside the window, her face aglow with smiles as she animatedly conversed with a man clad in white. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Zishu felt a profound sense of humiliation wash over him. Despite his exquisite wine and sumptuous dishes, along with the thoughtfully chosen gift, Nalin Xinyu had not even spared him a glance, let alone a smile. Yet here she was chatting and laughing with a stranger, a scene that felt utterly surreal. "Shadow, find out the background of that fellow," Xiao Zishu commanded, shattering his wine glass with a resounding crack. "Yes, young master," Shadow replied, dissipating into a blur. It was evident that the elder accompanying Xiao Zishu was a formidable figure, a fifth-level expert in the divine journey realm, serving as his protector. Haha, no matter where you're from. If you offend me, Xiao Zishu, you shall pay the price. I am aware that Wei Lang, ranked 10th on the Hidden Dragon list, has taken an interest in you, but his family pales in comparison to mine and poses no threat. With a heavy heart, Xiao Zishu drowned his frustrations in copious amounts of strong liquor. An hour later, Shadow returned. "Young master, I have news." "What news?" The man's name is Li Muzhou, hailing from the southern domain. He has previously acquainted himself with Miss Nalin, and their relationship appears to be quite ordinary. "What of his strength?" "Young master, his abilities should be beneath yours. I have inquired, and Li Muzhou is ranked 996 on the Hidden Dragon list, having made the list 6 months ago." "Ah?" Xiao Zishu widened his eyes in disbelief. 996. Nalin Xinyu is actually laughing and chatting with such a low-ranking pretty boy. Observing Xiao Zishu's reaction, Shadow suggested, if the young master is displeased. "Shall I teach him a lesson? No need at a mere 996th rank. I could easily subdue him with one hand. Moreover, this is Han City. It would be against the rules to resort to violence. Come, I wish to see if he has the audacity to challenge me. If he lacks awareness, this could very well be the end of his road." Xiao Zishu downed another gulp of liquor and rose from the private room. In another private room on the 3rd floor. Nalin Xinyu was exuberantly inviting Li Muzhou and his companions to the grandest suite, laying out a sumptuous feast. The scale of this gathering was evidently more lavish than that which Xiao Zishu had arranged. The mere cost of the food and drink would amount to several million gold coins, yet for the saintess of the Nalin family, it was but a trifling sum. "Miss Nalin, you are too generous," Li Muzhou said with a light sip of fine wine, smiling. "Brother Muzhou, why so formal? Just call me Tianjian," Nalin Xinyu replied, as she delicately placed a piece of bear paw meat onto Li Muzhou's plate. "I'm full." Li Muzhou waved his hand. "That if you keep feeding me, I'll become a big fatso. This feast, with merely a taste of each dish, could satiate anyone, let alone the dozen or so dishes left to sample." "Haha, Brother Muzhou, you are quite amusing. For cultivators like us, dining is merely a feast for the palate. The notion of becoming fat is absurd. Come, have a taste of this dish." Nalin Xinyu smiled charmingly, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual icy goddess persona. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Come in," Nalin Xinyu answered, assuming it was a server. To her surprise, Upon the door's opening stood Qiu Zishu and his elder, Sing Nalan Qinyu, akin to a dutiful wife, serving Li Muzhou. Feeding him morsels, Qiu Zishu's lips twitched, and he felt as if his head might explode. Tianjian, what is the meaning of this? Upon seeing Qiu Zishu, Li Muzhou recognized him as an uninvited guest. Earlier, when Nalan Qinyu had mentioned dining with an ordinary friend, coupled with Qiu Zishu's striking expression, Li Muzhou could easily deduce the reason behind Qiu Zishu's intrusion. Moreover, he had just noticed someone eavesdropping next door, that very person being the elder behind Qiu Zishu. Though Li Muzhou had chosen to ignore it, Nalan Qinyu continued to serve Li Muzhou, casually stating, "Brother Muzhou, this is the ordinary friend I mentioned, Qiu Zishu from the ancient Qiu family." Her tone further highlighted her indifference towards Qiu Zishu. Suppressing his displeasure, Qiu Zishu clasped his hands together and said, "Miss Nalan, the time is drawing near. Will you be attending the gathering for the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon list?" He deliberately emphasized the words top 20. While it was true that he was rank 39, he was on the verge of breaking into the Divine Journey realm, and upon entering, his rank would undoubtedly soar. Furthermore, with the influence of the Qiu family, those in the top 20 were his true peers. Someone like Li Muzhou, ranked so low, was inconsequential to the gathering. Li Muzhou raised an eyebrow. "Tianjian, since you have already agreed, you should go." Li Muzhou held little regard for the so-called gathering of the top 20 on the Hidden Dragon list. If he wished, he could sweep through it effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Nalan Qinyu shook her head. "Brother Muzhou, I won't be going. The most important thing is to share this meal with you." Before their departure, Nalan Shui had repeatedly instructed Nalan Qinyu to cultivate a good relationship with Li Muzhou. Regardless of his background or potential future achievements, they were immeasurable. The ranking on the Hidden Dragon list was but a trivial matter. Nalan Qinyu understood the weight of priorities. To receive a few pointers from Li Muzhou was far more valuable than attending any mundane gathering. "This? Tianjian, you cannot do this. Just a moment ago, Qiu Zishu was taken aback. Was this a game?" The agreement she had just made was now being rescinded. What was so special about this pretty boy Li Muzhou? Did he not notice the two stunning beauties by Li Muzhou's side? "Qiu Zishu, you are quite bothersome," Nalan Qinyu remarked with displeasure. "Tianjian is not something you can casually call her. Furthermore, I merely stated I would consider it. I do not recall agreeing to anything." With a single statement, Nalan Qinyu left Qiu Zishu with no way to save face. "Fine, find out Li Muzhou. I will remember you. Some things, once touched, come with consequences." Qiu Zishu clenched his fists, redirecting his anger toward Li Muzhou. "Get lost," Li Muzhou coldly retorted, uninterested in engaging with such a fool. As the Tianjiao conference approached, set to commence in 10 days, Qiu Zishu attempted several times to invite Nalan Qinyu, but she spent her days visiting Li Muzhou's small courtyard. Infuriating Qiu Zishu to know End, the Jiyu Qinghan and Gu Qingxian, under Li Muzhou's guidance, began solidifying their cultivation, rarely venturing out. Zhao Heng, the disciple, frequently went out on dates with his girlfriend, Shun Sisi, during which several trivial incidents occurred when encountered by Shun's family elders. But nothing significant transpired. 10 days later, within the Han City Lord's mansion, the sound of 9 bells rang out. The 9 chimes signified the commencement of the Tianjiao conference. The vast square was filled to capacity. Simultaneously, 100 spatial portals, crafted by experts of the Yinyang realm, materialized, each leading to a small world trial ground for the million participants' preliminary selection. Once more, it was the 7th day of the 7th month. In this Tianjiao conference, the city lord of Han stood high in the sky, delivering a few official opening remarks before announcing the rules of the conference. That a massive leaderboard then appeared, densely packed with names, including all participants. "Look, there is Yi Wu Dao, ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list. So handsome. Finally, I get to see the real Yi Wu Dao. That I wonder what realm he is at now. He must have broken through to the 3rd level of the Divine Journey realm. Among the heavenly sects, led by the Jiang Heavenly Sect, Yi Wu Dao is receiving their full support. How could he be anything less? Incredible. He is only 24 years old. That is Lin Nantian, ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list. Also a strong contender for the championship. And there is Nalan Qinyu, the goddess of the Nalan family, truly as beautiful as a celestial being. I heard that Wei Lang, ranked 10th on the Hidden Dragon list. has always been interested in nailing Xinyu, but she seems disinterested in men. Indeed, among the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon list, there are many who have an interest in nailing Xinyu. Among the million participants, the most dazzling were the 1,000 standing at the forefront, all top talents on the Hidden Dragon list, representing the pinnacle of the younger generation in the Lingxiao realm. Drawing countless gazes, each of them checked their jade tokens, corresponding to the number designating their trial in the small world. In the interest of fairness, all the prodigies on the Hidden Dragon list shall be randomly assigned to 100 trial worlds. Hearing this, Li Muzhou noticed a 3 appearing on the jade tablet in his hand, indicating that he was to proceed through the third passage to the trial world. Such is the narrowness of fate. He chuckled. Upon sensing with his mind, Li Muzhou was instantly delighted. Within his world, a considerable number of prodigies from the Hidden Dragon list have been randomly allocated, including an old acquaintance, Qiu Zixu. Chapter 59, Sweeping the Third World. These jade tablets had all been distributed 3 days prior. When Li Muzhou inquired through his thoughts, he discovered that Gu Qinghan and her companions had all been allocated to the same world. Specifically World 18, which notably lacked any prodigies from the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon list, thus presenting a high probability of success in the first round of trials. This pretty boy is here too? At the same time, Qiu Zixu also observed the roster within the third trial world. Apart from 3 contestants ranked within the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon list, the rest were merely individuals ranked beyond the 300 mark. Hardly worth mentioning. Among them, Li Muzhou's name stood out conspicuously. Li Muzhou, I shall eliminate you. Qiu Zixu narrowed his eyes as he scanned the crowd. Not noticing him would have been better. Upon seeing him, Qiu Zixu's fury intensified. Brother Muzhou, I am in World 29. Xianjian. With your prowess, you shall undoubtedly prevail. Indeed, Brother Muzhou will surely have no issues as well. What a coincidence! Qiu Zixu then noticed Nailan Xinyu clinging to Li Muzhou like a delicate bird, laughing and chatting with him. Just wait. Once I eliminate him, you shall realize just how useless he truly is. Qiu Zixu gritted his teeth, his jealousy seeming capable of filling rivers. What a predicament! Why are there so many prodigies in our third world? Indeed, there is Xiao Jiming, ranked 15th, Zhou Qi, 19th, and Qiu Zixu himself, 39th. Not to mention a monster ranked 996. Let us be honest, we should be secretly rejoicing that we didn't encounter any monsters from the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon list. Yes, each of those in the top 20 is a prodigy who has entered the divine travel realm. Encountering them would certainly lead to elimination. Alas, our World 9 has the first-ranked Yi Wudao. Are we truly this unfortunate? Our World 59 boasts 3 monsters from the top 10, and Nailan Xinyu is also in our world. In the square, among the million contestants, some rejoiced while others lamented. Yet the majority remained in despair. It is widely understood that the 1,000 talents on the Hidden Dragon list are the true stars of the Prodigy Tournament. The first round of testing will eliminate 90% of participants. With only 10,000 advancing to the second round, the unprecedented pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Now, by communicating with the Jade Talismans using your thoughts, you may enter your respective trial worlds. After 1 hour, the trial worlds will close, and rankings will be determined. Above, the City Lord of Hanchang surveyed all the participants before casting a spell, illuminating all spatial passages. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the instant the spatial passages lit up, everyone vanished in an instant, all eager to enter the trial world and accumulate points within the third world. Quite something. The beasts here are all illusions. Defeating beasts of the Purple Mansion realm yields 1,000 points. Those of the Divine Pill realm yield 1,000 to 10,000 points. The Diamond realm offers 10,000 -1,000, while Great Demons of the Divine Travel realm start at 100,000 and cap at 1,000,000. As Li Muzhou just entered the third world, he found himself encircled by over a dozen Diamond realm beasts. With a mere wave of his sleeve, he obliterated these beasts, and his points skyrocketed from 0 to 320. 0,000 an hour is ample. Li Muzhou smiled slightly, then soared into the sky to gain points. Aside from slaying beasts, one can also acquire points by eliminating others and seizing their jade tablets. Of course, within this secret realm. A protective formation exists that will eliminate participants upon death, resulting in an almost zero death rate. Simultaneously, Li Muzhou also aimed to eliminate Xiao Zishu here. After all, he had persistently provoked him in the days leading up to the secret realm's opening. Xiao Zishu had sent his servants to threaten Li Muzhou on multiple occasions, and Li Muzhou had long since made a mental note of it. Should they cross paths, he would ensure Xiao Zishu's elimination. Boom! 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 Li Muzhou rampaged without obstruction, leaving no creature alive in his wake. Any beast that came into his line of sight met its demise. His points surged from 320,000 to 970,000. This one T-do. This is far too slow. I need to find a herd of beasts. Just as Li Muzhou mused, he spotted a group of men and women fleeing for their lives. Zhou Qi, you rank 19th on the Hidden Dragon list. Why stoop so low as to concern yourself with us mere trifles? Indeed, you are being excessive. We must split up and flee. Hurry, or we'll all be eliminated in the blink of an eye. 3 men and 2 women found themselves not far from Li Muzhou. This fellow is alone. He seems unfamiliar, and there is no portrait of him among the top 500 of the Hidden Dragon list. Let us kill him, seize his points. A ridiculous scene unfolded. Originally fleeing, the 3 men and 2 women, upon seeing Li Muzhou alone, revealed their fangs. Absurd. With a mere thought, Li Muzhou's Li sword erupted with a terrifying sword intent. The dreadful sword intent coalesced into a blade of light, and before the 3 men and 2 women could react, they were pierced through by the sword energy, vanishing into nothingness. Moments later, the 5 individuals reappeared in the square. Clearly eliminated, terrifying. What realm was that person in? I felt as if thunder rumbled in the void. Goodness, he truly is in the divine travel realm. How can this be? How infuriating. Have we kicked a metal board? Indeed, aside from the monsters in the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon list, there exists such a young individual in the divine travel realm. The 5 stood dumbfounded, filled with regret, yet there is no medication for regret in this world. As they surveyed their surroundings, the once empty square was now bustling with thousands of participants being teleported out, and this was merely 15 minutes within the third world, after eliminating a few individuals. Li Muzhou noticed his points had only increased by 130,000, and he scoffed, lamenting that 5 people are worth less than a single beast. Utterly worthless. Had Li Muzhou's words reached the ears of those 5, they would have surely despaired on the spot. Together, they had managed to slay a few beasts of the Divine Pill realm, while they had avoided any encounters with Diamond Realm beasts at a score of 130,000 points is quite commendable for an ordinary Divine Pill realm participant. Had they not been eliminated and continued to develop cautiously, they would undoubtedly have passed the first round of testing. Such a pity they had provoked Li Muzhou. Suddenly, a voice devoid of warmth rang out behind Li Muzhou. "Kid, will you eliminate yourself, or shall I assist you on your way?" Hearing this, Li Muzhou paused, turning to face the speaker. "You are Zhou Qi?" "Indeed, I do not wish to repeat myself," Zhou Qi declared, sword in hand, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Li Muzhou. "How intriguing!" Li Muzhou's lips curled into a smile. "I shall convey the same sentiment to you." Seeking death. Zhou Qi erupted in fury, transforming into a blur as he thrust his sword towards Li Muzhou. He, ranked 19th on the Hidden Dragon list, was being looked down upon. However, the next scene plunged Zhou Qi into despair. Chapter 60. First on the gold list, with a swift motion, Li Muzhou pointed his sword towards the void, unleashing a fiery sword energy. Who does he look down upon? Zhou Qi, believing himself to be underestimated as Li Muzhou merely pointed his sword at him, initially thought nothing of it. Yet, before he could comprehend what had transpired, the seemingly insignificant sword energy pierced through his forehead with a shriek. Instantly, darkness enveloped Zhou Qi, and his form dissipated when he regained consciousness. He found himself back in the square. I was just eliminated like that. What was that white-clad youth's strength to defeat me so effortlessly? Only a monster within the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list could achieve this. Zhou Qi appeared bewildered, questioning his very existence. At the moment Zhou Qi reappeared, countless gazes converged upon him. That not Zhou Qi, ranked 19th on the Hidden Dragon list. Indeed, Has he truly been eliminated? Goodness, it's true. This is merely 15 minutes into the match. Impossible. This must be a trick. Some spectators doubted their eyes, rubbing them and staring repeatedly before confirming it was indeed Zhou Qi out on the observation platform. Astonishment reigned. An elder from Tianjian Sect frowned. What transpired? How could Zhou Qi be eliminated? I do not know. Within the third trial world, the only individuals stronger than Zhou Qi are Xiao Jiming, ranked 15th, and their powers are nearly equivalent. It's impossible for Xiao Jiming to eliminate him so swiftly, right? Indeed, the only other contender is Qiu Zishu, ranked 39th. His Qiu family has a good relationship with our Tianjian Sect. Could it be that he encountered a siege by a divine travel realm demon? Alas, our Tianjian Sect's first seed has vanished just like that. Moments ago, numerous members from various sects were extending their congratulations to us. Who could have anticipated such a swift reversal? Zhou Qi was eliminated merely 15 minutes after entering the transcendent realm. It must be a transcendent realm. How could someone so young possess such prowess? Is he truly more formidable than those prodigies ranked in the top 10 of the Qianlong list? Zhou Qi remained in a daze, repeatedly replaying the final scene in his mind, yet he could not fathom how Li Muzhou had struck. Within the third world, remarkable, over 800,000 points. After eliminating Zhou Qi, Li Muzhou's score surged to 3,200,000. Not enough that if I am to succeed, I must claim the top position. This would also enhance the likelihood of completing my tasks. After stowing away his jade tablet, Li Muzhou soared into the sky. Along the way, he encountered several formidable figures from the Diamond Realm, besieging a beast of the first level of the Transcendent Realm. With a swift flick of his sword, he eradicated both the assailants and the beast in one fell swoop. 4 million, 5 million, 7 million, 8 million. Half an hour later, Li Muzhou's score approached the 10 million mark. Across all trial realms, his score stood as a beacon, unparalleled, that Li Muzhou traversed unimpeded, executing a thorough search, and soon encountered another promising prodigy, whose strength was comparable to Zhou Qi's, and similarly eliminated him with a single strike. In the square, Zhou Qi had yet to regain his composure when a staggering figure, visibly shaken, suddenly appeared beside him. Xiao Jiming, is that you? Zhou Qi was utterly astonished to see Xiao Jiming, ranked 15th, also teleported out. Xiao Jiming replied with a bitter tone, I was eliminated by a swordsman in white. A swordsman in white. Zhou Qi's pupils contracted. Could he possibly resemble this? It was him. I can't believe it. I was also eliminated by him. Zhou Qi and Xiao Jiming exchanged a glance, both simultaneously struck by a chilling thought. Transcendent realm. That swordsman in white must be a formidable transcendent realm expert. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to eliminate them with a mere glance. Xiao Jiming was also eliminated. My heavens, what is happening in the third world? Are they besieged by a horde of beasts? This is truly absurd. What kind of prodigy exists in the third world to eliminate two outstanding figures consecutively? Look, the one ranked 78 has emerged as well. Goodness, two more have come out. In the square, nearly all the prodigies from the Qianlong list who entered the third world have been eliminated. Within the third world, Li Muzhou moved as if in a realm devoid of opponents. The prodigies from the Qianlong list were hardly worth mentioning. How many points do I have now? Li Muzhou took out his J tablet and discovered that his score had reached 20 million. He had swept through several beast hordes and eliminated a number of prodigies from the Qianlong list, along with countless ordinary ones. That rascal Qiu Zishu has been fortunate enough to avoid encountering him. Thus, Li Muzhou mused. He sensed something lurking in the bushes nearby. Watching him, but he glanced at the thicket and jestingly remarked, Little one, I advise you to come out on your own. I'm coming out, please don't kill me. And don't take my points, okay? A timid voice emerged from the bushes. Soon, a slender girl with a sweet countenance appeared before Li Muzhou. Oh, it's you. You are from Tianjian Sect, aren't you? I saw you both going to the Feishan Tower together that day. What a coincidence, this girl was none other than Shen, the young girlfriend of Li Muzhou's disciple. Oh, Li Muzhou smiled. You are Shen? He was aware of the relationship between Zhao Heng and Shen. Although their affections were mutual, the Shen family seemed to be a prominent clan in the northern region of the Southern Dao domain. And their elders did not hold Zhao Hong in high regard, of course. This was under the condition that Zhao Hong had not revealed his identity. Yes, yes, Shen Sisi exclaimed happily. I'm so glad to see you. You don't look much older than me. You're about the same age as my sister, who is a formidable 8th level in the divine elixir realm. By the way, what is your cultivation level? A tad higher than your sister. Li Muzhou rubbed his nose and replied gently. This little girl has a rather pleasant disposition. It seems serendipitous to encounter her, making things less dull that a tad higher. You say, how many points do you have now? I toiled for half an hour and only managed to accumulate 500 points. Shen Sisi pouted, displaying her jade pendant to Li Muzhou. Haha, you're quite amusing. 500 points? You're definitely at the bottom. Li Muzhou chuckled upon seeing Shen Sisi's 3-digit score. Humph. I came to participate in the Prodigy Conference solely to accompany my sister. I'm only at the 2nd level of the Divine Elixir Realm, making it quite difficult to slay beasts. Earlier, I stumbled upon a valley teeming with Divine Realm beasts. It frightened me to death. Brother, you must have amassed quite a few points, right? Shen Sisi seemed quite cheerful as she looked at Li Muzhou. More than you. Approximately 10 million. 10 million. Shen Sisi gasped in astonishment. Ew. What did you just say? 10 million. Indeed. Why would I lie to you? Looked at Li Muzhou presented his jade tablet, and the dense string of numbers instantly left Shen Sisi's mind reeling. By the way, you mentioned discovering a beast valley. Where is it? If you take me there, I assure you can pass the first round of testing. Really? Truly. Why would I deceive you? It's just over there. I'll lead the way, and Onid, I'll take you there. As they spoke, Li Muzhou released a wave of energy, enveloping Shen Sisi as they took flight. The terrifying sound of the energy explosion left Shen Sisi momentarily stunned. Stuttering Transcendent Realm? Chapter 61. The first on a golden list. My goodness, he looks about the same age as my sister, yet he's a Transcendent Realm expert. Shen Sisi's mind was nearly overwhelmed. No wonder he is so formidable, boasting over 10 million points, and even willing to lead her to the Beast Valley. Yet how is it that such a young Transcendent Realm expert has never been heard of in the Southern Dao domain? Moreover, he is not even in the top 10 of the Qianlong list. This is truly peculiar. I forgot to mention. Zhao Hong is my disciple that Li Muzhou accelerated in the direction pointed out by Shen Sisi, casually stating greetings, esteemed senior. Shen Sisi shrank back, her mind racing with shock. The most powerful ancestor of her Shen family was merely at the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm. She had not expected Zhao Hong's uncle to be such a young Transcendent Realm expert. Meanwhile, in the 18th trial world, the essence of ice, swift, the ice heart sword technique, icy flying shadow, Gu Qinghan wielded her sword, engaging in a battle of wits with several young prodigies, effortlessly defeating several initial stage Diamond Realm obstacles with a single strike. Sister Qinghan is so impressive. Zhao Heng's eyes sparkled with admiration. Although he had already reached the Diamond Realm, in terms of combat power, Gu Qinghan was the strongest among their trio. Both Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingxian had comprehended the embryonic form of the true meaning of the loss. And together they could easily handle even high-level geniuses of the Diamond Realm that, in their world, there were no freaks from the top 10 of the Qianlong list, making their tasks manageable. Brother, you're not bad either. What are your scores? Gu Qinghan glanced at her jade talisman, discovering she had amassed 100,000 points. I have 98,000, sister. I have 97,000. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan nodded and said, good, as our master indicated. With over 80,000, we can securely enter the top 10,000. To be safe, let us continue hunting some beasts that we still have a quarter of an hour before the scores are finalized. Gu Qinghan wished to avoid disappointing Li Muzhou, so she aimed to accumulate more points. All right, let us go. The trio immediately set off together, heading towards another area of the valley that in the 3rd trial world. Just ahead? Yes, esteemed senior. I saw it just up ahead, but I didn't dare to descend. Following Shen Sisi, yes, Li Muzhou looked towards the valley and indeed discovered it to be a den of beasts. 8 Transcendent Realm Beasts, 20 High-Level Diamond Realm Beasts, 50 Initial Stage Diamond Realm Beasts, 300 Divine Elixir Realm Purple Mansion Beasts. Li Muzhou observed the beasts lying in wait within the valley and instantly understood that this was likely the largest gathering of beasts in the third trial world. Those 8 transcendent realm beasts are all high tier. Come with me. Huh. Am I going down too? Otherwise, Shun Cece gasped in shock as Li Muzhou had already taken her into the valley. Roar, 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 at that moment. The beasts in the valley noticed Li Muzhou's presence, unleashing a cacophony of roars. In an instant, beasts flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the water all erupted, launching various attacks that no prodigy dared to confront head-on. The infinite sword cannon, 10,000 swords returned to their origin, the essence of ice and fire, swift. In an instant, the valley transformed into a realm of ice and fire. Simultaneously, Li Muzhou activated the ZY sword, causing countless sword energies to coalesce around him, blooming forth like a lotus flower. The thunderous roars echoed. The earth trembled, creating an apocalyptic scene within the valley. Wow, what is happening here? Shun Cece exclaimed, her face paling in shock. What a sight it was! Wherever the sword energies passed, whether it was the demonic beasts of the divine wanderer realm or other creatures, they all fell in a single strike. Just how formidable was Zhao Hong's master? The deafening rumble persisted for a moment. 15 million, 18 million, 20 million, 25 million, 38 million. As Li Muzhou's score soared, 99% of the beasts in the valley perished. Only a few low-tier Diamond Realm beasts remained alive. Li Muzhou patted the dazed Shun Cece and said, "Go, finish off those lingering Diamond Realm beasts. You should be able to advance, Thank you, Senior." Shun Cece exclaimed joyfully, flying to the valley to deal with the remnants left by Li Muzhou. By the time she finished with the beasts, her score had surged from 500 to 88,000. Time was running out. It was time for the rankings to be revealed. Li Muzhou hovered above the valley, feeling a pull of spatial power, and was transported out alongside Shun Cece. Meanwhile, the surviving challengers in World 3 were also teleported to the plaza. Damn it, I didn't encounter that kid. He's lucky. Qiu Zishu grumbled as he too was transported out, having earned a commendable 1 million points, yet he had not crossed paths with Li Muzhou. Now, we will tally the rankings. The top 10,000 may enter the next round. An elderly man on the observation platform, his voice booming like thunder, unfurled a scroll. With a rustling sound, the scroll unfurled in the wind, transforming into a massive leaderboard hanging in the sky. 10. Wu Hongbao. Score, 80,005 9,999th. Min Pingwan. Score, 80,009 9,998th. Shi Yanan. Score, 80,015 9,997th. 9,996th. 9,989th. Shun Cece. Score, 88,010. As names continued to appear on a leaderboard, reactions varied from joy to despair. Damn it, I was just 1 point short of making the list. Heavens, I'm 10 points short. How unfortunate. The Celestial Tournament, held once every 50 years, was marked by its unfairness. Don't be upset. Even the top talents on the Hidden Dragon list have been eliminated early. Indeed, but I wonder who the top 10 on the leaderboard are this time. No need to guess. It must be Yi Wudao. I think Yi Wudao might not take first place. Jiang Chun, ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list, could also be a contender. He hasn't T-sparred with Yi Wudao in years. Meanwhile, Shun Cece excitedly found her sister Shun Miao. Sister, I advanced. I really advanced. What? Shun Miao, who had been frowning, was taken aback by this news and replied with a wry smile. Cece, don't joke around. Shun Miao was merely 100 points shy of advancing, but alas, there was no remedy for regret. Sister, truly look? Shun Miao glanced at the leaderboard, instantly dumbfounded. How did her sister at the second level of the Divine Pill Realm manage to pass the test and earn over 80,000 points? Sister, I must tell you, a noble benefactor helped me to IT was the elder from my Tianjian Sect. Shun Miao vaguely sensed that the family's elders harbored some bias against Zhao Hong, deeming it a perilous and foolish stance. Quick, let us go to the observation platform and share this good news with Father. Li Muzhou also cast his eyes upon the leaderboard, his spirits soaring. Zhao Hong appeared in the 9,940th position, providing a perfect explanation for Chun Nan for whether he could pass the second round. That remained to be seen. Gu Qingxian ranked 8,000th. A reasonable outcome. 5,000th. Gu Qing'an score 139,600. Who is this Gu Qing'an? From the Southern Dao domain. 5th level of the Divine Pill realm, managing to break into the top 5,000. Impressive. This woman is extraordinary. After the 8,000th position, everyone else was a talent from the Diamond realm. How could a Divine Pill realm participant like Gu Qing'an be so outrageous? In a moment, Gu Qing'an's name entered the sight of many. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 62. First on the gold list. 3. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Your current realm has been elevated by 2 levels. Congratulations, host, for achieving a critical hit. You have obtained the ZY Sword Domain. Note, the ZY Sword Domain is one of the finest domains. Once unleashed, it will exponentially enhance the host's swordsmanship and can also trap and slay foes. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou's heart leapt with joy. His realm surged from the 5th level of the Divine Wanderer realm directly to the 7th level, the ZY Sword Domain. With this, combined with the ZY Chaos Sword Body, even a powerhouse of the Yin-Yang realm would find themselves challenged. Li Muzhou felt the transformations within him, gaining a clear understanding of his newfound power. The Yin-Yang realm requires comprehension of domains. Yet most individuals grasp only rudimentary domains, such as fire or water. Many cannot even comprehend a true domain. Once his ZY Sword Domain is unleashed, combined with the ZY Sword Body, his battle prowess would soar. It could be said that while he outwardly remained at the Divine Wanderer realm, his combat strength now rivaled that of the Yin-Yang realm. The leaderboard continued to unveil names, but the top 5,000 would undoubtedly be etched in the memories of various factions. And the top 10 on the gold list held immense significance, each representing absolute strength. On the observation platform, head of the family, I see CC's name. Unbelievable. Quick look. 9,989 to Miss CC actually advanced. What? The head of the Shun family was stunned. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, finally confirming that Shun CC was indeed on the list, while his eldest daughter, Shun Miao Miao, had not advanced. Hurry, find CC and inquire about what happened. To think the Shun family had also made it onto the gold list of the Celestial Tournament. How marvelous. The head of the Shun family beamed with joy. Shun CC's appearance on the list was of epic-making significance for the Shun family. He understood that she must have received assistance from a prodigious talent. Otherwise, her strength would have made it impossible to rank in the blink of an eye. The gold list had revealed the top T this moment. Both the plaza and the observation platform fell silent. The top 10 represented the pinnacle of the current younger generation. Though it was merely the first round of tests, the significance of the top 10 could largely determine who would be the main characters in subsequent tests. 10th on the gold list, Lin Nantian score 2,109,522. What? Lin Nantian, ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list. Only placed 10th? There must be something amiss. It cannot be wrong. The statistics must be accurate. Damn it. Even though Lin Nantian is 10th, his score surpasses the 11th by 300,000. Indeed, to enter the top 10, each of them is remarkable. As the observers noted that Lin Nantian, ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list, had only secured the 10th position, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Lin Nantian himself frowned slightly and remarked, I must have been careless. I didn't take down 2 more Divine Wanderer realm beasts. On the observation platform, the Lin family members were also dissatisfied with this ranking, yet they did not dwell on it. The 10th position in the first round of tests did not signify that there wouldn't be an increase later. The true trials for the talents lay ahead. The first round was merely a means to eliminate the vast majority of the weak 0.9th on the gold list. Xiaojin Long, score 2,110,022. Damn. It's actually Xiaojin Long, a dark horse, absolutely a dark horse. Xiaojin Long, originally ranked 21st on the Hidden Dragon list, had he broken through to the Divine Wanderer realm. The Xia family was merely a quasi-first-rate family and had not joined a heavenly level sect. It was said that their most powerful ancestor was only at the 8th level of the Divine Wanderer realm. I'm so envious. This is unbelievable. What are you saying? I'm equally envious. 9th on the gold list. On the observation platform, the Xia family members were equally ecstatic. 8th on the gold list. Feng Shirlan, score 2,350,521 from the Eternal Life Ancient Clan. Feng Shirlan, ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon list. This ranking seems a bit low, doesn't it? Perhaps like Lin Nantian, she didn't perform well. Every celestial tournament features a saintess from the Feng clan. It is said that Feng Shirlan, as this year's saintess, possesses formidable strength. The 7th on the golden list. Ling Yuhan. Upon seeing these names, Li Muzhou felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. He vaguely recalled the names he had seen on the Bodhi Tower's heavenly ranking. The Feng clan's Feng Shirlan must be a descendant of the 4th-ranked Feng, she, the fairy S for Ling Yuhan. The 7th place, she could very well be a descendant of Ling Feng, who ranked 2nd on the Bodhi Tower's heavenly ranking. 6th on the golden list, Sun Yizhou, with a score of 2, 589, 600. 5th, Nalin Qianyu, with a score of 2, 894, 770. 4th, Wei Lang, with a score of 2, 941, 763. The sight of Wei Lang claiming 4th place caused an uproar. Wei Lang was originally 4th on the Hidden Dragon list, yet now he had directly surged to 4th place, with a score that exceeded Nalin Qianyu's by a small margin, marking him as another dark horse following Xia Jinlong. Indeed, Wei Lang had performed admirably to haha. Those old fellows that said Wei Lang wouldn't make into the top 5. This time, they've been proven wrong, haha. On the observation platform, everyone from Wei Lang's sect was overjoyed. They were quite satisfied with this ranking. In the square, Gu Qingxian anxiously looked at the golden list, which had now reached 4th place, and exclaimed, "Sister, why isn't Master S name on the list? What are you anxious about? My Master S strength is certainly first." Gu Qinghan replied, gazing proudly at the golden list, brimming with confidence. "Yes, Elder Muzhou will undoubtedly secure the first position." Zhao Heng's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on the golden list. The final 3 names that appeared on the golden list were the real highlights. However, the question remained, what place would Li Muzhou achieve? In a fleeting moment, the golden list was refreshed again. 3rd place, Jiang Chun, with a score of 3, 952,009. What the heck? How is Jiang Chun 2nd on the Hidden Dragon list, only in 3rd place? With over 380,000 points, he surpasses Wei Lang in 4th by more than 70,000 points. Yet he is only 3rd? Good heavens, this top 3 is simply outrageous. However, even more shocking events lay ahead for the onlookers. 2nd place on the golden list, Yi Wudao, with a score of 3, 996 for 41. Hiss. The 1st on the Hidden Dragon list, Yi Wudao, is actually in 2nd place. What? Who on earth is 1st? My heart can't take this. It had long been rumored that Yi Wudao and Jiang Chun were evenly matched in strength. And their scores are quite similar, aren't they? Not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, but even Yi Wudao himself was taken aback. "I must see who the first truly is," Yi Wudao said, crossing his arms and sneering. In an instant, the golden list was refreshed once more. 1st place, Li Muzhou, with a staggering score of 38, 800, 669. Li Muzhou 1st. This must be a joke. 3,880,000 points for 1st place. Yi Wudao has 3,900,000. Shut up, open your eyes, and take a good look. That has 38 million. What? This is ridiculous. The 2nd place doesn't even have a fraction of the 1st S score? Silence from the observation platform to the square. Everyone fell into a state of shock. Chapter 63. Extraterritorial Forces, the Celestial Witch Clan strikes. 38 million. My heavens, what is happening? This is terrifying. After a brief silence, a thunderous uproar ensued. The only ones unfazed were Gu Qinghan and a few others, including Nalin Qianyu. They all knew of Li Muzhou's extraordinary prowess. "Congratulations, Brother Muzhou." Nalin Qianyu looked towards the direction of Li Muzhou, genuinely happy for him. She was not at all surprised that Li Muzhou had claimed 1st place. Having witnessed his might in the Flying Snow Secret Realm, she had once lamented that any prodigy would pale in comparison before Li Muzhou. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Li Muzhou thought as he gazed at his outstanding score, feeling he may have overexerted himself. He had practically cleared the demonic beasts in the 3rd trial world entirely. Otherwise, accumulating such a score would have been impossible. On the observation platform, "Father, elder, sister, look, this is the benefactor I mentioned." Shun Cece pointed excitedly at the first position on the golden list. What? What? Even though the Shun family had prepared themselves, they still did not expect the benefactor who helped Shun Cece to be this extraordinary. Shun Miao Miao stared at the score of over 38 million, feeling her mind was about to crash. She had struggled to accumulate a few more points to advance. Yet now she saw that the first-place S score exceeded the combined total of all the top 10 scores. The head of the Shun family rubbed his hands together. Quick, quick, Cece, tell us more about Li Muzhou. Everyone in the Shun family looked at Shun Cece, still unaware of why Li Muzhou had chosen to assist her. Senior Muzhou is incredibly formidable. Even the beasts of the divine travel realm cannot withstand a single stroke of his sword energy, the Grand Elder of the Shun family said nervously. Cece, get to the point. Why did he help you? Does he fancy you? That was what they were truly curious about, that if such a prodigy as Li Muzhou took a liking to Shun Cece, wouldn't he the Shun family sword of greatness? No, what are you all thinking? Senior Muzhou is an elder of Zhao Hong's sect. How could he possibly be interested in me? Shun Cece puffed up her cheeks angrily, glaring at everyone. Zhao Hong? The one who is often with you? Yes, look, Brother Zhao Hong has advanced too. Not only Brother Zhao Hong, but also 2 disciples of Senior Muzhou have advanced. Hiss, hiss. Everyone in the Shin family was left dumbfounded. Such a terrifying advancement rate. What kind of background did Li Muzhou have? Oh no, Grand Elder, you've doomed me. You were the one who consistently opposed Zhao Hong being with Cece. The Grand Elder immediately broke into a cold sweat. Cece, hurry. Please invite Zhao Hong over. We need to treat him well. No, we must make amends, aside from the Shun family. Nearly everyone was discussing the name Li Muzhou. Good heavens, over 30 million. This shatters all records. Doesn't he it? I heard from the elders in the clan that the highest score in history during the Prodigy tournament was only 10 million. Incredible, truly incredible. Which sect does Li Muzhou belong to? Could he also be a scion of a heavenly sect? But wait, the scions of the heavenly sects and the top 10 ancient clans are all on the list, yet I've never heard of Li Muzhou. A prodigy, I never expected the biggest dark horse this time to be Li Muzhou. A dark horse? Don't be ridiculous. A dark horse without strength could never amass such a score. Indeed, his strength must be exceedingly formidable. One individual was so astonished that he felt cold all over, his legs turning to jelly, continuously wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. What kind of monster is he? Thankfully, I did not cross paths with him. Qiu Zishu wiped his cold sweat, swallowing hard. The astronomical score of Li Muzhou instilled him with immense pressure. He now understood why all the prodigies who had entered the third world with him from the Hidden Dragon list had been eliminated. Surely, it was all Li Muzhou's doing. Had he known Li Muzhou was this monstrous, he would have dared to provoke him even with 100 lives to spare, detecting the arrival of the extraterritorial Witch Clan. The mainline task was issued. Defeat the Witch Clan's prodigies, with a mysterious reward to follow. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Li Muzhou's mind, the system chiming in. Extraterrestrial Witch Clan? Upon hearing this task, a hint of surprise crossed Li Muzhou's face. Yet, it was merely surprise. The Lingxiao realm is vast, and Li Muzhou's current location is merely on the Eastern Path continent. Beyond it lie other continents. Among them, the Witch Clan occupies the Celestial Witch Domain and frequently engages in warfare with the human race of the Eastern Path continent. According to ancient records, the most recent war occurred 8,000 years ago. The Eastern Path continent boasts 10 ancient clans and 10 heavenly sects. Yet even these colossal forces only match the Witch Clan's might. Historically, the wars against the Celestial Witch Clan have yielded mixed outcomes, with the Eastern Path often at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Nalan family's elder, Nalan Shui, had also arrived in Han City via spatial transmission, appearing beside the city lord. Just moments ago, Nalan Shui had sensed the powerful intrusion of an extraterritorial force into the human realm, prompting her immediate arrival. Upon seeing the name at the top of the golden list, Nalan Shui paused briefly, as if everything was within reason. She had anticipated Li Muzhou would claim first place. It could be said that this year's Prodigy tournament was his to win, yet she never expected him to achieve such an astonishing score in the first round. Back in her day, she had only accumulated 4 million points. The Han City Lord frowned and said, Nalan Daoist, did you sense it too? Yes. The Celestial Witch Clan has breached the barrier of the realm. Their intentions are not benevolent. Nalan Shuadai furrowed her brows tightly. They all understood that the aggressive Tianwu clan's arrival could only herald misfortune. As the titans of the human realm, they naturally rushed over at the first opportunity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moments after Nalan Shuadai's arrival, the leaders of the ancient clans stealthily manifested above the observation platform, along with the heads of the celestial sects such as Jiang Tianzong, Tianyin Jinzong, and Deluo Tianzong. Han Xian, please continue to preside over the proceedings. Should the Tianwu clan dare to cause disruption, we shall deal with them accordingly, the Jiang Tianzong's leader said, squinting his eyes calmly. Very well. Han Xian nodded. Sweeping his hand, summoning the golden list back with a resounding echo, he announced that the second round of testing would commence, and all members who had failed the first round would be forcibly teleported away. With a single hand gesture, Han Xian summoned countless beams of light that enveloped the eliminated members, each of whom materialized sequentially in the seats below the observation platform. The expansive square was left with merely 10,000 participants. A tearing sound echoed through the azure firmament as a massive rift appeared out of thin air, followed by a group of individuals clad in battle attire manifesting in the sky. Ha! How could the Tianzhu clan miss the human race's grand tournament? Boomed the voice of a bald giant, reverberating through the heavens, an overwhelming pressure radiating across the nine skies after the giant's appearance. The spatial rift yielded 10 youthful figures, all under the age of 30, the Tianwu clan. How have they arrived? A terrifying sense of oppression filled the air, and it was clear that one among them was a powerhouse of the Yin-Yang realm. The young figures behind him were all at the God Travel realm. The Tianwu clan's intrusion into the human domain could only spell disaster. The young prodigies on the square turned pale. For the Tianwu clan was considered the enemy of the human race. Han Xian slowly rose, gazing at the bald giant. Wu Hong, what is your intention? Han Xian, after a millennium, how have you not made any progress? Wu Hong jested. Upon hearing that your human realm was hosting a grand tournament, I specifically brought along the top 10 of our clan to have a friendly match. Rest assured, as long as your human prodigies can defeat my clan's champions, I will withdraw. No sooner had he finished speaking than a young man stepped forward. I am Wu Zhe, of the second layer of the God Travel realm, ranked 10th on the Tianwu clan's prodigy list. Who dares to challenge me? The expressions of the human leaders on the observation platform turned grim. They understood that the Tianwu clan's visit was nothing but a deliberate disruption. Such occurrences had happened before, and Wu Hong's boldness in bringing his kin indicated he had plans in place. Mishandling this could very well ignite a war between the two races. Do you think there is no one in the human race? I shall meet you. A figure shot into the sky. It was Wei Lang, ranked 10th on the Qianlong list. It is Wei Lang. Wei Lang, the holy son of the Tianyin Jinzong, had inherited the true teachings of the sect and comprehended the embryonic form of true intent. He would undoubtedly prevail. Yes, our human prodigies are no less formidable than the Tianwu clans. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. Youthful exuberance surged as, in a moment, Wei Lang soared into the air. All the young men cheered passionately for him. Wei Lang, hearing the thunderous cheers, felt his combat spirit soar. Who are you? I do not slay nameless foes. Wu Zhe turned his head, a cracking sound echoing as he regarded Wei Lang. I am Wei Lang. Ranked 10th on the Qianlong list. Wei Lang replied coldly. At this. Wu Zhe sneered derisively. Oh, so you're also ranked 10th? You are far too weak. You're not my match. The physical prowess of the Tianwu clan was innately superior to that of the human race. Their body-tempering techniques were unparalleled, in the same realm. It was only natural for them to possess such confidence. Nearby, a sensuously clad woman from the Wu clan chimed in with a sultry voice. Little junior brother, quickly defeat him. Sister wishes to stretch her limbs. The behaviors of the Wu clan diverged vastly from those of the humans, utterly unacquainted with notions of decorum. Ignorant, Tianjian sword technique. Meteor fall. A long sword appeared in Wei Lang's hand, merging with him to transform into a radiant arc that pierced toward Wu Zhe, while countless sword energies materialized in the void, presenting an impregnable defense. The Earth-grade supreme sword technique of the Tianyin Jinzong was assuredly formidable. Wei Lang was indeed the holy son of the Tianyin Jinzong. This strike would most certainly be unassailable. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. Yet, all cheers abruptly ceased. Wu Zei's palm radiated with a bronze glow, and a phantom of a demonic deity appeared behind him, shattering Wei Lang's sword energy with one blow, striking him squarely in the chest. Wei Lang's sword energies could not even breach Wu Zei's defenses. With a splutter, Wei Lang coughed up blood, plummeting to the square like a kite with its string cut, stirring up clouds of dust. Many of the youths had only read about the Tianwu clan in ancient texts, never having truly witnessed their might. Had the Tianwu clan not been powerful, the ancient texts would not have emphasized them so heavily. Today, upon witnessing the reality, all were left in shock. Even though both were the second layer of the God Travel realm, Wei Lang's defeat had come far too swiftly. The members of the Tianjian Sect wore equally grim expressions. This outcome had taken them by surprise as well. You are far too weak. Who else is there? Wu Zei cracked his neck, his domineering voice echoing, I shall meet you. In a moment, Lin Nantian, ranked 4th on the Qianlong list, could no longer bear to watch and soared into the sky like a streak of light. It is Lin Nantian. Lin Nantian was a prodigy on the verge of the 3rd layer of the God Travel realm, and the sword techniques of the Lin clan were renowned throughout the realm. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. Lin Nantian, ranked 4th, was set to battle the 10th-ranked prodigy of the Tianwu clan. Surely he would not lose again. Would he? Even Nalan Xinyu clenched her fists tightly. She had experienced Lin Nantian's sword techniques firsthand and found them extraordinary. The battle was on the verge of igniting, and indeed, Lin Nantian was in a far better position than Wei Lang, not falling to defeat in his first strike. However, during the 3rd exchange, Wu Zei's speed suddenly surged, reaching a pace that Lin Nantian could scarcely perceive, landing a punch on Lin Nantian's lower back. With a splutter, Lin Nantian spat blood, as an indescribable force wreaked havoc within him. Lin Nantian has fallen. Haha, it seems sister need not intervene. Little junior brother can sweep away the so-called human prodigies all on his own. This 4th on the Qianlong list is nothing remarkable. The it appears my senior brother need not step in. The Tianwu clan's prodigies mocked in unison. In stark contrast, the human side was utterly humiliated. Presumptuous, do you truly believe there's no one among my kin? Yi Wu Dao, ranked 1st on the Qianlong list, shall engage your esteemed skills. Taste my palm. At this critical moment, Yi Wu Dao, ranked 1st on the Qianlong list, made his move. Originally, Jiang Chun, who had just ranked 2nd on the Qianlong list, was also poised to act, but Yi Wu Dao preempted him, launching an assault toward Wu Zei on the observation platform. The leader of Jiang Tianzong wiped the sweat from his brow. Jiang Tianzong's strength lay in their mastery of external martial arts and body-tempering techniques. That Yi Wu Dao was undoubtedly a solid contender of the 3rd layer of the God Travel realm. Yet his opponent was the 10th of the Tianwu clan. There were still 9 more above Wu Zei. Even if Yi Wu Dao were to triumph, could he withstand the subsequent 9? The expressions of all the human leaders grew exceedingly grim. With the exception of Nalan Xuedai, she seemed unfazed by the Tianwu clan challenge. In her heart, she believed that collectively, they were no match for Li Muzhou. Even if several more powerhouses from the Tianwu clan arrived, they would only meet with bitter defeat. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, Yi Wu Dao had already engaged in combat with Yi Wu Dao's might indeed surpassed that of the previous 2, as he swiftly exchanged 10 strikes with Wu Zei. Ah! Ha! Both Wu Zei and Yi Wu Dao shouted simultaneously, their palms clashing in the void, employing Earth-grade supreme battle techniques. With a crack, Wu Zei's arm fractured, his complexion paling as he was forced back 30 steps by a single strike from Yi Wu Dao. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. With Yi Wu Dao's successful strike, all the young men erupted in cheers. Yet the leaders on the observation platform wore expressions of grave concern. It was over. Yi Wu Dao had been defeated. The leader of Jiang Tianzong furrowed his brow, his mood sinking to an all-time LOWTO the untrained eye. It may have seemed that Yi Wu Dao held the upper hand, yet they could discern that Wu Zei had sustained external injuries, while Yi Wu Dao bore internal damage. The earlier attack from the Wu clan's Yuanli had already injured Yi Wu Dao's meridians. Should he attempt to channel his spiritual power, he would find himself immobilized. In the heavens, Yi Wu Dao coldly declared. You have lost? I have lost? Ha! You are the one who will fall, Wu Zhe replied, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth with a nonchalant demeanor. Seek death. Yi Wudao's eyes flashed with cold light as he attempted to channel his power. However, in that instant, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his internal energy thrown into chaos, his meridians damaged, plummeting from the sky. Wu Zhe, a lone warrior standing against a multitude, mocked, "The human prodigies are nothing of note. Is there anyone else? How could this happen? It is over. It is over. Are all our human prodigies destined to be humiliated by them?" With Yi Wudao's defeat, the hearts of all sank to the depths of despair. Esteemed friends, I recommend someone who can turn the tide. Oh, who is this person you speak of, Snow? Li Muzhou. The numerous titans trembled at the mention of the recent conqueror atop the golden list. Swiftly, all their gazes followed Nalan Shui as she directed her attention towards Li Muzhou. Not look at me that I, too, can strike. The reward for being the champion of the Tianjiao conference rightfully belongs to me. Li Muzhou ascended slowly, addressing the multitude of giants perched at the pinnacle of the observation platform. He had initially intended to take action himself. Seizing the champion's reward in this opportune moment seemed most advantageous. Very well, Han Xian nodded. If you can represent our human race and defeat the talents of the Witch Clan, that championship reward shall be yours. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping across the Witch Clan's prodigies. Declaring I, Li Muzhou, challenge all of you Witch Clan wretches to come at me together. Chapter 65. You worthless scum. Who do you think you are? What? Arrogant fool. So you are Li Muzhou, are you? Do you even realize how foolish you are? You dare to challenge us all? You make me laugh. The 10 prodigies of the Witch Clan, hearing this, instinctively regarded Li Muzhou as deranged. Yet in the next instant, they found themselves speechless, as if a fishbone had lodged in their throats. Boom! In that fleeting moment, the oppressive aura of Li Muzhou at the 7th level of the divine travel realm erupted forth, reverberating through the air like thunderclaps, deafening all present. Simultaneously, the body of the Ziwei sword unleashed a torrent of sword intent. Blooming around Li Muzhou like a divine entity, 7th level of the divine travel realm. They gasped, "This is impossible. Why have we never heard of this Li Muzhou before? How has he cultivated to such a level? His bloodline is exceptionally unique, unlike any we have known." The 10 prodigies of the Witch Clan stood frozen. Whether it was the foremost elder brother or the recently mocking and chanting woman, they were all petrified. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Li Muzhou filled each of them with dread. They sensed it clearly. Death awaited anyone who dared to confront him. The disparity in realms was far too great. Even the mightiest elder brother of the Witch Clan was merely at the 4th level of the divine travel realm. How could they comprehend how someone so young had achieved the 7th level? Good heavens! Is this the true worth of being first on the golden list? No wonder it carries over 30 million points. It's terrifying. My word, so Li Muzhou is indeed the most monstrous talent of our human race. I had said that such an astronomical score could not have been achieved by mere luck, shattering historical records. Hope is restored. Our human race shall surely rise. In the square, the throngs of onlookers erupted in fervor. The 7th level of the divine travel realm. Such a cultivation level was sufficient to be regarded as a patriarch of a quasi-first-rate power. Yet, Li Muzhou was merely 23 years old. In contrast, the Witch Clan's talents appeared as if they had consumed something foul, their faces flushed with embarrassment, rendered speechless. Atop the observation platform, Han Xian exclaimed excitedly, "Snow, my friend, you knew all along that Li Muzhou is the most prodigious talent of our race. Did you not?" The other giants turned their attention to Nalan Shui. Indeed, even they were utterly astonished. A 23-year-old at the 7th level of the divine travel realm was a rare gem among the vast domains of the Lingxiao realm. The human race occupied merely a fraction of these domains. Yet among all the talents, those like Li Muzhou were exceedingly rare. Indeed, Nalan Shui replied solemnly, "Are you aware of the Feishua secret realm?" Yes, the most enigmatic aspect of that realm is undoubtedly the Bodhi Tower. Correct. Do you know this young man has shattered the ancient records of the Bodhi Tower, reaching its summit? Is that truly the case? Absolutely. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the gathered giants. They all understood how difficult it was to reach the pinnacle of the Bodhi Tower. Each of them had entered it at least once. and Li Muzhou's ascent signified an unprecedented level of talent. Silence enveloped the heavens and earth momentarily. In the entire Han City, every pair of eyes was fixated on Li Muzhou. He was now the most radiant figure in existence. "What? Have you lost your tongue? Was it not you who called me arrogant?" Li Muzhou's voice rang out, sword pointed at a witch clan prodigy. The young man gulped, his face crimson, unable to meet Li Muzhou's gaze. "And you little harlot, who claimed our race is without worthy individuals." Li Muzhou then directed his sword toward the sensually clad witch clan woman, mocking her. The woman, similarly flushed, dared not retort, in the overwhelming presence of Li Muzhou's might. She recognized her own insignificance. Despite the witch clan's naturally robust physique, the gap in realms was insurmountable, and she hesitated to step forward. "And you, come forth, all of you!" Li Muzhou's voice thundered like a storm. Pointing his sword at the witch clan prodigies, the T.O. single-handedly suppressed the 10 prodigies of the witch clan was truly a magnificent sight. All onlookers felt a sense of vindication. Oh wonder, I was eliminated. Indeed, there's no shame in losing to such a monster. It is only fitting. Had it not been for him today, the hearts of the 100,000 prodigies present would have surely suffered. The witch clan's scheme was indeed insidious. Qiao Jiming, ranked 15th on the Hidden Dragon list, and Zhou Qi, ranked 19th, shared similar expressions of excitement. They recognized Li Muzhou as the white-clad swordsman who had defeated them in the Third World. And they felt no resentment. In this moment, Li Muzhou was a hero. "I can't believe it. I am a fool, the biggest fool in the world." Qiao Zishu trembled, gazing at Li Muzhou's retreating figure, his legs shaking as a chill raced from his feet to the crown of his head. Reflecting on the days prior when he had mocked Li Muzhou, even sending his guardian to threaten him, he felt like a mere jester. Now he understood that had Li Muzhou chosen to, even his 5th-level divine travel guardian would have perished instantly. And considering Nalan Xinyu's enthusiastic demeanor towards Li Muzhou, he should have seen it coming as the saintess of the Nalan family. She had never shown such warmth towards any man. Something was amiss. It was over. Having offended Li Muzhou, his life was effectively ruined. Qiao Zishu dared not contemplate how monumental Li Muzhou's reputation would become across the major domains of the human race after this battle. If Li Muzhou sought retribution, would he have any chance of a peaceful existence? "Father, he is a senior from Zhao Heng's sect. Father, what has happened to you? Father, please wake up!" Shin Sisi exclaimed in shock. Witnessing her family head faint on the spot, they could never have imagined that the so-called senior would be merely in his 20s. More terrifying was the fact that he was at the 7th level of the divine travel realm. This entire affair unfolded rapidly, as if time had condensed into a singular moment. Suddenly, the sound of applause shattered the silence. The clapper was none other than the witch clan giant, Wu Hong, who regarded Li Muzhou with fervor. "Li Muzhou, you are impressive. With such talent, you can certainly stand among the best in the many domains of the Lingxiao realm. Today, I offer you an opportunity. Join my Tianwu domain and become my personal disciple. What do you say?" A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. The Tianwu clan and the human race harbored deep-seated enmity, yet he dared to openly recruit Li Muzhou. Instantly, countless gazes fixated upon Li Muzhou once more. "Preposterous, you wretched cur! Who do you think you are? Bring forth your little brats to face their doom." Li Muzhou's sword pointed defiantly at Wu Hong, his voice resonating with unyielding authority. Chapter 66. The 10 Great Giants of the Witch Clan Descend. The darkest hour? Who could have anticipated that the human race would produce such a defiant talent? Gentlemen, we must adjust our plans. This Li Muzhou must be eliminated, just as Li Muzhou unleashed his formidable pressure at the divine travel realm. Wu Hong utilized a secret technique to communicate with the other witch clan giants. The prospect of accepting a disciple was merely a facade that Wu Hong, one of the many giants of the witch clan, fully understood the terrifying threat posed by Li Muzhou. While the human race may not possess the innate physique of the witch clan, their understanding of the Tao surpassed that of any other race. The higher the realm of a human cultivator, the more exaggerated their combat power became. Recalling the ancient times, there were human cultivators capable of taking on 10 foes single-handedly, an unfathomable level of power that other races could scarcely imagine. Yet Li Muzhou's words stung like a profound insult to Wu Hong. Wretched cur, he seethed with rage at the thunderous proclamation echoing through the heavens. Very well, you have spirit, since you refuse to acknowledge my offer. Then perish! A thunderous roar erupted from the void, as Wu Hong gestured with a finger, summoning a massive force of energy that coalesced from thin air, locking onto Li Muzhou. Each movement executed by the titans of the Yin-Yang realm exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. This formidable energy struck fear into the hearts of all the prodigies present. Wu Hong, you shall not act with impunity here, bellowed the Lord of Hansheng, instantly teleporting into the air to shatter the energy directed at Li Muzhou. Unexpectedly, a sudden anomaly transpired. With a tearing sound, a crack appeared in the void, and a pale hand emerged from the fissure, swiftly dragging Han Xian into the spatial rift, vanishing without a trace. Damn it. Do they truly believe the human race is without defenders? Seeing this, Nailan Shui unleashed her sword, attempting to disperse the energy. As soon as Han Xian was pulled into the rift, Nailan Shui realized the gravity of the situation. The Wu clan had undoubtedly dispatched numerous masters from the Yin-Yang realm. It seemed her intuition was confirmed, as several spatial rifts appeared in the sky, from which a towering, dark-skinned giant emerged. The immense pressure silenced everyone in Hansheng. Should a battle erupt among the masters of the Yin-Yang realm, it would spell doom for countless lives. The dark giant of the Wu clan threw a punch, declaring, I have heard of the name Nailan Shui. You shall contend with me. With a thunderous crash, Nailan Shui was intercepted by the Wu clan giant, who sent her crashing into the spatial rift to the top of the viewing platform. The leaders of the Jiang Tianzong and other powerful figures were equally taken aback. Rising to attack the energy directed at Li Muzhou, in an instant, all the masters of the Yin-Yang realm present vanished, plunging into the spatial rift alongside the giants of the Wu clan. Any conflict here would unleash devastation with even the slightest ripple. Yet a dramatic change unfolded. The moment the myriad masters struck, several more spatial rifts appeared. Someone, pulling at their hair in disbelief, exclaimed, 10 masters, including Wu Hong and the two who had just attacked Han Xian and Nailan Shui. There were indeed 10 masters. In contrast, Hansheng could muster only 9 masters of the Yin-Yang realm. Boom, boom, boom. In that fleeting moment, countless human masters were ambushed and drawn into the spatial rifts. Meanwhile, the energy aimed at Li Muzhou was also dispersed as the many masters unleashed their attacks. To allow a Wu clan giant to slay Li Muzhou before their very eyes would be the height of absurdity. Silence. The entirety of Hansheng fell into an eerie stillness. A wave of despair enveloped the hearts of all present. The major human sects and the 10 ancient clans combined had so few masters of the Yin-Yang realm. Yet now, 9 had been pulled into the spatial rifts, while Wu Hong remained on the opposing side. Among those present, the strongest were merely a few elders at the pinnacle of the godly travel realm and several half-step Yin-Yang masters, utterly inadequate against true giants of the Yin-Yang realm. The Wu clan had come prepared, and underestimating their resolve had led to dire consequences that Wu Hong had intended to utilize his clan's prodigies to deal a heavy blow to the human prodigies, but unexpectedly encountered the anomaly that was Li Muzhou, forcing a change in plans. If he could eliminate Li Muzhou, this operation would be deemed a success. Brat, I shall grant you one more chance. Kneel and submit, and I shall spare your life. Wu Hong's demeanor was that of a dominator, mockingly addressing Li Muzhou. Ha! Are you still so arrogant? You will have no choice but to serve my Wu clan as a hound. Just moments ago, you called for us to join forces. Now, who can save you? Oh, Li Muzhou, why not speak up? What is the matter? Have you lost your voice? Are you too frightened to respond? Indeed, with the human masters ensnared in the spatial rifts. Who could come to his aid? The 10 prodigies of the Wu clan felt a surge of confidence. Although Li Muzhou had initially intimidated them, they now felt vindicated. Without the human masters of the Yin-Yang realm, Li Muzhou was insignificant. You pesky flies are quite bothersome. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes as he swung his sword. Clang Soul, O wandering dragon! The sound of the sword echoed like a dragon's roar, unleashing a massive, ice-blue sword energy that shot toward the 10 prodigies of the Wu clan. Among them, the loudest was the 10th-ranked Wu Zhe and a fiery woman. This strike carried immense force and was imbued with the essence of the sixth grade ice and fire. Li Muzhou felt no concern at worst. He could summon Luo Han. With Luo Han's strength at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm, even Wu Hong or several other Wu clan giants would be insufficient to contend with him. However, before that, Li Muzhou wished to ascertain certain matters. Having just acquired the supreme ZY sword domain, he wondered if it could be combined with the chaotic level ZY sword body to challenge the Yin-Yang realm. Among the giants of the Yin-Yang realm, few could fully master the domain of laws, and the supreme domains were exceedingly rare, let alone the sword domain, regarded as the pinnacle of lethality, as the sword was unleashed. The prodigies of the Wu clan collectively paled. Their instincts screamed that none could withstand this blow. 6th grade essence. Wu Zihua, the top prodigy of the Wu clan, felt his scalp tingle, his pupils constricting, as the foremost prodigy of the Wu clan. He had just approached the 5th level of the godly travel realm and grasped the embryonic form of true essence. Yet he fell vastly short compared to Li Muzhou. Merely the 6th grade essence was enough to obliterate him. He could not withstand it. Humph. Before me, you wish to harm my Wu clan disciples? You possess 6th grade essence. What a pity. Today you shall fall by my hand. Wu Hong struck out with the palm, effortlessly shattering Li Muzhou's sword light. His murderous intent palpable. You have gone too far. Everyone, strike with me. If we can delay, the ancestors of the other ancient clans will arrive. The speaker was the deputy lord of Hansheng, Han Xian's brother. A formidable presence at the 9th level of the godly travel realm, a half-step into the Yin-Yang realm. Despite his words, attempting to impede a true master of the Yin-Yang realm with a few half-step Yin-Yang figures was a fool's errand. A bunch of worthless trash thinks they can stop me. The ancestors you speak of are likely struggling for their own survival at this very moment. Today, Li Muzhou is doomed. The deputy lord and others turned pale. Could it be that the entire Wu clan had mobilized? Instantly, despair engulfed each heart. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying aura surged to the heavens, accompanied by countless purple sword energies erupting. Enveloping all of Hansheng, Chapter 67. The might of a ZY sword domain and the chaotic sword body. ZY sword domain, activate. ZY sword body, accelerate. Waves of purple energy rippled from beneath Li Muzhou's feet. The ZY sword domain expanding to encompass a 1,000-mile radius, leaving all spectators in awe of the magnificent spectacle. The sword intent of the chaotic sword body melded with the ZY sword domain, transforming Li Muzhou's presence into one of terrifying power, akin to a deity striding upon the earth. As Li Muzhou walked through the air, his voice resonated. Wu Hong, you persistently seek my demise. I shall see who meets their end first. With the eruption of the chaotic sword body and the ZY sword domain, Li Muzhou felt capable of contending even with the giants of the Yin-Yang realm. This marked his first time exerting himself fully. Since his arrival in this world, he had never faced a situation as grave as this. What divine power is this? The purple radiance is entirely composed of sword intent. My goodness, it's terrifying. I feel that even a mere brush of sword intent could reduce me to ashes. What is happening? Does the godly travel realm possess such divine power? All onlookers were rendered speechless. Domains were typically understood only by high-level masters of the Yin-Yang realm, and their quality was generally low. Many Yin-Yang masters had yet to grasp the concept of a domain. Even the experts at the 9th level of the godly travel realm, or those half a step into the Yin-Yang realm among the spectators, did not immediately recognize Li Muzhou's manifestation as a domain of laws. Yet they all sensed an instinctive sense of crisis. Anyone enveloped by Li Muzhou's ZY sword domain shared this feeling. Impossible. How did you accomplish this? How can a godly travel realm cultivator comprehend a domain of laws? Others may not understand the domain of laws, but Wu Hong, being a genuine giant of the Yin-Yang realm, recognized at a glance that Li Muzhou had indeed manifested the domain of laws. It was important to note that although he was a master of the Yin-Yang realm, he had yet to comprehend the domain of laws himself. The chasm between the ordinary Yin-Yang realm and those who grasped the power of space and the domain of laws was immense. What? A domain of laws? Impossible. This must be a deception. How can a godly travel realm cultivator comprehend a domain of laws? The 10 prodigies of the Wu clan were equally stunned. The domain of laws was something that even ordinary giants of the yin-yang realm might not master. And throughout history, there had been no record of a godly travel realm cultivator comprehending a domain of laws. The alluring woman who had been the loudest moments ago was now speechless, unable to accept the shattering of her perceptions, feeling as though she were a mere clown in this moment. Humph. The gap between the godly travel realm and the yin-yang realm is akin to a chasm. Even if you have comprehended the domain of laws, what of it? With the presence of the esteemed Wu Hong, your demise is inevitable. The enchanting woman let out a cold laugh, eagerly anticipating Wu Hong to swiftly eliminate Li Muzhou. In his presence, she, the second-ranked prodigy of the Wu clan, felt utterly ordinary, a reality she could not bear. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Throughout Han City, the sound of gasps echoed incessantly. This young man truly exceeded my expectations. Who would have thought that the legendary Chaos Sword body was indeed real? Wu Hong fixed his gaze on Li Muzhou, perplexed. Yet when he witnessed the terrifying sword intent continuously emanating from Li Muzhou, understanding dawned upon him. What? The Chaos Sword body. The first ranked of the potential dragon list. Yi Wu Dao exclaimed in astonishment as turbulent waves surged within him at the sight of Li Muzhou's figure. He had read about the legends of the Chaos Sword body in ancient texts, recognizing it as a unique bloodline. Yet it paled in comparison to the Chaos Sword body in, oh wonder, he is indeed the Chaos Sword body. Even the ancestor failed to discern it. Nalan Xinyu covered her crimson lips, equally astonished. Previously, she had acknowledged Li Muzhou's prowess. But she had no idea that what she had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. His strength far surpassed her imagination. The top 10 prodigies of the potential dragon list stood frozen in place. Realizing for the first time the extent of Li Muzhou's monstrous talent, an existence they could only look up to. Furthermore, Li Muzhou seemed indifferent to the hollow prestige of the potential dragon list. While they squabbled amongst themselves, unable to even best the 10th-ranked prodigy of the Wu clan, ITS over. Qiu Zishu collapsed onto the ground, terror etched on his face. Li Muzhou's performance had completely shattered his perception. Even their ancestor appeared insignificant before Li Muzhou, while he himself felt like a mere clown. The entire city was left in a state of shock. The domain of laws, the Chaos Sword body. The convergence of such factors in a single individual was nothing short of extraordinary. The boundless sword cannon, the soul of the wandering dragon. As Li Muzhou wielded his sword, a terrifying sword aura swept across the heavens. With a single strike, the heavens and earth changed color. Empowered by the Chaos Sword body and the ZY sword domain, Li Muzhou felt that the might of this sword surpassed his previous strike by over 100-fold. Likewise, the consumption was staggering. Just how abundant was his magical power? Yet, maintaining the ZY sword domain while executing this move drained a full 10th of his magical energy. Humph. You are merely at the spirit travel stage. Whom do you look down upon? Wu Hong bellowed, his terrifying aura soaring into the sky as the space around him began to fold and twist. Li Muzhou's sword strike had evoked an ominous sensation within him. However, the difference between the spirit travel and yin-yang stages remained, and he could not simply retreat without a fight. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Wu Hong unleashed a terrifying force from his arms, his bronze palms lifting into the void, conjuring a black spiritual energy shield to clash with Li Muzhou's sword aura. Yet, within a mere breath, the shield was riddled with cracks. Another breath passed, and the sword aura pierced through Wu Hong's entire being. Wu Hong's face was a mask of disbelief, caught in a state of confusion, but he had activated an Earth-tier supreme defensive martial technique and employed the unique spatial abilities of a yin-yang stage. Yet they could not withstand the attack. He attempted to evade, but the ZY sword domain had already enveloped him, leaving him no choice but to brace himself for the strike. Boom! Boom! The terrifying sword aura erupted upon Wu Hong's body, leaving multiple trails of blood. His hair was disheveled, and his armor shattered in an instant. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? All onlookers were left aghast, particularly the elders at the observation platform, all at the 9th level of the spirit travel stage. Lost their composure. That single sword strike, had it been directed at them, they would have perished instantly. And now, even the yin-yang stage powerhouse, Wu Hong, was in a state of utter disarray, his armor destroyed. Damn it. Wu Hong, witnessing his own humiliation, was filled with rage. Yin-Yang stage powerhouse. How could he be cornered to such an extent by a young man at the spirit travel stage? Earth-tier low-grade martial technique. Treading the mountains and rivers. In a fit of fury, Wu Hong unleashed his strongest ultimate technique. A shadow of a demon god appeared behind him. And with a single step, the boundless space began to distort as if it were about to shatter the mountains and rivers. Within Li Muzhou's sword domain, he could only choose to break through with sheer power. Yet Li Muzhou remained unfazed, forming a hand sign. The boundless sword cannon, all swords returned to one. Clang, clang. The swords in the hands of all cultivators in the city erupted with a terrifying sound of sword cries. An impressive 10,000 flying swords soared into the air, forming a dense river of swords that surged toward Wu Hong with the force to destroy the heavens and the earth. A mere parlor trick be shattered. Wu Hong's earth-tier martial technique, with a single step, unleashed boundless might, intending to shatter Li Muzhou's river of swords. Chapter 68. Forcefully slaying the Wu clan's giant in the sky. It was as if two deities were locked in battle. Li Muzhou unleashed a majestic river of swords, overwhelming Wu Hong with a thunderous force. Indeed, it was an overwhelming tide. Wu Hong's earth-tier martial technique, though seemingly formidable, could only break through a third of the river of swords before it faltered. With the support of the ZY sword domain, Li Muzhou's swordsmanship surged dramatically, and every sword within the river possessed immense power. Incomprehensible to the ordinary. How is this possible? Break for me! Break! At this moment, Wu Hong experienced the anguish of countless swords piercing his heart, as innumerable beams of sword light relentlessly wounded his body. If not for the formidable physique of the Wu clan sustaining him, Wu Hong felt he might perish at any moment. Boom! 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 The heavens echoed with immense roars, as if the very earth were splitting apart. Slice! Li Muzhou maintained a calm demeanor, the Daluo sacred sword naturally slashing forth, a terrifying beam of sword light, empowered by the ZY sword domain, precisely targeting Wu Hong. The Yin-Yang stage was indeed the Yin-Yang stage. Even as he unleashed such a powerful killing move, he still sensed that Wu Hong's life force had not diminished significantly. If that is the case, then let me add fuel to the fire. Who says that beneath the Yin-Yang stage, all are but ants? The legend that the spirit travel stage cannot defeat the Yin-Yang stage will be shattered by me. The celestial flying immortal. The might of this sword surged, amplifying by over 100-fold. Countless swords piercing the heart. The celestial flying immortal. The fusion of these two ultimate moves instantly surpassed Wu Hong's capacity to endure. With a piercing sound, the terrifying sword energy of the celestial flying immortal pierced through Wu Hong's chest. Simultaneously, Li Muzhou propelled the sixth-grade essence of ice and fire to its utmost limit, further disarraying its aura. Puffed, puffed, puffed. With the first sword piercing through his chest, a second followed. Ah! In an instant, a chilling scream echoed, sending shivers down the spines of all present. And one could see what transpired within the river of swords. But Li Muzhou could clearly perceive Wu Hong's life force rapidly waning. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. After 10 breaths, the river of swords dispersed, countless flying swords encircling Li Muzhou like a guard for a king, while the scene within the river left throughout history. The Witch clan has waged wars on multiple occasions, experiencing victories and defeats against the human clan, yet failing to gain any significant advantage. Over the past 10 millennia, the Witch clan has bided its time, amassing over 20 formidable leaders within the Yin-Yang realm, alongside an impressive generation of the 10 most exceptional talents, who chose to engage just as the human clan's grand tournament was about to commence. However, to their astonishment, these prodigies barely had the chance to showcase their prowess before being trampled by a single individual. Li Muzhou to ask for fleeing. It was not that the thought did not cross their minds, but the reality was that it was simply impossible. After all, Li Muzhou had already slain the titans of the Yin-Yang realm. Could they truly escape? Furthermore, under the oppressive coverage of Li Muzhou's purple star sword domain, they found themselves severely constrained, rendering any notion of escape mere fantasy. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Even the proudest of geniuses must bow their noble heads. With a sharp clang, as the 10 prodigies pleaded for mercy, Li Muzhou's sword struck, unleashing a fiery blade of energy into the air. No, I will fight you to the end. Li Muzhou, why must you eradicate us completely? I am prepared to become a servant. What more do you desire? When our witch clan's might returns, your demise is inevitable. Yet, in that fleeting moment, as the 10 prodigies sprang into action, it was clear they were merely stalling for time. The notion of servitude was entirely out of the question. They still harbored the delusion that if Li Muzhou did not kill them, they could await the return of the witch clan's champions, and it would be Li Muzhou who would meet his end. However, this petty scheme had long been seen through by Li Muzhou. Those not of my kind harbored different intentions. If I do not slay Wu Hong today, every one of us, including myself, shall perish. With a thunderous crash, a spatial rift tore open at a critical moment, and the bloodied Lord Wang Hong of the Tianjian Sect emerged, his aura gravely weakened. It's over. Our human clan is facing a great calamity. This deputy lord of the Witch Temple is a pinnacle existence in the 5th layer of the Yin-Yang realm, and he is no match for me. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Hong was taken aback that he distinctly remembered that when they were ambushed by the Witch Clan's champions, Wu Hong had still been present. Where is Wu Hong? In that instant, he saw Li Muzhou battling the 10 prodigies of the Witch Clan, who appeared utterly terrified. How bold! A powerful voice echoed from within the spatial rift, the deputy lord of the Witch Temple. Wu Ming also took note of the unfolding chaos, extending a pale hand from the rift to strike at Li Muzhou's sword light. Yet, it was too late, and oh, Ancestor Ming, save me! The 10 prodigies screamed in agony, their bodies falling lifelessly to the ground. In the presence of Wu Ming, Li Muzhou executed the 10 prodigies with overwhelming force, leaving no survivors. Congratulations, host, for slaying the 10 prodigies of the Witch Clan, achieving a critical hit, advancing 1 tier in the realm, and receiving an evolution of true intent. As Wu Ming stepped out of the rift, his gaze fixated on Li Muzhou, his expression one of shock. Who dared to harm her? In that fleeting moment, several figures emerged from the spatial rift. All the remaining human clan leaders appeared in the sky, their auras diminished, and the situation appeared dire. In stark contrast, the Witch Clan's Yin-Yang realm leaders emanated an overwhelming presence. They had come prepared, having strategized extensively, and swiftly inflicted heavy injuries upon their adversaries. Meanwhile, other ancient clans, such as the Phoenix and Kunpeng clans, also found themselves targeted by the Witch Clan's giants. Nailin Shui wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and immediately turned to Li Muzhou, her eyes wide with astonishment. What is this? A sword domain of law? A chaotic bloodline. Seeing Li Muzhou in that moment left her utterly speechless. She had anticipated the arrival of the formidable expert behind him to intervene, yet that elder did not appear. And instead, Li Muzhou had annihilated the 10 prodigies of the Witch Clan. All the other leaders' gazes converged upon Li Muzhou as well. Silence. All the leaders fell silent. Just moments ago, they had been embroiled in chaotic battles within the spatial turbulence. Yet now they were rendered speechless by Li Muzhou's astonishing display. How could a mere figure of the divine travel realm comprehend the domain of laws that even many in the Yin-Yang realm could not grasp? Moreover, the overwhelming aura of Li Muzhou's chaotic purple star sword body left them in awe. What of Wu Hong? Deputy Lord Wu Ming's cold gaze bore into Li Muzhou as he inquired. I have slain him. His body is yet to grow cold. Li Muzhou nonchalantly gestured toward the corpse on the plaza. What? Wu Ming's pupils constricted as he followed Li Muzhou's indication. In the plaza, amidst a vacuum, lay a half-human, half-skeletal corpse. Indeed, it was Wu Hong's lifeless body. Gasp, gasp, gasp. He had actually slain Wu Hong. Impossible. Wu Hong was a giant of the 2nd layer of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he have been defeated? Are you blind? Did you not see that Wu Hong has already perished? Ha! Heaven bless our human clan. Li Muzhou, you're truly our greatest genius. The other leaders gasped in astonishment that a being of the divine travel realm had not merely defeated, but slain a figure of the Yin-Yang realm. There is a stark difference between defeat and death. In that moment, Li Muzhou's aura shifted once more, advancing to the 8th layer of the Divine Travel Realm. The 8th layer of the Divine Travel Realm? The Witch Clan's giants were once again taken aback, disbelief etched across their faces. Ordinary individuals must toil for years, even decades, to ascend through each layer of the Divine Travel Realm. Even prodigious talents require a gradual accumulation of resources. Yet Li Muzhou had been in the 7th layer just moments ago and had now ascended to the 8th layer. Master has grown even stronger. There is nothing in this world my master cannot achieve. In the crowd, Gu Qinghan stood tall, addressing the Witch Clan leaders. Indeed, Senior Muzhou not only eliminated Wu Hong, but also completely annihilated all 10 of your prodigies. You Witch Clan should leave immediately. We, the human clan, do not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. Senior Muzhou is mighty. Senior Muzhou is mighty. A voice erupted from the crowd, igniting a fervor as all began to chant Li Muzhou's name. Their spirits soaring, he was undoubtedly the rightful first genius. What manner of man is he? The 8th ranked on the Qianlong list. The Phoenix Clan Saintess Feng Shirlan gazed at Li Muzhou's silhouette, her heart stirred with ripples of admiration. Deputy Lord, this child cannot be spared. Deputy Lord, if this child is not eliminated, our Witch Clan shall face great peril. Deputy Lord, take action. He was able to slay Wu Hong, yet with our combined strength, he is bound to perish. At that moment, all the Witch Clan giants harbored murderous intent, their sights set on Li Muzhou. When Wu Hong acclaimed that Li Muzhou must be dealt with, they had not felt the urgency of the matter. However, with Wu Hong now dead at Li Muzhou's hands, and the 10 prodigies also fallen, the situation had grown dire. It was worth noting that Li Muzhou was merely at the 8th layer of the Divine Travel Realm. Should he break through to the Yin-Yang realm, he would undoubtedly become a dominant force within it. That if he were to ascend to the Nirvana realm and claim kingship, he would surely become a formidable monarch. As the eerie atmosphere thickened, the human clan leaders too sensed the impending threat and gathered protectively around Li Muzhou. Nailan Shui, with a gentle voice, reassured him, "Muzhou, do not worry that I will protect you with my life." "Thank you, Sister." Li Muzhou gazed at Nailan Shui's graceful figure, warmth blossoming in his heart. This was a friend worth having. At the very least, he sensed Nailan Shui's sincerity, devoid of ulterior motives, simply wishing to safeguard the pride of the human clan. Then, Li Muzhou calmly stated, "You are already injured. I possess the means to protect myself." Before his words had fully faded, Li Muzhou had positioned himself in front of Nailan Shui. Upon witnessing the not-so-imposing yet resolute figure standing before her, Nailan Shui momentarily lost her composure, her heart suddenly racing. Boom! The purple star sword domain surged forth, and an overwhelming essence of law swept across the heavens, causing the world to shift in color. Dark clouds roiling ominously. In this evolution of true intent, Li Muzhou's 6th grade true intent transformed into 5th grade. The celestial tyrant true intent. Nailan Shui covered her lips in astonishment, her jaw dropping in disbelief. If Li Muzhou had wielded the celestial tyrant true intent earlier, the moment he unleashed his myriad swords would have sealed Wu Hong's fate. With the emergence of the celestial tyrant true intent, a terrifying phenomenon unfolded. "Make your move," Wu Ming commanded coldly, unleashing a palm strike. Li Muzhou had left them in a state of utter shock at a being of the divine travel realm mastering the domain of sword laws, possessing a chaotic bloodline, and comprehending 5th grade celestial tyrant true intent. Even their Witch Temple's lord, a paragon of the 7th layer of the Yin-Yang realm, had only grasped the 4th grade space destruction true intent. The key point was that Li Muzhou was merely 23 years old. Li Muzhou, such a person, can no longer be referred to as a mere anomaly. In an instant, the grand battle erupted anew. Wang Hongdao, the master of the Zheng Heavenly Sect, proclaimed, "Everyone, protect Li Muzhou!" Boom! 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 In the firmament, amidst the dark clouds, various divine abilities and combat techniques were unleashed, while Li Muzhou faced the assault of a formidable master from the Yin-Yang realm. Nevertheless, with the essence of Tiangang and the domain of the purple star sword, he possessed ample means for self-preservation. Exhilarating. Why not slay another giant of the Witch Clan? If I can eliminate one more giant, I shall be nearing my limits. Worst, I can summon Luohan to my aid. As Li Muzhou wielded his sword, his mind raced. Engaged in combat with a Witch Clan giant, he noted that this opponent was evidently superior to the previous Wuhong. A peak existence of the second layer of the Yin-Yang realm, exerting considerable pressure on Li Muzhou, yet merely pressure. Suddenly, Wu Ming, the vice master of the Witch Temple, unleashed a terrifying celestial-grade combat technique, inflicting grave injury upon Wang Han. In a ghostly manner, he appeared behind Gu Qinghan, seizing her in his grasp. "Master!" "Ah!" Gu Qinghan cried out like a startled rabbit. With a mere thought, Wu Ming caused Gu Qinghan excruciating pain, eliciting a wretched scream. "Qinghan, you wretched creature, who permitted you to lay a hand on her?" Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou's wrath surged from within. The strongest presence among them was indeed Wu Ming, who had the audacity to scheme against Gu Qinghan in order to confront him. A peak master of the fifth layer of the Yin-Yang realm? Luohan, come to my aid. With the invocation of the summoning talisman, Luohan, donned in a flowing azure gown and devoid of any emotional fluctuations, materialized beside Li Muzhou, releasing a pressure that far surpassed Wu Ming's by 1,000-fold. Chapter 70. The Dispersing Soul Technique. Slay in the Celestial Witch Domain. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it, and it shall surely rage. Li Muzhou's reverse scale is none other than his beloved disciple, that he faintly recalled that frightened little girl from the 10,000 Great Mountains, the one who wielded his sword talisman to eradicate the Insha Valley, and the one who had shown him unreserved sincerity during her moments of madness. Over time, Li Muzhou had developed genuine feelings for Gu Qinghan. With a thunderous crash, as Gu Qinghan faced imminent peril, the sword talisman she bore erupted forth, though it stirred not a rippled. Li Muzhou, surrender your weapons. Wu Ming, reveling in his triumph, declared, "Otherwise, I shall crush your beloved disciple." He perceived that this woman shared a profound bond with Li Muzhou. Since he was indeed Li Muzhou's cherished disciple, it would undoubtedly render him hesitant. "Who allowed you to harm her? Luohan, assist me." Li Muzhou's furious voice resonated throughout the heavens. Luohan, clad in azure, appeared beside him. Boom! A pressure that eclipsed Wu Ming's by 1,000-fold erupted, leaving the giants of the human and witch races utterly stunned. 9 layers of the Yin-Yang realm? Wu Ming swallowed hard, shocked to the core. In this era, how could there still exist a master of the 9th layer of the Yin-Yang realm? Apart from those ancient factions that kept to the shadows, a giant of the 9th layer was merely a legend. Behind Li Muzhou stood a master of the 9th layer of the Yin-Yang realm. The human giants, including Wang Hong, were equally astounded, their mouths agape, fear written all over their faces that not be alarmed. This esteemed elder is one of Li Muzhou's own, Nalan Shui. Upon seeing Luohan, finally breathed a sigh of relief and explained to the others. She recalled the terrifying scene before the gates of the Tianjian Sect that day. Li Muzhou commanded her to slay anyone, and she obeyed without question. That obedient demeanor remained etched in her memory. Even she, in the presence of Luohan, felt utterly powerless. "Luohan, eliminate him." Li Muzhou pointed at Wu Ming, his voice laced with fury that if you dare kill me, I will kill her first. Wu Ming, alarmed, tightened his grip around Gu Qinghan's delicate neck, threateningly ditto. "Do give it a try," Luohan scoffed, a terrifying domain of laws unfurling. Time froze, space stilled. Wu Ming was instantly rendered immobile, unable to even breathe. With a resounding crack, Luohan's exquisite hand gestured, and Wu Ming's head exploded into a mist of blood, obliterating him on the spot. His spiritual sea vanished into nothingness. The vice master of the Witch Temple has perished. The remaining giants of the Witch Clan were left dumbfounded. One strike, and the vice master was slain. What was that domain just now? How could it freeze time and space? Li Muzhou, I have half an hour left. Are they all to be killed? Luohan regarded the remaining Witch Clan masters with an expressionless gaze, akin to observing mere ants. Li Muzhou had already appeared before Gu Qinghan, cradling her in his arms. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Kill." A merciless slaughter commenced. "Spare us, esteemed elder." "Ah, spare us. I was wrong. I vow never to set foot in the Eastern continent again." Li Muzhou, we were mistaken. Ah, the 10 or so giants of the witch clan attempted to flee, but could they escape? With each point of Luohan's finger, a giant exploded into oblivion, devoid of any chance of survival. There was no fleeing, no resisting. They could only plead for mercy. Countless gazes were fixed upon these towering giants, their emotions complex. Just a moment ago, the once mighty giants now resembled defeated dogs, kneeling on the ground, wagging their tails in supplication, strikingly similar to the demeanor of the 10 great prodigies moments prior. The vitality of the masters of the divine wanderer realm was immensely potent as one giant after another met their demise. An endless rain of blood began to fall from the heavens. The human giants had grown numb to the horror. Wang Hong and the others trembled, their legs shaking, unable to utter a word. Each of Luohan's strikes, seemingly ordinary, contained profound principles beyond their comprehension. The witch clan giants, who had nearly driven them to the brink of despair, appeared like lambs to the slaughter before Luohan. The visual impact overwhelmingly exaggerated. Naylan, do you know the background of this esteemed elder? Witnessing Luohan's indiscriminate massacre, Wang Hong cautiously transmitted to Naylan Shui, I do not know. However, I am aware that she is Li Muzhou's. Naylan Shui glanced at Wang Hong. Speaking coolly, and she executes Li Muzhou's commands unconditionally, does she not? She had long anticipated the outcome of the day. Initially, perhaps not all the witch clan giants needed to perish, but who had prompted them to provoke Li Muzhou's reverse scale? Indeed, it seems so. Wang Hong, as the master of the Jiang Heavenly Sect, was drenched in cold sweat. Thank goodness for Li Muzhou. Otherwise, should this esteemed elder descend, who among them could withstand even a single strike? Qinghan, awaken. If anything happens to you, I shall ensure the witch clan pays with their lives. Qinghan, please wake up. Li Muzhou was in a state of panic. He held Gu Qinghan's delicate form, administering healing pills repeatedly, pouring holy water into her, yet her breath remained faint. Setting aside matters of duty, Li Muzhou's feelings for Gu Qinghan compelled him to save her. It is all my fault. Had I summoned Luohan sooner, this would not have transpired. Li Muzhou was filled with regret. It was entirely his fault for being overconfident. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. The witch clan had sent over a dozen masters of the Yin-Yang realm, fully prepared. Each of these Yin-Yang masters proved to be exceptionally troublesome. He had been foolish in the blink of an eye. The witch clan giants in the sky all fell. In this battle, 12 giants perished, including the vice master of the witch temple. This moment, there were still a few witch clan giants scheming in the eastern continent, but they were far from Hansheng. Even if they wished to offer assistance, they would be too late. Moreover, the giants who had perished here had not transmitted even a whisper of news. Under Luohan's hand, they had no chance to send word. The square behind Li Muzhou lay deserted. Everyone had retreated far away, fearing to provoke Li Muzhou. Now, all were belatedly aware that the human race of the eastern continent had survived a harrowing crisis. The one who had faced the crisis was none other than the handsome man who now held his beloved disciple in a state of bewilderment. Swish, swish, swish! The giants fell behind Li Muzhou, and Naylan Shui approached to examine Gu Qinghan's injuries, furrowing her brow. Muzhou, my sister once read similar records in an ancient text. Gu Qinghan must have fallen victim to the witch clan's secret technique. The dispersing soul technique. Dispersing soul technique? Yes, humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. Wu Ming must have invoked the secret technique the moment he seized Gu Qinghan, which is why she screamed in agony. Everything aligns with the characteristics of the dispersing soul technique. Li Muzhou, filled with murderous intent, questioned, how can it be resolved? Naylan Shui replied gently. Within the witch temple lies a treasure known as the soul recovery pool. Only by bathing in the soul recovery pool can Gu Qinghan's 7 spirits return to their rightful place. Otherwise, she shall remain in a state of false death for the rest of her life. With no remedy, Luohan, follow me to the witch temple. Yes. With a rip, Luohan tore open a spatial rift at Li Muzhou. With a stoic expression, cradled Gu Qinghan and vanished into the rift alongside Luohan. Naylan Shui and the other human giants were momentarily stunned, silently mourning for the witch clan for 3 seconds. They understood that the witch clan had landed themselves in a dire predicament this time. Chapter 71. Decapitate the Master of the Witch Temple. Erase the Witch Temple from existence. 1. At the moment when Li Muzhou entered the spatial rift alongside Luo Han, he transmitted a message to Nalan Shui, saying, "Sister Shui, I have 2 disciples in my sect. I entrust them to your care." After each summoning, Luo Han could remain for half an hour at her own disposal. Her immediate priority was to rescue Gu Qing Han from the Witch God Temple. Thus, Gu Qing Xian and Zhao Hong would require Nalan Shui's supervision. In truth, it was unnecessary for Li Muzhou to speak. The prominent figures of the human race present would not neglect the 2 disciples of his sect. "Very well, I shall ensure their safety," Nalan Shui replied, watching Li Muzhou's figure disappear into the spatial rift. "How remarkable! Who exactly is this elder behind me?" "Do you know Shui Daoyu?" Wang Hong, the leader of the Zhuyang Tianzhu, gazed at Nalan Shui with lingering trepidation, astonished. "I am not aware," Nalan Shui frowned. "Did I not mention that this elder yields to Li Muzhou's every word?" Hiss, 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 despite having heard the same words before. The human giants remained awestruck, but a figure at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm, poised to ascend to the rank of a sovereign, obediently following the commands of a junior in the divine travel realm. How could one not be astonished? Of course, this junior in the divine travel realm was no ordinary individual, having slain a giant of the Yin-Yang realm. Who else possesses such capability? At the very least, Li Muzhou's current strength commands their respect. It seems the Witch God Temple is doomed. The leader of the Tianjian Sect sighed. To harm Li Muzhou's disciples is akin to committing an original sin. I did not anticipate it to be so surreal. Indeed, the Tianwu clan's advance is ferocious. Who could have known that Li Muzhou has a god of slaughter backing him? Perhaps the Lord of the Witch God Temple is still unaware of the situation. "Everyone, I have just received a plea for assistance from the leader of the Phoenix clan. The major ancient clan also has a giant from the Witch God Temple heading there. Why don't we split our forces and ensure that they are all kept here?" "Indeed, I share the same intention. Yes, they must not be allowed to return alive." The assembled giants of the human race quickly reached a consensus, tearing apart the spatial rift to head to various locations for support. With such an interlude in the talented gathering, it became rather mundane. Li Muzhou's performance and combat prowess far surpassed those of other talents, rendering any notion of dimensional suppression a mere understatement. Meanwhile, in the Tianwu domain, at the Witch God Temple, I have heard that the Witch God Temple has dispatched 12 giants to overturn the talented gathering of the Eastern Continent and simultaneously launch an attack on the Eastern Continent. I have also heard, it seems our summons were for this purpose. Although the Witch God Temple has long bullied us, their large-scale offensive against the Eastern Continent, without conscripting us as frontline soldiers, is somewhat humane. Shoo, lower your voice, lest calamity befalls us. Indeed, I wonder what tasks Wu Wuchang will assign us. Before the Witch God Temple, the leaders of various factions from the Tianwu domain gathered. Among them were 5 giants of the Yin-Yang realm and over 10 peak figures of the 9th level of the divine travel realm. These individuals represented the elite and quasi-elite forces of the entire Tianwu domain, with the Witch God Temple reigning supreme above them, a presence they were obliged to pay tribute to annually. With a thunderous sound, the great doors of the Witch God Temple swung open, and the experts entered one after another. Greetings, esteemed guests, and welcome to the Witch God Temple. Within a vast palace, Wu Wuchang, the master of the Witch God Temple, sat upon the throne, flanked by 3 elders and numerous half-step Yin-Yang realm elders. Greetings, Lord Wuchang. The experts appeared tense, bowing in deference. Wu Wuchang was a peak figure of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm, the foremost among the Tianwu domain, and with the presence of over 10 giants of the Yin-Yang realm, even the Eastern Continent would require a coalition of all elite forces to contend. Reflecting the extent of his control over the Tianwu domain. No need for formalities. I have summoned you here, and you must have heard the rumors. Our 12 giants of the Witch Clan have taken the lead and have already entered the Eastern Continent, intending to capture all the giants of the Eastern Continent during the talented gathering. Congratulations, Master! The crowd, regardless of their internal thoughts, feigned exuberance to congratulate Wu Wuchang. The human race of the Eastern Continent is finished. With my deputy leading the charge, we shall surely annihilate all giants of the Eastern Continent. At that point, will we require your assistance to occupy the territory of the Eastern Continent? Oh, is that so? Just as Wu Wuchang spoke, a dispassionate voice echoed from a void. With a tearing sound, a spatial rift appeared, and Li Muzhou alongside Luo Han emerged like celestial beings from the heavens. What? Wu Wuchang and the others were taken aback. How could their witch god temple, protected by a defensive array, be breached so easily, allowing others to teleport directly inside? Who are you? Wu Wuchang's pupils constricted as he stared blankly at Li Muzhou and Luo Han. Swish, swish, swish. All 9 giants of the Yin-Yang realm and 15 peak figures of the divine travel realm fixed their gazes upon Li Muzhou and his companion. They sensed that Li Muzhou emanated the aura of the divine travel realm. While the stunning ice-cold beauty beside him must certainly be a giant of the Yin-Yang realm, Li Muzhou remained expressionless, coolly stating, "We have come to annihilate your witch god temple." Annihilate my witch god temple. Absurd. Ha ha ha. Just the 2 of you. Wu Wuchang was left both enraged and amused by Li Muzhou's audacity. Present were 8 giants of the Yin-Yang realm, alongside numerous half-step Yin-Yang realm elders. How could these 2 possibly threaten the witch god temple? You jest. How utterly laughable. The many strong figures chimed in, deeming Li Muzhou's words mere bravado. Such arrogance. Do you not know that numerous giants of the witch god temple have already infiltrated your eastern continent? Be wise and kneel, and surrender. As for the beauty beside you, she might be kept as a concubine for our Lord Wuchang. A half-step Yin-Yang realm elder from the witch god temple rose. Looking disdainfully at Li Muzhou, silence. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes as he swiftly drew the Deluo sacred sword, unleashing a razor-sharp sword energy that sliced through the body of the half-step Yin-Yang realm elder in an instant. With a resounding bang, the elder who had just spoken was reduced to a cloud of blood. Li Muzhou's sword was too swift, so fast that the elder had no time to react. In an instant, everyone within the witch god temple was struck with shock. They could sense that Li Muzhou was at the 8th level of the divine travel realm, yet he could effortlessly slay a half-step Yin-Yang realm elder with a single strike, indicating that Li Muzhou was no ordinary individual, and his combat prowess was formidable enough to rival that of average giants of the Yin-Yang realm. As for the woman beside him, whose depths remained unclear, she likely posed an even greater threat. Wu Wuchang stood up, demanding, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Simultaneously, he swiftly utilized the Tianwu clan's secret techniques to contact the giants who had entered the eastern continent. The sense of danger that Luo Han exuded was palpable, but if he could recall the giants that had ventured into the eastern continent, then no matter how strong Luo Han was, she would have to succumb within the witch god temple. What do I intend to do? Your witch god temple has trespassed upon the territory of my human race. You must be prepared for extermination. As for the giants you dispatched, they have long since perished. Li Muzhou calmly fixed his gaze upon Wu Wuchang, sneering. What? Wu Wuchang and the others were taken aback. The sect leaders who had been invited by Wu Wuchang were similarly aghast. Impossible. Those were over a dozen giants. How could the human race possess the strength to annihilate them all simultaneously? Master, something is amiss. At that critical moment, a disciple rushed in from outside the witch god temple, his words striking like a heavy bomb, instantly stirring a tempest of shock. Chapter 72, slaying the master of the witch god temple, erasing the witch god temple from existence. What? How can this be? Wu Wuchang exclaimed in disbelief, while the elders behind him wore expressions of horror. The sect leaders invited by Wu Wuchang were equally astounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Since when did the human race of the eastern continent become so formidable as to annihilate the giants of the witch god temple? Why had they received no news of this situation? Such a circumstance could only suggest one thing. The news had not even had the time to be transmitted. It was highly likely that they had been eliminated in an instant. I shall take you down first, and then we shall see how you plan to destroy my witch god temple. Enraged and astonished, Wu Wuchang immediately unleashed his domain of laws, simultaneously releasing his 4th grade true intent, plunging the entire witch god temple into chaos. The 4th grade intent of spatial destruction was exceedingly tyrannical. Wherever his true intent passed, all space crumbled inch by inch, akin to obliteration. The witch god temple's dominion over the Tianwu domain was inextricably linked to Wu Wuchang's unparalleled combat prowess. Merely with his 4th grade true intent, This peak figure of the 6th level could rival a peak figure of the 7th level, easily sweeping through the entire Tianwu domain. With a swish, a massive hand conjured from thin air by Wu Wuchang was already approaching Li Muzhou. Zaiweijin domain, activate. Suddenly, an eruption of countless purple sword auras burst forth around Li Muzhou as two domains collided, simultaneously unleashing the essence of the 5th rank of celestial intent, narrowly evading Wu Wuchang's lethal strike. To the untrained eye, it appeared that Li Muzhou had barely escaped, yet those knowledgeable recognized the underlying truth. Wu Wuchang's heart was engulfed by an endless surge of shock. Yu, the realm of laws. 5th rank celestial intent. How could this be? Wu Wuchang was paralyzed with terror. The other giants present wore expressions of disbelief. How could someone at the divine travel realm comprehend the realm of laws? How could Li Muzhou evade a fatal blow, let alone someone of the divine travel realm? Even the giants in attendance would find it impossible to escape. I forgot to mention, your Wu temple's Wu Hong perished beneath my sword. At these words, Wu Wuchang was momentarily stunned. All present were rendered speechless. The 8th layer of the divine travel realm, killing Wu Hong. Wasn't that a fantastical tale? Yet Li Muzhou's ability to dodge Wu Wuchang's lethal strike indicated that he possessed such strength. After all, even Wu Hong would have found it difficult to evade that recent attack. Luo Han, eliminate him. Just as everyone was momentarily shocked, Li Muzhou issued his command. Very well. A glint of cold light flashed in Luo Han's eyes as her delicate fingers pointed. No, impossible. This must be a fabrication. Heavenly tier combat skill. Heaven and earth shatter. Wu Wuchang realized the gravity of the situation and instantly unleashed his most powerful technique. However, against Luo Han, all was in vain. A golden aura enveloped Luo Han's slender fingers, and a terrifying wave surged forth in an instant that Wu Wuchang's realm of laws was shattered in an instant. His 4th rank celestial intent was also crushed by an even more formidable essence. No! A blood-curdling scream echoed as a bloody hole the size of a finger appeared in Wu Wuchang's brow. In that fleeting moment, he wished to flee, yet escape was impossible. The gap in power between him and Luo Han was insurmountable. The master of the Wu Temple, Wu Wuchang, has fallen. Silence. All present were petrified. Eliminate them all. Leave not a single soul from the Wu Temple. Very well. Luo Han nodded, and in an instant, a terrifying realm of laws unfurled. With countless ice spikes manifesting in the void, screams echoed as the entire Wu Temple transformed. Li Muzhou furrowed his brow. Although ripples of emotion surged within him, he maintained his composure. With a swift motion, his hand glided along her smooth back. Resting at her enchanting waist, the trace of magical energy entered Gu Qinghan's body, gradually stabilizing her previously tumultuous aura. Such a mesmerizing scene made time stretch for Li Muzhou, each second feeling like an eternity. Curse be the bold. Let me have my peace. Strangely, Li Muzhou also felt his face flush with warmth. Yet cradling Gu Qinghan, he could do nothing but pray for her to awaken soon. The processes of dispersing and returning the soul are intricate and complex. This moment, Gu Qinghan had returned to her soul, but it would take another quarter of an hour for her to regain full consciousness. As each second ticked away, Li Muzhou felt his heartbeat quickening and his breaths growing more frantic. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, with Gu Qinghan still nestled against him, showing no signs of waking. Qinghan, please come back to me. If you linger like this, I fear I shall not endure. At that moment, Li Muzhou truly understood the feeling of blood rushing to his head. Were it not for his unwavering resolve, he might have succumbed to the overwhelming emotions. Suddenly, Gu Qinghan's long eyelashes fluttered, and her autumn-like eyes slowly opened. Before her was Li Muzhou's handsome face, flushed and calling her name. Memories flooded back to her, halting at the moment she lost consciousness. Who dares to touch her? Qinghan, awaken! Should anything happen to you, I will ensure the Tianwu clan pays the price. Qinghan, please wake up. The hazy images and Li Muzhou's anxious expression as he held her stirred a deep emotion within Gu Qinghan. With such a master, there is no regret in this life. No man could compare to her master, Not even a hair's breadth. Gu Qinghan's affection level increased by 10. Gu Qinghan's affection level increased by 10. Gu Qinghan's affection level increased by 10. The system's voice echoed continuously, and Gu Qinghan's affection level surged to 99, just shy of perfection. Master, thank you. Gu Qinghan wrapped her arms around Li Muzhou's neck. Her face was flushed, yet her heart was remarkably tranquil. She had fantasized countless times about bathing with Li Muzhou. Today, that dream had become reality. Not only was she damp, but Li Muzhou's well-defined physique was also a sight to behold. Every inch of muscle perfectly sculpted, exuding aesthetic beauty. With a soft sound, Gu Qinghan pulled Li Muzhou closer, her crimson lips pressing against his cheek. Da-da. Qinghan, you're awake? That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Li Muzhou was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, exclaiming as he immediately embraced Gu Qinghan, his proud stature momentarily compressed. Master, Qinghan thought she was dead. I missed you so much. Gu Qinghan clung to Li Muzhou's back, wishing this moment could last forever. However, the reality soon encroached upon their minds. With a splash, the awkward-faced Li Muzhou suddenly appeared at the edge of the soul-returning pool, turning his back to Gu Qinghan. It is my fault. Such occurrences shall not happen again. Prepare yourself, and come see me. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Muzhou vanished like a fleeting shadow. Hurry and leave. I nearly succumbed just now. Who can withstand this? Gu Qinghan gazed at the spot where Li Muzhou had disappeared, a hint of sweetness crossing her face. Although things hadn't progressed as she had imagined, she had genuinely felt blissful just moments ago. There would be plenty of time ahead. Just now, her master's flustered expression had been rather endearing. The Witch God Temple had been renamed the Heavenly Earth Temple, resembling the council hall of the Tianjian Sect in the eastern Dao continent. Do you have any intelligence regarding the Tianma Sect in the northern region of the Tianwu domain? Li Muzhou gently stroked his chin, looking at Yun Yun and Zhang Bo. Chapter 74. Recruiting 2 more Yin-Yang realm subordinates. The smaller continents within Lingxiao realm are referred to as Dao domains. When numerous Dao domains come together, they are termed a Dao continent, although the Tianwu domain borders the eastern Dao continent. Its scale is comparable to a specific Dao domain within the eastern Dao continent and is situated overseas. Thus, it is likely that these two, being prominent figures in the Tianwu domain's Yin-Yang realm, are well aware of the situation here. Superior bloodline disciples are crucial, and the mysterious gift has long tantalized me. I have heard of the Tianma Sect before, Zhanbo immediately replied. Bowing. The northern region's overlord is known as the Tianjian Sect. Most of the inhabitants there are demon cultivators, and the Tianma Sect is one of its subsidiary sects, classified as a second-tier sect. Oh, Li Muzhou responded nonchalantly. Then what is the Tianjian Sect situation? He knew he had annihilated the Witch God Temple and several other factions, but was uncertain about the Tianjian Sect's existence. You need not worry, Master. Yun Yun smiled sweetly. The Tianjian Sect cannot boast of anything beyond the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, ruled by the Tianzhu ancestor. Such a faction is not worthy of being a guest at the Witch God Temple. Those invited by the Witch God Temple must at least be at the second level of the Yin-Yang realm or belong to a dual overlord faction. The Tianjian Sect is truly beneath consideration. Oh, is that so? Then this simplifies matters. Li Muzhou smacked his lips, having thought the Tianjian Sect was a formidable force, given that the Tianjian Sect is so unimpressive. The Tianma Sect must be even weaker. Why the sudden inquiry about the Tianma Sect? Yun Yun asked curiously. Just a minor issue, by the way. How is the organization of the Witch God Temple's resources coming along? Over the past 3 days, the task of consolidating the Witch God Temple's remaining resources had been entrusted to Yun Yun and Zhang Bo, as they were his sole servants and would not err in their duties. Master, please review this. Yun Yun stepped forward, presenting 3 storage bags filled with the Witch God Temple's cultivation manuals, resources, and various treasures. Not bad. You two will accompany me, and I shall ensure you are rewarded for your efforts. A portion of the Witch God Temple's resources shall be allocated to you. Without hesitation, Li Muzhou quickly consolidated the resources from the storage bags, distributing 1/3 to the 2 of them. The remainder would be taken back for use at the Tianjian Sect in the eastern Dao continent. Thank you, Master. Yun Yun and Zhan Bo exclaimed in delight, bowing deeply in gratitude. Then, Yun Yun tentatively inquired, Master, I have an unspoken request. May I ask for your permission? Speak. My younger sister, Yun Yu, is the deputy master of the Flower Sect, at the second level of the Yin Yang realm. May she also follow you? Master, the elder of the Golden Blade Sect, Zhan Hongtu, is also at the peak of the second level of the Yin Yang realm and wishes to follow you as well. Yin Yun and Zhan Bo had discussed this matter 3 days prior. Li Muzhou was no ordinary figure. Behind him stood Luo Han, a pinnacle expert of the 9th level of the Yin Yang realm, capable of dispatching Yin Yang giants with ease. Is that so? Where are they? Li Muzhou smiled slightly, not expecting these two to genuinely consider his interests. Who would complain about having more subordinates in the Yin Yang realm? They are just outside the hall. Announce them. Yes. Yin Yu pays respects to the master. Zhan Hongtu of the Golden Blade Sect pays respects to the master. Shortly thereafter, a beauty strikingly similar to Yun Yun and an elderly man with white brows and a long beard entered. Yun Yu was Yun Yun's twin sister, while Zhan Hongtu was Zhan Bo's great-grandfather. Have you both made your decision? Li Muzhou asked solemnly, looking at Yun Yu and Zhan Hong at the master's ability to annihilate the Witch God Temple. The overlord of the Tianwu domain is reason enough for us to follow that I willingly serve alongside my sister, without regret. I never imagined the Witch God Temple would fall. It is an honor to follow you. Master point 3 days prior, when news of the Witch God Temple's annihilation and the fall of several factions reached the Flower Sect and the Golden Blade Sect, Yun Yu and Zhan Hongtu were left speechless. The Witch God Temple's downfall meant vast territories were now ripe for the taking. All of this was granted by Li Muzhou. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Just 23 years of age, Li Muzhou was at the 8th level of the Divine Travel Realm, wielding the Ziwei Sword Domain, possessing the Chaotic Sword Body, and mastering the 5th tier true meaning of the laws. All these factors combined made him an unparalleled existence. Destined for greatness, those who followed early would enjoy the spoils. These individuals, having lived for centuries, possessed keen insights. Very well. Now, release your spirit platforms and do not resist. Upon hearing his command, the two closed their eyes. Dropping all defenses and allowing Li Muzhou to act, he immediately condensed 2 slave seals and imprinted them onto their spirit platforms. Sensing the presence of the seals, the two respectfully bowed. We pay our respects to the master. Excellent. From today onward, you shall serve as elders of my Tianjian Sect in the Tianwu domain, responsible for its affairs. In a few days, Yun Yun, you and Zhan Bo shall accompany me to the northern region. Yes, Master point 3 days later, Gu Qinghan had completely recovered. Before Li Muzhou departed, he instructed, Qinghan, you shall remain here to cultivate. I shall return shortly. Master, I will await your return. Gu Qinghan was aware that Li Muzhou's journey was to take on disciples, and she would be pleased to have more junior brothers or sisters. With a rip, Yun Yun tore open a spatial rift, allowing Li Muzhou to step inside and directly traverse to the northern territory of the Celestial Witch Domain. The Heavenly Demon Sect, located in the northern borders of Yongchang City, is one of the several third-rate sects in the kingdom of Yangchuan. In a small courtyard behind the sect, a girl with an enchanting appearance and a spirited demeanor choked back her tears, saying, Mother, do not worry. Qin Yuan will surely break the curse and take you away from here. Opposite her, a woman shook her head bitterly. Ya Yuan, why must you put yourself through this? All I wish is for you to live well. Last time, you suffered greatly searching for the cold fragrance flower in the secret realm, damaging your meridians. Now, everyone in the sect looks down on you. It would be better for you to leave. The world is vast, and surely there's a place for you. Mother, you need not fret that I, Nangong Qin Yuan, will reclaim everything I have lost, she declared, but your illness cannot wait. That beast of a father is truly despicable. Nangong Qin Yuan, a demonic maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect, had already reached the 8th level of the Divine Pill Realm at the tender age of 18. Previously, her status within the sect was akin to that of a saintess in the Eastern Continent sects. But a year ago, during an expedition to a certain secret realm, she encountered a disaster, suffering an attack from a King Kong-level beast that left her meridians in tatters. Otherwise, an 18-year-old at the 8th level of the Divine Pill Realm would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy. All her efforts were directed towards curing her mother, who had suddenly fallen ill with a strange disease requiring the cold fragrance flower for treatment. From that day forth, the sky fell for Nangong Qinyuan. Her father, the current sect leader Nangong Jun, held her in disdain, and even her half-brother treated her poorly. The elders and disciples within the sect mocked her mercilessly. The celestial witch domain was chaotic, where strength was paramount, lacking the moral codes of the eastern continent, making Nangong Qinyuan's life increasingly miserable. In the blink of an eye, Li Muzhou and his companions had quietly arrived at the heavenly demon sect. Chapter 75. No, you have a choice. Is it her? Li Muzhou was situated in a pavilion on the back mountain, clearly observing every movement in the small courtyard, with two formidable disciples of the Yin-Yang realm present. The sect's members passing by remained oblivious to their presence. Although Li Muzhou had a task to accomplish, he believed it essential to assess the potential disciple. If she were a heinous villain, it would be better not to take her in. Despite the customs of the celestial, which domain differing from those of the eastern continent, there were still good people to be found. This extraordinary demonic maiden, who once commanded respect in the northern border, undoubtedly possessed remarkable qualities. Name: Nangong Qinyuan. Age: 18 realm. None, meridians damaged, bloodline, supreme demonic spirit body, dormant activation conditions, requires treasures of immense energy. The best option is the cold dragon grass. The moment Li Muzhou laid eyes on Nangong Qinyuan, her information appeared in his mind. Cold dragon grass? It seems this item isn't even found in the Witch God Temple's treasury. Wait, Li Muzhou suddenly recalled that among the rewards for the top prize in the Eastern Continent's Young Talents Tournament, there were numerous spiritual herbs, including the cold dragon grass. It would indeed come without effort. As he continued to observe the small courtyard, a whoosh announced the arrival of Zhan Bo behind him, who respectfully reported, "Master, I just probed the soul of a heavenly demon sect disciple. This girl is named Nangong Qinyuan, the daughter of the sect leader Nangong Jun, once the demonic maiden of the heavenly demon sect, but now she is but a waste." Li Muzhou frowned. What is the reason for this? Her mother was the daughter of a prominent family in Yongqing. Due to her beauty, she was taken as a concubine by Nangong Jun, but she suddenly fell ill with a rare disease, her vitality waning each year. Without the cold fragrance flower as a catalyst, she cannot be cured and will not live beyond 40. Because of this, her father also disdains Nangong Qinyuan's mother, subjected to ridicule by the other wives, and has been relegated to the quarters of servants. With their family suffering unwarranted calamities, to save her mother, Nangong Qinyuan entered a secret realm known to harbor the cold fragrance flower last March, but was unexpectedly injured by a beast within. Although she survived, she became a cripple. Since then, Nangong Jun has treated her with disdain, turning her into a laughingstock within the heavenly demon sect. Now living in this small courtyard with her mother, the funds for their sustenance come from Nangong Qinyuan gathering medicinal herbs and trading them in Yongchang City, leading a life of great hardship. Yet, she has never abandoned her cultivation, though progress remains elusive. As Zhan Bo spoke, a look of sympathy crossed his face. Nangong Qinyuan's plight was such that her status within the heavenly demon sect was even below that of a servant. Such situations were not uncommon in the celestial witch domain. It was simply that Li Muzhou was intent on finding this individual, which sparked a flicker of compassion in Zhan Bo as heart. At such a young age, she displayed utmost sincerity and filial piety, never relinquishing her yearning for life nor bowing to fate. Indeed, this girl was a talent. Yet, she was now a mere cripple. Why would the master seek her? Yun, equally perplexed, gazed at Li Muzhou's handsome profile and inquired, "You do not understand. She is the disciple I have set my sights on. O not be deceived by her current state. Her talent is far from ordinary." Li Muzhou replied confidently, his soothing voice resonating. What? Both Yun and Zhan Bo were taken aback. They had observed for some time, but could not discern what was remarkable about Nangong Qinyuan. In truth, even if Li Muzhou explained, they would not comprehend. Nangong Qinyuan's supreme bloodline was exceedingly unique. Unless one delved into extensive ancient texts, few would truly grasp what a demonic spirit body entailed. Someone is approaching. Li Muzhou's gaze fell upon a group of disciples clad in resplendent robes arriving outside the courtyard. The leader, resembling Nangong Qinyuan, strode directly into the small courtyard. Upon entering, the young man wrinkled his nose in distaste, clearly repulsed by the foul odor permeating the courtyard. "Ya Yuan, why must you torment yourself like this?" The young man addressed Nangong Qinyuan. "Tomorrow, the young lord of the heavenly calamity demon sect will arrive. Shouldn't you return and prepare? Nangong Mu, return and tell Nangong Jun that I will not consent to this. If you wish to grovel before the young lord of the heavenly calamity demon sect, do so yourself. To become his concubine is no better than death." Nangong Qinyuan coldly retorted, staring at her familiar, yet estranged elder brother. In the past, when she was the demonic maiden of the heavenly demon sect and a genius in her father's eyes, this elder brother had showered her with affection. Yet, the moment she fell from grace, his demeanor shifted drastically. Now, as she endured such abject hardship within the sect, he was complicit in her suffering. More disgraceful was that this elder brother, in his eagerness to curry favor with the young lord of the heavenly calamity demon sect, used her as a bargaining chip to force her into becoming his concubine. The young lord was notorious for his depravity, leaving a trail of women who met tragic ends, their deaths often harrowing. It was better to die than to marry such a man. Humph. Nangong Qinyuan, do not tempt fate that you still think you are the demonic maiden of the heavenly demon sect, the most beautiful woman in Yangchuan. Let me remind you, if you refuse, your mother and your maternal family will face dire consequences. This matter has been settled between my father and me. Do not forget your place, you worthless wretch. If it were not for your appealing appearance, do you think you would have lived to this day? The heavenly demon sect does not harbor waste. Let us go." After Nangong Mu finished speaking, he turned to leave. Nangong Qinyuan's fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, the pain in her palm overshadowed by her heartache. "Mother," she cried, as her mother wept, "Ya Yuan, please leave, as long as you escape from here. I do not care what happens to me. Leave." "Mother, how can I leave now?" Nangong Jun and Nangong Mu were resolute in their intention to marry her off to the young lord of the heavenly calamity demon sect. The heavenly demon sect was merely a subsidiary sect of the heavenly calamity demon sect. In this vast northern border, where could she possibly flee? "Ya Yuan, you should go to the heavenly mirror sect." Her mother urged anxiously that I heard that the witch god temple has been destroyed and the heavenly mirror sect has taken its place, that if you join the heavenly mirror sect, the heavenly calamity demon sect will not dare to touch you. The heavenly mirror sect, that is a colossal force capable of annihilating the celestial witch clan. What worth do I, a mere cripple, have? Mother, for you from my maternal family, I have no choice. I can only hope that the young lord can save you. Nangong Qinyuan felt despair wash over her. She was indeed a cripple. If becoming the young lord's concubine could save her mother and her entire maternal family, she would resign herself to it. "No, you have a choice." Suddenly, a warm voice resonated unexpectedly behind Nangong Qinyuan. Startled, she quickly shielded her mother behind her, turning to face the handsome man who had appeared out of thin air, her heart racing. Chapter 76. Nangong Qinyuan, I shall protect you. What a strikingly handsome man. Nangong Qinyuan's first reaction was such a thought. To be honest, she had encountered countless so-called handsome men, yet none could rival the one before her. His demeanor was cultured and refined, and his gentle voice seemed to carry an innate warmth, causing Nangong Qinyuan to involuntarily lower her guard. She was certain that the man in front of her was not a member of the heavenly demon sect. To effortlessly infiltrate the sect and make his way to the back mountain indicated that his cultivation was indeed extraordinary. "Who are you? What is your business here?" Although Nangong Qinyuan had relaxed her vigilance, she still positioned herself protectively in front of her mother, gazing at Li Muzhou as she inquired, "My name is Li Muzhou, that I know everything about you. You are Nangong Qinyuan, a genius who has been buried due to an accident, soon to become the future sacrifice of the heavenly demon sect." Li Muzhou revealed a row of pearly white teeth, looking at Nangong Qinyuan with a calm demeanor. "Oh, are you here to mock me? I have contemplated resisting fate, but I had no choice. If there is nothing else, please leave." Nangong Qinyao was convinced that Li Muzhou had come to ridicule her, and she spoke with a tranquil expression. Li Muzhou smiled slightly. You, my dear, truly possess a certain aloofness, don't you? What if I could help you resolve all your troubles? You appear to be barely in your 20s. How could you assist me? Moreover, my meridians are completely damaged. Besides this relatively appealing exterior, I possess little value, do I? She retorted, do not jest. In this world, where can one find love without reason? My father, the lord of the divine travel realm, is a formidable figure. You should leave now. Although Nangong Qinyao was only 18 years old, her thoughts were remarkably mature. Additionally, given that the land of the witch was a place governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak were devoured by the strong, her mindset naturally diverged from that of Dong Daozhou. Haha, do not fear. The divine travel realm is but a trifling matter. To me, it is akin to slaughtering chickens or butchering dogs. Tea noon tomorrow. Do as you please. Everything will be taken care of by me. After a confident smile, Li Muzhou's figure transformed into an afterimage and vanished. Divine travel realm? Senior, why do you treat me this way? Nangong Qinyao was taken aback, quickly looking into the void to inquire. The technique Li Muzhou had just demonstrated was undoubtedly one only a master of the divine travel realm could wield. Such a young individual of the divine travel realm was a rarity among the 9 nations of the Northern Territory. You and I are destined to meet, in an instant. Li Muzhou's gentle voice echoed from the void. Nangong Qinyao's favorability increased by 5, in the pavilion halfway up the mountain. Li Muzhou observed the slight increase in Nangong Qinyao's favorability with delight. This disciple is truly remarkable. Let us go and indulge in the culinary delights of the land of the witch. Master, the most famous delicacy in our land of the witch is the feast of all beasts. I know of a very good tavern here. Very well. Let us proceed. With that, Li Muzhou and the 2 others vanished into thin air without causing a ripple. Within the small courtyard, Nangong Qinyao fell into deep contemplation. Li Muzhou was far too mysterious. She racked her brain, unable to fathom that such a figure existed among the great powers of the land of the witch. Qinyao, that senior from the divine travel realm, may very well be your opportunity to change your fate. Her mother remarked in astonishment. An accomplished lady, she possessed a keen insight into many matters. She discerned that Li Muzhou bore no ill will toward Nangong Qinyao. Furthermore, Li Muzhou had emphasized that Nangong Qinyao was a genius who had been buried due to an accident. This information was pivotal. Mother, regardless of that senior's intentions, he is not an evil cultivator. Whether he truly aims to assist me or not, I shall not bow to fate. Enlightened by Li Muzhou's guidance, Nangong Qinyao had come to understand many things. Better to die standing than to live kneeling. Even if it costs me my life, I will not submit to the young master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. For her mother. She would ensure her safe relocation tonight. The following day, after awakening, Li Muzhou, accompanied by Yun Yun and John Bo, headed directly toward the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect. A luxurious battle carriage drawn by 4 beastly creatures entered the premises. All members of the Heavenly Demon Sect gathered outside the mountain gate to receive them with the utmost respect. The young master has traveled a great distance. Our Heavenly Demon Sect is truly honored. The sect master, Nangong Jun, accompanied by son Nangong Mu and several elders, awaited at the entrance, resembling a tail-wagging dog. Sect master Nangong, where is your daughter? A youth with a sharp face stood atop the carriage, flanked by several attendants and an elder with white eyebrows and a bushy beard. The young master, please come with me. My daughter is currently preparing herself. Nangong Qinyao is renowned as a beauty in the Northern Territory. I shall ensure she enjoys wealth and splendor. Naturally, for one to be the young master's woman is a stroke of luck for my daughter. Young master, I've already prepared a feast. Please follow me. Thus, the young master of the Heavenly Demon Sect was escorted into the sect by Nangong Jun and his entourage. In the reception hall, the young master of the Heavenly Demon Sect reclined with his legs crossed, gazing greedily at the ethereal beauty of Nangong Qinyao. Although she had become a cripple with her meridians damaged, she was still an extraordinary beauty. Such a level of beauty was worth indulging in. Nangong Jun, holding a wine cup, flattered. Young master, from this day forth, Nangong Qinyao shall be yours. Sect Master Nangong, as long as Qinyao is with me, I shall ensure you are not left wanting. I will send a batch of cultivation resources. It is time for the Heavenly Demon Sect status to rise in the 9 nations of the Northern Territory. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Nangong Jun and his son exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. The elders within the sect also rejoiced. They had been awaiting this declaration from the young master. The Heavenly Demon Sect was already the overlord of the Northern Territory. Those supported by the Heavenly Demon Sect enjoyed elevated status. The land of the witch was not as affluent as Dongdaozhou, and the 9 nations of the Northern Territory were particularly resource-deprived. It was impossible to grow without the support of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Trading a crippled Nangong Qinyao for abundant resources was a profitable deal in any case. Qinyao, why do you not offer a toast to your husband? Nangong Jun prompted. You are truly shameless. If you admire him so much, why don't you marry him yourself? Nangong Qinyao suddenly stood, questioning her nominal father. She had already relocated her mother to safety the previous day. Today, even if it meant death, she would not become a sacrifice. With this declaration, she intended to live for herself. The room erupted in shock at Nangong Qinyao's words. The young master of the Heavenly Demon Sect glared with a dark expression. Sect Master Nangong, what is the meaning of this? Upon hearing this, Nangong Jun abruptly awoke to the situation, furiously bellowing, You wretched child, have you rebelled? In an instant, his large hand swung toward Nangong Qinyao's face. With a resounding crash, no one could discern what had transpired. Nangong Jun was sent sprawling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the reception hall's plaque, sending dust flying in all directions. Who? The onlookers gasped, turning to Nangong Qinyao. Unbeknownst to them, 3 figures had appeared beside Nangong Qinyao, the foremost of whom was Li Muzhou, who had just sent Nangong Jun flying with a single slap. Senior, Nangong Qinyao exclaimed joyfully, and no need for words. Li Muzhou raised his hand and spoke calmly. Nangong Qinyao, I have guaranteed your safety. Who stands in favor, and who opposes? Chapter 77. The 9th layer of the Divine Travel Realm. Slashed with a sword. Today, Nangong Qinyao's actions greatly pleased Li Muzhou that a disciple he wished to take under his wing must possess a proud spirit. His guidance from the previous day had also helped Nangong Qinyao reconstruct her resolve. After enduring a year of hardship, many of her sharp edges had been dulled, and she had even considered bowing to fate. Such a mindset was unacceptable. Without firm resolve, even the highest talent would be in vain. The path of cultivation begins with the heart. Li Muzhou's actions were indeed well-intentioned. Nangong Qinyao had not anticipated that Li Muzhou would truly arrive. Could it be that he was indeed her benefactor? But the Heavenly Demon Sect was the overlord of the Northern Territory, backed by formidable forces of the Yin and Yang realm. Was it not? Nangong Qinyao nominal brother, Nangong Mu, rose with an angry glare directed at Li Muzhou, demanding, Who the hell are you? Is this a place for you to run amok? You little wretch, did I permit you to speak? Li Muzhou instantly unleashed his oppressive aura. The pressure of the 8th layer of the Divine Travel Realm surged forth, causing the air to rumble with thunder, instantly forcing Nangong Mu of the Divine Pill Realm to collapse to the ground, struggling for breath. 8th layer of the Divine Travel Realm? No, it must be the 8th layer of the Divine Travel Realm. How could Nangong Qinyao know such a powerful individual? Who knows where he struck up a connection? Did she not realize that this could spell disaster for their Heavenly Demon Sect? Indeed, the 8th layer of the Divine Travel Realm is impressive, but offending the young master could lead to our doom. As Li Muzhou released his pressure, the elders and disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect began to murmur among themselves. In their hearts, Nangong Qinyao had now become a liability. While Li Muzhou was of the 8th layer of the Divine Travel Realm, the Heavenly Demon Sect was even stronger. Indeed, quite impressive, Li Muzhou remarked. You, a mere 8th layer of the Divine Travel Realm, possess quite the audacity, don't you? In the Northern Territory, you must be aware of the consequences of offending the Celestial Demon Sect, am I right? The always sullen young master finally spoke, regarding Li Muzhou as if he were a mere corpse. Is the Celestial Demon Sect truly formidable? Li Muzhou grinned. utterly dismissing the young master of the celestial demon sect. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Qinyao choked back tears and implored, "Senior, you should leave. It is not worth it for a useless woman like me." Indeed, Li Muzhou shone like a beacon, illuminating her dark existence. Yet, she understood that the celestial demon sect was a dominant force presided over by formidable beings of the yin-yang realm. And she did not wish for Li Muzhou to suffer unwarranted calamities. "You are truly Navi," he remarked. "Are you willing to become my direct disciple?" Li Muzhou, the insignificant celestial demon sect, is not something I take seriously, he stated earnestly, looking at Nangong Qinyao. "I am willing. I, your disciple, have come to pay my respects to my master." With a thud, Nangong Qinyao knelt before Li Muzhou, bowing 3 times. At this juncture, she had resolved to go all in. Given Li Muzhou's treatment of her, she would willingly serve him as a maid for a lifetime. Nangong Jun rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and cursed furiously, "Beast! Beast!" Nangong Mu echoed, "Father, this little beast has come to harm our sect." With the situation escalating, they could see the young master's wrath aimed at them. Regardless of how today concluded, their celestial demon sect was in dire straits. "Congratulations, host! You have acquired a transcendent bloodline disciple. Reward: Ancient Battle Armor." Note: the Ancient Battle Armor can reduce 99 of damage, including physical and mental harm. Main quest issued: Aid Nangong Qinyao in awakening her bloodline. Reward: Infinite Sword Domain. New main quest 2 issued: Acquire a transcendent bloodline disciple. Reward: Eternal frost remains in the world and a mysterious gift: Li Muzhou's spirit sword. This ancient battle armor was undoubtedly a treasure on par with the supreme holy sword. With it, he could confidently confront beings of the 4th level in the yin-yang realm. This ability to engage in cross-dire battles was simply unfathomable. As for the rewards of the Infinite Sword Domain and Eternal Frost, they were of significant weight. He had to pursue them. Li Muzhou, you truly do not know how to write the word death. Elder Wei, kill him. The young master of the celestial demon sect turned pale, issuing orders to the white-bearded elder behind him. What is an 8th level being in the divine travel realm? No one dares to oppose the celestial demon sect in the Northern Territory. Kid, open your eyes in the next life. The elder appeared before Li Muzhou like a phantom, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a peak 9th level being in the divine travel realm, striking toward Li Muzhou's face. "This phrase is also for you." Li Muzhou reached out, grasping at the void, and the supreme holy sword coalesced before him, slicing through the air. The white-bearded elder was incredibly swift, yet Li Muzhou's sword was swifter before anyone could react. The elder's head took flight. Silence. The entire reception hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The peak protector in the divine travel realm had not even managed a single move. The young master, astonished and enraged, exclaimed, "Li Muzhou, you are finished. My father is a giant of the yin-yang realm." Li Muzhou turned towards the young master of the celestial demon sect, raising his sword and bringing it down, cleaving him in 2 on the spot. Simultaneously, several attendants behind him were also bisected, their deaths excruciatingly tragic. Host detected slaying the young master of the celestial demon sect. Main quest issued: Annihilate the celestial demon sect. Reward: Exclusive celestial level technique for Nangong Qinyao, the demon spirit celestial decision. Father, this beast is a calamity. Sect master, our celestial demon sect is finished. With the young master dead, the sect master of the celestial demon sect would undoubtedly be furious. Sect master, it's all because of this calamity. Witnessing the young master being cleaved in 2, the members of the celestial demon sect were thrown into chaos. Ignorant fools, my master is the ancestor of the Tianjian Sect. The celestial demon sect is nothing. Zhan Bo, who had been standing behind Li Muzhou, could no longer contain himself and coldly shouted, the terrifying pressure of the yin-yang realm warping the very fabric of the air. The Tianjian Sect? Hiss! Hiss! Nangong Jun and the others were instantly petrified. They could hardly believe that the young man before them was actually the ancestor of the Tianjian Sect. The Tianjian Sect had recently annihilated the dominant force of the Tianwu domain, the Witch God Temple, earning them a fearsome reputation. Even more astonishing was that this seemingly subservient elder was, in fact, also a giant of the Yin-Yang realm. Nangong Qinyao was equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. She felt as if she had been favored by the goddess of fortune. The Tianjian Sect was a top-tier dominant force, rendering the Celestial Demon Sect a mere hegemon of the Northern Territory. Insignificant in comparison. Senior, we were blind. Please forgive our transgressions. Daughter, I am your father. You cannot abandon us. Qinyao, I am your brother. Your elder brother. I was wrong before. Your Highness the Demoness, it is my fault. I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. The members of the Celestial Demon Sect changed their faces faster than flipping a page, their previous insults starkly contrasting with their current pleased. Li Muzhou turned to Nangong Qinyao and asked, Disciple, what do you wish to do? Master, I wish to leave this place. I have no further ties with them. Nangong Qinyao shook her head in despair, having had enough of the true faces of these people. As for familial ties, they had long since evaporated. Zhanbo Master, what are your orders? Eliminate them all. Yes, this old servant obeys. After Li Muzhou gave his orders, he vanished with Nangong Qinyao and Yunyan. Following this, the cries of anguish echoed throughout the Celestial Demon Sect, with Zhanbo sparing even the dogs of the sect, carrying out Li Muzhou's commands without exception. Chapter 78. The Final Days of the Celestial Demon Sect. With such resolve from Nangong Qinyao, Li Muzhou felt the same. If it were up to him, he would not bear the name Li unless he eradicated every last one of these beasts. To spare them a life would already be an act of mercy. Above the Celestial Demon Sect, Li Muzhou inquired, By the way, where is your mother? Master, my mother is in Yongchang City. Yinyan, what are your orders? Master, send a message to Zhanbo, instructing him to bring my disciple's mother back to the Tianjian Sect after he completes his task. Yes, Master. Nangong Qinyao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and asked, Master, where are we headed now? To this day, she still could not comprehend why Li Muzhou had traveled such a distance to take her as his disciple. Yet, there were some things she would not inquire about. She simply wished to serve him faithfully from now on. Aside from her mother, Li Muzhou would be her only kin. Li Muzhou smiled, stating, having slain the young master of the heavenly evil sect, trembled with rage. Holding the shattered soul lamp fragment of his son, and spoke in a quivering voice, Master, I was unaware. Elder Wei and the young master have not relayed any messages today. The young master, accompanied by several attendants, claimed he was heading to the Heavenly Demon Sect near Yongchang City to welcome the daughter of the Heavenly Demon Sect's master, Nangong Qinyao, as a concubine. The Heavenly Demon Sect, the master, with a furrowed brow, inquired, Have we sent a message to them? Yes, but there's been no response. Master, could this be related to Nangong Qinyao? How infuriating. The master of the Heavenly Evil Sect let out a howl towards the heavens, the oppressive aura of the Yin-Yang realm rolling forth, causing all members of the sect to shudder in shock. Whoever dares to harm my beloved son shall face annihilation of their entire clan. In the void, the rumbling sound of thunder accompanied the master's furious shout, causing the entire sect to change color in an instant. What? The young master has perished? How is that possible? Who in the northern region would dare to lay a hand on him? Indeed, with Elder Wei as his protector, who would be so audacious to kill the young master of the Heavenly Evil Sect? Whoever it may be will pay with the lives of their entire family. Moments later, several figures appeared above the Heavenly Evil Sect. Among them Li Muzhou and his companions. That it was I who killed him. That I wish to see how you intend to extinguish my entire lineage. As Li Muzhou listened to the master's furious voice, it resonated with power, echoing throughout the entire Heavenly Evil Sect. Swish, swish, swish. Countless figures materialized before Li Muzhou in an instant, with the master of the Heavenly Evil Sect leading the charge. Behind him trailed over a dozen elders of the divine travel realm. That it is you. The master glared at Li Muzhou, anger evident in his voice. Such a young practitioner at the 8th level of the divine travel realm is indeed a rarity. In an instant, the master discerned Li Muzhou's cultivation level. It is I have come to slay you. Are you prepared? With a thought, Li Muzhou enveloped himself in gossamer thin ancient battle armor, summoning the great Luo sacred sword. Countless violet sword energies erupted, transforming into the purple weeping sword domain, enshrouding the entirety of the heavenly evil sect. No wonder he was able to slay our sect's grand elder. He has indeed comprehended the realm of the sword Dao. Li Muzhou's prowess left the master utterly astounded. Yet in his fury, he was blinded to all else, consumed by a singular desire for vengeance against Li Muzhou, that earth-level supreme combat technique, Thunderblade. The deafening thunder surged forth as the master's blade light instantly tore through the void, aimed directly at Li Muzhou. However, Li Muzhou made no attempt to defend himself. With a resounding bang, the blade light struck Li Muzhou's chest, rippling across his battle armor, diminishing its might by 99%. A mere first level of the Yin-Yang realm lacks even the qualification to breach my defenses. What? The master gasped in shock, his expression one of disbelief. The members of the heavenly evil sect were equally astonished, their scalps tingling in fear. Even Yun, standing behind Li Muzhou, revealed an expression of incredulity. She could see that the armor enveloping Li Muzhou was no ordinary artifact, likely a heaven-grade battle armor or even a transcendent treasure. Too weak, seizing the moment of the master's days, Li Muzhou unleashed a single strike. Boundless sword cannon, 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Boom! 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 Within the purple weeping sword domain, innumerable sword energies coalesced into the shape of flying swords. Soaring skyward, with a staggering 100,000 flying swords indiscriminately enveloping the entire heavenly evil sect. With a piercing sound, the master of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm was pierced through the heart by the multitude of swords. Dissolving into a mist of blood, his last breath. He could not comprehend how he had met his demise. He was even more baffled by the existence of such a formidable practitioner in the divine travel realm. The fates of the others were even more dire. They had no time to react, similarly disintegrating in a blood mist. The 100,000 sword lights swept through everything, and with the augmentation of the sword Dao domain and the chaotic grade purple weeping sword body, the entire sect was obliterated in less than 3 breaths. This, my master, is truly formidable. Nangong Qinyao was stunned, captivated by Li Muzhou's divine-like presence. The dominant sect of the northern region was vanquished with such ease. Chapter 79. Chun Nan. Has my Tianjian Sect become a heavenly grade sect? As the heavenly evil sect fell, the voice of the system resounded. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining the demon spirit celestial decision. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou's face brightened with joy that he had secured the exclusive cultivation method for his second disciple. However, Nangong Qinyao was not yet ready to practice it. After addressing the matters in the heavenly witch domain, he planned to take Nangong Qinyao back to the eastern continent to claim the rewards from the Talented Gathering Conference and assist her in awakening her bloodline. The master's power is astonishing. Yun remarked, even if I were to intervene, I would not stand a chance against him. Yun's assessment was not incorrect. Presently, Li Muzhou's strength was indeed extraordinary. With the combination of the chaotic sword body, the sword Dao domain, the 5th level true intent, the great Luo sacred sword, and the ancient battle armor, he could contend even with formidable figures of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Nangong Qinyao was once again left speechless. Just how powerful was her master? A practitioner of the divine travel realm rivaling the Yin-Yang realm. Indeed, a feat never before heard of. Come, let us return. Li Muzhou grinned, instructing Yun to tear apart the void. Utilizing spatial transmission to vanish above the ruins of the heavenly evil sect, from this day forth, the northern region of the heavenly witch domain was destined to plunge into chaos. The disappearance of a dominant sect would lead to a bloodbath over its territories. Yet for the Tianjian Sect in the heavenly witch domain, it bore no repercussions. Before long, Li Muzhou returned to the sect. Master, you have returned. Gu Qinghan joyfully approached Li Muzhou upon seeing him. Qinghan, this is your junior sister. Nangong Qinyao, junior sister, greetings. I have seen the senior sister. You are so beautiful. Junior sister, you flatter me. You are exceedingly lovely as well. Li Muzhou was pleasantly surprised by the cheerful exchange between the two, saving him from the hassle of initiating conversation. Qinyao, go see your mother. She has been brought back by Zhan Bo. You should go check on her. Thank you, master. Qinyao, I will accompany you. All right. Li Muzhou watched the two retreating figures. a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, women always seem to share common topics of interest. 3 days later, Li Muzhou sat upon the throne in the Witch God Hall. Yu and to your service. Zhan Bo present. You two will accompany me to the eastern continent. Then proceed to the southern region of the eastern continent to oversee the Tianjian Sect and guide its disciples in their cultivation. Understood. Yu, Zhan Hong too. Master, please give your orders. You two will remain in the heavenly witch domain, managing the Tianjian Sect. Should anything arise, I will arrange matters. Yes, master. Let us depart for the eastern continent. As Li Muzhou's words fell, Yun immediately tore open a rift in space, and he stepped in with his two disciples. The four formidable figures of the Yin-Yang realm harbored no objections to Li Muzhou's arrangements. Having benefited greatly from the recent obliteration of the Witch God Hall, their loyalty to him was unwavering. With the soul slave mark in place, the prospect of betrayal was non-existent. Upon reaching the eastern continent, Li Muzhou decided to take his two disciples to Han City to claim the first prize from the talented Gathering Conference, while Yun and Zhan Bo made their way directly to the southern region's Tianjian Sect. Fairy Yun, this eastern continent is indeed a splendid place. Indeed, it is far more prosperous than our heavenly witch domain. No wonder the Witch God Hall always sought to conquer the eastern continent. However, with our master now, we will also be able to reside here regularly. Haha. Zhan Bo, ahead lies the Tianjian Sect, the very place where our master resides, Tianzhu Peak. Let us proceed outside. Zhan Bo and Yun simultaneously focused their thoughts, tearing open a rift in space, appearing above Tianzhu Peak. Boom, boom, boom. The moment they manifested, the grand formation of the Tianjian Sect erupted with a fierce reaction, signaling an external invasion. At the same time, the disciples stationed at the mountain immediately rang the alarm. Who goes there? Within the forbidden grounds of the Tianjian Sect. Chun Nan and the Supreme Elder exchanged alarmed glances. Anyone capable of bypassing the grand formation of the Tianjian Sect to enter must possess extraordinary strength. Now, under the resources provided by Li Muzhou, Chun Nan's own cultivation had surged to the 6th level of the Divine Travel Realm, and the Tianjian Sect had gained over a dozen elders of the Divine Travel Realm due to the enhancement of the Tunglong fruit. It could be said that the Tianjian Sect now represented the pinnacle of power in the southern Zhao Kingdom, stronger even than the royal family. Since the last time the top 10 sects besieged the Tianjian Sect, it had become the foremost power in the southern region. Chun Nan, it seems there is a formidable enemy invading. The visitor may be a friend rather than a foe, most likely coming for Elder Muzhou. Indeed, if they are here for Elder Muzhou, we have no choice but to accept it. Let us investigate. The two, maintaining serious expressions, deliberated briefly before swiftly arriving at Tianzhu Peak. Simultaneously, over a dozen elders of the Divine Travel Realm materialized behind them. This, Yin-Yang Realm Giant? Chun Nan and the Supreme Elder gazed at Yun and the still open spatial rift behind them, their scalps tingling with dread. Yin-Yang Realm Giant. Their entire sect combined could not contend with one, let alone two appearing simultaneously. Chun Nan clasped his hands. May I inquire what brings the two esteemed seniors to my Tianjian Sect? All the elders were on edge, their nerves taut to the breaking point. Who would not be anxious in the presence of Yin-Yang Realm Giant? Yun spoke softly. You must be the master of Chun Nan, correct? Chun Nan replied, Indeed, that is not. May I ask who you are? Esteemed senior, we have come on a mission to take charge of the Tianjian Sect. Ah, on a mission? Chun Nan exclaimed in shock. Could it be that it is old Ancestor Muzhou? Indeed, it is old Ancestor Muzhou. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone was taken aback, then instantly filled with elation. After all, these are two formidable figures of the Yin-Yang realm. Does this mean that the Tianjian Sect is destined to become a top-tier sect? For Chun Nan and all present, this was an exceedingly fortunate development. Master Chun, in addition, the Ancestor has a message for you. One of them continued. The reigning power of the Tianwu domain, the Wu Divine Hall, has been obliterated by old Ancestor Muzhou. The former location of the Wu Divine Hall has now been renamed Tianjian Sect, becoming its branch. Haha, what a delightful piece of news. Chun Nan laughed heartily. Old Ancestor Muzhou truly brings us countless surprises. The elders were equally astonished, their eyes nearly popping out. They had heard of the infamous Wu Divine Hall. How could it simply be extinguished? Such terrifying news was utterly shocking. Meanwhile, in Han City, Han Xian and several other masters of the Yinyang realm hosted a banquet in honor of Li Muzhou. Han Xian raised a cup and asked Li Muzhou, "Friend Muzhou, what of the Wu Divine Hall?" "The Wu Divine Hall is no more," Li Muzhou replied nonchalantly while sipping his wine. "It is now known as the Tianjian Sect." The assembly of elders was rendered speechless. What a tremendous feat! The ruler of the Tianwu domain required the combined forces of all factions in the eastern continent to contend with, and yet it was effortlessly annihilated. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Naylan Shui cautiously inquired, "Muzhou, what of that esteemed elder?" All masters of the Yinyang realm were aware that the eradication of the Wu Divine Hall must have been the work of the mysterious woman behind Li Muzhou. Chapter 80. The champion's reward received. She completed her task and departed. She generally prefers solitude, but should I require assistance, she will surely appear at once, Li Muzhou replied, savoring the exquisite wine. The gathered masters exchanged glances, their astonishment deepening. Just as they surmised, the enigmatic and powerful Luo Han appeared to be exceedingly obedient to Li Muzhou, executing his commands unconditionally. Li Muzhou hailed from the Tianjian Sect, which was merely a third-rate sect in the entire eastern continent. How could such a third-rate sect possibly cultivate a prodigy as formidable as Li Muzhou? Moreover, that celestial being, Luo Han, who annihilated masters of the Yinyang realm as if they were mere dogs, did not seem like someone affiliated with a third-rate sect. Rather, she resembled a servant to Li Muzhou, a servant of the 9th level of the Yinyang realm. How terrifying! Nevertheless, this was of little concern. Li Muzhou was inherently mysterious, and many matters were undoubtedly not as they appeared. On a positive note, Li Muzhou exhibited commendable character, and the recent obliteration of the Wu Divine Hall had indeed rid the eastern continent of a significant threat, earning him great merit. By the way, Li Muzhou turned to Naylan Shui and said, "Sister Shui, the reward for the champion of the Tianjiao conference should rightfully belong to me, correct? Of course, that we have awaited your return solely to present the reward to you." She affirmed, Indeed, we await your return alongside Sister Shui to bestow upon you the reward." Han Xian urged, "Quickly, present the reward." "Well, my friend Muzhou, slaying a master of the Yinyang realm at the level of the divine travel is an unparalleled achievement. Thus the foremost reward is naturally yours." It was difficult to imagine. Had it not been for Li Muzhou, the eastern continent might have already descended into chaos. Indeed, thanks to friend Muzhou, as Li Muzhou mentioned the reward, the masters immediately began to extol his virtues. The truth was, it was Li Muzhou who resolved the crisis posed by the Wu Divine Hall's incursion. The 10th of the Wu Divine Hall's 10 prodigies could thwart the top 10 on the eastern continent's hidden dragon list. The disparity between the two sides was indeed immense. Furthermore, these masters longed to protect Li Muzhou, but were unable to do so, and he had even slain Wu Hong. The feat of slaying a master of the Yinyang realm while in the divine travel realm was something that only Li Muzhou could accomplish. Something others wouldn't even dare to contemplate. The Tianjiao conference had actually concluded several days prior, and without Li Muzhou's participation, the final ranking saw Yi Wudao maintaining his position as the top contender. However, Yi Wudao voluntarily relinquished the title of champion, settling for second place. Everyone understood that Li Muzhou was the strongest participant in this year's Tianjiao conference. That Yi Wudao was also quite self-aware and never sought to claim the hollow title of champion for himself. Even the masters of the Yinyang realm present shared this sentiment and regarded Li Muzhou as their equal, addressing him as friend. "Friend Muzhou, here lies the reward for this year's Tianjiao Conference champion. In recognition of your contributions to the Eastern Continent, we have unanimously decided to grant you access to the Celestial Transformation Pool, where your capacity for absorption shall determine your gain." Han Xian rose and presented a storage pouch to Li Muzhou, along with a jade token granting access to the Celestial Transformation Pool. Upon inspecting the storage pouch, Li Muzhou discovered that it contained not only the crucial longing grass, but also other treasures available only to the top-tier sects of the Eastern Continent. Additionally, it held various spiritual herbs and elixirs, all valuable resources for cultivation. The Celestial Transformation Pool was a true marvel. Previously, each champion's reward was a vial of celestial transformation dew, significantly enhancing mana. However, the celestial transformation pool was a treasure crafted collectively by the 10 top-tier sections. Should he manage to absorb it all, it would take him thousands of years to condense such power, making it a grand gift indeed that I will visit the celestial transformation pool at a later date. My disciple is still awaiting me, so I shall take my leave. After receiving his reward, Li Muzhou did not linger and promptly departed from the city lord's residence. Before leaving Han City, Li Muzhou arranged for Gu Qingqian and Zhao Hong to be looked after by Nalan Shui, who accommodated them in a grand residence in the eastern part of the city, guarded by the city lord's own attendants, ensuring their safety. Along the way, Nangong Qinyao, following closely behind Li Muzhou, exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, no wonder the Wu Divine Hall sought to invade the eastern continent with such fervor. It is truly magnificent here." The most prosperous city in the northern 9 nations of the Tianwu domain seemed rural compared to Han City. The splendor of the eastern continent far surpassed that of the Tianwu domain, and its unique geographical conditions had birthed countless mountains and rivers, with scenery and climate far superior to that of the Tianwu domain. "Sister, you too shall become a part of our eastern continent from now on." "Indeed," Nangong Qinyao nodded, though her expression remained somewhat melancholic. She understood that she was considered a waste, although her master had mentioned the possibility of awakening a special bloodline. She dared not inquire further, as long as she remained a waste. Her heart felt burdened. "Greetings, my lord." Upon arriving at the grand residence, 2 rows of attendants knelt in unison, their expressions filled with fervor. Nowadays, Li Muzhou was a star figure, an idol to countless individuals. "Rise." "Thank you, my lord." It was not until Li Muzhou's silhouette faded from view that the attendants excitedly whispered among themselves, "We finally met our idol. We are not a loss. Indeed, an idol is an idol, slaying masters of the Yin-Yang realm and the divine travel realm, and I can boast about guarding the idol for a lifetime." "Ha ha! How many brothers envy us?" "True. It would be even better if we could receive a few words of guidance from the idol." Gu Qingqian and Zhao Hong hurriedly greeted Li Muzhou upon his arrival. Additionally, a father and daughter were present in the residence. Shun Sisi, whom Li Muzhou had assisted in the third world, along with her father, the head of the Shun family. "I am Shun Mu, the head of the Shun family from the Star Moon Kingdom in the southern Dao domain. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed Elder Muzhou." Shun Mu was visibly excited. Through his connections with Shun Sisi and Zhao Hong, he had gained entry to this residence, much to the envy of countless others. "Oh, do you have something to discuss?" Li Muzhou looked at Shun Mu, discerning his intentions. It was clear that he was here to curry favor. Shun Sisi was dating his disciple Zhao Hong, and Shun Mu was quite the cunning fox. "Indeed." Shun Mu nervously rubbed his hands together. "I wish to ask esteemed Elder Muzhou to preside over the marriage of my daughter Shun Sisi and your disciple Zhao Hong." Shun Mu understood that this was a golden opportunity to alter the fate of the Shun family. Previously, many elders in their family looked down upon Zhao Hong, deeming him a penniless boy without connections. However, after witnessing the might and extraordinary prowess of Li Muzhou, the members of the Shun family could hardly wait for Shun Sisi to marry Zhao Hong. Hoping to forge a connection with Li Muzhou through this relationship, one must act for oneself. The Shun family was considered a first-rate power within the southern Dao domain Star Moon Kingdom, with their ancestor at the 7th level of the divine travel realm. Yet compared to Li Muzhou, they were truly insignificant. Masters of the Yin-Yang realm had been easily dispatched by Li Muzhou to him. The Shun family was little more than powerful ants. Li Muzhou responded with an "oh," glancing at the sweet and lovely Shun Sisi, then at the bashful and blushing Zhao Hong, and said, "As for matters of marriage, let the younger generation decide for themselves. I am an advocate of marital freedom." "Thank you, esteemed Elder Muzhou, for your understanding." Shun Mu, filled with joy, performed a respectful bow before leaving in a daze. The mere mention of Li Muzhou sufficed. The influence of the Shan family within the kingdom of Xingyue would reach unprecedented heights. After Shin Mu's departure, Li Muzhou turned to Nangong Qinyao and said, "Yao Yao, accompany your master. From this day forth, you shall no longer be deemed a useless one. With the acquisition of the Kunlong grass, the main task would soon be fulfilled." "Yes, master." Nangang Qinyao felt a sudden tremor within her heart, tears welling in her eyes as she realized her destiny was on the verge of transformation. Chapter 81. The Boundless Sword Domain. The Dual Sword Path. Child, are you crying again? Li Muzhou inquired gently. I possess the Kunlong grass, which is just right for reshaping your meridians and awakening your bloodline. Thank you for your nurturing, Master. Nangang Qinyao bowed, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. The troubles that had long plagued her would finally find resolution, all thanks to her master's benevolence, she vowed, regardless of success or failure. To serve her master for life. Let us proceed. Li Muzhou grasped Nangang Qinyao's delicate hand, and, with a swift motion, they vanished into a grand hall. Zhao Heng, observing Gu Qinghan, curiously asked, Junior sister, what is the situation with this little disciple? Gu Qingxian, equally perplexed, remarked, Why do I feel she possesses no trace of magical energy? You are both correct in your observations. According to our master, Nangang Qinyao, like myself, possesses a special bloodline that has yet to awaken due to certain reasons. Moreover, she was injured while attempting to save her mother, resulting in the loss of her cultivation. After today, our junior sister will be transformed. Zhao Heng recounted the backstory of Nangang Qinyao, feeling a deep sense of empathy. Am I not similar? I once bore immense pressure to save the Gu family by seeking the path of the Tianjian Sect. Were it not for our master, I might have long been reduced to a mere vessel for Su and Mo, living a miserable existence while the Gu family would have faced oppression and ruin. Everything is owed to the extraordinary Li Muzhou. Indeed, the actions of Ancestor Muzhou are truly remarkable, Zhao Heng reflected. Once Nangang awakens her bloodline, our Tianjian Sect will gain yet another prodigy. He understood that the future accomplishments of these junior sisters would surely surpass his own. Within the hall, Li Muzhou and Nangang Qinyao sat facing each other. And he softly instructed, Qinyao, remove your garments, all right. Nangang Qinyao's face flushed as she reached for the sash at her waist. What her master commanded was the ultimate truth, even if it meant shedding all her clothing. She would comply, for the person before her was her most beloved master. A.S. She prepared to loosen her attire. Li Muzhou hastily interjected, Wait, I meant you should turn away from me, exposing just your shoulder. Am I truly so reckless? He thought, relieved that she had not removed her dress entirely, for that would have been exceedingly awkward. Having already experienced discomfort with Gu Qinghan, he wished to avoid any further embarrassing situations with his second direct disciple. Okay. With her head bowed and an enigmatic expression flickering in her eyes, Nangang Qinyao turned and gently pulled down the fabric of her dress, revealing her flawless shoulder to the cool air. Its beauty captivating and almost irresistible to touch. Tea may sting a bit, Li Muzhou cautioned. Yao, bear with it. He opened his palm, and the Kunlong grass appeared, accompanied by a vial of auxiliary elixir. Nangang Qinyao, blushing, shyly replied, Master, I'm fine. I'm not afraid of pain. Please proceed. Li Muzhou, this exchange feels rather inappropriate. While a hint of mischief lingered in his heart, he maintained his solemnity, immediately utilizing his magical energy to shatter the Kunlong grass, transforming it into a vibrant green liquid, which he mixed with the elixir, injecting droplets into her shoulder and neck. Even though Nangang Qinyao was resilient, the sudden, piercing pain was overwhelming, prompting a soft gasp from her lips. The process of meridian restoration was intricate, yet it would not take long. Yao, hold on. Li Muzhou continued to infuse the liquid into her body, the unique properties of the Kunlong grass working wonders to swiftly restore her meridians, while the inherent rules of heaven and earth began to awaken her bloodline. After a quarter of an hour, a powerful aura erupted from within Nangang Qinyao, manifesting as a wave of energy that burst forth. Li Muzhou elegantly waved his sleeve, dissipating all released energy into nothingness, preserving the integrity of the hall. Body refinement, spirit accumulation, purple mansion, divine Dan. In an instant, Nangang Qinyao ascended to the 8th level of the divine Dan realm. Prior to her meridian damage, she had also been at the 8th level of the divine Dan realm. Now, with her bloodline awakening, it was akin to a rebirth in cultivation, and ascending to this level instantaneously was indeed a rarity. Of course, such rapid elevation was only applicable at the moment of awakening. The path ahead would still require meticulous progress. Should she practice the magic spirit celestial formula, her progress might slow, yet it would still surpass that of ordinary individuals. Congratulations, host! Task completed, obtaining the boundless sword domain. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou's face lit up with joy. With the boundless sword domain, he would possess the dual sword path domain, a concept that was truly unfathomable among the titans of the yin-yang realm. Master, I feel so comfortable. Thank you, Master. Nangong Qinyao exclaimed joyfully, gazing at her hands, tears shimmering in her eyes. The sensation of power was a long-lost feeling in her excitement. She leapt into Li Muzhou's embrace as if a swallow returning to its nest. Today, she had awakened her bloodline, shed her identity as a useless person, and instantly advanced to the 8th level of the Divine Dan realm, filling her with boundless exhilaration. Li Muzhou gently patted her back, offering comfort. It is all behind you. From this moment forward, you shall embark on a brand new life. After a few breaths, Nangong Qinyao, her cheeks flushed, finally withdrew from Li Muzhou's embrace, adjusting her clothing back to its original state. Li Muzhou smiled slightly, placing a finger on her forehead. This technique is called the Magic Spirit Celestial Formula. Henceforth, you shall cultivate it in an instant. Countless golden rays flowed from his fingertips and in Nangong Qinyao's mind. Feeling the vast content of the Tao scripture within her consciousness, Nangong Qinyao gasped, Master, this scripture is so profound. What grade of technique is it? Could it be heavenly grade? Having witnessed the foundational techniques of the Tianjian Sect, which were merely of the low earth grade, she found the content of this scripture utterly incomparable. Naturally, she assumed it must be of heavenly grade. Heavenly grade? My dear disciple, broaden your horizons. Heavenly grade techniques are not worthy of carrying this scripture shoes. This scripture is a celestial grade technique directly aimed at the path of immortality. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, come to me for guidance, and do not follow the example of your senior sister, who fell into madness. Li Muzhou's nonchalant words nearly caused Nangong Qinyao to faint from shock. Heavens! A celestial grade technique. This is simply at a loss for words. She struggled to convey the overwhelming excitement and astonishment coursing through her. Such a technique would undoubtedly incite fierce competition across the Tianwu domain, let alone any other realm. And no matter where it was, a celestial grade technique was an unparalleled treasure. What kind of master had she encountered? One who could so casually bestow a celestial grade technique? Enough to go find your sisters. I must step out for a while. As Li Muzhou's voice echoed in the air, he had already vanished. He understood that some matters needed to be digested alone by Nangong Qinyao. Moments later, Li Muzhou activated his jade token, appearing within the sacred grounds of the vast creation pool. Observing the expansive pool before him, he was somewhat taken aback that it had taken thousands of years to gather such an abundance of celestial creation dew, a fact he had not anticipated. With a splash, Li Muzhou plunged into the pool, his meridians eagerly absorbing the spiritual energy within. In this wave of energy, he wondered if he might directly ascend to the yin-yang realm. Chapter 82. The Xuanqing Continent. The Dragon Tournament. Days passed, and 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. Within the vast creation pool, Li Muzhou voraciously absorbed its spiritual energy. The once azure waters gradually became crystalline clear. With a swift motion, Li Muzhou opened his eyes, an aura of captivating intensity flashing within them. The accumulation of 3 months had brought his magical energy to the brink of a breakthrough. Although the cultivation path of the chaos return to origin scripture was 1,000 times more challenging than that of ordinary individuals, the immense spiritual energy of the vast creation pool was just sufficient. Had it not been for the vast creation pool, he might have spent countless years in his own accumulation. Of course, for an ordinary person, the energy within the pool would be more than enough to break through to the yin-yang realm. While Li Muzhou felt he required dozens of times that amount to achieve the same, illustrating the difficulty of his endeavor. Breakthrough, Li Muzhou, with a sudden thought, began to channel the techniques contained within the chaos return to origin scripture, striving to elevate his realm. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure, tenfold greater than before, descended upon the grand hall housing the celestial creation pool. unmistakably emanating from the ninth level of the Divine Wanderer realm. Each realm corresponds to a level, and the magical potency at the ninth level of the Divine Wanderer realm is several times that of the eighth level. Goodness, 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 heaven above, has Lord Muzhou truly broken through to the ninth level of the Divine Wanderer realm? Previously, he could vanquish Wu Hong at the eighth level. Now he must be even more formidable. My word, I can hardly fathom the heights Lord Muzhou will reach in the future. Indeed, the prominent figures had intended to bestow upon Lord Muzhou the top rank on the Hidden Dragon list. Yet he remains indifferent to such hollow accolades. This alone is enough to inspire our admiration. If I were Lord Muzhou, I would also disregard such so-called rankings, for the disparity is far too great. Outside the hall, the numerous guards stationed there were left utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Suddenly, a graceful figure descended outside the grand hall, prompting all the guards to bow respectfully and exclaim, "We greet the Saintess." The newcomer was none other than Nalin Xianyu. From the moment Li Muzhou entered the celestial creation pool to enter seclusion, Nalin Xianyu had been waiting for him here, a plan meticulously arranged by Nalin Shui. Moreover, Nalin Xianyu was more than willing to await Li Muzhou's return. Although Li Muzhou belonged to the Divine Wanderer realm, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with many formidable figures of the Yin-Yang realm. Owing to the prior favors received within the Flying Snow Secret realm, Nalin Xianyu understood that if she did not cultivate a good relationship with Li Muzhou now, it would prove increasingly difficult in the future. No need for formalities. Thank you, Saintess. Immediately, Nalin Shui gazed excitedly at the tightly shut door, her heart racing. This man, the one who captivated her, had once again broken through in merely 3 months. Such talent is sufficient to stand proud within the Eastern continent. Throughout the history of the Eastern continent, a 23-year-old at the ninth level of the Divine Wanderer realm is a rare phenomenon. With a creak, as Nalin Xianyu eagerly awaited, the door swung open, and Li Muzhou emerged into her view. Clad in a pristine white robe, untouched by dust, he exuded a refined aura akin to jade, his countenance extraordinarily handsome, resembling an immortal descended from the mortal realm. "Ah, Miss Nalin, were you waiting for me?" Li Muzhou inquired, sensing that this woman had likely been awaiting him for quite some time. Moreover, from the adoring gaze of Nalin Xianyu, he could faintly perceive her fervent admiration for him. Indeed, Nalin Xianyu smiled radiantly, gently responding, "Congratulations, Brother Muzhou, on your significant advancement." As she spoke, her gaze flicked toward the celestial creation pool within the divine hall, her pupils constricting in astonishment. Heavens, what sort of monstrosity is this? What kind of tyrannical energy is contained within the celestial creation pool? Now, it has all transformed into clear water. Furthermore, ordinarily, a common individual entering the celestial creation pool could only absorb a limited amount of energy at a time. Recklessly attempting to absorb too much would surely lead to explosive demise. If the top 10 heavenly level sects and various ancient clans were to learn that Li Muzhou had completely absorbed all the energy from the celestial creation pool, they would likely weep in despair. Nothing much that, if there were another 10-fold increase in energy, I estimate I could attempt to break into the Yin-Yang realm. I'm Muzhou, shrugged nonchalantly. Nalin Xianyu fell silent. Is this truly human? You need 10-fold the energy to break into the Yin-Yang realm. The entire Eastern continent's heavenly level sects combined could not possibly provide that much celestial creation due for you to absorb. Ha ha ha! Enough of this. Xianyu, did you wait here for me because you have something to discuss? Li Muzhou, feeling at ease, acknowledged his fondness for both Nalin Xianyu and her ancestor, Nalin Shui. Indeed, let us change our location to converse. Very well, let us go. In an instant, Li Muzhou and Nalin Xianyu appeared as a pair of celestial lovers, departing together. The news of Li Muzhou's emergence from seclusion swiftly reached the city lord's mansion. Han Xian, Nalin Shui, the lord of the Jiang heavenly sect, and others were all left astounded upon hearing the news. What, he absorbed all of the celestial creation due? Truly a testament to the chaos sword body. Such immense energy barely sufficed to elevate him to the 9th level of the Divine Wanderer realm. How extraordinary! With such an individual in the Eastern continent, we are assured victory at the upcoming Heavenly Dragon Conference against the Western continent. Haha! That lad Li Muzhou has been in seclusion since the Talented Individual Conference. He has now comprehended the true essence of the laws and was already confident in seizing the top position at this Heavenly Dragon Conference without needing Li Muzhou's involvement. If Li Muzhou were to participate, it would merely be a matter of dimensional oppression. His two direct disciples alone could secure a place in the top 10. Indeed, the Xuanqing continent, comprising the eastern and western great continents along with several other domains, has changed significantly. Previously, the eastern continent could barely withstand the might of the heavenly witch domain. Since the conclusion of the Talented Individual Conference, the ancestors of various sects had remained in Hansheng without departing. This was due to the imminent Heavenly Dragon Conference, which would take place between the eastern and western great continents, alongside 10 other domains. Only those from heavenly-level sects could participate in the Heavenly Dragon Conference. Those of lesser strength could not even qualify to be aware of it, let alone attend. The eastern continent boasted 10 heavenly-level sects and 10 ancient clans, with the western continent being no different. In addition, there were unique domains such as the Heavenly Witch Domain, which had shown brilliantly during the last Heavenly Dragon Conference, while several major sects from the western continent had triumphed over various talents from the eastern continent. This year promised to be a year of triumph for the elders. Li Muzhou's presence not only served as a reassurance, but also spurred the talents on the Hidden Dragon list. Like Li Muzhou, to make remarkable progress, even Nalan Xinyu had broken through 3 levels, all thanks to the benefits brought by Li Muzhou. Before the Talented Individual Conference, Nalan Xinyu was at the first level of the Divine Wanderer realm. After the conference, she reached the 2nd level, and now she stood at the 5th level. The Lingxiao realm is vast. The eastern and western great continents, along with several nearby domains, comprise the Xuanqing continent. While the continents beyond the Xuanqing continent remained largely unknown to the elders, with little interaction, Fushan Tower, the largest tavern in Hansheng, was also where Li Muzhou had resided upon arriving in the city. In a luxurious private room, Nalan Xinyu and Li Muzhou sat facing each other, a few exquisite dishes adorning the table, alongside a jar of aged wine. You mentioned that those 2 young ones have both broken through to the Diamond Realm and have gone out to hone their skills? Li Muzhou was slightly taken aback, having just learned from Nalan Xinyu about the remarkable progress Gu Qinghan and Nangong Qinyao had made over the past 3 months. Chapter 83. It's just killing a person. Let me handle it for you. Li Muzhou recalled that after annihilating the Witch God Temple, he had acquired numerous cultivation resources, aside from sending a portion back with Yun. He had also gifted some to his disciples. Upon returning to Hansheng and receiving the reward from the Talented Individual Conference, he had allocated more to his disciples, including Gu Qingxian, his named disciple, and his nephew Zhao Heng. Indeed, you provided Gu Qinghan and the others with a wealth of cultivation resources. Since your seclusion, they have not rested for a single day, practicing alongside me, and my ancestor has personally guided them. Nalan Xinyu smiled slightly. Over the past 3 months, she too had experienced rapid advancement, escalating from the peak of the 1st level of the Divine Wanderer realm to the pinnacle of the 3rd level. However, Gu Qinghan and Nangong Qinyao had progressed even more significantly. After Nalan Shui personally guided them, it was discovered that they possessed unique bloodlines, allowing for astonishingly swift cultivation speeds. Yu Qinghan first broke through to the Diamond Realm and, following a considerable accumulation of resources, rapidly enhanced her magical power, directly reaching the 8th level of the Diamond Realm. Originally, Gu Qinghan could have advanced straight to the 9th level of the Diamond Realm, but Nalan Shui advised against rushing, emphasizing the need for consolidation. Yu Qinghan's strength was now comparable to that of someone at the 2nd level of the Divine Wanderer realm. Nangong Qinyao had also made remarkable strides, soaring from the 8th level of the Divine Pill realm directly to the 8th level of the Diamond realm, matching Gu Qinghan's level. Their close relationship fostered a friendly rivalry, with both setting a pact to see who would break through to the Divine Wanderer realm first. Additionally, Nangong Qinyao had comprehended a rudimentary form of the 7th grade true meaning, specifically the true meaning of the spear, which was quite extraordinary. Yu Qingxian had also broken through to the Diamond realm, albeit only to the 3rd level, which paled in comparison to her 2 uniquely gifted peers. Zhao Heng, The nephew had also been diligent, achieving the 9th level of the Diamond Realm. That it could be said that the cultivation resources provided by Li Muzhou, along with the rewards from the Talented Individual Conference, played a significant role in their advancements. Quite remarkable. After hearing Nalan Qinyu's account, Li Muzhou realized that he had also regained considerable cultivation strength. Otherwise, relying solely on the energy from the celestial creation pool, he would have struggled to break through the barrier of the 9th level of the Divine Wanderer realm. It was not as effortless as it had seemed. By the way, please convey my thanks to Sister XU. Li Muzhou flashed a radiant smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Nalan Shui and Nalan Qinyu truly made for an excellent pair. Brother Muzhou, Ancestor Shui has stated that our Nalan family will forever remain friends with you. There's also a matter I wish to discuss with you. After the Talented Individual Conference, the Heavenly Dragon Conference of the Xuanqing continent is upon us. And this edition will be held in the Divine Wind domain, with 3 months remaining until the event begins. Subsequently, Nalan Shui elaborated on the matters concerning the Xuanqing continent and the Heavenly Dragon Conference. The Xuanqing continent, so it is. Li Muzhou counted on his fingers, his heart stirred by waves of emotion. It seems that my understanding of the Lingxiao realm is still rather superficial. The Tianjian Sect was merely a second-tier sect in the southern domain of the eastern continent. And although it is considered a first-tier sect in the Nanzhao kingdom, the royal ancestor of Nanzhao has only reached the 7th level of the divine wandering realm. However, in the grand context of the entire southern domain, the Tianjian Sect can barely squeeze into the ranks of second-tier sections. The neighboring Huiyue Empire possesses forces at the 6th and 7th levels of the Divine Wandering Realm. Most of the ancient texts of the Tianjian Sect only document matters pertaining to the southern domain, and the information regarding the eastern continent is limited to mere snippets, AS for the nearby domains. Only the Tianwu domain is recorded. The similar Xinfeng and Tianqi domains are not mentioned, while any records pertaining to the Western continent and the Xuanqing continent are even less substantial. After all, at its peak, the Tianjian Sect was merely a first-tier power in the southern domain, remaining an inconspicuous entity within the broader spectrum of the eastern continent. The Tianlong Conference is to be held 6 months after the eastern continent's talented gathering. But only the most prestigious sects, the true elites among the elites, will participate, resulting in far fewer attendees than the talented gathering. What do you think? Are you interested in attending? The beautiful eyes of Nalan Qinyu glimmered with anticipation. If Li Muzhou were to agree, it would afford her more time to be in his company, a boon for her as well as for the entire Nalan family. It is worth noting that many progeny from various heavenly sects and ancient clans are vying for connections with Li Muzhou, yet they have no opportunity. Li Muzhou took a sip of wine and replied nonchalantly, "I will not be participating in the Tianlong Conference. Why not? Brother Muzhou, you're only a year older than I. It would be a shame for you not to attend, especially since it occurs only once every 50 years. A visible pallor of disappointment washed over Nalan Qinyu's stunning visage, as if Li Muzhou's absence from the Tianlong Conference would constitute a tremendous loss. No. Li Muzhou shook his head. Qian, you have misunderstood my intent. Shifting his tone, he continued, what I mean is that I shall personally attend. It would seem somewhat unfair, given my current standing, to be frank. Even a powerhouse at the 5th level of the Yinyang realm does not intimidate me. Since the Tianjian continent's talented gathering comprises only the elite, the pinnacle of the younger generation in the divine wandering realm will be the best among them. And as previously noted, the most formidable among the 10 talents of the Witch God Palace was merely at the 5th level of the divine wandering realm. Li Muzhou's intention was to have his 2 most cherished disciples participate, allowing Gu Qingqian, Zhao Heng, and others to broaden their horizons. Originally, he had planned to return home to the Tianjian Sect in the Nanzhao Kingdom after exiting seclusion, but upon learning about the Tianlong Conference, he felt compelled to witness it. For those who achieve fame at the Tianlong Conference are true dragons, not mere loaches. I see. You nearly scare me to death. Nalan Qinyu patted her heaving bosom, exhaling a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Li Muzhou sensed a disturbance from a communication talisman within his storage bag. Upon retrieving it, his expression shifted dramatically. Yaoer is in peril. Li Muzhou's mood darkened as he gazed at the character crisis that appeared on the jade talisman. Brother Muzhou, what is amiss? Qian, What do you think they have gone for training? Previously, they had discovered a secret realm situated 1,000 miles from Hancheng in the Thundermoon Kingdom, but only those below the Divine Wandering Realm could enter. It is a small-scale secret realm, and they formed a team to venture forth. Understood. I shall make a trip. Li Muzhou, upon learning of his disciples' predicament, felt no inclination to delay for even a moment and rose to depart. Wait for me. I will accompany you. Nalan Qinyu, not idle, swiftly transformed into a fragrant breeze, trailing after Li Muzhou. In an instant, Li Muzhou surged forth, taking Nalan Qinyu skyward, the sound of a terrifying sonic boom reverberating across the heavens. At the border of the Thundermoon Kingdom, Senior Sister, what should we do? It seems I have stirred up trouble. Now the entire Thundermoon Kingdom has issued a wanted notice for us, and Master is still in seclusion. Nangong Qinyao, wielding a spear, her black hair and armor presenting a strikingly gallant figure, was indeed a peerless enchantress. The peerless enchantress, as expected, had encountered conflicts with the foremost sect of the Thundermoon Kingdom. The dual polar sect in the secret realm, due to certain factors, directly slaying the sect's holy son, who ranked 980th on the potential dragon list within the same realm. Inciting the wrath of the dual polar sect, simultaneously, the royal family of the Thundermoon Kingdom, deeply intertwined with the dual polar sect, issued a wanted notice for Nangong Qinyao, with several sects of the Thundermoon Kingdom joining forces to hunt her down. To date, Nangong Qinyao and her companions had endured dozens of fierce battles. Currently, they were hiding in a valley where the enemy had laid an intricate net. Under normal circumstances, Nangong Qinyao would never have sent a communication to Li Muzhou unless absolutely necessary. Gu Qinghan, holding a treasured sword, declared, regardless, we must fight our way back. Yes, let's fight our way back. I, Zhao Heng, would rather die in battle than compromise. Indeed, we shall unite our strength, if worst comes to worst. We can invoke our master's name. No. At this moment, they would not believe anything we say, especially since Sister Qinyao is unfamiliar to them. As the group deliberated, a familiar voice rang out. It's merely a matter of killing someone. Allow me to take charge. Master, Nangong Qinyao and Gu Qinghan rejoiced, quickly turning to look behind them. Unbeknownst to them, Li Muzhou had already appeared behind them, akin to an immortal descending to the mortal realm. In an instant, a thunderous voice echoed through the heavens. You insolent wretches, come forth at once. For the murder of my dual polar sect's eldest disciple, I shall make you pay in blood. I will annihilate your entire clan. Chapter 84. Remember, this lady is called Nangong Qinyao. Quite a few have arrived, it seems. Upon hearing this voice, Li Muzhou immediately glanced towards the valley's entrance. The valley's terrain was complex, and previously, a renowned powerhouse of the Divine Wandering Realm had been in seclusion there, which prevented those pursuing Nangong Qinyao from rashly entering. Outside the valley stood the ancestors of the dual polar sect, along with several ancestors from the Thundermoon Kingdom's sects and members of the royal family. This assembly could rival the former forces of the Nanzhao Kingdom. The most formidable among them was at the 7th level of the Divine Wandering Realm, but in Li Muzhou's eyes, they were nothing to be concerned about. Qian, you accompany them out and undergo some training first. A slight smile graced Li Muzhou's lips as a cunning idea sparked within him. In these 3 months, although his 2 most cherished disciples had made remarkable progress. As Shuozhu had stated, they had yet to fully consolidate their gains. Even he required time to settle.